In the Dragon Kingdom, within the southern city of Pengcheng, lay a modest and dilapidated rental room. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Yiming felt a dull ache pulsating through his head, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his vision gradually shifting from haze to clarity. The surrounding environment appeared both dim and unfamiliar, an indescribable sense of strangeness pervading the space. Where am I? I distinctly remember lying in bed, engrossed in my phone. How did I suddenly end up here? With great effort, Jiang Yiming slowly propped himself up, realizing he lay upon a rigid bed, its fabric coarse and worn with age. He gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the fog clouding his mind, yet this only intensified the throbbing pain. As he cautiously stood, his body swayed unsteadily. He began to survey the room apart from the bed and an exceedingly old table. There was scarcely any other furniture to be found. This is certainly not my home. Why am I here? He strained to recall the fragmented memories swirling in his mind, only to be astonished to discover that a portion of them seemed to have been obliterated by an enigmatic and formidable force, rendering them exceedingly vague, with even their outlines difficult to discern. In resignation, Jiang Yiming returned to the aged wooden bed, which creaked softly under his weight, the once sturdy slats beginning to yield slightly, accompanied by sounds that seemed to express dissatisfaction and protest. He tightly shut his eyes, inhaling deeply before slowly exhaling, hoping to regain a semblance of clarity from the chaotic state he found himself in. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the depths of Jiang Yiming's consciousness, clear and irresistible. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping across the dim, unfamiliar room like a searchlight, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Transmigration? System? A cascade of questions surged within Jiang Yiming's mind, his voice echoing in the vast space, sounding somewhat absurd and surreal. Indeed, the host has traversed this world due to a phone explosion striking the head, and I am the host system. The voice spoke again, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authenticity. The system has assisted the host in alleviating mental disarray and integrating the memories of the original owner of this body. Please check, host. As the system's voice gradually reverberated through the ocean of Jiang Yiming's consciousness, he felt a clear and potent stream of awareness coursing through his thoughts. This sensation resembled the dissipating morning mist, illuminated by the rising sun, rendering everything distinctly clear. In an instant, Jiang Yiming recalled the events leading up to this moment, including his own identity and the memories of the original owner of this body. In those memories, he was indeed fixated on the phone screen, his lips murmuring, "Shao Haizi, did you stew the chicken feet?" Yet at that moment, the phone seemed to radiate an unusual heat, followed by a blinding flash and a deafening explosion, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar place. It turned out that he shared the same name as the original inhabitant of this world, Jiang Yiming. The original owner was an orphan, devoid of parental care, and of the same age as him, both being 22 years old. In his youth, the original occupant had resided in an orphanage, leaving at the age of 15 to fend for himself. He was now a third-year student at Pengcheng University, sustaining his livelihood and education through part-time work. Jiang Yiming took a deep breath upon absorbing all the memories of the original owner. It felt as though he had traversed through time, living another version of his life. Now, system, what functions do you possess? His voice reverberated through the ocean of consciousness, tinged with curiosity and a yearning for exploration. In his previous life, Jiang Yiming was a devoted reader of Zhuang's novels, having dedicated over 2,000 hours, and thus swiftly accepted the reality of his transmigration. He began to inquire about the system's capabilities. Wealthy genius? Cultural luminary? Academic prodigy? This system is known as the Apocalypse Survival Enhancement System. Jiang Yiming was momentarily taken aback, having not fully grasped the lengthy name of the system, yet the term apocalypse struck him like a heavy hammer against his heart. He quickly sprang to his feet and approached the window. He pushed it open, his gaze piercing through the glass to behold the world outside. The scene outside mirrored his memories perfectly. A few pedestrians leisurely ambled down the street, bathed in the gentle embrace of sunlight that illuminated every corner. Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious, a stark contrast to the harrowing visions of an apocalyptic world. Fear not, host, for the apocalypse shall arrive in 15 days. On that fateful morning, a light rain of blood will fall, and by 2:30 in the afternoon, those touched by it may transform into zombies, heralding the onset of the undead cataclysm. Ah, so, is a zombie apocalypse? Pray elucidate your functions. The system shall randomly issue tasks. Completion of these tasks will yield rewards. Moreover, as the host establishes their own faction and rescues individuals, allowing those who meet the criteria to join, a plethora of bountiful rewards shall be bestowed upon you. Each issuance of personnel rewards necessitates a cooldown period of 12 hours. The rewards for tasks are manifold, encompassing various items, new skills, new abilities, and enhancements to existing skills and powers. Should the number of individuals reach a certain threshold, additional rewards will be granted. Why are there no alternative methods for acquisition? Such options do not pass scrutiny. The system's response was succinct and definitive, akin to a bucket of cold water, dousing Jiang Yiming's fervent curiosity. Beneath these simple 4 words, there seemed to lurk a more intricate and stringent regulatory framework, instilling a sense of inexplicable pressure. 6. Jiang Yiming muttered quietly, feeling a blend of resignation and amusement within himself. However, as he delved deeper into the functionalities of the system, surges of tumult began to stir within Jiang Yiming's heart. However, we are still in the pre-apocalyptic era, unlike the aftermath of the apocalypse. If I can obtain information about them in advance, seeking them out after the world has changed will be significantly simpler. The advent of the apocalypse is often accompanied by the collapse of order and the testing of human nature. In such an environment, individuals may make choices that defy reason due to the pressures of survival. Yet, prior to the arrival of the apocalypse, the world remains bound by the old morals and rules. Thus, Jiang Yiming's early arrival not only affords him ample time to gather resources, but also enables him to acquire information about more women who meet the required standards. Driven by this thought, Jiang Yiming's mind sparked with an idea that could greatly enhance his efficiency. System, could you assist me in collecting information about all the women in Longhua who meet the necessary criteria? Chapter 2. SSS-level storage space. Task release, scope too vast, unable to complete. However, if the scope is narrowed down to qualified students within the Dragon Kingdom University, it can be achieved, although it will require some time. The system's response was akin to a gentle spring breeze, dispersing the clouds of doubt in Jiang Yiming's heart and illuminating the dawn of hope before him. Let us confine the scope to the university. Jiang Yiming excitedly replied to the system, a smile of exhilaration gracing his face. If he could obtain their information, the most effective approach would be to pinpoint their locations in advance, providing a clear objective even in the post-apocalyptic world. This would significantly mitigate the risks of unforeseen circumstances and prevent the loss of key individuals. However, if the number of people was substantial, coordinating with them could become cumbersome. Moreover, he still needed to address the issue of supplies, which suggested he might need assistance. For now, he decided to take a step forward and see how things unfolded. As Jiang Yiming pondered, the system's voice resonated once more within his consciousness. Beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Please select one option. Ding, superpower choices, 1. SSS-level spatial storage ability 2. SSS-level lightning ability 3. SSS-level fire ability 4. SSS-level frost ability superpowers? Would others awaken such abilities in the aftermath of the apocalypse? Jiang Yiming inquired within his mind. According to the system's projections, they will. Upon hearing the system's words, Gu Yunya fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that each of the 4 powers possessed distinct advantages. Spatial abilities grant him a sufficient reserve of resources in a world ravaged by scarcity. Lightning powers bestow upon him the formidable strength to obliterate any adversary. Fire abilities provide warmth and illumination in the cold and darkness, serving as a potent offensive weapon. Meanwhile, frost capabilities allow him to exert control over the battlefield. Is it possible to select multiple abilities? Jiang Yiming inquired tentatively, hoping to wield all these formidable powers. It is not permissible to grant such a request. The reasons for this cannot be disclosed. The system's response was succinct and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, Jiang Yiming murmured, a hint of resignation lacing his voice. System, what are the specifications of the SSS-level spatial storage ability? How vast is the storage space? What is the range for remote collection? What is the state of items once they are stored? Additionally, what level of attack can it withstand? The storage space is nearly infinite. Level 2 collection allows for a remote collection distance of 25 meters, with potential rewards for distance enhancement upon completion of spiritual blood tasks. Items retain their original state upon storage. They remain as they were when collected, but living organisms cannot be preserved and will perish immediately. Living beings cannot enter the storage space. The level 4 durability can absorb abilities of grade S and below, easily withstanding heavy firepower explosions, except for nuclear attacks. The capacity to endure can also be enhanced through rewards, maintaining the original state. This means the limitations of the spatial storage ability are at their peak, allowing for the creation of myriad innovative applications. As Jiang Yiming's mind stirred with a ripple of thoughts, he began to envision how to fully exploit this newfound ability to create an array of applications. Whether it be stones plummeting at high speeds, steel pipes, or swiftly moving automobiles, as long as he could maintain their immense kinetic energy and harness it within a designated space. He could then adeptly adjust the specific angles of release according to his needs, thus enabling him to launch surprise assaults on his adversaries with ease. This undoubtedly constituted a lethal and immensely destructive means of attack, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon opponents. To deem it an indomitable weapon would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, with its S-class resilience, his own safety would be significantly enhanced. System, select option 1. Understood, aiding the host in awakening SSS-level spatial storage capabilities. Completion confirmed. The host may now experience it for themselves. With the system's response, a formidable force began to swirl around Jiang Yiming's body. He felt a peculiar energy surging from within, gradually spreading outward. As he closed his eyes, a boundless expanse materialized in his mind's eye. Extending his right hand, he directed his consciousness towards a table, and with a mere thought, it was drawn into the spatial realm. Within this space, he could effortlessly manipulate the table's position and isolate it along with its contents from the outside world. Additionally, the system can assist the host in discerning the information of all individuals within sight and provide pertinent details. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Yiming opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of delight shining within them. The skill of discernment signifies for him a clearer understanding and awareness of the information concerning those around him, which is crucial for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, it is imperative to begin contemplating the matter of resources. Jiang Yiming discovered a piece of paper and a pen within the confines of his room and commenced recording his plans. The foremost concern is the water source. Given that the apocalypse was precipitated by blood rain, it is inevitable that water supplies will be contaminated. Relying on taps for water is far too slow. He must seek out freshwater lakes. In this vein, Jiang Yiming recalled the frequently mentioned existence in apocalyptic novels regarding the collection of resources, the legendary Lake Baikal. Promptly, he searched online for relevant information and found that Lake Baikal indeed exists in this world. Moreover, the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation are currently in a visa-free period, thus eliminating the need to squander time awaiting visa approval. Next comes the acquisition of daily necessities. Although he possesses no funds, he can seize the opportunity to empty the vast Walmart superstore in Pengcheng a day or two before the apocalypse descends. Furthermore, he has awakened a spatial storage ability, allowing him to collect desired resources from a distance of up to 25 meters, effectively enabling a purchase of zero cost. Then, there is the matter of energy. After the apocalypse, many areas will experience power outages. While the exact timing remains uncertain, power will undoubtedly be cut off, necessitating the preparation of generators and other energy devices. Such equipment can be fabricated post-apocalypse, considering the system has selected university students as target information, ensuring the presence of relevant talents. Nevertheless, it is still essential for him to initially gather generators and other energy apparatuses to be well prepared. However, the system has bestowed upon Jiang Yiming an SSS-level spatial storage capability, yet has not granted him an omniscient perspective. Jiang Yiming possesses the remarkable ability to control his perception of the surroundings, yet when obstructed by walls, he must rely solely on chance to locate his targets. Upon detecting the host's needs, a mission has been initiated. Mission objective: enlist the first member of the faction. Mission reward: Level 1 Omniscient Perspective. Omniscient Perspective: the holder can simultaneously observe all directions and corners, disregarding obstructions, thus affording a comprehensive view of the surroundings. The range of the Level 1 Omniscient Perspective extends to 10 meters. The rewards for this mission do not conflict with other rewards. The classification of supernatural abilities is as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D. Skill levels range from 1 to 10, with 10 being the maximum. And there may also exist skills without level distinctions. The categories of expertise include novice, intermediate, advanced, and expert. Chapter 3. The Deceased. Qimeng. An illustration of Qimeng is provided here. Click to view comments. Upon hearing the mission announced by the system, Jiang Yiming was internally awed by its efficiency. Whatever he required, the system promptly issued a corresponding task with relevant rewards. Truly reliable. Name: Jiang Yiming. Age: 21. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 90, where the highest for an ordinary person is 100, and for the esteemed reader, it is 101. Vitality: 8. The average for adult males is 6, with a maximum of 12 for ordinary individuals. Mental strength: 8. The average for adult males is 6, with a maximum of 12 for ordinary individuals. Physical strength: 8. The average for adult males is 6, with a maximum of 12 for ordinary individuals. Agility: 8. The average for adult males is 6, with a maximum of 12 for ordinary individuals. Special abilities. Skills: SSS tier space storage, level 2 capacity, level 4 endurance. With this in mind, it is time to embark on the task at hand. After which I shall traverse the lands of the Dragon Kingdom, growing stronger to confront the impending apocalypse. The information system for standard students across all universities in the Dragon Kingdom is still gathering data. Thus, the objective of this endeavor must be pursued independently. Jiang Yiming departed from the modest rental room and stepped through the gates of the neighborhood, immediately encountering a familiar supermarket. According to the memories of his predecessor, the proprietor of this establishment always regarded him with a gaze filled with disdain and contempt, looking down upon his impoverished circumstances. Whenever the former identity was seen by the owner at the entrance of the supermarket, he would inevitably face a barrage of ridicule and scorn. Jiang Yiming could not comprehend why the individual held such disdain for him. Perhaps it was a matter of mental deficiency. However, be that as it may, I shall commence my acquisition of supplies from this very place, whilst also procuring some necessities for myself. The moment Jiang Yiming entered the supermarket, the image of the middle-aged, slightly portly owner appeared before him. Upon the sight of Jiang Yiming, the boss began to adopt a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this Jiang Yiming? Received your salary, have you? Come here to spend some money?" Jiang Yiming remained indifferent to the boss's mockery, coldly directing his gaze toward the cash register. Recalling that the cash drawer was typically organized with the money separated, he instinctively transferred the cash from the lower compartment into his storage space without hesitation. His gaze remained calm as he observed the currency within his storage, his expression betraying no emotion. Subsequently, he retrieved a shopping cart and made his way directly to the merchandise shelves. Jiang Yiming ambled past each rack, meticulously scrutinizing the displayed items, and discreetly stowed away goods positioned within the inner side and blind spots of the surveillance cameras. With merely 15 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, he wished to keep his abilities hidden. To divert attention, he occasionally selected a few items from the shelves to place in a shopping cart. After all, it was the boss's money. Once he had gathered a sufficient amount, Jiang Yiming pushed the cart towards the cash register. The boss cast a dismissive glance at the items in Jiang Yiming's cart and began to tally them up. A total of 47. Grab a bag. The bag cost 1 yuan. Jiang Yiming retrieved a 50 yuan note from his pocket and placed it gently on the counter. After examining the bill for authenticity, the boss swiftly deposited it into the cash drawer, extracting 2 coins before hastily closing the drawer. He then snatched a plastic bag and tossed the 2 items toward Jiang Yiming, as if discarding refuse. Jiang Yiming, engrossed in counting his supplies in the storage space, failed to react in time and thus did not catch them, as the bag and 2 coins tumbled to the ground. The proprietor displayed not a trace of remorse upon his countenance. Jiang Yiming furrowed his brow slightly and gradually bent down to retrieve the fallen items, a flicker of cold, indifferent malice flashing in his eyes. "You have already chosen your path to demise," he murmured, then corrected himself. Forgive me, I digress." With the bag in hand, he meticulously repacked the merchandise and departed. "Xiao Qian, you've arrived. I shall take my leave now," the boss's voice echoed behind him. Recognizing a student who had come to work part-time at the supermarket, after issuing a few instructions, the owner swaggered out of the store and made his way directly to the vehicle parked at the entrance. At that moment, Jiang Yiming had already distanced himself about 20 meters from the car. As the proprietor settled into the vehicle and ignited the engine, Jiang Yiming turned down another path. Casting a fleeting glance at the car, he inserted his right hand into his pocket, retrieving a lighter from his storage space. His thumb pressed down on the ignition mechanism within his pocket. No flame flickered above the lighter, yet an explosive roar erupted from the vehicle over 20 meters away. In an instant, flames erupted, dark smoke billowed upward, and debris scattered in all directions, as the rapidly spreading fire engulfed the entire car. Without a backward glance, Jiang Yiming murmured to himself, "What fortuitous luck, igniting the fuel tank on my first attempt. It seems my spatial instincts are quite astute." For a solid 2.5 hours, Jiang Yiming scoured the area, yet he found not a single target meeting the system's stringent criteria, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The system's demands were indeed exacting, requiring the target's beauty to be no less than a score of 90, along with a flawless physique. During this period of searching, Jiang Yiming felt as though he were not merely pursuing a target, but rather selecting a consort, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. He had indeed encountered several women whose appearances exceeded a score of 90, yet they were all far from being pure. The beauty of those who met the other criteria fell short of the system's standards. Suddenly, Jiang Yiming realized that it would be a prudent choice to enlist the system's assistance in organizing information about women who met its criteria. The search was proving to be exceedingly challenging, and having a clear objective would undoubtedly alleviate some of his troubles. As he ambled along, Jiang Yiming purchased a steaming oil cake from a small stall, savoring it as he continued his quest for a suitable match. "If only I had added a quail egg," he mused, relishing the flavor of the oil cake when suddenly, a notification sound echoed in his consciousness. "Target meeting the standards detected. Would you like to query the information and lock it in?" Jiang Yiming's eyes widened in surprise. He swiftly tossed the oil cake into his storage space, then retrieved a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth before replying, "Yes." No sooner had he given his affirmative response than the system marked the target's location and proceeded to unveil the information panel. Name, Qimeng. Age, 23. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 97. Affection level, 0. Information, graduate of Pengqing University. Possesses advanced hacking skills, traits. If she develops feelings for someone, it is love at first sight. And she is willing to sacrifice everything. Low emotional intelligence. Love-struck. Abilities, none. 100. Jiang Yiming, after perusing the information panel of Qimeng, who was waiting at the pedestrian crossing not far away, began to scrutinize her appearance. Qimeng wore a mask that concealed much of her face, revealing only a pair of bright, clear eyes and elegantly arched eyebrows. The black-framed glasses obscured her gaze but could not diminish the unique charm that radiated from her very being. Her long hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, smooth and lustrous like a waterfall. She donned a crisp white shirt paired with loose dark trousers, exuding an air of modesty and propriety. Jiang Yiming's gaze drifted to her chest, and he murmured softly, small yet quite adorable. Chapter 4. Accident Rescue. Lin Xinyao during her time at Pengqing University. Qimeng was the belle of the campus, admired and pursued by countless classmates. Not only did she possess striking beauty, but her academic performance was also exceptional, making her a standout in the university. After graduation, she secured a position at a renowned publicly traded company, where her beauty caught the attention of one of the executives. In a bid to safeguard herself, Qimeng resolved to resign from her job and, utilizing her knowledge acquired in school, commenced taking on freelance work through online platforms. During her lunch break, after finishing her meal, she prepared to return home. As the traffic light turned red, she halted outside the crosswalk, awaiting the signal. At that moment, a large truck in the distance suddenly lost control and veered towards her direction. The driver, spotting a pedestrian, hastily slammed on the brakes. But time was no longer on their side. Suddenly, the piercing sound of screeching tires caught Qimeng's attention, startling her, and she found herself unable to evade the impending danger. The massive wheels of the truck roared towards her, threatening to engulf her. In a split second, a figure darted from the side and shoved Qimeng aside. It was Jiang Yiming. Though he had the opportunity to evade the oncoming truck, he chose not to. The chaos was a consequence of his own actions, and he had already devised a strategy to confront it. With only a few days remaining before the apocalypse, he had no time to meticulously pursue his objectives. To swiftly win the other's affection, saving her life was the optimal choice. The truck managed to come to a halt, but its momentum ultimately propelled it into Jiang Yiming, sending his body hurtling through the air. In that fleeting instant of contact between the truck and Jiang Yiming, he opened a portal to his storage space between his body and the truck, allowing several layers of blankets to cushion the collision, thereby sparing him from significant harm. After being struck and rolling on the ground, Jiang Yiming employed a similar tactic, discreetly cushioning the point of contact between his body and the earth. However, during the final glide along the ground, he chose not to utilize this method, allowing himself to sustain some injuries, for how else could he elicit sympathy? "Are you all right?" Qimeng, after being pushed aside, rushed over to the boy who had saved her, her voice laced with concern. At that moment, her emotions were tumultuous, a blend of worry and anxiety swirling within her, as she fervently hoped that he had not endured severe harm. "Rest assured, I am fine," Jiang Yiming replied as Qimeng helped him to his feet, managing to force a smile, though the pain coursing through his body rendered his expression somewhat strained, causing him to furrow his brow. "Are you truly unscathed? You appear to be in some discomfort," Qimeng observed, her keen eyes catching the faint traces of agony etched on Jiang Yiming's face, her concern deepening. "Really, I am fine. If you don't believe me, allow me to take a few steps," Jiang Yiming insisted, attempting to free himself from her supportive grasp and move forward. Yet, his body seemed incapable of supporting this resolve. He staggered after just 2 steps. Qimeng quickly reacted, steadying him before he could fall. "This is hardly fine. You mustn't push yourself any further," she admonished gently, her voice tinged with both reproach and worry as she firmly supported Jiang Yiming, unwilling to let him overexert himself. The truck driver hastily exited his vehicle, rushing to apologize to Jiang Yiming, his face a mask of regret as he inquired about the boy's condition. Witnessing the scene, bystanders had already contacted emergency services. Before long, an ambulance arrived, whisking Jiang Yiming and Qimeng away to the hospital. Inside the ambulance, Qimeng clasped Jiang Yiming's hand tightly, expressing her concern. Upon reaching the hospital, Qimeng personally assisted Jiang Yiming through the various examinations. While awaiting the test results, Qimeng and Jiang Yiming, having become acquainted, began discussing the trivialities of daily life. This fostered in Qimeng a deeper affection and understanding for Jiang Yiming. As they conversed, Jiang Yiming felt his phone vibrating. He retrieved it and saw the name displayed, Lin Xinyao. Upon seeing the name, Jiang Yiming swiftly searched his memory, instantly recalling who she was. Lin Xinyao, the original body's staunch admirer. They had been deskmates in high school and shared a pleasant relationship. Once, on the way home from school in their second year, Lin Xinyao was harassed by thugs. The original body intervened, rescuing her and beating the thugs. Since then, Lin Xinyao had harbored feelings for the original body. After the college entrance exam, she and the original body applied to the same university, where she pursued him. Alas, the original body seemed to be an unyielding old tree. Indifferent to Lin Xinyao's advances, his mind solely occupied with studies and earning money. As Jiang Yiming recalled Lin Xinyao's delicate features, he would have suspected the original body of being a eunuch if he hadn't been able to sense his own manhood. However, because Lin Xinyao was a campus belle, admired by countless individuals, coupled with the original body's attitude towards her, many boys harbored resentment towards him, often mocking his family background. Some individuals sought to create trouble for him, only to find themselves unable to contend with his true self. Subsequently, they resorted to petty schemes behind his back. However, given his character, he simply disregarded their antics. With a multitude of humorous facets in mind, Jiang Yiming pondered this as he answered the phone. The sweet voice of Lin Xinyao resonated from the device. "Yiming, are we going to the library to study together today?" Drawing upon the memories of his original self, Jiang Yiming organized his thoughts before responding. "Xinyao, I will be quite busy for a while and likely won't make it to the library." "Oh, all right then." Lin Xinyao's voice conveyed a hint of disappointment, though she refrained from probing further. The memories accumulated over more than 20 years were not easily digested. Had it not been for Lin Xinyao's call, Jiang Yiming might have forgotten her entirely. Lin Xinyao was one of the belles at Pingqing University and likely qualified by the system standards. Nevertheless, Jiang Yiming's primary focus remained on Qimeng, whose advanced hacking skills would prove invaluable for his future plans. Thus, he curtailed the conversation with Lin Xinyao and ended the call. During Jiang Yiming's conversation, Qimeng vaguely discerned a female voice on the other end, suggesting a close relationship with Jiang Yiming, stirring a complex array of emotions within her. After Jiang Yiming hung up, Xia Qimeng remained silent for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as a glimmer of hesitation crossed her eyes. Finally, she spoke softly. I just heard a girl's voice. Is she your girlfriend? Upon finishing her question, she gently clenched her fingers into fists, concealing her inner turmoil. Jiang Yiming cast a glance at Xia Qimeng, a faint smile gracing his lips. They were merely acquaintances from high school, yet their rapport had flourished. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's response, Xia Qimeng felt a wave of relief wash over her, but his subsequent remark tightened her heart anew. However, she is pursuing me, and I have yet to consent. The desire to swiftly win over the other party, based solely on a simple debt of gratitude, seemed somewhat insufficient. The emergence of another latent adversary could indeed expedite the process. Jiang Yiming was acutely aware of this, which is why he chose not to conceal it. Chapter 5. Swift passage. When Jiang Yiming's test results were unveiled, even the doctor overseeing his care was taken aback. He had sustained a minor fracture in his left leg, yet all other aspects were entirely unscathed. She had not anticipated that after a car accident, Jiang Yiming would emerge with only light injuries. To ensure the accuracy of her diagnosis, the doctor ordered a second round of tests, but the results mirrored the first. Initially, she recommended that Jiang Yiming have his leg placed in a cast for protection. However, he adamantly declined her advice, citing pressing matters that required his immediate attention in the coming days, asserting that a cast would hinder his mobility. He needed to complete his first task and gather supplies thereafter. A cast would undoubtedly impede his subsequent movements. Moreover, the system had assured him that with each completed exchange, he would restore to peak condition, rendering any concern over his injury unnecessary. After leaving the hospital, Xia Qimeng invited Jiang Yiming to a restaurant as a gesture of gratitude. Following their dinner, as they stepped out into the night, they discovered darkness had enveloped the surroundings, prompting Xia Qimeng to gaze at Jiang Yiming. As the night deepened, Yiming, it seemed rather inconvenient for you to return at this hour. Would you consider staying at my place for the night? Her voice carried a hint of shyness, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Jiang Yiming observed the 90-point affinity rating with Xia Qimeng and contemplated the prospect of fulfilling his task that very night. Thus nodding in agreement. That would be quite a favor, Qimeng. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's response, Xia Qimeng's heart brimmed with joy that was palpable. She summoned a ride and led Jiang Yiming to her residence. Xia Qimeng supported Jiang Yiming as they entered an apartment building and ascended in the elevator. They eventually halted before a door, where Xia Qimeng retrieved a key from her bag, delicately inserted it into the lock, and turned it. With a soft click, the door swung open, and she ushered Jiang Yiming inside. Upon entering, an open studio greeted them, the space relatively tidy. Directly ahead stood a neatly made single bed, accompanied by a wardrobe, while on the left side, against the wall, was a desk adorned with a laptop. To the right lay a private bathroom. Jiang Yiming noticed clothes hanging outside the window and cast a glance in that direction. Xia Qimeng, aware of his gaze, hurriedly gathered the garments. Her cheeks flushed as she stuffed them into the wardrobe. Seeing her endearing demeanor, Jiang Yiming smiled gently and remarked, Qimeng, the bathroom should be available for use. Right? I wish to take a shower. After all, I have rolled about on the ground a few times. Though I am not severely injured, I am rather dusty. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qimeng turned her attention to him and noted that he indeed appeared somewhat unkempt. Please use this set of pajamas for now. I've kept it as a spare for quite some time. Xia Qimeng retrieved a neutral-tone set of sleepwear from beneath the wardrobe. Thank you, Jiang Yiming replied, taking the pajamas and walking towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, Jiang Yiming and Xia Qimeng emerged from the bathroom, clad in fresh attire, as if they had just undergone a purifying cleanse. Xia Qimeng wrapped herself in a bathrobe, careful to prevent her clothing from becoming damp. At that moment, her cheeks resembled newly bloomed peach blossoms, tinged with a delicate blush. Her heart raced within her chest, pounding like a flurry of drumsticks striking the surface of a drum. Her long, lustrous hair swayed with her movements, exuding a subtle fragrance. A soft flush graced her cheeks, reminiscent of dawn's blush veiled by gossamer, enchanting yet shy. Xia Qimeng lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Yiming's eyes, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. In my childhood, my parents divorced, and I lived with my grandmother. As I grew older, my appearance attracted the attention of many suitors, naturally inciting jealousy and bullying from some of my peers. Observing the overtly motivated advances of certain individuals made me feel an intense aversion. They presumed I was easily swayed, believing that a mere gesture of kindness could lead me astray, yet from the very moment of our encounter, I could discern their true intentions. After the summer following my college entrance examination, my grandmother passed away, and I found myself alone in Pingcheng, where I have lived for nearly 5 years. Having entrusted my heart and soul to Jiang Yiming, Qimeng nestled her head in his embrace and began to recount her past. Jiang Yiming listened quietly, occasionally gently patting her back and caressing her hair. Gradually, Qimeng's breathing became steady as she slipped into slumber, and Jiang Yiming tenderly tucked her in with a blanket. It must be said that hearing about Qimeng's past, a flicker of guilt arose within Jiang Yiming. Having endured the malice of the outside world since childhood, it was no wonder that Qimeng possessed such traits. In saving Qimeng, Jiang Yiming not only salvaged her life but also illuminated her existence like a ray of dawn. How could she, having felt the warmth of light, be willing to endure the darkness once more? Chapter 6. Mission accomplished. Unwavering Qimeng. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Rewards granted. Level 1 Omniscient Perspective. Host's injuries have fully healed. Rewards granted. All attributes 10. Storage Level 1. B-Level Fire Ability. Level 1 Spatial Teleportation. Resistance to Zombie Virus. Fire Ability. Capacity to manipulate or generate flames. Spatial Teleportation. Host can teleport within their line of sight. Level 3 Storage Distance. 45 meters. Level 1 Spatial Teleportation Distance. 10 meters, with the ability to teleport one individual simultaneously. Information on eligible female students at Longwei University has been recorded and stored in the host's storage space. The system has assisted the host in identifying the information panels of several hundred students. Detected that Qimeng's affinity has reached 100, unwavering. Reward granted. Subconscious Target Locking Suggestion. The subconscious suggestion to lock onto the target can influence the subconscious of all designated subjects, compelling them to unwittingly fulfill the desires of the host. Once Qimeng succumbed to slumber, Jiang Yiming began to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. It must be said that the rewards offered were quite abundant. However, Jiang Yiming was taken aback to discover that reaching a favorability level of 100 would yield further rewards, though he had no intention of pursuing such rewards vigorously. After all, the mission did not impose any favorability restrictions, and in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he lacked the energy to cultivate full favorability. The reward for attaining a favorability of 100 brought him unexpected delight. Previously, he pondered how to ensure the system would designate the target to evade the onset of the apocalypse, allowing him to retrieve her later. The system conveniently provided a solution, merely employing a skill to suggest that they stockpile supplies the day before the apocalypse, and advising them to remain indoors on the day itself would suffice. Additionally, with Qimeng's advanced hacking skills, providing her with the organized data from the system would enable her to monitor their locations and various other matters continuously. As for persuading Qimeng to assist him, Jiang Yiming had also devised a strategy. He inquired of the system, "What is the probability that Qimeng will betray me?" The following morning, upon awakening, Jiang Yiming found Qimeng already gazing at him intently. Upon noticing that he had stirred, her face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she greeted him gently. "Good morning, my dear." "Good morning, Meng. There is something important I wish to discuss with you." After Jiang Yiming responded, his expression became serious. Upon hearing his words, Qimeng's eyes also revealed a hint of gravity. "Yes, I am listening. If I were to say that in 14 days, the world will descend into a zombie apocalypse, you might find it hard to believe, but I have returned from death in that very world. Do you believe me?" Jiang Yiming's tone was imbued with a profound determination, as if he were unveiling an astonishing secret. Qimeng paused momentarily, her gaze fixed on his eyes, seemingly trying to discern something deeper. After a brief silence, she replied, "I believe you." Encouraged by her response, Jiang Yiming continued, "Upon my rebirth, I also retained a unique ability awakened during the apocalypse. This ability is rather extraordinary. It allows me to establish my own faction. Once I recruit individuals who meet specific criteria, I will gain special powers to enhance my strength. Are you suggesting that I assist you in finding those qualified women?" Qimeng asked, a smile gracing her face as she regarded Jiang Yiming. He was taken aback by her swift acceptance and couldn't help but inquire, "Meng, do you trust me so readily?" "As long as it's you, my husband. I believe in everything you say." She teased, "At this rate, if I sold you, you'd still help me count the money. If it were you selling me, I would strive to ensure you receive the highest price." Goodness gracious. This is like something out of a science fiction film. "Teacher Liu, you are far too conservative." Jiang Yiming found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings, and in a moment of impulsive affection, he pressed a fervent kiss on her forehead. Since you believe me, allow me to demonstrate the spatial abilities I have acquired. Upon the conclusion of Jiang Yaming's words, he gestured towards the desk, utilizing his spatial storage abilities to seamlessly retrieve the laptop resting upon it. He then presented it before Qimeng. Although she had genuinely believed Jiang Yaming's earlier assertions, witnessing the phenomenon firsthand still left her somewhat astonished. Rising to inspect the laptop, which was indeed hers, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Jiang Yaming. "Darling, you are truly remarkable. How may I assist you?" she exclaimed, her face radiating joy and admiration. Jiang Yaming placed the laptop back onto the desk, tenderly ruffled her hair, and spoke softly. "On the very day of my rebirth, I collected data on students from across the Dragon Kingdom University who met certain criteria. I need you to pinpoint their locations and monitor their movements." As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of trousers from the bathroom using his spatial storage ability, feigning the act of pulling a USB drive from the pocket. Since Jiang Yaming had resolved to conceal the existence of his system under the guise of rebirth, he felt it prudent to be meticulous. Despite some minor inconsistencies that remained, Qimeng, with her unwavering affection for him, would not dwell on such details. She chose to trust him unconditionally. "Very well, leave it to me," Qimeng confidently asserted as she accepted the USB drive from Jiang Yaming. He then donned a set of androgynous summer attire provided by her and continued, "I will first journey to Lake Baikal in the Bear Country to gather fresh water, and then return to the Dragon Kingdom to acquire the necessary supplies. This task will require your effort." Do you need money?" "Over the years, I have saved quite a considerable amount." As Qimeng spoke, she opened her mobile banking app to show Jiang Yaming her account balance, over 100,000. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yaming quickly cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and replied, No, I can simply utilize my spatial storage ability to obtain what I need without any cost." After uttering these words, Jiang Yaming first went downstairs to buy a nutritious breakfast, which he handed to Qimeng. Subsequently, he indulged in a moment of intimacy with her before departing, leaving Qimeng gazing longingly after him. Once outside the apartment building, Jiang Yaming opened an app to summon a tomato ride, which arrived shortly thereafter. Upon entering the vehicle, he informed the driver that their destination was Qingdao Plaza. Jiang Yaming understood well that the items he currently possessed were rather limited, necessitating a trip to Qingdao Plaza for supplies. With his omniscient perspective, Jiang Yaming found it exceedingly effortless to collect items using his spatial storage ability. He could discreetly employ this power to effortlessly retrieve desired goods from shelves situated in blind spots or shadowy corners, executing the entire process with remarkable finesse and leaving no trace behind. His modus operandi was artfully clandestine, a perfect instance of taking without giving. Chapter 7. Hua Qingxue. Gathering supplies. Here is an illustration of Hua Qingxue. Click to view comments. After completing a round of zero-cost shopping, Jiang Yaming proceeded to the bank to deposit some money into his account. He then used his phone to book a flight for noon to Lake Baikal in Bear Country. Once again utilizing a ride-hailing service, Jiang Yaming arrived at Pingcheng Airport, escorted by the driver. He carried a single bag, passed through security, and entered the departure lounge. Awaiting his flight, Jiang Yaming boarded the aircraft on time and located his designated seat. Seated, he gazed quietly out the window, his expression contemplative. The plane gradually taxied before ascending into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Whether in this life or the last, it was Jiang Yaming's inaugural flight, invoking a sense of novelty. However, he soon averted his gaze, reclining in his seat to rest his eyes. Within the ocean of his consciousness, he began to peruse the panel information of the campus bells from various universities across Longhua that the system had identified the previous evening. With a beauty score reaching 90, one could undoubtedly regard them as campus bells. From Yangcheng Music University, there was Tang Yaxing. From Yangcheng University, Yu Xiaoyan, standing at a height of 149 centimeters, legally a lowly? One might be tempted to embrace her, he chuckled inwardly. From Luda University, the twins by Yu Wei and by Yusen, quite appealing. At Zhejiang University, there was Hua Qingxue. Hua Qingxue. The mere sight of this name caused Jiang Yaming to open his eyes wide, as it instantly evoked memories of his original self. In truth, the original self was not born in Pingcheng, but spent his childhood in Wuzhou, Zhejiang Province. He had met Hua Qingxue at a local orphanage, where she was a year younger than him. During their childhood, Hua Qingxue often faced bullying, and the original self frequently stood up to protect her. Eventually, Hua Qingshue's biological parents found her and took her back to Yangcheng. Initially, it was believed that the fates of the two had come to an end. However, during the protagonist's sophomore year, Hua Qingxue unexpectedly appeared at Pingqing University, seeking him out. Hua Qingxue naturally harbored feelings for the protagonist, now known as Jiang Yiming. Yet, due to the protagonist's peculiar nature, resembling that of an ancient tree, Hua Qingxue mistakenly assumed that Lin Xinyao was his girlfriend, and thus refrained from further pursuing Jiang Yiming. Upon recalling this, Jiang Yiming could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How infuriating!" Nevertheless, realizing he was indeed Jiang Yiming, his mood brightened. To traverse through time and space, accompanied by two stunningly attractive school beauties with high regard for him, left Jiang Yiming in a state of profound reflection. In the early hours, the airplane gradually glided over the expanse of Lake Baikal. From the heights, Lake Baikal resembled a shimmering azure mirror, glistening with faint silver light. As Jiang Yiming gazed down at the lake, a smile graced his face. At long last, he had arrived, ready to procure supplies. Although the Bear Country is situated in the high latitudes of the northern hemisphere, the summer season brought a relatively mild climate. Upon stepping out of the aircraft, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, carrying a crisp scent. After exiting the airport, he hailed a vehicle to a hotel near Lake Baikal. Upon entering the hotel, he was greeted by a tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty from Bear Country, diligently attending the reception. With deft hands, Jiang Yiming discreetly retrieved a few bills from the cash register, then approached the front desk to reserve a room. Once inside his accommodations, he secured the door and employed his omniscient perspective to thoroughly inspect the room, ensuring there were no possibilities of surveillance or prying eyes. Satisfied, he promptly utilized spatial displacement to leave the hotel. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring the absence of human activity or surveillance devices, before swiftly teleporting from the shadows to a small hill beside Lake Baikal. Gazing at the crystal clear, shimmering waters of the lake, Jiang Yiming took a deep breath and then leaped into the lake, teleporting 10 meters away. The moment he plunged into the waters of Lake Baikal, he activated the dual-directional spatial storage portal with all his might. The exterior functioned like a colossal pump, voraciously siphoning the lake's water. As he descended, the surrounding water was drawn in by a force akin to a black hole, yet it could not touch his skin. Simultaneously, the interior of the storage space was continuously supplying fresh oxygen, ensuring that Jiang Yiming could breathe and preventing him from succumbing to asphyxiation. As time passed, a massive water vortex formed in Lake Baikal, and the creatures caught within it lost their vitality the moment they entered the spatial realm. We do not produce water. No. It seems that a certain mountain spring has also collapsed, but I digress. Several hours later, the water level of Lake Baikal had plummeted by a staggering 250 meters. A dramatic change that inevitably captured the attention of passers-by and local law enforcement. Noticing the approaching police vehicles, Jiang Yiming felt a surge of alertness. Realizing he needed to depart, he slowly swam toward the surface, and as he neared it, he teleported away from Lake Baikal. As Jiang Yiming gazed at the vast quantities of freshwater and aquatic life stored within his spatial realm, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. These resources would last him several lifetimes. On his way back to the hotel, he also discreetly took a number of items from a convenience store with his clean hands. Upon returning to his hotel room, Jiang Yiming reserved an afternoon flight home on his mobile phone and then reclined on the bed for a brief respite. After arriving back in the Dragon Kingdom, he traversed various provinces, visiting several expansive orchards and vegetable gardens, amassing a considerable collection of fruits and vegetables. He gathered an array of fruits including apples, strawberries, oranges, grapes, and bananas, along with vegetables such as cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, and leafy greens. Once he had completed the procurement of these supplies, he turned his attention to medical necessities, such as pharmaceuticals, bandages, and disinfectant alcohol, as well as energy resources, including energy storage devices, generators, solar charging panels, and fossil fuels. With merely 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, Jiang Yiming secured a warehouse through online loans across various platforms, subsequently placing substantial orders for hot meals from numerous hotels to be delivered to the warehouse. Although it was likely he would soon find a woman skilled in cooking, it was prudent to address this matter beforehand, not to mention it would save both time and effort. Additionally, he ordered delectable street food such as barbecues and hamburgers, primarily for the sheer enjoyment of exquisite flavors. By the morning of the second day before the impending catastrophe, Jiang Yiming had returned to Peng City and proceeded to the Walmart warehouse there. During this period of stockpiling supplies, he also collected a significant number of high-velocity objects. For instance, he stored a multitude of stones in his storage space, then released them from a height, while simultaneously opening a spatial storage portal below to capture the rapidly descending stones. By repeating this process with stones released from elevated positions, he was able to acquire high-speed stone projectiles. Jiang Yiming possesses a remarkable level 3 storage capability, extending to a remarkable distance of 45 meters, a range sufficient for him to effortlessly accomplish his tasks. He has similarly acquired other high-speed objects, such as steel pipes, which can immobilize enemies upon impact, effectively restricting their mobility. In Jiang Yiming's perspective, while these high-velocity objects prove useful, he is acutely aware that they represent merely the rudimentary phase of his combat techniques. As his awakened abilities and skills proliferate, these basic physical assaults will inevitably diminish in significance. Chapter 8. Emptying the Walmart warehouse, another task from the system. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt, adorned with a cap and mask that concealed most of his features, Jiang Yiming stealthily approached the vicinity of the Walmart warehouse. Utilizing his spatial teleportation abilities, he effortlessly infiltrated the warehouse and swiftly dismantled the surveillance equipment within. It must be said, the sheer volume of stock within the Walmart warehouse is astonishing, truly a sight to behold. The grandeur of the warehouse is nothing short of breathtaking. Towering shelves, reaching heights of 6 to 7 meters, rise like majestic mountains formed from a heap of goods, collectively guarding this treasure-laden locale. The shelves are densely packed with an array of products, ranging from everyday necessities to home furnishings, from delectable foods to cutting-edge electronic devices, encompassing a dazzling assortment that leaves one utterly awestruck. Immersed in such an expansive space, Jiang Yiming felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration and excitement. Jiang Yiming was far from courteous. He unhesitatingly collected all the supplies into his spatial storage. The Walmart warehouse was divided into 3 zones: ambient temperature, refrigerated, and frozen. After emptying the ambient temperature section, Jiang Yiming proceeded to the refrigerated and frozen areas, gathering various fresh goods into his storage space. The complete failure of the surveillance equipment naturally alerted the security personnel of the warehouse. However, as they unsuspectingly entered to investigate, several sharp stones pierced through their skulls, causing them to collapse instantly, devoid of life. Tomorrow marked the onset of the apocalypse. Any search conducted here would yield no results, and even if it did, it posed no threat to Jiang Yiming. He coldly observed the ground stained with blood nearby, his expression betraying no sign of emotion, before utilizing spatial teleportation to depart. After leaving the Walmart warehouse, Jiang Yiming activated his skill to implant subconscious suggestions targeting specific individuals. The University Belle of Longhua, whose information had been locked by the system, suddenly found herself compelled to purchase food and supplies. Drawn by this subconscious thought, these bells flocked to supermarkets to stockpile various goods in their dormitories or homes. Seated in a taxi en route to the Qimeng apartment building, Jiang Yiming's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Dong Zilu, a professor at Pengqing University. Previously, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Jiang Yiming had taken a 2-week leave under the pretense of a car accident, specifically requesting Dong Zilu not to inform Lin Xinyao, fearing it would cause her concern. If Lin Xinyao were to learn of the accident, she would undoubtedly rush to visit, thereby revealing that Jiang Yiming was not recuperating in the hospital. Although Lin Xinyao had maintained contact with Jiang Yiming during this period, he had consistently cited urgent matters as the reason for his absence. When Jiang Yiming answered the call, the gentle voice of Dong Zilu resonated through the line, laced with concern. "How are you faring, Jiang? How is your recovery progressing?" Jiang Yiming replied with a smile. "Teacher Dong, rest assured, I have fully recovered and should be able to attend class tomorrow. I apologize for causing you worry." On the other end, Dong Zilu's soothing voice offered comfort. "That is splendid news. Your recovery is the best news of all. Remember to take good care of yourself, and do not hesitate to reach out if you need assistance." After exchanging pleasantries with Dong Zilu, Jiang Yiming ended the call and turned his gaze toward the window, searching his memory for her likeness. With eyebrows like willow leaves brushing the surface of a lake, her features were delicate and well-defined, her skin as fair as jade. She was the goddess in the hearts of many students. She seemed to be in her late 20s. and it was said that no rumors of her having a boyfriend had ever circulated. One could only wonder if she could meet the standards set by the system. The taxi slowly came to a halt in front of the apartment building. Jiang Yiming alighted from the vehicle and first stopped by a nearby eatery to purchase 2 meals before entering the apartment building. Arriving at the door of Xia Qimeng's room, Jiang Yiming gently unlocked the door with his key and stepped inside. As soon as Xia Qimeng caught sight of Jiang Yiming, she rushed towards him. Jiang Yiming closed the door, stowed the meal he was holding into his storage space, and extended his hand to catch her. Typically, Xia Qimeng did not wear dresses when going out, but knowing that Jiang Yiming was returning today, she had deliberately donned a short skirt. At that moment, she tightly wrapped her arms around Jiang Yiming's neck, her legs clinging to his waist like a koala. Jiang Yiming embraced Xia Qimeng with one arm, while the other hand slipped beneath the hem of her skirt to support her. Xia Qimeng held on to Jiang Yiming, closing her eyes to savor his warm breath, seemingly conveying the longing she felt during their time apart. After a quarter of an hour, Xia Qimeng descended from Jiang Yiming's embrace, a smile gracing her face as she looked at him. "Have you eaten?" "I brought lunch," Jiang Yiming remarked, retrieving the 2 portions of lunch from his storage space, followed by a small table upon which he placed the meals. Xia Qimeng obediently seated herself, and together they began to enjoy their lunch. Once their meal was finished, Jiang Yiming collected all the refuse into his storage space, intending to dispose of it later. Xia Qimeng then pulled Jiang Yiming over to a chair by the desk and settled herself in his lap. She opened her laptop and presented the task he had previously assigned to her. Although Jiang Yiming was not particularly well-versed in this domain, he watched in awe as Xia Qimeng effortlessly navigated through various pieces of information. With a single person capable of easily pinpointing all their location data, along with recent activities and expenditure records, he couldn't help but marvel at her prowess as a skilled hacker. During this period, Xia Qimeng went to the computer market to enhance her computer's hardware configuration to meet higher performance demands. Jiang Yiming, observing Xia Qimeng's dedication to his affairs, bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words of appreciation, Xia Qimeng felt an overwhelming sense of joy and fulfillment. Burying her head in his embrace. Detected. 24 hours remain until the apocalypse. Task issued. Task details. Spend 24 hours in the company of the designated target until the advent of the apocalypse. Reward. Level 1 construction of a mobile apocalypse shelter. Mobile apocalypse shelter construction. The host can utilize this skill to reinforce a structure into a specialized steel shelter, capable of reshaping to repel intruders. The host can control the shelter from a distance or delegate secondary control to a designated target. Level 1 Mobile Apocalypse Shelter Construction. Shelter construction capacity is 1, recoverable, with a reinforcement range of 10-10-10. As Jiang Yiming listened to the system's task announcement, he found himself at a loss for words. Why did the tasks always seem so peculiar? However, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes at the prospect of the reward. A shelter, along with defensive measures, was indeed a valuable asset. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about issues at home when venturing out. Initially, he had planned to meet Xia Qimeng before heading to Pingqing University to pick up Lin Xinyao, but it appeared that his plans would need to be altered. Chapter 9. The Sounds Next Door. Tomorrow is Monday, and Lin Xinyao has classes scheduled for both morning and afternoon. By subtly suggesting to herself to remain in her dormitory, she should be able to avoid being caught in the rain. Her afternoon class begins at 2 o'clock, while the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse occurs at 2:30. Consequently, staying in the dormitory will provide Lin Xinyao with significantly greater safety. However, aside from Lin Xinyao, another campus belle who meets the system's criteria has been identified at Pingqing University, An Shiqing. Among the 5 campus belles at the university, only An Shiqing and Lin Xinyao fulfill the system's standards. How should the next 24 hours be spent? Jiang Yiming pondered as he gazed at the sleeping Xia Qimeng in his arms. She had also turned her gaze towards him. Perhaps they could take a break later, balancing work and rest. During this time, the two naturally took the opportunity to enjoy dinner, the aroma of the dishes permeating the room. Ahem. Xia Qimeng, nestled in bed, soon fell into a peaceful slumber, clutching one of Jiang Yiming's hands. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming, whose various metrics had reached 18, felt no fatigue. Leaning against the wall, he began to assess the supplies in his storage space when he suddenly heard a faint female voice. Jiang Yiming glanced at the sleeping Xia Qimeng, her mouth closed, confirming it was not her. Could it be from next door? On his first night at Xia Qimeng's residence, Jiang Yiming had utilized his omniscient perspective to survey the surrounding residents, discovering that a couple lived next door. Adhering to the principle of not prying into others' privacy, he had intended to diminish the spread of his mental energy, yet inadvertently, he had expanded it instead. Then, inadvertently, he caught sight of the situation next door. Do not overthink it. He seeks knowledge, for learning knows no bounds. It mattered little if he did not look, but upon glancing, Jiang Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? This man did not appear to be her husband. Another gentleman, his head adorned with a lush expanse of hair, was present. Jiang Yiming utilized the system to investigate the identities of both individuals, confirming with certainty that the man was indeed the one who had been unfaithful to his partner. Without hesitation, Jiang Yiming summoned a high-speed stone from her storage space and decisively struck the unfamiliar man below the belt. Before the man could emit a cry, another stone was launched, piercing through his chest. Naturally, those two stones were reclaimed by Jiang Yiming, eliminating the weapons of destruction. She gazed disdainfully at the bloodied stones in her storage, contemplating the need to dispose of them promptly upon exiting. Relieved that the man's trophy was not collected as well, blood from the man splattered onto the woman's face, causing her pupils to dilate in shock as a piercing scream erupted from her lips, her expression a tumultuous blend of terror and astonishment. This scream undoubtedly drew the attention of nearby neighbors, some of whom emerged from their residences to inquire about the commotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming swiftly covered Xia Qimeng's ears to shield her from the sudden noise. I am a pure love warrior, one strike for each betrayal. It seems that in the future, there may be quite a few whom I love. Hee. Before long, police vehicles arrived at the entrance of the apartment building, with officers swiftly attending to the scene. After assessing the situation within the room, the man's body was promptly removed, while the woman, the sole witness present, was taken away by the police as a suspect. After a brief interval, the neighbor hastily returned, only to depart in a flurry, presumably heading to the police station. Observing his retreating figure, Jiang Yiming mused internally, no need for gratitude, should a cataclysmic event occur in the future, and those unscrupulous individuals pilfer the provisions you have so diligently stockpiled, humiliating you in the process, despair would surely follow. Of course, should you squander your chance of rebirth. Do not cast the blame upon me. Contemplating this, Jiang Yiming felt as though he could pen a novel, pondering a fitting title. Having roughly accounted for the supplies in his storage, he reclined gently. He first implanted a subconscious suggestion in the minds of the chosen school beauties, urging them to remain in their dormitories or homes, foregoing any ventures outdoors, before embracing Xia Qimeng and drifting into slumber. As dawn broke, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, softly rousing Jiang Yiming from his dreams. He gradually opened his eyes, sensing some movement around him. 20 minutes later, he arose and joined the still hungry Xia Qimeng for breakfast. Following their meal, Jiang Yiming powered on his laptop, relieved to find that the majority of the target locations aligned with the residential information previously provided by the system. The efficacy of subconscious suggestion was indeed remarkable. However, it merely suggested rather than forcibly controlled, as evidenced by a few targets deviating from expected outcomes due to unforeseen circumstances. Before long, the sunlight outside abruptly vanished, replaced by a dense shroud of clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the sky. Soon after, a gentle rain began to fall, steadily increasing in intensity. Meanwhile, the temperature across the entire blue planet was steadily declining. Although it had not yet reached the level of coldness, it was considerably more refreshing compared to the sweltering summer heat. From the omniscient perspective of Jiang Yiming, the raindrops appeared as blood red, each droplet shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Xia Qimeng also noticed the change in weather outside. She approached Jiang Yiming and embraced him. This was all blood rain, and any organism that came into contact with it would be susceptible to infection. At 2:30 in the afternoon, those drenched in the blood rain could potentially transform into zombies, pushing human civilization to the brink of collapse. Listening to Jiang Yiming's words, Xia Qimeng struggled to maintain her composure, yet her body still trembled slightly. Rest assured, I will protect you, Jiang Yiming reassured her, sensing her quivering form. Comforted by his words, Xia Qimeng gradually calmed her racing heart. Do you think it cruel of me not to inform the world about this? She asked. Not at all. I only care for my husband's survival. The fate of others is of no concern to me. Xia Qimeng shook her head, her gaze suddenly resolute. For one who had endured the malice of the world, Jiang Yiming was her entire universe, others were irrelevant to her. Chapter 10. The outbreak of the zombie mode at 2:30 in the afternoon. The sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds. On the streets of the city, people hurried along as usual, each individual seemingly ensnared by their own schedules and worries. In that instant, a pedestrian suddenly collapsed, their body convulsing uncontrollably, drawing the immediate attention of those around them. Someone rushed forward to provide aid, while others urgently dialed emergency services. The man on the ground writhed in agony, his eyes becoming vacant and malevolent, his face contorting as if he had lost his humanity. Suddenly, he sprang up violently and lunged at a nearby pedestrian, emitting guttural growls as he ferociously bit into the flesh of his victim. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the corners of his mouth and the ground beneath him. In that moment, the surrounding air thickened, and the panic within the crowd ignited like a powder keg. Erupting in chaos, screams and cries for help intertwined, rapidly spreading confusion and terror. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombie released the nearly lifeless pedestrian and turned its attention to others. Its demonic howls echoed through the air, its gaping maw ready to welcome new prey. The once fallen pedestrian, after enduring a moment of distortion and suffering, slowly rose to his feet and charged towards the crowd. This horrific scene unfolded not only on the streets but also in schools, offices, and hospitals, all experiencing the same calamity. The campus devolved into chaos. Office workers fled in terror, and hospitals were engulfed in panic. The apocalypse of the undead had begun. In an apartment building, within the room of Qimeng, Jiang Yiming and Qimeng stood by the window, gazing at the terrifying spectacle below following the outbreak of zombies. Jiang Yiming's face remained devoid of emotion, his gaze profound and indifferent. After all, having taken lives himself, he was unmoved by such scenes. As Qimeng leaned against his shoulder, her fingers trembled slightly. Her lips were bitten to a pallid hue, yet she exhibited no signs of retreat, steadfastly gazing at the horrifying scene outside the window. Her heart raced, each bite of the zombies resonating like a hammer striking against her chest, instilling waves of fear and unease within her. Nevertheless, Qimeng understood that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, such sights had become the norm. She needed to acclimatize to this reality to avoid becoming a burden to Jiang Yiming later on. Jiang Yiming remained by her side until she gradually regained her composure. Then spoke, "Meng, I must venture out. Stay indoors and do not open the door for anyone. Take care of yourself. Be safe. I will patiently await your return." Qimeng replied, fully aware that her current role was to avoid complicating matters for Jiang Yiming and to obediently comply. Jiang Yiming retrieved some supplies from his storage space and placed them in the room before teleporting outside. He then employed his skill to construct an apocalyptic sanctuary, instantly encasing the perimeter of Qimeng's room in reinforced steel, establishing a formidable defensive line. The windows were ensnared with barbed wire, the intricate mesh rendering it nearly impossible for any creature to breach. Utilizing his omniscient perspective, he surveyed the situation on that floor. Either the room was vacant or wholly infested with zombies. After dispatching the undead on that level, Jiang Yiming departed the apartment building. A vehicle was stalled in the middle of the road, where a zombie struggled in the driver's seat, emitting a roar, ensnared by the seatbelt. Zombie name: Ordinary Zombie. Rank: Primary Level 1. Zombies are divided into 6 ranks: Primary Level 1, Mutated Level 2, Enhanced Level 3, Advanced Level 4, Lord Level 5, and Overlord Level 6. Primary Level 1 zombies represent the most fundamental form of zombies, capable only of simplistic attacks and pursuits, characterized by sluggish speed and clumsy movements. Mutated Level 2 zombies exhibit enhanced strength and speed, alongside relatively higher attack power. The progression from Primary Level 1 zombie to Mutated Level 2 occurs swiftly, contingent upon the consumption of a sufficient quantity of flesh and blood. A stone was hurled, piercing through the skull of the zombie, and Jiang Yiming swiftly collected the splattered blood, the stone, and the lifeless zombie into his storage space before discarding everything outside the vehicle to prevent contamination within. He then utilized spatial teleportation to reach the driver's seat, finding the car keys still inside. Jiang Yiming promptly started the vehicle. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle's ignition resonated like a proclamation, stimulating the senses of the surrounding zombies. Upon hearing the engine's growl, they twisted their heads in unison, lunging toward the vehicle with a chilling cacophony of roars. In response, Jiang Yiming unleashed his fire-based abilities, igniting the parked vehicles around him. A flash of flames erupted, and the sound of the explosion resonated like deafening thunder, with fire soaring high into the sky, casting a crimson glow upon the nearby zombies. Shattered glass and flying sparks painted a grim tableau in the air. All debris near Jiang Yiming's vehicle was collected into his storage space. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing toward the direction of Pengqing University. As the vehicle sped through the streets, a horde of zombies suddenly charged towards it. Jiang Yiming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze cold and resolute, and rammed the car straight into them. The zombie apocalypse had only just begun, and given the urban setting, the clusters of zombies were sparse, allowing for swift passage. However, as time passed, the number of Tier 2 mutated zombies pursuing from behind steadily increased. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yiming promptly stored the car parked beside him into his storage space. Simultaneously, he hurled the vehicle from the storage space while detonating it. The explosion's force rendered the zombies unable to continue their chase. They emitted mournful cries amidst the flames and smoke, their bodies buffeted by the scorching shockwave. Along the way, numerous survivors witnessed the swift passage of Jiang Yiming's vehicle, as well as the pursuing zombies, and they could not help but marvel at his bravery. Just as Jiang Yiming was nearing Pengqing University, his phone suddenly vibrated. Frowning slightly, he freed one hand to glance at the screen. It was a call from Lin Xinyao. Startled, he immediately answered. Yiming, it seems the apocalypse has erupted. The streets are filled with zombies. You must be careful. Her tone was clearly filled with urgency and tremor, deeply concerned for Jiang Yiming's safety. Hearing her worried words, Jiang Yiming smiled and reassured her, Don't worry, Xinyao. I'm fine. I'm on my way to Pengqing University to pick you up. That's out of the question. It's far too dangerous. I am almost there, so do not worry. I have awakened a formidable ability, and these zombies cannot harm me. Wait patiently for my arrival. I am driving now, so I must hang up. After saying this, Jiang Yiming ended the call, just before hearing Lin Xinyao mention that she was in the dormitory. Chapter 11. Arrival at Pengqing University. Upon reaching the entrance of Pengqing University, Jiang Yiming unhesitatingly drove through the gates and raced into the campus. Once inside, he employed his spatial teleportation ability, vacating the driver's seat and swiftly storing the speeding vehicle within his storage space. The presence of numerous zombies within the academy made driving a perilous endeavor, as it would easily attract attention and lead to encirclement. Concealed behind a large tree, he observed the slowly shuffling and vacant-eyed zombies that now haunted the campus, their expressions devoid of life, reminiscent of puppets stripped of their purpose. In the span of merely a few hours, this once beautiful campus had transformed into a nightmarish landscape. Bloodstains marred the ground, and scattered remnants of bodies lay strewn about. His gaze shifted to a vehicle parked in the distance, and with his fire-based abilities, he ignited it, resulting in a deafening explosion that reverberated like thunder. The tremendous noise instantly captivated the zombies' attention, their previously vacant stares now fixated on the flames, emitting hoarse sounds as they hurriedly converged towards the inferno. Noticing that the zombies had all been drawn away, Jiang Yiming seized the opportunity to depart from this place, making his way towards the dormitory building where Lin Xinyao resided. During his journey, he observed several survivors from an omniscient perspective. These individuals may have once been students or educators within the confines of a campus. Yet they have now transformed into survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope for existence. However, Jiang Yiming harbored no intention of pausing for even a moment. In this harsh environment of desolation, harboring those who would offer him no advantage would merely heighten his burdens and risks. Thus, he resolutely chose to forego the rescue of these survivors. Before long, Jiang Yiming arrived near Lin Xinyao's dormitory. Her room was located on the 3rd floor, and at that moment, Jiang Yiming could discern her approximate position through the system's markers. Without hesitation, he utilized 2 instances of spatial teleportation, effortlessly navigating the floors and silently materializing within the dormitory. At that moment, Lin Xinyao sat on her bed, cocooned tightly in her blanket as though it could bestow upon her a semblance of safety. Her gaze was fixed intently on her phone screen, which displayed a cascade of messages and news regarding the sudden cataclysm that had befallen the world. It was a Monday, and Lin Xinyao felt a jolt of disbelief at her own decision to feign illness in the morning and subsequently skip class in the afternoon. Yet, as she perused the notifications on her phone, a wave of gratitude washed over her for having remained in her dormitory and procured some food. While her eyes scanned the myriad of messages, her peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of a figure. Her heart raced, and she instinctively lifted her head, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. However, as she recognized Jiang Yiming, the initial fear was swiftly supplanted by astonishment and exhilaration. Lin Xinyao sprang up from the bed, unhesitatingly rushing towards Jiang Yiming, tears streaming down her face, her emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement and complexity. Jiang Yiming extended his arms, firmly catching Lin Xinyao and enveloping her in his embrace. Name: Lin Xinyao. Age: 21. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 51 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 95. Affection level: 90. Information: a third-year student at Pingqing University. Possessing intermediate culinary skills, traits: passionate and resolute in love, deeply devoted to those she cherishes, special abilities. None sensing Lin Xinyao's emotions. Jiang Yiming displayed a gentle smile and softly remarked, "You're quite heavy. Are you trying to crush me?" Upon hearing his words, Lin Xinyao could not help but chuckle, her tears and laughter intertwining, as if they were a cathartic release from the burdens on her heart. "You are the heavy one." Lin Xinyao playfully tapped his sturdy chest with her delicate fist, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. "Why did you really come? It's dangerous, you know?" Her tone carried a hint of concern, reflecting her worries for Jiang Yiming's safety. "Didn't I mention that I've grown stronger? Of course, I had to come. Leaving such a beautiful school belle unattended would weigh heavily on my conscience," Jiang Yiming replied with a confident smile. "Humph, then why didn't you accept me sooner?" Lin Xinyao pouted, her voice a soft complaint. Jiang Yiming felt a twinge of helplessness. He couldn't very well disclose that he had traversed time and space. Thus, he opted to shift the conversation. "By the way, weren't there classes this afternoon? Fortunately, you remained in the dormitory. Otherwise, things could have turned dire. I cannot quite fathom why, but today I simply lacked the desire to attend class. Thus I chose to skip it. Perhaps my sixth sense detected an impending danger." Lin Xinyao beamed, her pride evident as she gazed at Jiang Yiming. He reached out, affectionately tousling her hair, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. Lin Xinyao appeared somewhat elated and inquired, "What shall we do next?" "I must step out to attend to some matters. You should stay here and await my return," Jiang Yiming replied after a moment of contemplation. His primary intention in seeking Lin Xinyao was to alleviate her worries, yet he had pressing issues to address, such as dealing with An Shiqing and confronting those who had previously wronged him. Although the original self was indifferent to such grievances, Jiang Yiming was not, for he had experienced those memories firsthand and could not simply overlook them. In this post-apocalyptic world, where strength reigns supreme, what harm is there in seeking vengeance? "Are you really going out? It's too perilous outside," Lin Xinyao expressed her concerns. "Rest assured, I possess spatial abilities. They pose no threat to me. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to call me. I will return post-haste," Jiang Yiming assured her. After demonstrating his spatial storage abilities, he instantly teleported to the entrance of Lin Xinyao's dormitory. Upon his exit, a large stone materialized, firmly blocking the door, while several massive steel plates were positioned at the balcony, leaving only a small opening, thereby securing the entire dormitory. These were precautions Jiang Yiming had prepared before the apocalypse to fortify defenses, though they now felt somewhat superfluous after acquiring the skills to construct shelters. However, at the very least, he could ensure the safety of the room, for there was but a single shelter constructed thus far. After reinforcing the room, Jiang Yiming turned his attention to the second, third, and fourth floors, needing to clear these levels of zombies to mitigate the danger. As he traversed the third floor, he surveyed the conditions of the second and fourth floors through an omniscient perspective, simultaneously employing his supernatural abilities to store all items into his storage space. In this apocalyptic world, where resources were scarce, every object held immense value. He did not selectively choose, but rather collected everything, including beds and cabinets, intending to have the few women he rescued organize them later. Upon discovering no one present, not even a single zombie, Jiang Yiming did not linger but instantly teleported away from the dormitory building, leaving behind the desolate rooms of the third floor. Chapter 12. An Shiqing. The dormitory building where An Shiqing resided was not far from Jiang Yiming's location, and it wasn't long before he reached his destination. He stood in a room on the third floor, which he had tidied up meticulously, a lollipop perched between his lips as he gazed up at the fourth floor. To his surprise, a few zombies lingered there, 3 of the first tier and 2 of the second tier. I shall handle this manually, he declared, instantly teleporting to the corridor of the 4th floor. The zombies, noticing Jiang Yiming's arrival, rushed towards him, emitting hoarse growls, their hollow eyes reflecting only savagery and insatiable hunger. Having entirely lost their human consciousness and emotions, Jiang Yiming maintained a calm demeanor, a crowbar materializing in his right hand as he slowly approached them. For Jiang Yiming, the 1st and 2nd-tier zombies posed little threat. As a 2nd-tier zombie drew closer, he suddenly stepped forward, accelerating instantaneously as the crowbar swung towards the creature's head with the swiftness of lightning. The impact resounded with a heavy thud, blood splattering as the crowbar struck the zombie's skull, causing its body to sway precariously. The blood, as it neared Jiang Yiming, was absorbed into his storage space, only to be expelled moments later. Without pausing, his movements were precise and fluid, each strike imbued with formidable strength. 80, 80, 80. In mere moments, he dispatched all 5 zombies, which now lay defeated in the corridor, before he cast them down the stairs. The sound of their heavy descent echoed through the air, drawing the downstairs zombies like ravenous beasts, who swiftly converged to feast upon the discarded remains. Indeed, personally vanquishing a few zombies was a gratifying release. After tossing the crowbar down the stairs, Jiang Yiming ambled to the door of An Shiqing's dormitory. Through his omniscient perspective, he observed the entrance blocked by numerous items, while An Shiqing gripped a metal rod tightly, vigilantly watching the door, clearly aware of the recent commotion. Quite astute, Jiang Yiming remarked quietly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Name, An Shiqing. Age, 20. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 94. Affinity level, 0. Information, sophomore at Pengcheng University. Possessing intermediate kendo skills, traits, intelligent and composed, adept at observation and analysis. Possesses a clear understanding of matters, abilities. Jiang Yiming extended his right hand to press against the iron door, causing all obstacles within to be drawn into his storage space. He then retrieved a key, acquired from An Shiqing through his abilities, and deftly inserted it into the lock, granting him access. As the door swung open, Jiang Yiming stepped into the dormitory, only to find An Shiqing brandishing a metal rod as she aimed it at him. Startled by the sudden disappearance of the obstruction at the door, An Shiqing's heart raced, yet the unexpected intrusion left her no time to hesitate. The iron rod sliced through the air like a sword, its momentum fierce and directed squarely at Jiang Yiming. Just as the rod was about to strike him with great force, a stone appeared silently, intercepting the blow and causing the rod to veer off course. Missin, is it truly necessary to resort to lethal force upon our first encounter? Jiang Yiming remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he regarded An Shiqing. Clad in a simple short-sleeved shirt and trousers, her ponytail neatly tied back for ease of movement, she exuded an air of readiness. Who are you? And why are you here? An Shiqing's voice was laced with a hint of coldness and vigilance, her gaze sharp as a blade, attempting to discern the intentions of the man before her. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you, provided you remain compliant. If one were to inquire about the reason for my presence here, the allure of the university's belle, adored by countless suitors, is rather self-evident. You are my target. Or perhaps more accurately, my desire lies within your form. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yiming snapped his fingers and continued, a wise individual is always amenable. As you have rightly pointed out, I have come for you. In this apocalyptic era, peril lurks at every corner. You must have witnessed my capabilities. I possess ample strength and resources. Should you acquiesce, I assure you, you shall want for nothing. And if I were to refuse, you lack the authority to decline. You are an astute woman and must recognize the path you ought to choose. Jiang Yiming smiled as he responded to An Shiqing's inquiry, yet an undercurrent of menace emanated from him. This subtle threat was not overt, but instilled a palpable sense of pressure and danger. With women of high regard, Jiang Yiming naturally exhibited patience, allowing for a gradual acquaintance. However, with those he met for the first time, he had no intention of squandering time. Should she accept, he would guarantee her safety and provide ample resources, ensuring she could live a life equal to or even superior to her previous one. Conversely, if she were to refuse, it would simply be a fleeting encounter, one to be concluded after taking the rewards. Observing Jiang Yiming's demeanor, An Shiqing sighed internally, discarding the iron rod in her hand. I consent, she declared. Upon hearing her agreement, Jiang Yiming wasted no time. He stepped forward, encircling her waist, and their lips met in a swift embrace. An Shiqing offered no resistance, allowing Jiang Yiming to take from her as he pleased. Moments later, they parted, and as An Shiqing adjusted the creases in her clothing, she inquired, "Where shall we go next? I intend to eliminate a few individuals. Will you accompany me?" Jiang Yiming stated, but then reconsidered and added, "On second thought, you might as well join me." With a gentle wave of his right hand, he effortlessly gathered all the items in the room into a storage space, leaving the once furnished space utterly devoid of anything but the two of them standing in the emptiness. And Shiqing had already grasped some of Jiang Yiming's capabilities, yet witnessing him so effortlessly clear the entire dormitory still left her astonished. She stood silently, her gaze revealing a mixture of surprise and admiration. Such formidable power exceeded her imagination, instilling within her a profound sense of security. After Jiang Yiming had collected the belongings from several nearby rooms, he approached An Shiqing and suddenly lifted her into his arms. An Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wrapping her arms around Jiang Yiming's neck to steady herself. "By the way, who exactly are you?" An Shiqing asked, gazing closely at Jiang Yiming. "Jiang Yiming," he replied succinctly, revealing his identity without reservation. "Jiang Yiming, you are the one Lin Xinyao has been pursuing all along. I heard you were quite indifferent towards her in the past, and some even say you are impotent, which is why you dared not accept her." And Shiqing's tone was laced with curiosity and astonishment, her clear and piercing gaze fixed upon Jiang Yiming. "The tension within me has hardened, and if I catch wind of the rumors spread by that scoundrel B, I shall not let it pass unnoticed." Jiang Yiming, though filled with indignation, maintained a facade of calm as he spoke. "The past is but a memory, and the present stands distinct. As for whether I am incapable, the truth shall soon reveal itself. Hold tight. We are about to embark on our journey." Chapter 13. Survivors of the Teaching. Building upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, An Shiqing ceased her protests, obediently wrapping her arms around his neck, showcasing her willingness to comply. As Jiang Yiming embraced An Shiqing, they stepped forth, and the very fabric of space seemed to warp around them, swiftly transporting them from the dormitory to a nearby teaching building. An Shiqing was utterly astonished by the abrupt transition from the dormitory to the teaching edifice. If the previous spatial storage assured an abundance of resources, this instantaneous movement represented an undeniable tactical advantage in combat. An Shiqing's affection level, 66, Jiang Yiming, observing the increase in her affection, betrayed no signs of surprise as he gently set her down. Once released, An Shiqing stood erect, awaiting his command. Jiang Yiming retrieved his phone and accessed the message sent by Qimeng. Prior to departing the apartment, he had provided her with the information regarding those individuals, requesting her assistance in tracking their locations. Determining whether they had succumbed to zombification would rely on the initial reactions of the populace in the event of an apocalypse. Many would instinctively turn to news sources or seek help from others to ascertain the situation. By analyzing the activity on their phones, one could reasonably infer whether they still drew breath. As a result, the few survivors found themselves in the same classroom of this educational building, thus saving some trouble. Jiang Yiming opened one of the locations sent by Qimeng and discovered that the distance to his target was 12 meters, directly above him. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his face, yet it bore an unsettling aura. Jiang Yiming retrieved 2 dazzling pills from his storage space. After consuming one, he offered the other to An Shiqing. "Would you like one? This is the apocalypse. Is it truly wise to be so leisurely?" An Shiqing remarked, yet she accepted it, tearing open the packaging and placing it in her mouth. "Let us proceed," Jiang Yiming declared, as he teleported with An Shiqing to an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. Utilizing his omniscient perspective, he quickly identified several targets above. Although no zombies were present at the stairwell, numerous undead wandered in the corridors and classrooms on the 4th floor. Jiang Yiming produced a mobile phone, cranked the volume to its maximum, and hurled it towards the stairwell using his spatial abilities. "GNI is so beautiful, baby. GNI is truly stunning. Baby." In an instant, the thunderous music reverberated throughout the corridor, cascading through the 3rd and 4th floors. The cacophony of sound, akin to a powerful sonic wave, rapidly drew the nearby zombies towards the stairwell, compelled by the alluring melody. Some even began to sway to the rhythm as they raced forward. Noticing the commotion caused by their fellow zombies, those further from the stairwell hurriedly made their way towards the source of the sound. The stairwell was quickly inundated with zombies when, suddenly, a vehicle plummeted from above, crashing violently to the ground. A blaze erupted from the wreckage, engulfing the entire stairway in flames. Despite the ferocity of the fire, the zombies exhibited no fear. Drawn by the sounds and the light, they continued their relentless advance toward the inferno. Jiang Yiming had led An Shiqing to the corridor on the 4th floor. As they stood at the entrance of the classroom, 2 large vans appeared at either end of the corridor, obstructing their path. Why not simply teleport in instead of coming to the door first? An Shiqing inquired with curiosity. Because kicking the door down is far more intimidating, Jiang Yiming replied. With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the classroom door, sending the chair that blocked it flying and forcing the door open with a resounding crash. The sudden commotion immediately alerted the survivors inside, who turned to face the entrance. Some brandished makeshift weapons fashioned from disassembled furniture, bracing for any potential threat. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming strode into the classroom as if nothing had happened, with An Shiqing dutifully following in his wake. Many students recognized Jiang Yiming and An Shiqing, greeting them with friendly nods. However, one young man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yiming and loudly rebuking him. Jiang Yiming, are you out of your mind? Don't you realize there are zombies outside? If you're looking for safety, go somewhere else. You've completely undermined the defenses we painstakingly established. His words dripped with anger and dissatisfaction, as if he sought to place all blame upon Jiang Yiming, showing no sign of intimidation by his presence. A few more young men approached, echoing their support, all of whom were the targets Jiang Yiming sought. Rest assured, beauty of Anda University. We have plenty of boys here who will surely protect you, one of them said, casting a flirtatious glance at An Shiqing, who stood behind Jiang Yiming. Yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable greed. The others also cast peculiar glances, as if observing an exceedingly precious item. An Shiqing, well aware of their gazes, chose to disregard them, instead bursting into laughter upon hearing their words, covering her mouth to stifle her amusement. Jiang Yiming, upon hearing her laughter, shot her an icy glare. How dare she laugh? He resolved to teach her a lesson later, threatening to render her unable to rise from bed for 3 days. With a swift motion, Jiang Yiming's fingers, like iron pincers, seized the arm of the young man who had been pointing at him. His gaze was as frigid as ice. And with a sudden force, accompanied by a sharp crack, he forcefully broke the young man's arm. A piercing scream erupted from the boy, his voice sharp and chilling, as if it could penetrate eardrums and reach the depths of the soul. Instantly, color drained from his face, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and the agony contorted his features grotesquely. The others, witnessing this scene, were consumed by anger and impulsiveness, shouting furiously at Jiang Yiming, "Are you seeking death?" Jiang Yiming felt a hint of sardonic amusement within, yet did they still not grasp the gravity of the situation? Had their brains been devoured by zombies? Did they truly believe he was the same Jiang Yiming who once favored tolerance? Bang, bang, bang. Before they could finish speaking, several high-velocity objects emerged from an indistinct location, piercing through the legs of these individuals. Before they could even react, their thighs lost strength, and they collapsed to the ground, emitting anguished cries, clutching their blood-soaked thighs. Their expressions became grotesque and contorted. The students behind them were rendered speechless by this sudden display of violence, their eyes filled with fear and unease. They hastily retreated, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Yiming, with an impassive demeanor, approached a male student, placing his foot upon the boy's arm. With a slight exertion, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking bone, the boy let out another agonizing scream. "Jiang Yiming, are you committing murder? Are you not afraid of retribution?" One student exclaimed. "Indeed, you shall face consequences." Another echoed. Chapter 14. The meeting of 2 school beauties. Hearing the words of the 2 boys, Jiang Yiming could no longer suppress a laugh. "Why is it that you still fail to comprehend the situation?" His voice dripped with sarcasm, mocking their ignorance. He strode forward to the boy, unhesitatingly seizing a handful of hair and forcefully yanking upwards, bringing their gazes into direct confrontation. The boy, pale-faced, struggled futilely against Jiang Yiming's iron grip, which held him immobile. "I cannot predict what retribution awaits me in the future, but as for you, your reckoning is me." After uttering those words, he spat the chewing gum onto the other's body, laden with a profound sense of humiliation. Jiang Yiming's actions showed no sign of hesitation as he seized another male student. Dragging the 2 of them, he exited the classroom and arrived at the corridor. Standing at the edge of the hallway, Jiang exerted a slight force, and the two boys were hurled downwards as if they were mere refuse. Just as they were on the brink of crashing to the ground, a tattered quilt appeared beneath them. Though ragged, the quilt surprisingly softened their fall. They landed upon it, their bodies bruised and battered, the pain causing them to curl up, yet miraculously retaining their consciousness and breath. However, such fortune was fleeting. The surrounding zombies, keenly attuned to the commotion, emitted greedy roars and descended upon the two fallen boys. The horde surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing them in a grotesque mass of flesh and razor-sharp claws. All that remained were the boys' final screams, echoing with despair. An Shiqing, witnessing the entire scene, felt a chill creep into her heart. This man was exceedingly ruthless, deliberately sparing them from death to allow them to experience the agony of being torn apart by the undead. An Shiqing regarded Jiang Yiming with a complex gaze, tinged with a hint of reverence. Fortunately, she had accepted him. "What is on your mind?" Jiang Yiming noticed the look in her eyes and inquired with a smile. "Nothing much. I was just contemplating what my fate would have been had I rejected you before," An Shiqing replied candidly. "You could always find out," he suggested. No, I shall obediently comply," An Shiqing hastily responded, shaking her head. Jiang Yiming entered the classroom and resumed his grim task of dealing with the remaining two individuals. Without a hint of hesitation, he hurled them down the stairs once more. This time, Jiang Yiming refrained from tossing out blankets from his storage space, for the ground below was infested with zombies. They would not perish from the fall, yet they would soon be consumed by the ravenous horde. He made 3 trips back and forth, each time dragging the boys, who writhed and pleaded for mercy. They wept and begged, hoping Jiang Yiming would show them clemency. But his resolve remained unyielding. Awaiting them was only death. The last one remaining was the boy who had initially pointed at Jiang Yiming with disdain. After dragging him out of the classroom, Jiang Yiming unceremoniously tossed him before An Shiqing. "The final one. It is your turn," he proclaimed, retrieving a crowbar from his storage space and tossing it to her. An Shiqing caught the crowbar, her gaze meeting Jiang Yiming's, whose face bore no expression, merely observing her in silence. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, she approached the last boy with unwavering determination. In a manner reminiscent of Jiang Yiming before her, An Shiqing spat out her chewing gum, yet it was swiftly reclaimed by Jiang Yiming's storage space and discarded. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yiming might have quipped, "Why bestow him with a reward?" As An Shiqing neared, the boy's fear intensified, and he began to plead for his life, his voice cracking and trembling like leaves quaking in an autumn breeze, imbued with profound despair and supplication. "The esteemed campus beauty, I was wrong. Please do not kill me, I beseech you." An Shiqing stood there, silent as a statue, her gaze emanating an unwavering resolve. Though her hand gripped the crowbar with a slight tremor, there was not a trace of hesitation. With her eyes tightly shut, she swung the crowbar fiercely towards the boy's head. A dull thud echoed, abruptly silencing his words. His body stiffened, devoid of any instinct for survival. Blood splattered through the air, yet An Shiqing remained with her eyes closed, fearful of the warm liquid staining her. Upon finally opening her eyes, she was relieved to find no blood upon her. She quickly turned her gaze towards Jiang Yiming, who, at that moment, wore a faint smile, one that seemed to carry a hint of approval. Confronted with Jiang Yiming's reaction, an inexplicable emotion surged within An Shiqing, coaxing the corners of her mouth into a pale but relieved smile. At this moment, she dared not look down, knowing that to do so would surely induce her to vomit. She released her firm grip on the crowbar, allowing it to slip from her fingers and clatter against the hard ground with a crisp sound. An Shiqing's favorability. 80, Jiang Yiming approached An Shiqing, gently ruffling her hair as he spoke. "Well done, let us depart." With that, he retracted the 2 vans blocking the corridor and led An Shiqing away from the academic building towards Lin Xinyao's dormitory. Halfway through their journey, a message from Qimeng arrived, detailing the situation regarding Dong Zilu. She found herself ensnared within a parking lot, where the signal was exceedingly weak, causing a considerable delay in pinpointing her location. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yiming decided to escort An Shiqing back to Lin Xinyao's dormitory, ensuring that the 2 women could enjoy each other's company. After issuing a few instructions, Jiang Yiming departed from the dormitory building, making his way to the identified parking lot. As renowned beauties of Pingcheng University, Lin Xinyao and An Shiqing were naturally acquainted, and their conversation soon flourished. Once they had shared their respective circumstances, the discussion naturally gravitated towards Jiang Yiming. Without hesitation, An Shiqing recounted her initial encounter with Jiang Yiming, along with the events that followed as he sought vengeance against those boys. Upon hearing An Shiqing's words, Lin Xinyao expression darkened, and she retorted, "Impossible. Yiming would never act in such a manner." Having been friends with Jiang Yiming for nearly 5 years, she was intimately familiar with his character. In Lin Xinyao's mind, it was inconceivable for him to engage in such actions. The reality, however, was stark. He was no longer the Jiang Yiming you once knew. An Shiqing understood Lin Xinyao's sentiments, yet she was acutely aware of what she had witnessed. Chapter 15. Dong Zilu in the underground parking lot. We now inhabit a post-apocalyptic world, and his current demeanor is what enables him to endure in such a harsh existence. He is formidable, commanding a respect that resonates deeply within me, which is why I choose to remain loyally by his side. An Shiqing's tone was calm, tinged with an unwavering resolve. Then, she posed a question that penetrated Lin Xinyao's heart. What about you? If given the choice, would you prefer the previous Jiang Yiming, who never accepted you, or the current Jiang Yiming, who has traveled thousands of miles to seek you out? Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Xinyao lowered her head, lost in contemplation. If compelled to choose, she would undoubtedly favor the present Jiang Yiming, for he had unveiled a tenderness in his smile that had never graced him before, erasing the once palpable distance that had lingered between them. Jiang Yiming's intention to reveal this transformation to Lin Xinyao was part of his grand design, which is why he orchestrated for An Shiqing and Lin Xinyao to spend time together. After successfully rescuing the goals at Pingcheng University, he intended for the several women to reside under the same roof. At that juncture, he would express his feelings, wary of potential complications. Given An Shiqing's disposition, it was highly probable that she would confide in Lin Xinyao about her own matters and provide her with guidance, thus alleviating many of Jiang Yiming's burdens. During this period, Jiang Yiming would also endeavor to rescue Dong Zilu, who was trapped in the underground parking lot, achieving 2 objectives simultaneously. In the underground parking lot, Dong Zilu curled her body beneath the driver's seat, concealing herself to avoid detection by the wandering zombies nearby. Just hours earlier, she had concluded her work and intended to drive home. However, the moment she settled into her vehicle, the distant sound of a scream heightened her alertness. She turned her head, peering through the car window, and beheld a chilling scene. A pair of individuals savagely devouring another who had been brought down, while several zombies, drawn by the commotion, rushed over to partake in this gruesome feast. This sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear through Dong Zilu, prompting her to swiftly close the window, seeking refuge as much as possible. She was acutely aware that once detected by the undead, her life would be plunged into grave peril. In that moment, her heartbeat quickened, each second stretching indefinitely, as she could only hope that the zombies would remain oblivious to her presence. The tinted window provided a barrier. She could see outside clearly. Yet those outside could not discern her within. Thus, the wandering zombies were unable to catch sight of Dong Zilu through the window. However, the windshield was another matter. Should she reveal herself, she risked being spotted by the zombies loitering in front of her vehicle. After huddling in the driver's seat for several hours, her legs began to tingle with discomfort. The prolonged curling of her body had caused her muscles to tense, impeding circulation, and the sensation was impossible to ignore, compounded by certain discomforts in her physique. She yearned to reach out to the outside world via her phone. Yet poor signal left her with nothing but silent prayers for a savior to emerge from the shadows. At that moment, all the vehicles in the underground parking lot vanished, and the farthest car from Dong Zilu suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. The thunderous sound reverberated through the enclosed space, echoing in every corner. This tremendous noise captured the attention of all the zombies wandering there, who promptly surged toward the source of the commotion. As the abrupt sound of an explosion shattered the tranquil air, a wave of uncontrollable curiosity surged within Dong Zilu. Cautiously, she extended her head, akin to a vigilant groundhog surveying its surroundings, eager to glimpse the unfolding scene outside. Just as her head ventured beyond the confines of the vehicle, the door beside her was suddenly yanked open with force, catching her completely off guard. With her balance disrupted, her body involuntarily leaned perilously towards the open door, on the brink of tumbling out. In that critical moment, a pair of hands swiftly reached out, firmly catching her. "Dong Laosher, it has been quite some time." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dong Zilu instinctively lifted her gaze to the newcomer, who was none other than Jiang Yiming. A myriad of questions flooded her mind, and she was poised to inquire why he was present, but Jiang Yiming preempted her, lifting her into his arms. After securing her, he hastily retreated into the vehicle, shutting the door behind them and placing her in the passenger seat. We can discuss this later. For now, we must leave. Brace yourself. Without delay, Jiang Yiming started the engine, pressing the accelerator as he maneuvered the car swiftly out of the parking lot. Under Jiang Yiming's prompting, Dong Zilu swiftly secured her seatbelt, her hands gripping it tightly, revealing a hint of anxiety. In the distance, several zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to pursue the vehicle. As Jiang Yiming maneuvered the car towards the exit, he discovered a dense horde of zombies obstructing the path ahead, seemingly attracted by the noise. His expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the previously stored high-speed vehicle, which appeared before them and surged forward. The car crashed into the zombie horde with a deafening impact, sending the creatures flying and clearing a path for Jiang Yiming. He calmly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a deft turn before pressing the accelerator, propelling the car forward like an arrow released from a bow. The tires screeched against the asphalt, tracing a smooth arc as they distanced themselves from the chaos and peril behind. Dong Zilu, witnessing this scene, was profoundly astonished. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Yiming, who wore a relaxed smile, as if performing a mundane task, a sight that felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. It was the first time she had seen him in such a light. The problem is resolved. Do you have any questions, Teacher Dong? Jiang Yiming inquired while maintaining control of the vehicle. Having successfully exited the enclosed underground parking lot, everything else seemed trivial. It feels like you've changed so much, Jiang, she remarked, reflecting on the time that had passed since they last met. Dong Zilla seemed to have grown indifferent to the reason behind Jiang Yiming's unexpected presence in the parking lot, prompting her to utter this remark. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yiming smiled faintly and jested, "What is this? Have I grown more handsome?" causing the teacher to feel a flutter. "You cheeky rascal. How bold of you to tease your teacher," she retorted. Chapter 16. Departing from Pingqing University, Dong Zilla could not suppress a laugh, her tone laced with reproach. Yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. She had tirelessly advocated for numerous scholarships and government aid for him in the past. Moreover, she had frequently lent her assistance and shown concern for his well-being, a sentiment Jiang Yiming had naturally absorbed during his recollection of memories, instilling in him a sense of gratitude towards her, coupled with their relatively small age difference and her compliance with the system's standards. These factors ignited within Jiang Yiming a desire to bridge the gap between them. The vehicle's movement through the tranquil campus felt particularly jarring, as a horde of zombies clawed and shrieked behind them, yet they were swiftly dealt with by Jiang Yiming. As they approached Lin Xinyao's dormitory, Jiang Yiming turned to Dong Zilu, who was seated in the passenger seat, and said, "Teacher Dong, come closer and embrace me. We are about to depart." Dong Zilu's face reflected a look of confusion upon hearing this. "Just move from the passenger seat to my lap and hold on to me to steady yourself," Jiang Yiming explained, urgency lacing his tone as he noticed her bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Dong Zilla hesitated no longer. Following Jiang Yiming's instructions, she cautiously shifted from the passenger seat to his lap, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. To avoid obstructing Jiang Yiming's view and control, Dong Zilu delicately placed her legs on the passenger seat, tilting her head to the side to ensure her body did not hinder his line of sight. Noticing that Dong Zilu had settled in accordance with his guidance, he released his firm grip on the steering wheel, embracing her tightly in his arms. With a mere thought, they vanished from the driver's seat, the vehicle simultaneously being stored away as he departed. In an instant, they transcended the perilous outdoors, arriving safely at the dormitory building. Utilizing teleportation once more, Jiang Yiming and Dong Zilu materialized in the dormitory where Lin Xinyao and An Shiqing resided. After gently setting Dong Zilu down, An Shiqing's eyes sparkled with surprise as she warmly greeted her. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Yiming, Lin Xinyao rushed towards him, seemingly eager to lose herself in his embrace. During Jiang Yiming's absence, Lin Xinyao had undergone profound contemplation and struggle, yet ultimately, with An Shiqing's encouragement, she gradually accepted her circumstances. Jiang Yiming held Lin Xinyao close, his gaze shifting towards An Shiqing. An Shiqing met his eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she playfully stuck out her tongue, signaling the completion of her task with pride in her accomplishments. Jiang Yiming nodded gently in acknowledgement. Moments later, noticing the glances cast upon her by Dong Zilu and An Shiqing, she bashfully stepped away from Jiang Yiming's embrace. I shall proceed to eliminate the surrounding zombies and prepare to depart from this place. After Jiang Yiming spoke, he swiftly exited the dormitory and commenced an inspection and cleansing of the nearby environment. Upon successfully dispatching the zombies, he returned. He gathered all belongings from the dormitory, including the stones used to barricade the entrance and the steel plates on the balcony for reinforcement, before departing with the 3 women. As he had yet to visit the vehicle city, Jiang Yiming possessed few usable vehicles in his storage space. Most had been collected during his journey here and lacked keys. Extracting a vehicle with a key, Jiang Yiming drove away from Pingqing University with the 3 women. As he exited the gates of Pingqing University, he navigated the vehicle towards Qimeng's apartment building. With the sun setting, Jiang Yiming maneuvered through the desolate city streets, the surroundings shrouded in blood-stained walls and ground. Though a horde of zombies pursued from behind, they posed little threat to Jiang Yiming. The 3 companions in the vehicle focused intently on the scenes beyond the windows. Witnessing Jiang Yiming's composed demeanor in the face of peril, which instilled an unprecedented sense of safety within them. After the outbreak, most of the zombies near Qimeng's apartment had been drawn away by Jiang Yiming's earlier departure, and upon his return, only a few straggling zombies remained. A few stones were hurled, and after dispatching the remaining zombies, Jiang Yiming instructed his 3 companions to remain in the vehicle while he alighted alone. Making his way towards Qimeng's room. Miming, the matter has been resolved. Let us go. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yiming addressed Qimeng, who was seated on the bed, engrossed in her phone while awaiting his arrival. The moment Qimeng noticed Jiang Yiming, her expression instantly brightened, revealing a radiant smile. Her response was succinct yet imbued with trust. Swiftly, she descended from the bed and began tidying the laptop on the table. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming gathered all the items in the room into a spatial pocket. After efficiently organizing the laptop, Qimeng handed the computer bag to Jiang Yiming, who then stowed away the bag along with the entire desk. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yiming approached Qimeng and gently lifted her into his embrace, to which she readily reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him. After retracting the mobile shelter of the room, he transported them instantaneously to the side of a vehicle. Lin Xinyao occupied the passenger seat, prompting Qimeng to open the door to the back seat. Once comfortably seated in the rear, Jiang Yiming started the car and drove northward towards the nearest villa district. As the vehicle progressed north, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate, with abandoned vehicles, sporadic flames, and wandering zombies serving as stark reminders of the perilous world they inhabited. Yet, despite the ominous environment, not a single zombie dared approach the car driven by Jiang Yiming. The atmosphere within the vehicle felt oppressive and heavy as they made their way to the villa district. The 4 women remained silent, gazing pensively out the window at the fleeting landscape. The city, now unrecognizable in this apocalyptic era, elicited a hint of sorrow upon their faces. As the vehicle approached the villa district, a serene and tranquil scene unfolded in the distance. Towering trees encircled each villa, lush green grass carpeted the ground, and vibrant clusters of flowers painted a picture reminiscent of a paradise forgotten beyond the apocalypse. Before the eyes lay rows of exquisite and peaceful residences, their tall walls and sprawling vines rendering the area a secluded enclave, seemingly cut off from the outside world. The patrolling security personnel, once a reassuring presence, had vanished, replaced by the occasional sight of wandering zombies, aimlessly drifting with vacant stares as if in search of something elusive. Chapter 17. The Villa District. It was a Monday, and given the inherently low population of the Villa District, the number of zombies was scarce. Jiang Yiming navigated the vehicle cautiously along the district's roads. Through an omniscient perspective, he could discern the surrounding circumstances with clarity. Most of the villas lining the streets had their doors and windows tightly shut, while some windows lay shattered, with scattered belongings occasionally visible at doorsteps or window sills. As Jiang Yiming's vehicle entered, a few first- and second-tier zombies took note of the sudden commotion, emitting low growls as they staggered towards the vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, Jiang Yiming's gaze was calm and incisive, merely casting a fleeting glance at the approaching zombies. In the realm of his vision, their heads seemed to be pierced by invisible arrows, bursting apart in an instant. Their bodies lost control of their severed heads, collapsing to the ground, motionless. After a meticulous search, Jiang Yiming finally discovered an unscathed villa nestled within the residential area, its surroundings remarkably clean and orderly. The villa's exterior was adorned with a subtle hue, its windows intact, while the garden, though somewhat overgrown, retained a certain charm that rendered it particularly striking. Without hesitation, Jiang Yiming parked his vehicle at the villa's entrance and alighted. The other 4 women, upon witnessing Jiang Yiming's descent, promptly followed suit. Standing in the villa's front yard, Jiang Yiming surveyed his surroundings, ensuring safety before activating his apocalyptic mobile shelter construction skill. The flowing steel seemed to heed his call, swiftly enveloping the entire roof of the villa, forming a formidable protective shield. This liquid-like steel, possessing both agility and the steadfastness of metal, was capable of repelling zombie assaults and mitigating external threats to a considerable extent. Approaching the villa's entrance, Jiang Yiming extended his hand, and a portion of the flowing steel, as if imbued with life, penetrated the keyhole, rapidly taking the shape of a key. This key, forged from the liquid steel, turned with precision, and with a crisp click, the lock yielded. Upon entering the villa, a refreshing breeze greeted him, starkly contrasting the desolation outside. The interior was lavishly adorned, reminiscent of a paradise left untouched by the apocalypse. A classical piano sat quietly in a corner, seemingly recounting the melodies of a bygone era. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Yiming pressed the switch, illuminating a splendid chandelier overhead. The soft yet brilliant light bathed the entire room, revealing the opulent decor of the villa. 4 women gazed in awe at their surroundings, momentarily forgetting their previous anxieties and fears, immersed in the luxurious and comfortable ambience of the abode. Jiang Yiming did not linger in the living room for long. He proceeded directly to the 2nd floor. In the bedrooms upstairs, he carefully placed the luggage of Qimeng, Lin Xinyao, and An Shiqing into 3 separate rooms, then tidied away any male belongings within. After completing these arrangements, Jiang Yiming returned to the living room and addressed the other 4 women, saying, "The luggage has been placed in each room. Please take a moment to organize. Teacher Dong, feel free to choose a room as well. If you need any supplies, do not hesitate to let me know. I have plenty available. For the time being, we shall reside here." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, Qimeng, Lin Xinyao, and An Shiqing nodded in gratitude before heading to their respective rooms to unpack and settle in. Teacher Dong Zilu followed suit, ascending the stairs to select her living quarters. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming sank into the comfort of the living room sofa, relishing the plush embrace as he stretched his weary body, a wave of relaxation washing over him. Closing his eyes, he savored the tranquility of the moment. This sofa is truly delightful. Is this the life of the affluent? After a brief respite, Jiang Yiming rose and made his way to the dining table. He opened the storage space, retrieving several exquisite dishes along with 5 pairs of chopsticks and bowls, arranging them meticulously. Subsequently, he entered the spacious and brightly lit kitchen. The kitchen's decor was distinctive, with an array of utensils organized in neat order, gleaming with a pristine luster, while various seasonings and cookware adorned the countertop. Although Jiang Yiming was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, extracting pre-prepared food from the storage space was tantamount to possessing cooking abilities. However, with Lin Xinyao and Dong Zilu both possessing intermediate culinary skills, the task of preparing meals became significantly easier, alleviating Jiang Yiming from any concern. He approached the sink, disconnecting the water pipe linked to the water purifier, and then retrieved a tank filled with fresh water from the storage space, attaching it to the sink. The lake water previously collected from Lake Baikal had already undergone a separation process to remove impurities and aquatic organisms. Given the widespread pollution of water resources outside, he opted to utilize his preserved supply for safety reasons. Nevertheless, with the need to rescue the system's designated targets from other locations, Jiang Yiming refrained from filling the refrigerator to capacity, departing the kitchen once he had finished his tasks. Had it been feasible to uproot the entire villa and transport it elsewhere, the inability to secure its foundation would likely render it unstable in a different environment. If only there were a skill to address such concerns, one might ponder, wouldn't you agree, system? Jiang Yiming inquired playfully within his consciousness, only to be met with the system's silence. Qimeng, An Shiqing, and Lin Xinyao ascended to the 2nd floor together. An Shiqing broke the silence with a bright smile, introducing herself in a melodious tone. "Hello, sister. My name is An Shiqing, a sophomore at Pengcheng University." Following suit, Lin Xinyao politely chimed in, "I am Lin Xinyao, a junior at Pengcheng University." The corners of Qimeng's lips curled upward gently, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she responded, "Greetings, Shiqing and Xinyao. I am Qimeng, a graduate of Pengcheng University." so I can be considered your senior." Despite having already acquainted herself with them through prior information, she maintained the courtesy and enthusiasm characteristic of a first meeting. "What a delightful coincidence to meet a senior," Shi Qing exclaimed, stepping forward with alacrity to embrace Xia Qimeng's arm, as if she had discovered a long-lost friend. Noticing subtle cues that hinted at an extraordinary bond between Xia Qimeng and Jiang Yiming, and Shi Qing felt compelled to cultivate a rapport with Xia Qimeng. They proceeded to the second floor to locate their luggage, and Shi Qing, Lin Xinyao, and Xia Qimeng each found the rooms designated for their belongings and began the process of organizing. Chapter 18. I arrived first. In contrast to Lin Xinyao and in Shi Qing, Xia Qimeng had relatively few items to arrange, allowing her to swiftly organize her room with precision. Entering the living room, Xia Qimeng's gaze was immediately drawn to the array of food laid out on the dining table. Upon spotting Jiang Yiming emerging from the kitchen, she quickly dashed towards him, unabashedly wrapping her arms around him. In the embrace of Jiang Yiming, Xia Qimeng lingered for a moment, the surge of emotions compelling her to lift her head and bestow a kiss. What a delightful fragrance! What could it be? At that very moment, the voice of An Shiqing echoed from the staircase. An Shiqing, Lin Xinyao, and Dong Zilu had just tidied their rooms and descended the stairs, coincidentally witnessing this scene. An Shiqing was not particularly surprised by the intimate gesture between Xia Qimeng and Jiang Yiming, while Dong Zilu appeared somewhat dazed. In contrast, Lin Xinyao was profoundly shocked. Though she concealed her feelings, her heart was tumultuous. Upon being observed, Xia Qimeng did not feel embarrassed but smiled at them, for they were all sisters. And perhaps they would collaborate on academic pursuits in the future. What was there to be shy about? "Dinner is ready. Let us eat," Xia Qimeng stated. Then turned to Jiang Yiming, taking his hand and leading him to the dining table. "Come, dear husband." The term of endearment left Lin Xinyao in utter astonishment. Husband? Husband? Could it be that they had already engaged in such intimacy? Although Lin Xinyao had come to terms with the reality that Jiang Yiming would have more women in his life, it was disheartening to discover that the first was not herself. At that moment, her heart ached, lamenting, "I was here first." QAQ throughout the dinner, Lin Xinyao maintained a relatively silent demeanor, quietly seated at the table, somewhat absent-mindedly consuming her meal and rarely initiating conversation. Meanwhile, An Shiqing, Dong Zilu, and Xia Qimeng continuously extolled the deliciousness of the dishes, and Jiang Yiming graciously accepted their praises. After dinner, An Shiqing and Dong Zilu took the initiative to head to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Lin Xinyao opted to return to her room. As Xia Qimeng observed Lin Xinyao's solitary departure, a flicker of concern arose in her heart. She turned to Jiang Yiming beside her and softly inquired, "Darling, should I go and comfort Xinyao?" "Yes, I leave it to you," Jiang Yiming nodded in response. "Should I share with her the matters we discussed?" Xia Qimeng asked, aware that as long as Jiang Yiming remained silent, she would keep those thoughts to herself. Portray the rebirth time as the day before the apocalypse. The rest can be shared. Jiang Yiming pondered for a moment before providing his answer. "All right, I will handle it," Xia Qimeng assured him, and then turned to make her way to Lin Xinyao's room. Jiang Yiming let out a soft sigh and, after exchanging pleasantries with An Shiqing and Dong Zilu, returned to his own room. Lying on his bed, Jiang Yiming opened his phone and began to browse various news articles circulating online. One particular piece of news caught his attention. According to investigations, the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse was triggered by the blood-red rain this morning. Analysis indicates the rain contains a plethora of unknown viruses and microorganisms, and investigations are ongoing. While perusing the news, Jiang Yiming noted that the authorities were also organizing the establishment of shelters. However, given that it was the first day of the apocalypse, the construction of these shelters would undoubtedly require some time. Until the safety and stability of the shelters were ensured, the officials might be unable to provide effective assistance to other survivors immediately. However, for Jiang Yiming, these matters were trifles, and he harbored no intentions of collaborating with the authorities at present. Until he acquired formidable strength, he had no plans to ally with any faction. Once sufficiently potent, he would naturally seek to attain a more significant voice. Aside from official communications, numerous survivors on various platforms provided insights into the characteristics of zombies and survival strategies. For instance, zombies are drawn to light and sound, and one can divert them by creating noise or explosions, thus facilitating opportunities for escape or action. They possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood, necessitating caution to ensure no traces linger on oneself during movement. Currently, zombies exhibit poor visual acuity and rely on auditory and olfactory senses during nocturnal activities. Jiang Yiming perused the messages on his phone, noting that most analyses aligned closely with the information provided by the system. Unfortunately, they were unaware that even more formidable zombies would soon emerge. He reopened the chat application and scrolled through several chat groups previously joined by his original self, discovering some surviving students actively messaging within. Some described their predicaments: yearning for rescue, possibly trapped in locations lacking adequate resources and protection, desperately seeking external assistance. Others proposed forming teams to act collectively and survive together. After casually glancing through these messages, Jiang Yiming deleted the chat history and decisively exited all group chats. He had no inclination to rescue them. Human desires are boundless. In an apocalyptic world, loyalty and trust among people become fragile and unreliable. Especially when faced with temptation and the allure of personal gain, some individuals may choose betrayal. A treachery often stemming from deep-seated greed and selfishness. After you have rescued and nurtured them, they may gaze enviously at the beauty by your side, harboring jealousy that inevitably leads to treachery behind your back. Such is the nature of humanity. Jiang Yiming did not wish to squander his time on them. Rather than this, it would be far more prudent to focus on his own growth and strength. He lightly pressed the power button on his phone, and the screen's glow extinguished, rendering the surroundings even quieter with this simple gesture. Suddenly, a gentle knock disrupted the tranquility, the sound, though soft, resonating within the vast villa. "Come in." With his permission, the door was gently pushed open, revealing Lin Xinyao at the threshold. At that moment, Lin Xinyao was adorned in a pristine JK uniform, the hem fluttering with her steps, exuding a youthful vigor. Her legs were encased in white knee-high socks, the silky texture accentuating her delicate skin, while the ensemble further enhanced the innocence and charm reminiscent of her student days. This attire was evidently the result of meticulous preparation. Her hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, glistening faintly, and the gentle smile gracing her lips rendered Jiang Yiming momentarily entranced. Chapter 19. Acquiring S-Class Wood-Based Abilities. Lin Xinyao had already succumbed to slumber. Her silken strands resembled slender beams of light in the night, softly brushing against her flawless skin. A single lock draped across one side of her exquisitely perfect visage, akin to a dark feather, tenderly caressing her cheek. Long eyelashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of butterfly wings in delicate motion, while a smile of blissful contentment graced her lips. Jiang Yiming gazed at her silently, his heart swelling with ineffable emotions. Host status has been restored. Reward obtained. For attributes 10, S-Class Wood-Type Ability, Level 3 Vine Enhancement. Omniscient Perspective Level 1. S-Class Wood-Type Ability, the power to manipulate surrounding plants, enabling them to move or attack foes. Vine Enhancement. All grass-type plants can grow into vines, possessing remarkable resilience and the ability to sprout poisonous thorns that paralyze targets. The ability can be viewed as an initial attack, while skills may enhance the ability in specific aspects. Level 2 Omniscient Perspective, 10 meters, 25 meters, detected that Lin Xinyao's affinity reached 100, unwavering devotion. Reward obtained, Zombie Virus Antibody Injection. Zombie Virus Antibody Injection, recipients gain immunity. Although Jiang Yiming never brought balloons, he would always utilize his spatial storage ability to handle them. Mastering the Omniscient Perspective made this task quite effortless, as long as the other party absorbs it. The method is inconsequential. Are the other two methods viable then? Indeed. Oh, splendid. This simplifies matters considerably. With a solution in hand, Jiang Yiming ceased to ponder this issue. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and his S-Class Wood-Type ability was instantly activated, causing the vines to whirl into rapid motion. Guided by his mental prowess, an incredibly potent surge of Wood-Type energy erupted forth like a roaring tide, rapidly coalescing around the villa to form a natural green shield. The vines appeared almost animated, thriving with vitality as they extended, reminiscent of an immense azure dragon unfurling its vast form. They entwined and interwove, ultimately constructing an unyielding barrier, impervious to any force. The myriad sharp thorns adorning the shield resembled loyal sentinels dispatched by nature, vigilantly guarding every inch of the villa's grounds. Any adversary daring to approach this formidable line of defense would be met with relentless resistance and assault. The construction range of a Level 1 Apocalypse mobile shelter is merely 10-10-10, sufficient only to reinforce the villa itself. However, through the enhancement of wood-based abilities and vines, the defensive power of the entire villa could be extended outward, thereby ensuring greater security and reliability. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warm and gentle. Jiang Yiming quietly opened his eyes, sensing the stirrings around him. A smile involuntarily graced his face. He surveyed the adjacent room of Su Qimeng through an omniscient perspective. At that moment, Su Qimeng was just rising, sitting on the edge of her bed, dressing herself. In the hazy morning light, her figure appeared exceptionally graceful and enchanting. As she sat elegantly, donning her clothing, her movements exuded a blend of tenderness and confidence. Jiang Yiming instantaneously teleported into Su Qimeng's room. As Su Qimeng beheld Jiang Yiming's sudden appearance, she raised her head in perplexity and inquired, "Darling, is there something?" After coding tirelessly yesterday, you must be exhausted." "Breakfast." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yiming proffered a fried dough stick to her. Without resistance, Su Qimeng tucked her hair behind her ear and began to obediently savor her breakfast. Observing her compliance, Jiang Yiming gently caressed her head. Consuming only the fried dough stick proved somewhat greasy, prompting Jiang Yiming to offer her a glass of milk. After drinking the milk, Su Qimeng turned to Jiang Yiming with a smile. Chapter 20. Journey to the Automobile City and Shopping Mall. Given that An Shiqing was unable to gather spiritual blood for the time being, Jiang Yiming chose not to linger in the bedroom and proceeded to the living room. Descending the stairs, he chanced upon Dong Zilu preparing breakfast, her figure graceful and her hands busily engaged. Upon turning her head and noticing Jiang Yiming's presence, a faint blush graced her cheeks. With the enhancement of mental power and an omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming's sensory capabilities were heightened, and he naturally observed the flush on Dong Zilu's face. Reflecting on it, he recalled that Lin Xinyao had indeed made quite a commotion yesterday, which felt somewhat awkward. "Good morning, Teacher Dong." Jiang Yiming greeted her with a calm demeanor. "Good morning, classmate Jiang." Dong Zilu managed a faint smile in response. However, as Jiang Yiming descended the stairs, he noted that Dong Zilu's gaze remained fixed upon him. Her lips parted occasionally as if she wished to speak, yet she hesitated, closing them at the last moment, as though she had something to convey. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Yiming broke the silence with a direct remark. "Teacher Dong, please feel free to speak your mind. We are all on the same side." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming refer to them as one of their own, Dong Zilu felt a slight blush return, and with a hint of shyness, she confessed, "I have no clothes or undergarments to wear." After uttering this, Dong Zilu lowered her head gently, her toes and flip-flops lightly swaying on the floor, as if they could inscribe the layout of a 9-room, 3-hall residence. It was only after hearing her words that Jiang Yiming realized he had been so preoccupied with Lin Xinyao the previous day that he had forgotten about this matter. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yiming retrieved a considerable amount of packaged clothing from his storage space and placed it on the sofa, saying, "I am unsure which ones will suit you, Teacher Dong. Please choose for yourself, and any extras can be given to the other 3. He added, "There is a washing machine and dryer available, and given that it is summer, they should dry quite quickly after washing." Dong Zilu's face lit up with surprise and gratitude upon seeing the new garments. After expressing her thanks, she began to carefully select clothing that suited her. Among the assortment were dresses, short-sleeve shirts, stockings, and various styles of undergarments, all in different sizes. After selecting a few pieces, Dong Zilu's hand lingered above the stockings. After a moment of contemplation, she chose 2 pairs of black stockings and then proceeded to the restroom. After breakfast, Jiang Yiming instructed the 4 women to enjoy their time at home, mentioning that they could prepare their own lunch in the kitchen, as he would not be returning to eat. Having succinctly conveyed these instructions, he departed from the villa. Today, 3 tasks await completion. First, to eradicate the hazards within the villa district. Next, to venture to the automotive city and the mall in search of essential supplies. The facilities in the villa district are exceptionally luxurious, featuring not only opulent villas and gardens, but also an array of recreational amenities, including a gymnasium and a swimming pool. At the heart of the district stands a vast artificial lake, resembling a pristine sapphire embedded in the lush greenery of the earth. Regrettably, the water quality has been tainted by blood rain, and the fish within may have succumbed to contamination, potentially resulting in mutations. What appears to be a picturesque setting conceals peril beneath its surface. After cleansing the vicinity of the shelter from the undead, Jiang Yiming first teleports to a rocky outcrop in the center of the lake, then instantaneously reappears on the opposite shore. The shelter lies in the eastern sector of the villa district, while Jiang Yiming finds himself in the western sector. Similar to the eastern sector, the number of zombies in the west is also scarce. Jiang Yiming merely releases a few sharp stones from his storage space. They slice through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the heads of the zombies with precision, rendering them helpless on the ground. Utilizing his omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming surveys the surroundings and observes a considerable number of pristine villas in the western sector, many of which are adorned with exquisite decorations. While continuing his exploration, he suddenly discerns the presence of several survivors concealed within one of the villas. The windows of this particular villa are entirely obscured, leaving only a few minute apertures through which faint light and air filter in, while the entrance is barricaded by various pieces of furniture. 2 men and 3 women are huddled within, surrounded by an assortment of rudimentary weapons, such as knives and sticks, seemingly prepared to defend against the encroaching zombies. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and unrest as they fixated intently on the screen of a mobile phone held by one of the men, seemingly awaiting external rescue. On the adjacent table lay a considerable amount of food, presumably gathered to assess their supplies. It appeared that the 6 individuals coexisted relatively harmoniously, suggesting a flicker of hope for salvation from the outside world. Indeed, the apocalypse had only just commenced, and the depths of human desire had yet to be fully unveiled. However, as time progressed and resources dwindled, the darker facets of human nature might gradually come to light, potentially shattering this fragile harmony. Though they were survivors as well, Jiang Yiming reflected, for the sake of avoiding complications, it was best for them to remain here quietly for the time being. After completing his musings, he activated his wooden vine enhancement skill. In an instant, the vegetation surrounding the villa underwent a transformation. The once delicate branches and leaves grew robust, entwining the entire structure as if alive. Beneath this verdant barrier, each vine bore sharp thorns, rendering escape from the villa impossible for its occupants. These wooden vines could not be easily dealt with using their ordinary weapons or flames, which reassured Jiang Yiming considerably. Regarding these unexpectedly encountered survivors, Jiang Yiming did not intend to slay them mercilessly like a deity of death. Yet, as they resided in the same villa district, he felt compelled to remain vigilant, minimizing any potential mishaps. Observing their food reserves, Jiang Yiming estimated that with prudent allocation, they could sustain their group of 5 for at least 7 days. Meanwhile, he planned to stay no longer than 3 days before departing for Yangcheng. Before departing, Jiang Yiming would lift the constraints of this place, granting them their freedom. However, should they falter within these 3 days, succumbing to internal strife and ensuing casualties, Jiang Yiming would ensure their eternal entrapment here. Upon reaching the outskirts of the automotive district, Jiang Yiming retrieved a vehicle from his storage space and drove towards the city of cars. Behind him lay a trail marked by the passage of his vehicle, reminiscent of a solitary traveler in a post-apocalyptic world. As time progressed, a blurred outline emerged in the distance, and the automotive city finally came into view. Entering the city, he was greeted by a variety of vehicles displayed outside the dealerships, basking in the sunlight, their past glories still shining despite the absence of guardians. However, numerous zombies also roamed the area. As Jiang Yiming's vehicle entered, they immediately sensed his presence, emitting deep, guttural growls as they charged towards him. Chapter 21. Survivors of the automotive city. Jiang Yiming merely cast a glance at them, and in an instant, the surrounding plant life surged forth, transforming into sharp vines that impaled the oncoming zombies. Some of the undead, though not dispatched in a single blow, continued to writhe after being pierced, only to be finished off by other vines. Once the zombies were dealt with, Jiang Yiming exited his vehicle and began to scavenge useful cars from the various dealerships. Some vehicles bore the stains of blood, remnants of the chaos that had ensued during the outbreak, the result of zombie bites and tearing that had splattered the crimson liquid. Naturally, Jiang Yiming had no intention of driving these tainted cars. However, they could serve as makeshift tools for demolition, thus he repurposed them accordingly. After securing the brand new vehicles within the storage space, Jiang Yiming entered the car dealership in search of the keys to ensure the cars could start seamlessly. A few zombies lingered within the dealership, but Jiang Yiming swiftly dispatched them on the spot. In this manner, he accumulated over 100 operational vehicles in his storage space. These automobiles, stacked together, each showcased unique designs and elegant lines, resembling a dazzling automotive gala that left one utterly mesmerized. For most men, the allure of such handsome rides is difficult to resist, and Jiang Yiming was no exception. As he gazed at the array of luxury cars within the storage space, a smile graced his face, and his anticipation grew palpable. After collecting the final batch of vehicles, Jiang Yiming soon noticed the presence of survivors within the dealership. However, he had no intention of rescuing them. After retrieving the keys, he prepared to depart. Yet, a few survivors hidden in the dealership seemed to have sensed the commotion outside. As they peeked out to assess the situation, they found that the zombies had been eradicated, leaving only bloodied remnants scattered across the hall. Upon closer inspection, a masked male stood out prominently, wielding a blood-stained sharp pole, seemingly preparing to exit. Observing this, the survivors rushed out, calling out to Jiang Yiming, "Brother, wait a moment. Are you also a survivor?" Noticing their approach, Jiang Yiming turned, casting a detached glance at them before calmly responding, "What is it?" Several survivors, upon meeting Jiang Yiming's gaze, felt an involuntary tension in their hearts, yet they resolutely voiced their plea. "You must have slain those zombies just now. With your prowess, could you safeguard us to the safe zone? We can offer you money." At their words, a sardonic chuckle echoed within Jiang Yiming's mind. In this apocalyptic realm, currency had long since forfeited its original significance. Nevertheless, at the onset of the end times, some individuals still clung to it as their sole means of survival. Their willingness to offer compensation, albeit for items devoid of value, was noted. Moreover, certain survivors placed their hopes for safety upon the shoulders of the strong, presuming that the powerful were obliged to shield them, a notion that he found particularly distasteful. What purpose does money serve in this moment? Jiang Yiming's inquiry cast a veil of silence over the assembled survivors. Among them, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting dress approached. Her voice dripped with allure as she enticed, "Handsome, why not take me with you? I possess remarkable skills and would surely not disappoint you." Her soft and seductive tone seemed to weave an irresistible temptation, and with a playful glance, she directed a flirtatious wink at Jiang Yiming, replete with innuendo and intimacy. Name: Lili. Age: 30. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 58 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 76. Favorability: 30. Occupation: automobile sales. Ability: none. 75. Glancing at her details, Jiang Yiming's interest evaporated instantly as he retorted coldly, "Do you truly believe you are worthy?" After speaking, Jiang Yiming did not linger for a moment and turned to leave. Some of the survivors, unwilling to relent, attempted to pursue him. However, before they could take a single step, Jiang Yiming turned once more, his voice cold as ice as he warned them, "It is best not to entertain thoughts of following me, for if you do, you shall meet a most dreadful end." His gaze bore an intense, murderous intent, instilling a profound chill within the hearts of the survivors, who dared not make any further moves. Without uttering another word, Jiang Yiming departed from the automobile city. As he arrived at a roadway, he retrieved a vehicle collected from the automobile city and set off towards a nearby shopping mall. Surrounding the mall, hordes of zombies gathered, resembling a pack of famished leopards awaiting their prey. Inside the mall, the scene was equally apocalyptic, with shattered shelves, broken glass, and scattered belongings composing a desolate tableau. Nevertheless, Jiang Yiming displayed no hesitation. Excitement glimmered in his eyes. The engine roared, wheels stirred a cloud of dust, and Jiang Yiming fearlessly pressed the accelerator, maneuvering the vehicle like a streak of light amidst the undead, barreling directly into the mall's entrance. With a tremendous crash, the sound of shattering glass and grinding metal intertwined, creating a cacophony that was both jarring and awe-inspiring. Inside the car, Jiang Yiming's profile was illuminated against the windshield, revealing a countenance marked by indifference and decisiveness. The zombies, drawn to this sudden intruder, quickly erupted into a chorus of roars, surging towards the vehicle that Jiang Yiming drove. In the heart of the shopping mall, various verdant plants flourished, resembling a vibrant miniature garden that starkly contrasted with the surrounding dilapidated environment. Upon seeing these lush greens, Jiang Yiming's face broke into a subtle smile. He instantly teleported to the vicinity of the plants, activating his wood-based abilities and vine enhancement skills, causing the greenery to rapidly transform into sprawling vines that erupted from the soil. The mall's floor shattered in an instant as countless vines surged forth, spreading outwards with astonishing speed. Under Jiang Yiming's command, the dense vines, akin to agile serpents, swiftly assailed the nearby zombies. Attracted by the commotion from below, the zombies on the upper floors leaped down without hesitation. Yet, in that fleeting moment of descent, numerous vines accurately pierced through their bodies, blood cascading like crimson raindrops from the heights above. Although the blood fell, it was shielded by the multitude of vines, ensuring not a single drop stained Jiang Yiming. In that moment, he resembled a deity wielding dominion over nature, standing unscathed within his realm. In mere moments, the zombies within the mall faced a catastrophic onslaught. Under Jiang Yiming's control, a staggering 90% of the zombies were mercilessly hunted down by the vines, leaving only a handful trapped within various stores, aimlessly battering against the closed doors, producing dull thuds. The atmosphere in the mall grew eerily silent, with only the gentle rustle of the vines and the sound of dripping blood remaining. Chapter 22. Zilu. After Jiang Yiming dealt with the horde of zombies, he took a brief respite at the center of the vines before embarking on a meticulous scavenging expedition throughout the mall. Despite the devastation wrought by the undead upon numerous shops, it was certain that remnants of untouched merchandise lingered within each establishment. These items were typically pristine and unopened, and naturally, Jiang Yiming's primary objective was to procure them. While he was not in want of sustenance, his quest was directed towards acquiring specific types of apparel to satisfy particular needs and preferences. This included uniforms, traditional Han attire, kipeos, alluring lingerie, and even an array of costumes for role-playing, such as cosplay outfits. Of course, should he stumble upon other valuable resources like food during his search, he would not overlook them. After all, who would reject an abundance of supplies? Ascending to the second floor of the mall, Jiang Yiming utilized his omniscient perspective, which extended 25 meters, sufficiently covering nearly half of the shopping center. Thus, there was no necessity for him to move about. Through his all-seeing gaze and spatial storage abilities, he was able to collect the desired items effortlessly. Once he had gathered all visible resources, he proceeded to the opposite end of the mall. At this juncture, several survivors were drawn by the commotion outside, gazing in awe at the multitude of robust vines that dominated the mall's center, expressing their astonishment. Upon noticing Jiang Yiming, clad in a mask and a black cap, the other survivors immediately redirected their attention towards him. Some began to correlate the mysterious figure with the sprawling vines, swiftly converging towards Jiang Yiming, seemingly seeking his protection. Jiang Yiming cast a silent glance at the gathered individuals. The absence of a system notification indicated that they had not met the criteria set forth. Thus, his interest waned. We are not related, so do not entertain any illusions that I will come to your aid. It is best for all parties involved to cease this endeavor. His voice was cold and resolute, each survivor acutely aware of his warning, a palpable sense of oppression washing over them, rendering them momentarily immobile. Many instinctively dismissed the thought of soliciting Jiang Yiming's assistance. However, among them stood a short-haired girl of commendable appearance, who clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath, as if resolutely steeling herself. Senior, my name is Zilu. I am a student specializing in mechanical engineering, well-versed in the field, and I have never been in a romantic relationship. If you take me with you, I shall follow your commands without hesitation. Zilu stepped forward slightly, her gaze unwavering as she spoke. In this apocalyptic world, only those of considerable worth could expect assistance from others, and Zilu understood this reality. As a mechanical engineer, her skills held significant value, and coupled with her self-assured belief in her attractiveness, she succinctly conveyed her worth. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yiming's attention shifted to her. It must be acknowledged that Zilu possessed a commendable beauty. Although she paled in comparison to Lin Xinyao and Qimeng, she could still be the object of admiration for many. Name: Zilu. Age: 22. Height: 161 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 85. Affinity level: 30. Information: senior student at Pingqing University of Technology, specializing in intermediate mechanical technology. Special ability: none. Jiang Yiming glanced at Zilu's profile, and a flicker of interest ignited within him. Her expertise in intermediate mechanical technology and a purity score of 100 were both commendable attributes. While he could not secure any system rewards from her, her mechanical knowledge could indeed assist him with various issues. Jiang Yiming possessed ample resources for survival and did not particularly require her assistance. However, the value she offered was undeniable. Contemplating this, he inquired, "What can you do?" Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, Zilu's eyes brightened, realizing an opportunity had arisen. She promptly responded, I have a broad understanding of mechanical knowledge, including vehicle modifications and various electrical devices. Furthermore, I am eager to learn. If you provide me with relevant materials, I will certainly master them and address any related challenges you face. Jiang Yiming listened intently to Ji Zhiyu's reply, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. Very well, come here. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's affirmation, Ji Zhiyu felt an exhilarating surge within her. Akin to a fire ignited in her heart. She endeavored to maintain her composure, her expression remaining calm, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached Jiang Yiming's side. Witnessing Ji Zhiyu's recognition and the protection she received from Jiang Yiming, many others began to eagerly showcase their own worth. Brother, I can also contribute. I am studying mechanical engineering too. Handsome, I have perused countless texts and possess exceptional driving skills. I can recite the memorial of the troops. Jiang Yiming, however, paid them no mind. He had no intention of accepting any males, and the other women's profiles were equally unimpressive. Just as he turned to leave with Ji Zhiyu, a sharp voice pierced the air behind him. You cannot leave. As a man, how can you be so strong and refuse to protect us women? Why do you deny us resources? Jiang Yiming turned to see a rather corpulent woman with an unusual appearance shouting at him. He glanced at her profile, his eyes widening in shock at the purity rating of 98. Goodness, which two brave souls dared to take on such a formidable opponent? The mere thought made his eyes sting, and he had no desire to engage with this lady. He merely wished to depart swiftly. However, after taking a few steps, he felt her charge at him like a veritable mountain of flesh. How dare you ignore me? Do you believe this fairy will not post about you on the little blue book to incite a storm of outrage? Jiang Yiming turned to face her once more, his gaze now laced with murderous intent. Not only did she dare to approach him, but she also had the audacity to strike. In that moment, she was doomed. Suddenly, a vine surged up to the third floor, directly assaulting her and piercing her abdomen. It must be said that her defenses were quite formidable, as the vine encountered considerable resistance while penetrating her. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, she let out a scream filled with fury and terror. Ah, how dare you attempt to kill me? This is a crime. Since she relished barking so much, let her call to her heart's content. Jiang Yiming let out a cold snort as vines swiftly entwined around her body, drawing her to the center of them all. Below, additional vines surged forth, their tips piercing her hands and feet like daggers, yet none targeted her vital areas. Instead, they inflicted torment, gradually embedding themselves into her flesh. Her piercing screams echoed through the mall, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spines of the survivors. Jiang Yiming felt no hesitation in displaying her wood-based abilities before these onlookers. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, superhumans would emerge like mushrooms after rain, and with a mask concealing her face, she would appear to them as a wielder of wood powers. Should she don different attire and invoke fire abilities, she would simply be perceived as a fire user. How could they fathom the multitude of powers she possessed? Moreover, Jiang Yiming had no intention of lingering in Yangcheng for long. Her departure was imminent. Chapter 23. The dark panel. Jiang Yiming chose to disregard the chaos at the mall's center and instead led Ji Zhiyu to a secluded area, where they began to gather supplies from the other half of the mall. Ji Zhiyu obediently stood by, awaiting Jiang Yiming's next command. Even here, the anguished cries from the center of the mall reached her ears, each scream striking her heart like a blade. Though her complexion was somewhat pale, she endeavored to maintain her composure and steady her mind. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, attempting to exclude the distressing sounds from her consciousness. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Yiming had successfully completed the collection of supplies. He turned to the side, gazing at Ji Zhiyu, and in a tone that was both calm and grave, inquired, "Are you afraid? If you choose to leave now, I shall harbor no resentment towards you. However, should you decide to remain, you will forfeit your right to depart, and the only option that remains will be death." Given that Ji Zhiyu would be living alongside Jiang Yiming and several other women, she would inevitably witness Jiang Yiming's extraordinary abilities. If she later wished to leave, Jiang Yiming would not hesitate to end her life. Upon hearing his words, she shook her head in response. "I am not afraid, nor will I leave. Please trust me." Ji Zhiyu's reply was resolute, her gaze locked onto Jiang Yiming's eyes, her expression firmly conveying her determination and loyalty. "Very well, then let us proceed." As soon as Jiang Yiming finished speaking, several tendrils in the center of the mall sprang into action, piercing through Bogan's chest, silencing her screams abruptly. Simultaneously, more tendrils spread forth, advancing towards Jiang Yiming. They grew with remarkable swiftness, obediently forming a staircase that led downwards for him. Jiang Yiming lifted Zilu and, stepping upon the tendrils, leaped effortlessly to the first floor of the mall. With a mere thought, the robust tendrils in the center of the mall began to retract, returning to their original state, while Bogan plummeted from above, ultimately becoming an indistinguishable mass of flesh. Without casting a glance back, Jiang Yiming departed the mall, carrying Zilu with him. He had dealt with all the zombies in this vicinity, thus he collected all the pristine supplies, leaving only those tainted by blood. As for whether the blood-stained supplies would bring disaster to the survivors, that was beyond Jiang Yiming's concern. After resolving matters at the mall, he departed, and the time had already slipped into the afternoon. Upon reaching a road, he, in the presence of Zilu, retrieved an off-road vehicle from his storage space. The system possessed the ability to assess loyalty. Should there be any rebellious thoughts from the other party, it would issue a warning. Thus, Jiang Yiming felt no apprehension regarding this matter. He opened the driver's side door and gestured for Zilu to enter. Stunned by the sudden appearance of the off-road vehicle, Zilu said little and quietly took her seat in the passenger side. Once Jiang Yiming settled into the driver's seat, he extracted 2 V50 hamburgers from his storage space. He handed one to Zilu, then unwrapped the other and took a bite. After receiving the hamburger, Zilu expressed her gratitude and began to savor the delicacy. A day had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, during which she had scarcely eaten, and thus she felt a pronounced hunger. However, despite her gnawing emptiness, she refrained from devouring her food ravenously, choosing instead to savor each bite. Yet, after such a prolonged period without nourishment, each morsel ignited a spark in her eyes, and a contented smile occasionally graced her face. Observing Ziluyu's joyful expression as she relished her meal, Jiang Yiming smiled and shook his head, then retrieved 2 cups of neutral cola from his storage space, offering one to her. As Zilu gazed at the beverage, her eyes sparkled with delight. She quickly swallowed her food and expressed her gratitude once more, as if cherishing a precious treasure when she accepted the cola. Jiang Yiming continued to consume his meal, his eyes fixated on the information displayed before him. Name, Jiang Yiming. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 90. Vitality, 28. Mental strength, 28. Physical strength, 28. Agility, 28. Abilities and skills. SSS-level spatial storage, level 3 capacity. Level 4 endurance, S-level wood element ability, level 4 vines enhancement, level 1 apocalypse mobile shelter construction, level 1 spatial teleportation. The rewards obtained from the 2 completed missions had already positioned Jiang Yiming as invincible in the face of hundreds or thousands of zombies. By accomplishing further system tasks, he believed he could ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, ensuring his invulnerability when confronting the apocalyptic undead. With this thought, he revisited the panel information of the renowned beauties from various universities across the Dragon Kingdom, as locked by the system. Among these panels, 2 had turned black: Xingqing University, Wu Ziyue, Jiangcheng University, Junmushuan. According to the system, black signified that the target had either perished or transformed into a zombie. Nevertheless, Jiang Yiming merely sighed, showing little emotional turmoil. In his perspective, with over 100 targets, having only 2 meet misfortune was indeed a stroke of luck. It is important to note that the current global population has diminished by at least 75, and the numbers continue to dwindle, rendering a mere 2 probability rather insignificant. Had Jiang Yiming not intervened with his skills, at least half of these targets would have perished. After indulging in her meal, Ziluyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Yiming, instantly captivated by his profile. Previously, she had been preoccupied with her gratitude, refraining from stealing glances at him. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that her benefactor was not only youthful and handsome, but also possessed formidable strength, prompting Zilu to subtly rub her legs together. As Jiang Yiming finished his food and discarded the packaging from the off-road vehicle, Zilu finally spoke up. "Senior, I am still uncertain how to address you." "Jiang Yiming, there is no need to call me senior. I am not that old, merely 21, he replied, donning his mask once more to obscure his features. "Then I shall call you Brother Jiang from now on." Zilu maintained a humble demeanor, not allowing her seniority by a year to inflate her pride. "Casual. Please fasten your seatbelt and settle in. We are about to depart." Jiang Yiming stated as he ignited the engine. With a gentle roar, the vehicle surged forward like a beast awakened, racing towards the villa district. Zilu obediently secured her seatbelt and focused intently on the road ahead, absorbing the sensation of speed and the fleeting scenery. However, as time passed, her gaze inadvertently drifted back to the masked Jiang Yiming, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 24. The arrival of Zilu. In comparison to ordinary sedans, the off-road vehicle traversed the zombie-infested roads with remarkable steadiness. Even when confronted by the onrush of the undead, the vehicle effortlessly maneuvered through the sea of corpses, encountering minimal hindrance. Unlike before, when Jiang Yiming had to employ his spatial abilities to clear the obstacles ahead for passage, the journey now felt much smoother. Seated in the passenger seat, Zilu initially felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the gruesome scenes unfolding around her. Her emotions fluctuated as the vehicle navigated through the chaos. Yet with the passage of time, she gradually acclimated to this brutal reality, her heart no longer racing with anxiety as it had at the outset. As the vehicle approached the villa district, the engine's roar diminished, as if heralding their imminent arrival in a sanctuary. Jiang Yiming gently applied the brakes, bringing the blood-splattered vehicle to a halt outside the refuge. The doors swung open, and both Jiang Yiming and Zilu stepped out, arriving at the threshold of the sanctuary. Sensing Jiang Yiming's presence, the vines guarding the perimeter of the villa began to sway gently. As the two crossed the threshold, the vines moved in an orderly fashion, forming a pathway leading into the heart of the sanctuary. Once Jiang Yiming and Zilu entered, the vines behind them extended once more, sealing off the passage they had just traversed, effectively isolating the interior of the sanctuary from the outside world. Upon Jiang Yiming's return to the villa, the four women immediately took notice of his arrival, their faces radiant with joy. Lin Xinyao's reaction was the most exuberant. She leaped toward Jiang Yiming like a joyful kitten, embracing him warmly. Although Qimeng did not compete for attention like Lin Xinyao, she approached Zilu, gently taking her hand and softly guiding her into the living room. "Hello, I am Qimeng, and it is a pleasure to have you join us," she introduced herself with a smile. An Shiqing and Zilu naturally did not remain idle, introducing themselves as well. "Hello, sisters. My name is Zilu, and I come from a mechanical engineering background." Upon hearing their introductions, Zilu politely responded with a smile. "So you are from a mechanical engineering background. That will be quite beneficial. Unlike me, who studied law, it's not as if we can sentence zombies in this apocalyptic world," An Shiqing remarked with a hint of exasperation. Meanwhile, after Lin Xinyao finished her embrace with Jiang Yiming, she joined Zilu. Jiang Yiming, on the other hand, playfully tapped An Shiqing on the head from behind, chuckling. "It's all right. You will soon prove your worth." Lin Xinyao turned to Zilu with concern. "Hello, Zilu. I'm Lin Xinyao. Have you had lunch yet?" Zilu, ever polite, replied, "Yes, Jiang gave me a hamburger and a cola. That hardly suffices. You must be quite hungry. How about I prepare a bowl of noodles for you?" Lin Xinyao's offer momentarily stunned Zilu, who then turned to Jiang Yiming as if seeking his acknowledgement and support. "If you want something, just ask. We are not lacking in supplies. Feel free to request anything, but you must work diligently afterward." Jiang Yiming offered her a gentle smile, his voice calm and soothing. "Yes, I will certainly strive to do my best. Thank you, Brother Jiang and Sister Xinyao. I appreciate your efforts." A radiant smile blossomed on Zilu's face, her tone imbued with gratitude and joy as she bowed in thanks to Jiang Yiming and Lin Xinyao. "Meng, please guide her in selecting a room. You may choose some suitable clothes to take with you," Jiang Yiming instructed, retrieving several garments from his storage space, including a few uniforms. Summer Qimeng and Zilu, after gathering the clothes, ascended the stairs together, while Lin Xinyao and Zilu made their way to the kitchen. Jiang Yiming turned his gaze towards An Shiqing beside him and said, "Shiqing, please come to my room." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's invitation, An Shiqing instantly understood what was to come, and a faint blush gradually crept onto her cheeks. With her eyes modestly cast down, she shyly bit her lip and softly nodded in response. "I will return to my room to prepare first," she replied, then hurriedly made her way back to her own quarters. Though An Shiqing was quite intelligent, she remained, at her core, an innocent young girl, feeling bashful at the prospect of what awaited her. Watching her depart, Jiang Yiming smiled and shook his head, then instantly transported himself to his own room. Reclining on the soft bed, Jiang Yiming stretched his body, comfortably resting against the pillow. He picked up his phone and began to browse through the day's news and information. After a while, he finally encountered the information he had been seeking about the abilities of psychics. Several posts have mentioned individuals identifying themselves as possessors of extraordinary abilities or encounters with such beings. However, these extraordinary individuals appear to be of a rank below S, showcasing talents such as elemental manipulation and enhancements of certain bodily attributes. Jiang Yiming came across one particular post where the author shared a photograph. The image depicted a hand with a small flame suspended in the palm, flickering as it burned. Observing this diminutive flame, Jiang Yiming expressed a hint of disdain, remarking that it paled in comparison to the B-grade fire ability bestowed upon him by the system, and was even smaller than that of his brother. He glanced at the comments section of several posts, noting that numerous survivors were pleading for assistance, seemingly hoping for the protection of these extraordinary beings. Simultaneously, some began to pray for the acquisition of such powers, yearning to become extraordinary themselves, thus alleviating their fear of zombies. Jiang Yiming found these comments somewhat tedious. Suddenly, a gentle knock resonated at the door, causing the atmosphere within the room to freeze momentarily. An Shiqing pushed the door open and entered slowly. She wore a refreshing sailor outfit, with a black striped shirt complemented by a white collar and cuffs, exuding a playful and charming aura. Her legs were adorned in black stockings, creating a striking contrast with the crispness of the sailor attire. The stockings hugged her slender legs tightly, accentuating their graceful and enticing contours. Chapter 25. Earth Ability, Host Status Restored. Rewards obtained. For Attributes 10, A-Grade Earth Ability, Space Teleportation Level 1. Post-Apocalyptic Mobile Shelter Construction Level 1. The ability to manipulate and control rock, soil, and related elements is now within my grasp. I have also unlocked the second level of spatial teleportation, allowing me to traverse distances from 10 meters to 25 meters, accommodating up to 5 individuals in an instant. Furthermore, I can construct a mobile sanctuary at the second level, with the capacity to build 2 shelters. The sanctuary's flowing steel can seamlessly connect and merge with the surface, thereby reinforcing the fixed foundation with a fortification range of 20 by 20 by 20. Remarkable, exclaimed Jiang Yiming, astonished by the newly acquired earth-related powers and the ability to build a mobile sanctuary. He never anticipated that the system would heed his earlier requests and reward him accordingly. He was utterly enamored. Please rest here. I shall bring your dinner shortly, he spoke gently before softly closing the door behind him. Jiang Yiming activated his second-level spatial teleportation skill, vanishing like a specter from his original location. In the blink of an eye, he materialized in the western district of the villa area. Once he regained his footing, he took a deep breath and summoned the formidable A-level earth ability within him. With a flourish of his hands, an invisible force erupted forth. In an instant, the vicinity of an impeccably tidy villa was marred by menacing cracks that swiftly spread, intertwining and merging until they coalesced into 4 immense fissures, each reaching a depth of 5 meters. These fissures were arranged in a precise square formation, encircling the villa like an impenetrable cage, rendering escape impossible. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Yiming took control of the earth and rock beneath the villa, gradually removing them. Once the soil had been sufficiently cleared, he waved his right hand, and the entire villa was swiftly drawn into his storage space. Before him lay a vast, gaping pit, resembling a gruesome wound torn into the earth, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. A subtle smile played upon Jiang Yiming's lips as he waved his hand once more. The villa that had just vanished reappeared in an instant, descending gracefully into the immense pit, seamlessly melding with its surroundings as if it were always meant to be there. Subsequently, Jiang Yiming employed his skills in constructing a post-apocalyptic shelter, as flowing steel reinforced the villa while simultaneously embedding itself into the ground, merging with the land to fortify the entire foundation into an unyielding bastion. The relocated villa stood resolutely, akin to an impregnable fortress, impervious to any external threats. Observing the impressive outcome, Jiang Yiming nodded in satisfaction before retracting the construction entity and the villa once again. Moreover, he stored another equally pristine villa in the same manner, anticipating the influx of individuals into the shelter and preparing in advance to ensure readiness for any eventuality. Meanwhile, Qimeng, having tidied the room with Zilu, was on her way back to the living room when she heard sounds emanating from the room. Upon hearing it, Zilu felt a scorching heat flush her cheeks. In an instant, her face blossomed with a fiery crimson, and she hurriedly made her exit from the scene. Qimeng appeared calm and composed as she observed the bashful Zhu leaving, a faint smile gracing her lips before she too departed at a leisurely pace. In the living room, Lin Xinyao, noticing the flushed cheeks of Zhu, likely surmised the events that had transpired. A smile broke across her face as she beckoned Zhu to sit at the dining table, inviting her to savor the freshly prepared noodles. Zhu maintained her decorum, first expressing her gratitude to Qimeng before indulging in the meal. Observing Zhu's lingering shyness, Lin Xinyao remarked, "Zhu, since we are already like family, there is no need for such formality." The term like family resonated in Zhu's ears, prompting her to recall the whispers she had heard earlier in the room, igniting her imagination. Realizing her thoughts were overly audacious, she quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel those untimely fantasies from her mind. Yet, concerned that Lin Xinyao might misinterpret her actions, she shyly nodded and began to eat the noodles, though the ripples in her heart refused to settle. Once Zhu finished her meal, she took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen to wash them. Water splashed, glistening on the delicate skin of her hands, resembling lustrous pearls. An hour passed, and as nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings, Lin Xinyao and Dong Zilu commenced preparations for dinner, while Zhu silently assisted them. When all the dishes were artfully arranged on the table, Jiang Yiming returned from the western district of the villa area, a smile illuminating his face. Approaching him, Qimeng took his hand and led him to the dining table. As Zhu beheld the appearance of Jiang Yiming, the fading rosy hues of the sunset seemed to brighten once more. Jiang Yiming, unfazed, began to call everyone to the dining table. Noticing that An Shiqing was absent, Zhu inquired, "Where is Sister Shiqing?" With a gentle smile, Jiang Yiming replied, "She is resting. I will bring her meal later. Then I shall take her meal to her. I had a bowl of noodles not long ago, so I am not hungry," Zhu responded. Chapter 26. The Pingqing Library taking the initiative to deliver the meal, Zhu turned to Jiang Yiming, awaiting his direction. "Then I entrust this task to you, little Rain." "Certainly." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's response, Zhu, brimming with enthusiasm, entered the kitchen. She opened the cupboard and retrieved an exquisite platter, meticulously arranging each dish before confidently carrying it upstairs. As Zhu gracefully stepped into Jiang Yiming's room, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the bed, where An Shiqing lay serenely. Approaching the bedside, her attention was drawn to a torn black silk stocking beneath the bed. While the wrinkled sheets above hinted at some vigorous activity, An Shiqing appeared to have succumbed to slumber. Zhu's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly roused the sleeping An Shiqing. An Shiqing opened her eyes, and upon seeing Zhu, she attempted to prop herself up. Yet the weakness overwhelmed her, causing her to recline once more. "Sister Shiqing, please lie back. Allow me to feed you," Zhu tenderly offered. "Thank you, little Rain," An Shiqing replied. Zhu supported her, helping her lean against the headboard, and then personally fed her the meal. After finishing dinner, Zhu tidied up the dishes and finally mustered the courage to ask, "Sister An Shiqing, will it hurt to do such a thing? You seem rather weak." Upon hearing this, An Shiqing chuckled softly and replied, "Do not worry. As long as you obey, it won't hurt. That fellow holds grudges, so just avoid provoking him." Listening attentively to An Shiqing's guidance, Zhu nodded vigorously in response. "If I were to describe the sensation, it initially hurts a bit, but during the process, it becomes bearable and even somewhat comfortable. However, once you reach your limit, it can still be painful." An Shiqing gazed at Zhu and added, "Do not misinterpret. I am referring to drawing blood. The initial prick is quite painful, but during the blood draw, it is not. However, if too much blood is drawn, it may still hurt later. Quite reasonable." After Jiang Yiming and the three women, including Qimeng, finished their meal, they departed from the shelter. Today's plan had originally encompassed 3 tasks conceived by Jiang Yiming in the morning. However, with Zhu's inclusion, Jiang Yiming decided to make an additional trip to the library in Peng City to retrieve all the books within. He had initially intended for Qimeng to copy the entire electronic resource database of the Peng City Library, a task requiring considerable time and effort. Furthermore, there are instances when physical books prove more practical than their digital counterparts. Thus, it seemed more efficient to completely empty the library and then clear out the hardware from the data center. Some books, if deemed unnecessary, could even be repurposed as fuel for relevant power generation facilities. In the sanctuary, they may find themselves with ample time on their hands. Providing them with specialized literature for self-study could indeed be a meaningful contribution. After tonight, they shall prepare to depart from Pingqing in the morning, heading towards Yangcheng. Jiang Yiming retrieved the off-road vehicle from the afternoon and steered it towards the Pingqing library. Due to his grade A earth-based abilities, he had exhausted all the sharp stones stored in his spatial inventory. The power of the earth element endowed him with the capability to manipulate stone and soil for offensive purposes, rendering his previous stockpile somewhat superfluous. Along the way, the zombies lunging at the off-road vehicle appeared to be destined sacrifices, each one struck with precision in the head by the suddenly materializing sharp stones, akin to the relentless scythe of death reaping lives. Each stone that soared forth was accompanied by a sharp impact and a spray of crimson mist, causing the zombies' bodies to contort and collapse, never to rise again. Jiang Yiming, seated in the driver's seat, bore an unmistakable expression of joy. While the surrounding scene might instill fear and pressure in an ordinary individual, for Jiang Yiming, it was a thrill of battle and a sense of accomplishment. This act of slaughter brought him an unexpected delight. Under Jiang Yiming's adept maneuvering, the off-road vehicle surged towards the library entrance with astonishing speed. As the vehicle tilted slightly, a surge of kinetic energy propelled it into a graceful arc, coming to a precise halt before the library doors. At that moment, several zombies took notice of the commotion and charged forward. Jiang Yiming descended from the driver's seat, and as his feet touched the ground, sharp rock spikes erupted around him, akin to the blades of hell, impaling all nearby zombies. The piercing spikes penetrated their bodies, anchoring them to the earth, while the stench of mingled blood and pus permeated the air. Paying them no heed, Jiang Yiming utilized spatial teleportation to enter the library. On the second day of the apocalypse, he encountered nothing but first- and second-tier ordinary zombies, with no noteworthy adversaries to catch his eye. It must be said, the largest library in Pingqing indeed lived up to its reputation, drawing a considerable flow of visitors, which consequently led to a significant number of zombies within. Jiang Yiming felt a twinge of amusement at the interconnectedness of the zombies. The commotion outside had attracted a portion of the library's inhabitants, prompting them to surge towards the exit. Subsequently, the more distant zombies, noticing the stir, began to converge as well. And then even those further away, this phenomenon bore a resemblance to the domino effect, evoking a chuckle from Jiang Yiming. Before he even initiated the task of clearing the zombies from the library, they had begun to congregate, thus alleviating much of his burden. However, some zombies remained oblivious to the commotion, still wandering aimlessly within the library. The library's power supply remained operational, casting a glow throughout the premises. Jiang Yiming, unrestrained, commenced the collection of all books in their shelves into his storage space, encompassing titles such as Postpartum Care for Sows, Operating Systems, and Complete JM License Plate Guide, among others. During his quest to collect books, Jiang Yiming became aware of the presence of survivors in several sealed rooms, yet he refrained from offering assistance. Having already exerted considerable effort in eliminating the majority of the zombies within the library, he believed he had done enough. It remained uncertain whether the survivors would be frightened upon discovering the desolate library, as the shelves had all been removed. Each time, Jiang Yiming undertook an operation. He donned a mask and hat, ensuring the surrounding surveillance was dismantled, leaving him unconcerned about being detected. Detection indicates a target matching the criteria is present 30 meters away. Would you like to query information and lock on? WC? An unexpected discovery? Jiang Yiming's mind briefly paused, swiftly responding within the sea of consciousness. Yes. No sooner had he spoken than a red dot appeared in the distance, prompting him to hasten towards it, only to find the target was located within the women's restroom. Chapter 27. Zhao Jingru hiding in the restroom. Through an omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming observed two zombies wandering within the restroom, while the red dot remained fixed on a stall. The dim lighting cast an eerie atmosphere over the space, with feeble illumination barely penetrating the darkness, creating profound shadows. Name Zhao Jingru, age 18, height 159 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, overall attractiveness 92, favorability 0, ability none, 100. Upon perceiving the details of the other party, Jiang Yiming hesitated no longer. With a deft snap of his fingers, 6 stone pillars emerged, surging forth from the surroundings to ensnare the 2 zombies within. After securing the 2 creatures, Jiang Yiming proceeded into the restroom, where he was suddenly struck by a peculiar softness beneath his feet, as if he had inadvertently stepped upon something. Looking down, he discovered a pink garment resting on the floor. His gaze then shifted to one of the trapped zombies, who was in a state of undress, its distorted visage painfully unappealing. He commanded the rock pillars to extend sharp, pointed branches, which lunged towards the ensnared zombie. The stone's razor-sharp tip pierced the creature's body like a sword, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, Jiang Yiming sent the zombie flying away. He paid no heed to the other zombie, which continued to howl, and approached the stall. With a forceful shove, a dull metallic snap echoed as the lock broke apart, and the door slowly creaked open. However, his actions seemed to have awakened a creature within the stall. A piercing scream, exceeding 100 decibels, reverberated through the restroom, as if to shatter the very space itself. "Ah, don't eat me. I'm not tasty." Jiang Yiming was momentarily stunned by the sound. Staring incredulously at the girl huddled on the toilet seat, eyes tightly shut and trembling in fear. In the dim light, the girl's pleated skirt appeared vibrantly, striking against the shadowy ambience of the restroom. Her legs were bent, nearly revealing everything beneath. Jiang Yiming took a careful glance and noticed her safety shorts. What of trust between individuals? Even the virtuous must remain cautious. Jiang Yiming casually removed his mask and retrieved a lollipop from his storage space, placing it in his mouth as he crossed his arms and quietly observed Zhao Jingru. He had dealt with all the nearby zombies, leaving only one behind, which was now struggling more fiercely upon hearing her scream. Zhao Jingru's shrieks gradually subsided, and as she realized that no zombies were lunging towards her, she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw a handsome young man standing at the door, arms crossed. Gazing at her, she paused in surprise. A living person? Surely, I am not dreaming. Zhao Jingru pinched her arm with trembling fingers. A jolt of pain coursing through her body, prompting a soft cry of discomfort. How painful. This is no dream. It is truly a living person. Her voice brimmed with astonishment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Yiming, observing her series of reactions, could not help but find the situation both amusing and perplexing. This girl seems rather naive. "Hello," he said with a slight smile. Upon hearing the voice of a living person, Zhao Jingru felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "Hello, my name is Zhao Jingru." She struggled to rise, but her legs, weakened from prolonged curling, gave way, causing her to tumble down. Jiang Yiming, noticing her plight, promptly extended his hand and deftly caught her. Zhao Jingru fell into his embrace, the delicate pleats of her skirt brushing softly against his arm, releasing a faint, elusive fragrance. Feeling the warmth radiating from Jiang Yiming, Zhao Jingru's body involuntarily trembled as the dam of her emotions finally shattered at that moment. She clutched Jiang Yiming's collar tightly, and suddenly, tears surged forth like a fountain, liberating the deep-seated fears and despair within her. For nearly 2 days, she had been trapped in this confined space, suffering from hunger and cold, surrounded by the ominous presence of death, unable to glimpse even a glimmer of hope. She had initially come to the library to prepare for her exams, never anticipating that she would be thrust into the chaos of a zombie apocalypse. In her panicked gaze, she witnessed a fellow student being mercilessly torn apart by a zombie, life extinguished in an instant. At that moment, Zhao Jingru was engulfed by profound terror. But she quickly regained her composure. Driven by an instinctual will to survive, she fled into a restroom stall, narrowly preserving her life from the relentless pursuit of the undead. These 2 days felt like an eternity for Zhao Jingru, her nerves perpetually taut, fear clinging to her like a shadow. Yet, just as she was on the brink of collapse, Jiang Yiming's arrival shone like a beacon, piercing through the shroud of darkness and stirring ripples within her heart. As he looked down at the girl in his arms, who had recently been filled with excitement but was now weeping uncontrollably, Jiang Yiming reached out, gently soothing her hair, as if comforting a flower battered by storms. Meanwhile, the zombies continued to howl nearby, like beasts trapped in the depths of darkness. Jiang Yiming cast a cold glare at it, and the surrounding rock spike suddenly erupted with a lethal brilliance, instantly reducing it to a pile of shattered bones, which were then mercilessly discarded. Initially, Jiang Yiming intended to use this zombie as a means of intimidation to compel compliance. However, upon witnessing Zhao Jingru's frail and helpless demeanor, he deemed such measures unnecessary. After a period of emotional release, Zhao Jingru gradually regained her composure, wiping away her tears and slowly extricating herself from Jiang Yiming's embrace. "I apologize for the spectacle," she whispered, a hint of embarrassment and regret gracing her features. "Not at all. Are you willing to accompany me?" Jiang Yiming inquired. "Of course, I would do anything you ask," Zhao Jingru replied with a faint smile. As the benefactor who bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope, she was naturally inclined to follow him, not to mention that his striking appearance was also a contributing factor. "Very well, let us be on our way," Jiang Yiming said gently, realizing that Zhao Jingru's legs had yet to fully recuperate, preventing her from walking swiftly. Thus, he lifted her effortlessly and, utilizing his spatial teleportation abilities, transported them to the library's data center. After dealing with the zombies within the data, Jiang Yiming stored all the cabinets of the data center into his storage space and departed from the location with Zhao Jingru. After detonating several cars outside the library, Jiang Yiming drove an off-road vehicle into the villa district with Zhao Jingru. During the ride, he produced 2 cups of warm 8 treasure porridge, handing one to Zhao Jingru and urging her to eat slowly. After enduring 2 days of hunger, consuming food too hastily would burden her body. In the future, her basic needs would be met, rendering gluttony unnecessary. After receiving the food, Zhao Jingru expressed her gratitude and, as per Jiang Yiming's instructions, began to sip the porridge slowly. Chapter 28. Return. Jiang Yiming and Zhao Jingru returned together to the sanctuary located within the villa district. Upon entering the spacious and bright living room, they were surprised to find other women gathered around the television, engrossed in the program. Fortunately, despite the chaos unfolding in the outside world, the signal in the villa district remained stable, and the power supply had not been interrupted. This allowed everyone to stay informed about the latest developments outside, while providing a momentary respite from the tense atmosphere. However, should a signal loss or power outage occur, Jiang Yiming had already prepared for such contingencies. As they entered the living room, the women noticed Jiang Yiming's return and rose to greet him. He looked towards Qimeng and Lin Xinyao, saying, "Meng, Yao, please select a room and some clean clothes for her." The women in the living room, observing the weariness on Zhao Jingru's face and the stains on her clothing, felt a surge of compassion. Qimeng and Lin Xinyao approached Zhao Jingru, guiding her upstairs, where they selected a room and clothes for her while encouraging her to take a bath. Jiang Yiming's gaze swept across the living room before settling on Zilu, whom he inquired, "Is Shiqing still resting in her room?" "Yes, Brother Jiang, she is still resting," Zilu replied with a slight nod. "Good." After Jiang Yiming finished speaking, he left the living room and made his way to his room. And Shiqing had already awakened. At that moment, she lay with her eyes open, seemingly gazing at an ethereal point, lost in thought. As Jiang Yiming approached, he gently lifted Shiqing from the bed and carried her back to her own room. The instant Jiang Yiming appeared, and Shiqing's gaze finally sharpened, and a faint smile graced her lips. "You're back?" she inquired. "Yes, I've brought you a sister," Jiang Yiming replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, and Shiqing let out a soft huff, her outward demeanor appearing somewhat indifferent. Yet her body instinctively nestled closer into Jiang Yiming's embrace. Upon reaching Shiqing's room, Jiang Yiming gently placed her on the bed and draped a light blanket over her. "Rest well, we depart for Yangcheng tomorrow," he said before exiting the room. And Shiqing watched Jiang Yiming's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. Nevertheless, she did not yearn for his companionship. She felt immense satisfaction simply being able to live so blissfully and freely amidst the apocalypse. Glancing at the tragic events displayed on her phone, she considered herself extraordinarily fortunate, having tidied up his own room. Jiang Yiming felt a slight lift in his spirits and strolled back to the living room. At that moment, Zhao Jingru emerged from the bathroom, her pristine white nightgown making her appear like a delicate white lotus. Jiang Yiming could not help but pause, his gaze inadvertently landing on Zhao Jingru. She turned around, noticing his stare, and offered a gentle smile, bowing slightly to express her gratitude once more. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Jiang," she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Yiming nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze toward Dong Zilu and Zilu, who emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles. It seemed that from now on, every newcomer might be presented with a bowl of noodles, potentially becoming a cherished custom. "Tomorrow morning, we shall depart for Yangcheng. Let us rest well tonight," Jiang Yiming declared as he retreated to his room. In the living room, the 4 women accompanied Zhao Jingru in finishing the noodles before gradually returning to their respective quarters. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming lay on his bed, eyes closed in a state of tranquility, when he heard a gentle knock at the door. "Come in," he softly invited, opening his eyes in anticipation of the door's opening. The door creaked open, revealing Zhao Jingru, who entered the room with graceful poise. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, yet her eyes radiated unwavering resolve. "Shiro? Is there something you need? You have only recently recovered. You should rest well tonight," Jiang Yiming advised, gently waving his hand and employing his spatial teleportation ability to return Zhao Jingru to her room. After sending her away, he reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and prepared for sleep. Back in her own chamber, Zhao Jingru felt a warm sensation blossom within her heart as she lay quietly, gazing at the dim light in her room, her mind swirling with a myriad of emotions. Brother Jiang is truly gentle, she mused softly to herself. He said to rest well tonight. After setting an alarm for 7 in the morning on her phone, she closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the soothing embrace of slumber. Chapter 29. Water Elemental Abilities. Host status has been restored. Reward acquired. For attributes 10. Fire Elemental Ability Level 1. Level 2 Fire Blast. A-grade Water Elemental Ability. Water Elemental Ability. The power to manipulate water flow, including controlling the direction and speed of water, utilizing it for offense or defense. Fire Blast. The capacity to release explosive energy, triggering detonations that yield destructive effects. Detected that Zhao Jingrou's affinity has reached 100, unwavering loyalty. Reward acquired. Level 2 Water Healing. Water Healing. The ability to heal wounds and ailments through the power of water, enhancing vitality and recovery speed. Having acquired new abilities and a healing skill, it will undoubtedly simplify the treatment of the injured in the future. As for Fire Blast, according to the analysis, it does not leave 1 weekend after use, unlike some explosive magic. Overall, it is quite commendable. At 8:30 in the morning, the others gradually awoke and gathered in the living room, which was suffused with the refreshing essence of the morning. Lin Xinyao and Dong Zilu had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, eagerly awaiting everyone's arrival. Jiang Yiming approached the dining table, his gaze sweeping over the array of dishes, and his mouth involuntarily twitched upon noticing several items. Thus, whose household serves oysters and abalone for breakfast? Jiang Yiming inquired, pointing at 2 of the dishes. It was Sister Shiqing's suggestion. She was concerned about your health. So she asked Xinyao and Zilu to prepare these special dishes, replied Ji Zhuyu immediately, without the slightest intention of concealing the truth from Jiang Yiming. Xiaoyu, you actually sold me out. And Shiqing heard Ji Zhuyu directly mention her and protested. Oh? So it's little Shiqing. Jiang Yiming glanced at An Shiqing, a faint smile gracing his lips. And Shiqing dared not meet his gaze, softly murmuring, exercising so early every day, it's no wonder I'm exhausted. Are you speaking ill of me? Jiang Yiming's perceptive abilities were keen, allowing him to hear An Shiqing's words even without employing any skills. No, don't say that recklessly. And Shiqing immediately retorted. If I say it is, then it is. It seems the punishment from yesterday was insufficient. Another lesson is in order today. Jiang Yiming remarked as he approached An Shiqing. Alarmed, she quickly sought refuge behind Xia Qimeng, pleading, Sister Meng, save me. Xia Qimeng smiled gently, patting An Shiqing's shoulder before unceremoniously pulling her forward and pushing her in front of Jiang Yiming. As An Shiqing watched Jiang Yiming advance, her heart raced, and she promptly shut her eyes, begging for mercy. I was wrong. I won't dare again. I was just trying to replenish my energy. It was my own weakness. Jiang Yiming approached An Shiqing without hesitation, delivering a firm thump to her forehead. An Shiqing, wincing in pain, cradled her head, her face reflecting a touch of grievance, akin to an injured little rabbit. All right, let's have breakfast. I'll step out for a bit. After you finish eating, tidy up a little, and when I return, we can prepare to depart. Indeed, there is no need to pack belongings such as luggage. I am capable of transporting the entire villa at once. After speaking, Jiang Yiming picked up a meat sandwich and departed from the shelter, heading towards the western district of the villa area. Standing atop the roof of a villa, Jiang Yiming employed an omniscient perspective to meticulously observe the condition of the survivor's villa, which he had ensnared with vines. Inside the living room, 5 survivors were gathered, sharing their carefully rationed food. Their expressions, though weary, revealed a glimmer of tenacity in the face of survival. On one side of the living room, a window was adorned with a few dull knives resting on the sill. Outside, one vine had been severed, while another had been partially frayed, clearly indicative of the efforts made by these survivors during this period. They were gradually wearing down the vines, striving to discover a path to survival. Quite united, indeed. After this assessment, Jiang Yiming casually waved his right hand, and those once menacing and tightly coiled vines that ensnared the villa withered as if life had been siphoned from them, degenerating and ultimately vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the villa returned to its original tranquil and harmonious state. This sudden turn of events, devoid of any forewarning, immediately captured the attention of those fortunate enough to have survived within the villa. They surged towards the courtyard, their eyes wide with disbelief and exultation as they gazed at the now vanished vines. However, the orchestrator of this miraculous change, Jiang Yiming, had already departed silently, leaving no trace behind. As Jiang Yiming returned to the sanctuary, he discovered that the women had already finished their breakfast and tidied up the dishes, now waiting for him outside. Let us proceed. Hop into the vehicle first. Teacher Dong, with your extensive driving experience, I entrust you with the task today. Jiang Yiming retrieved a new off-road vehicle from the periphery, allowing the women to board before handing over the driving duties to Dong Zilu. The ladies obediently took their seats in the back, while Dong Zilu settled into the driver's seat. Utilizing his rock-based abilities, Jiang Yiming discreetly rendered the entire villa inconspicuous before storing it away in his spatial inventory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the construction entity enhance the vehicle? As he pondered this, the construction entity seemed to respond to his unspoken command. Soaring towards the off-road vehicle parked nearby, the flowing steel swiftly enveloped the vehicle, initiating a fortification process that bestowed upon it an additional layer of robust armor. Under Jiang Yiming's guidance, sharp spikes emerged, further augmenting the vehicle's defenses. Ah, so this is how it works. I never would have imagined such enhancements were possible, Jiang Yiming mused. Entering the off-road vehicle, the passenger door swung open effortlessly thanks to the flowing steel, and without hesitation, he took his seat beside the driver. Teacher Dong, let's hit the road. Just press the accelerator to the floor. I'll handle any zombies that dare obstruct our path, he instructed, addressing Dong Zilu, who was at the wheel. After a brief moment, noticing that the off-road vehicle had yet to start, Jiang Yiming opened his eyes, gazing at Dong Zilu with a hint of curiosity. She awkwardly inquired, "How do I start this car?" Chapter 30. Survivors at the Gas Station. Upon hearing Dong Zilu's question, Jiang Yiming immediately understood and assisted her in starting the vehicle. Although it was Dong Zilu's first time driving an off-road vehicle, her extensive driving experience allowed her to quickly adapt to the controls. Jiang Yiming opened the Tomato Map application, navigating their route to Yang City. Remarkably, on the third day of the apocalypse, the navigation still functioned well, commendable. On the phone screen, a clear route emerged. Meticulously detailing each turn and intersection, he placed the phone in the car mount, adjusting the angle to ensure Dong Zilu could easily see the map's guidance. While driving, Dong Zilu firmly grasped the steering wheel, skillfully guiding the vehicle along the road ahead. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming, seated in the passenger seat, closed his eyes and leaned back, observing everything around him from an omniscient perspective, controlling the flowing steel to deal with the zombies approaching the off-road vehicle. As they passed through a town, Jiang Yiming noted a significant reduction in the number of zombies, as if they had been lured away. Not far from their vehicle, at a gas station, Dong Zilu also spotted several parked cars and survivors. However, without receiving any instructions from Jiang Yiming, she had no intention of stopping. She understood that in this apocalyptic world, her own survival was paramount, rather than feeling responsible for every unfortunate soul encountered. Despite a twinge of guilt in her heart, she resolutely decided to pass by. Much like the earlier encounter with the survivors who had sought their aid. Though Dong Zilu was kind-hearted, she was no saint. As a teacher, she quickly grasped certain harsh truths. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the zombies, but the human heart. However, this time, events did not unfold as they had hoped. The survivors at the gas station had noticed the off-road vehicle they were driving. A few of them swiftly activated their parked cars, positioning them directly in the path of their advance. Crash through. When Dong Zilu glanced at Jiang Yiming, seeking a solution, he replied without hesitation. Jiang Yiming opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of anger etched on his face. Dong Zilu nodded silently, pressing down on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle roared to life, akin to an enraged beast charging forth towards the obstruction ahead. With a sharp collision, the vehicle violently collided with the four cars blocking their path, producing a cacophony of metal grinding against metal and sparks flying. The car jolted violently. Yet thanks to Jiang Yiming's prior arrangements with cushioning for shock absorption within the vehicle, the women sustained no significant injuries. However, due to the severe blockage on the road, the off-road vehicle was ultimately compelled to come to a forced halt. In that instant, the surrounding survivors seized the opportunity, brandishing an array of weapons and encircling the vehicle without hesitation. As the survivors approached and beheld the strikingly beautiful women inside the vehicle, their gazes transformed into a manifestation of greed, their eyes roving over the women like famished beasts, their desires glaringly evident. A brash individual approached, exuding an air of menace. As he brazenly confronted, "You dare to collide with our vehicle? Leave these women behind, and perhaps in a moment of mercy, I might spare your life." His robust physique and lecherous grin betrayed his threatening demeanor, while the other survivors cast aggressive glances at the women within the car, as though intent on claiming them entirely for themselves. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, an astonishing transformation occurred. The once fluid metal of the vehicle began to coalesce, rapidly morphing into an array of sharp, menacing tentacles. These appendages, swift as serpents, lunged with astonishing speed towards the surrounding survivors. Caught utterly off guard, They had no time to react, and one by one, they were mercilessly impaled by the razor-sharp tendrils. The air was soon filled with harrowing screams, echoing desolation as their bodies were forcibly pinned to the cold, unyielding ground. Warm, crimson blood gushed forth, transforming the earth into a haunting shade of dark red. Jiang Yiming descended from the vehicle with an inscrutable expression, standing resolutely before the throng of survivors, who writhed in agony, their cries of despair piercing the silence. The others, who had been preoccupied with siphoning gasoline and scavenging for supplies in the nearby convenience store, rushed over upon witnessing the chaos unfolding. Jiang Yiming cast a cold glance at the newly arrived survivors, and in an instant, they were rendered utterly incapacitated by the sudden barrage of flying stones that shattered their hands and feet. The scene erupted in a grotesque display of blood and flesh, accompanied by screams that echoed through the air. Suddenly, Jiang Yiming sensed a rapid figure approaching from his side, a speed that would leave an ordinary person unable to react in time. However, endowed with an omniscient perspective, he swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick, sending the figure hurtling away. The figure soared through the air like a meteor, crashing violently against the wall, producing a muffled thud as cracks spidered across the surface, debris scattering in all directions. The figure then slid down the wall like a withered leaf, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. A strong metallic scent of blood permeated the air, mingling with the blood that the figure coughed up. He struggled to rise, but it was evident he had sustained grave injuries, his body swaying precariously. Name: Li Dongchun. Age: 30. Loyalty: -50 powers. A-class wins swift passage. Indeed, a supernatural being, Jiang Yiming murmured softly to himself before stepping closer to Li Dongchun. With a slight exertion of his right foot, he crushed the man's thigh. The sharp crack of breaking bones reverberated throughout the space, striking at the hearts of all the survivors. You. Li Dongchun gasped in agony, attempting to speak, but was thwarted by excruciating pain that rendered him mute. Jiang Yiming paid him no mind, turning his gaze back to the other fallen survivors and noting that 4 of them possessed either C or D class abilities. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that they were no longer capable of utilizing their powers. Jiang Yiming arrived at the center of the gas station. With a mere thought, the earth beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. Under the influence of his geological powers, the soil gradually shifted, unveiling the full presence of 5 oil tanks. Focusing intently, Jiang Yiming harnessed his spatial storage abilities to transfer all these tanks into his storage space. Subsequently, he summoned the dark, flowing tendrils to entwine the survivors lying on the ground, dragging them one by one into the pit. Once he returned to the side of the off-road vehicle, he ignited the area using his fire abilities. He refrained from employing an explosive flame, as such an act would be too merciful for the survivors. The flames gradually spread, engulfing the entire gas station in a fierce inferno. The cries and screams of the survivors diminished under the consuming fire, ultimately vanishing within the blaze. Thanks to the protection of his spatial storage capacity, Jiang Yiming remained unscathed by the approaching heat waves and flames. Chapter 31: Zombie Crystal Core. Arrival at Yangcheng. After ensuring the demise of all the survivors, Jiang Yiming returned to the passenger seat. He cleared the obstructing vehicles and instructed Dong Zilla to resume their journey. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt somewhat subdued, with the women appearing silent and tense. Except for An Shiqing, it was the first time for the others to witness Jiang Yiming's brutal acts firsthand. So swift, so decisive, so merciless. However, they did not harbor feelings of disgust towards him. After all, they understood that his actions were largely aimed at safeguarding them. Outside, the scenery rushed past in a blur. Yet within the confines of the vehicle, time seemed to stand still. The glances exchanged amongst several women were fleeting, yet none dared to shatter the silence. Jiang Yiming too sensed the atmosphere within the vehicle. However, such occurrences had become a frequent reality, and they must learn to adapt. In truth, had the assailants merely intended to rob, Jiang Yiming would have swiftly dispatched them all and continued on his way. Regrettably, their audacity to speak provoked his ire, prompting Jiang Yiming to alter his course of action, opting to make their existence a living hell. Leaning back in his seat, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving a bag of snacks from the storage compartment and extending it towards the rear. He had no intention of offering them solace. With too many individuals present, it would only complicate matters. Instead, he suggested they transform their oppression into appetite. Upon seeing the snacks Jiang Yiming had offered, the women were momentarily taken aback, yet they soon tore open the packaging and began to indulge. In that vehicle, steeped in silence and suffocation, the snacks emerged as the sole tether capable of alleviating the tense atmosphere, allowing them to momentarily forget the terror and unease they had just endured. Before long, the vehicle reached a toll booth on the highway, which stood deserted, its barriers broken and exuding an air of desolation. Without hesitation, Dong Zilu navigated the vehicle into the lane, continuing along the highway. Scattered along both sides of the road, remnants of mangled cars occasionally caught the eye. Some vehicles bore shattered windows, their bodies marked by evident impact scars. Upon closer inspection, one could discern zombies trapped within the wreckage. It was highly probable that these transformations had occurred while they were driving, resulting in loss of control and subsequent collisions with barriers or other obstacles. Dong Zilu sped down the highway, the vehicle racing at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour, leaving behind a faint silhouette upon the desolate road. The thoroughfare was largely unobstructed. Any hindrance ahead would be promptly dealt with by Jiang Yiming. In the early days of the apocalypse, most survivors opted for mere existence. Gathering supplies or constructing shelters, few chose to embark on distant journeys, resulting in this solitary automobile traversing the path. Jiang Yiming reclined in her seat, her thoughts gradually sinking into the depths of her consciousness as she began to examine the information regarding her targets. From yesterday to today, 5 individuals identified by the system had awakened their abilities: an A-class mental shock, an A-class healing, an A-class auditory amplification, a B-class fireball, and an S-class plant manipulation. In contrast to the abilities and skills bestowed by the system, the powers they awakened tended to be specialized, while those offered by the system exhibited a broader operational range, with skills enhancing specific aspects. System, is there a method to augment the abilities of the awakened? Jiang Yiming inquired within her consciousness. Yes. When zombies ascend to the 3rd tier or higher, they develop crystal cores within their heads. Abilities users can absorb these cores to elevate the level and potency of their powers. Elemental abilities users reaching SS level and above will also see an increase in the variety of domains their powers can touch upon. Most other types of abilities rely on the direct research of the abilities user. Can I absorb the crystal cores as well? Yes. But the effect is generally modest. The absorption of crystal nuclei requires a considerable amount of time and yields limited benefits, particularly for individuals possessing S-grade abilities or higher, as the enhancement effects of 3rd-tier crystal nuclei are rather modest. Presently, it is understood that at least 4 days must pass after the outbreak of the apocalypse before the number of 3rd-tier zombies begins to increase rapidly. Thus, it appears that completing system tasks offers a more favorable cost-benefit ratio and is significantly more convenient. Jiang Yiming contemplated this before departing from the sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes, allowing his gaze to rest upon the swiftly passing scenery outside, and began to plan his journey to Yang City. This visit to Yang City has 3 objectives: Yu Shaoan from Yang City University, Tang Yaxin from Yang City Music University, and Su Yutong from Shuangya Mountain University. His stay in Yang City will last no more than 3 days, after which he will head northeast, departing from Nanwei to Bamyan, and then proceed northward to Zhejiang Province, where he intends to meet Hua Qingshui in Hang City. Throughout these days, Jiang Yiming has not reached out to Hua Qingshui, nor has she contacted him. The Hua family wields considerable influence in Hang City. According to Xia Qimeng's investigations and the information provided by the system, it is highly probable that the Hua family has established a small private sanctuary, likely populated by ability users. Thus, Jiang Yiming does not currently harbor concerns regarding Hua Jiangshui's safety. In contrast, he is far more preoccupied with enhancing his own strength, which would facilitate the process of retrieving individuals from the Hua family. After 2.5 hours of departure from the villa area, the SUV finally exited the highway and entered Yang City. Following the guidance of the mobile navigation, Dong Zilu steered the vehicle into the Juya Villa district. The Villa district is nestled near a tributary of the Yu River, with Dawei Island, the destination of Jiang Yiming's journey, situated directly across the water. The university town of Yangcheng is positioned on Dawei Island, home to 10 esteemed institutions, including the universities where the 3 targets identified by the system reside. For Jiang Yiming, the proximity of these 3 targets indeed alleviates the burden of travel. However, it simultaneously signifies a substantial population density in the area, potentially leading to an increased presence of zombies and perhaps even formidable supernatural beings. Furthermore, as a densely populated region, the university town is likely to be among the first to witness a surge of advanced zombies amidst the rampant chaos. Upon entering the Jia Villa district, Jiang Yiming swiftly dealt with the zombies that infested the entire area. This villa district, considerably smaller than the one in Pingcheng, posed little trouble to manage. Additionally, the absence of survivors diminished Jiang Yiming's concerns regarding their safety. At the heart of the district lies a flat expanse of land, devoid of buildings and scattered with minor facilities. Jiang Yiming first employed his earth-based abilities to excavate a pit 5 meters deep at the center of the villa district, subsequently releasing a villa from his storage space. Prior to its descent into the pit, the constructs of the mobile shelter began reinforcing the villa's entire structure. They not only fortified the external framework, rendering it more robust and durable, but also enhanced the foundation. The flowing steel and Jiang Yiming's earth powers intertwined, anchoring the villa to the ground, rendering it stable and unshakable. Chapter 32. The Extraordinary Individuals of Sheep City University. The nearby women gazed at Jiang Yiming's series of operations, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had never fathomed that relocating a household could be executed with such efficiency, and they were profoundly impressed by Jiang Yiming's abilities. Once he had arranged the villa to his satisfaction, he turned to the ladies and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Let us proceed inside." The women obediently followed suit, entering the villa one by one. After retracting the off-road vehicle along with its construction materials, Jiang Yiming followed them into the villa. Previously, the villa's power supply had not been interrupted, hence Jiang Yiming had not delved into connecting the generator. However, now that the villa had been relocated to Sheep City, it was naturally devoid of electricity, necessitating the operation of a generator. Fortunately, with Zilu present, Jiang Yiming felt no burden regarding this matter. Xiaoyu, the task of connecting the villa's generator is entrusted to you. Here are the materials. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to explore on your own. Jiang Yiming said as he retrieved several relevant books from his storage space and handed them to Zilu. He then procured a few generators, wires, a toolbox, insulating gloves, and other essential tools and equipment. "Leave it to me, Brother Jiang," Zilu replied confidently as she accepted the books, determined to tackle the task and resolve issues utilizing her special skills for Jiang Yiming's benefit. "Well then, let us have lunch first," Jiang Yiming suggested. Approaching the dining table, with a subtle wave of his right hand, several exquisite dishes materialized before them, accompanied by a bottle of chilled beverage. Qimeng, Lin Xinyao, and the other women spoke little, approaching the dining table with radiant smiles. The table was adorned with a plethora of delectable dishes, their aromas tantalizing and mouth-watering. Qimeng and her companions savored each culinary creation, reveling in the joy and satisfaction that the exquisite food brought them. Zilu swiftly concluded her lunch, then gathered the books and tools handed to her by Jiang Yiming, embarking on the task of connecting the generator. Although she possessed a certain degree of knowledge in this area, she was not entirely proficient, necessitating the consultation of references or online resources for relevant information. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yiming replenished the villa's water supply, leaving behind an ample amount of food, before entering the living room to address the women. "I shall make a trip to Dawa Island across the river and may not return until evening. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please do not hesitate to contact me." "Be safe, my dear," Qimeng replied with concern, stepping closer to Jiang Yiming and embracing him gently. Lin Xinyao followed suit, placing a soft kiss on his cheek and whispering, "Return safely." The other girls also conveyed their care and well wishes to Jiang Yiming. Upon departing the villa, Jiang Yiming fortified the perimeter with an additional layer of rock-based protective barriers. In addition to the rock barriers, he deliberately added a layer of vine protection. And the villa itself was further reinforced by the sanctuary's enhancements, significantly bolstering the overall security of the residents. Having ensured the safety of the villa, Jiang Yiming left the Jia Villa district and arrived at the banks of the Yuejiang River tributary. Possessing the ability to manipulate water, traversing its surface posed no challenge for him. Jiang Yiming donned a mask and a duckbill cap, utilizing spatial teleportation to arrive 25 meters from the shore, then lightly treading upon the water's surface. It was as if he were standing on solid ground, yet he maintained a steady stance above the flowing river. Moments later, Jiang Yiming reappeared, now 50 meters from the bank. Within less than a minute, he had reached Dawadi Island. As he touched down on the ground, several wandering zombies at the shoreline charged towards him, only to have their heads pierced and fall lifelessly to the earth. To the east of Dawadi Island lies Yangcheng University, currently situated to Jiang Yiming's left. He retrieved a vehicle from his storage space, ascended to the driver's seat, and with a gentle press of the ignition button, the engine roared to life as he set off towards Yangcheng University. At this juncture, Jiang Yiming was unaware of the zombie distribution across Dawadi Island or the status of the various empowered individuals at the schools. Qimeng was still conducting her investigations. Thus, Jiang Yiming resolved to explore Yangcheng University first. As he navigated through the ring road of the university town and entered the premises of Yangcheng University, he anticipated encountering a multitude of zombies. However, upon entering the campus, he discovered a scenario markedly different from his expectations. The number of zombies on campus was significantly lower than that at Yangcheng University. Instead, numerous zombie corpses lay scattered about. These bodies, strewn across various corners of the campus, wore remnants of school uniforms, clearly indicating their former identities as students. Jiang Yiming furrowed his brow, realizing that the awakened empowered individuals at Yangcheng University were far from ordinary. Having swiftly dealt with so many zombies, if they could eliminate zombies with such efficiency, it would only be a matter of time before they established their own power. Uncertain of the abilities possessed by the other Academy supernatural practitioners, it is plausible that the 10 academies may find themselves at odds with one another. Or perhaps they will unite to confront external threats. After all, each individual harbors distinct ideals and motivations, and not everyone will opt for collaboration. The allure of independence often allows one to act without constraints. In this apocalyptic era, not all formidable beings will extend their assistance, and there will inevitably be those who wield their strength to subjugate others. The supernatural abilities, while aiding survivors in their struggle for existence, will also amplify the desire to survive. Frankly, Jiang Yiming has no intention of entangling himself in their disputes. His singular aim is to extricate all 3 targets and depart. However, should they provoke him, Jiang Yiming will certainly not adopt a passive stance. After driving for a kilometer, he stowed the vehicle into his storage space and utilized spatial teleportation to conceal himself in the shadows. Upon reaching an unoccupied classroom, he received a message from Qimeng, who had gathered pertinent information from several forums related to Yangcheng University, along with a few videos presumably captured and disseminated by observing survivors. Among these videos, Jiang Yiming paid little heed, as they primarily documented the performances of fire, rock, and ice elementalists, all seemingly at or below the A-grade level. While these A-grade and below practitioners should not be underestimated, they do not pose a significant threat to him. Presently, the majority of zombies are of the first or second tier. Those without supernatural abilities can still manage to handle a few, provided they employ the right methods. In that video, Jiang Yiming observed a tall, slender male student of unremarkable appearance, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, who seemed rather inconspicuous. However, when he delivered a gentle punch to a nearby sturdy tree, the scene unfolded unexpectedly spectacularly. The tree snapped at the impact, easily lifted by him, and he wielded it like a club, clearing the surrounding zombies with remarkable efficiency. Each swing was imbued with tremendous force, sending all approaching zombies tumbling away. Even when a few zombies managed to evade his strikes and drew near, the male student remained unfazed, effortlessly dispatching them with a single punch. Blood splattered onto his hands. Yet his expression remained unperturbed, exuding a calm demeanor. Was this a power amplification ability? It appeared to be of S rank. Jiang Yiming pondered while glancing at his phone. Inquiring with the system, "What is your assessment?" "Just observing." "Ahem, I misspoke. The host may disregard that. This student indeed possesses S-rank power amplification abilities. But the enhancement of sensory perception is considered one of the weakest among abilities. While formidable in the early apocalypse, it will become increasingly taxing as time progresses. D-rank power amplification grants a strength attribute of 12. C-rank yields 24. B-rank provides 36, A-rank offers 60, and S-rank bestows 96. As the strength-based ability user experiences an increase in power, their vitality, defense, and resistance to the zombie virus also enhance. However, they may struggle considerably against similarly ranked elemental abilities. Thus, the host need not worry. It became apparent that observing while standing was the method. Jiang Yiming nodded slightly and broached the previous topic once more. However, the system remained silent, enveloped in a shroud of tranquility within the sea of consciousness. Very well. Aware that the system would not respond to his inquiries, Jiang Yiming chose to teleport away from the classroom. Making his way towards the dormitory building where Yu Xiaoyun was located, as indicated by Qimeng. The system's target detection range was intrinsically linked to Jiang Yiming's mental prowess. Currently, his mental strength stood at 48, which meant that for the system to pinpoint Yu Xiaoyun's location, she must be within 48 meters of him. Navigating through various edifices, he soon arrived at Yu Xiaoyun's dormitory building. According to the locator, she was expected to be in her room. However, Jiang Yiming did not observe any system markers. His brow furrowed slightly as he approached the vicinity of her dormitory, employing an omniscient perspective to scan the surroundings. Before long, he spotted Yu Xiaoyun's phone resting on her desk, yet she was absent from the room. Instead, several male students rummaged through the space, searching for something. A glint of determination flickered in Jiang Yiming's eyes. With a subtle wave of his hand, vines erupted from the nearby trees, surging into the dormitory. The tendrils, akin to agile serpents, swiftly ensnared the boys who were scouring the room. The male students within the dormitory were struck with terror, rendered immobile by the unexpected turn of events. Their eyes reflected a blend of panic and confusion, grappling with the bewildering circumstances that had unfolded. As Jiang Yiming slowly entered the dormitory, a profound sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. His gaze was sharp, akin to a finely honed blade, piercing directly into the depths of his adversaries' hearts. He surveyed the boys ensnared by the creeping vines, his expression dark and brooding. Raising his right hand, he seized the neck of the nearest boy with an iron grip. "Tell me why you are here, and the whereabouts of Yu Shaoan, or I shall ensure your demise is most excruciating." The boy, caught in the vice of Jiang Yiming's grasp, emitted a hoarse croak, struggling desperately yet to no avail. The other boys stood frozen in shock, their faces contorted in a blend of agony and terror. I'll tell you, one of them stammered, his voice quivering. They were acutely aware that this ability wielder was not to be trifled with. "We were ordered by Du Tiangong to capture the campus beauty, Yu Shaoan. He desires her as his own. However, upon our arrival, we discovered that Yu Shaoyan was absent from the dormitory." Having uttered these words, he turned to Jiang Yiming, eager to gauge the response of this formidable ability user. Upon hearing the boy's confession, Jiang Yiming fixed his gaze upon him. "Is Du Tiangong an ability wielder? What kind of power does he possess? Speak of all that you know." Jiang Yiming's voice was calm yet devoid of warmth, imbued with an undeniable authority. "He is likely an enhancer. There are videos of him on the forum, shared by a friend of mine. He awakened his abilities just yesterday and swiftly established a small faction among the survivors in the faculty dormitory. However, he and several other ability wielders have monopolized the resources at Yangcheng University, and to obtain any supplies, one must perform tasks for them. He became aware of Yu Shaoyan's circumstances because she confided in her close friend, who subsequently leveraged that information as a bargaining chip to sell to Du Tiangong. This is what I overheard. As for why Yu Shaoyan is not here, I am unaware. We are merely executing orders, for failure to comply could result in our demise." The young man quickly recounted his tale before lapsing into silence. "It was I who informed her that Du Tiangong was coming to capture her, prompting her to flee upon receiving the news." As he finished speaking, the young man, who was being choked by Jiang Yiming, struggled to articulate his words. Upon hearing the man speak, Jiang Yiming loosened his iron grip. "Elaborate." The young man, suddenly liberated, was taken aback and began to cough violently before continuing. "Du Tiangong and those brutes, emboldened by their abilities, have sought to oppress us. When the zombie apocalypse first erupted, had it not been for me, Du Tiangong would have perished at the hands of the undead. There was no way he could have survived to awaken his powers, proving himself to be a treacherous ingrate. My disdain for them is profound, and considering that Yu Shaoyan was once my idol, I discreetly informed her. It is only the third day of the apocalypse, yet they are already resorting to tyranny and inciting public ire. It is rather foolish. An S-class power is so arrogant. One can only imagine the hubris of an SS class. What could have been resolved swiftly has now turned into a quest to locate Yu Shaoyan. These individuals have created a significant predicament for themselves even before their encounter." As Jiang Yiming contemplated, he struck the adjacent wall with a powerful fist. The structure immediately bore the brunt of his force, and cracks rapidly spread across its surface like a spider's web. A faint sound of crumbling echoed as the wall began to sway precariously, resembling an ancient tree bending in the wind, ultimately succumbing to the weight and slowly collapsing. Bricks and dust scattered in all directions, filling the air with the scent of earth. A few boys, witnessing the wall's demise, felt an involuntary tightness in their chests, as if enveloped by an invisible pressure. They gazed at the fallen wall, their breaths becoming cautious, fearful of further provoking the figure before them. Jiang Yiming snapped his fingers, and the vines instantly loosened, freeing their captives. "Go." His voice was cold and resolute. "Inform the one surnamed Du that it would be prudent for him to choose self-destruction. When I seek them out, it shall not be a trivial matter." Upon receiving the command, they swiftly retreated, daring not to linger for even a moment. Just as they hurried away, Jiang Yiming gestured subtly towards one of them, and the surrounding vines surged forth like ravenous beasts. Chapter 34, Finding Yu Shaoyan. The vines pierced through the boy's body in an instant, producing a sharp sound of tearing. Vivid crimson blood trickled down the surface of the vines, appearing particularly striking in the dimly lit dormitory. The boy trembled, looking at Jiang Yiming, his eyes brimming with resentment and agony. His fingers quivered incessantly, as if yearning to grasp something, yet ultimately fell helplessly to the ground. His vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. The others froze in place, paralyzed by fear, their hearts racing in their throats. "This is none of your concern. Leave at once." Jiang Yiming's voice resounded once more, cold and merciless, akin to a blade in the depths of winter. Upon hearing his command, several boys, trembling with trepidation, hastily fled the scene. As Jiang Yiming spared them, their loyalty transformed from negative to positive, yet one boy's loyalty remained in the negative, a dismal -40. Given this, Jiang Yiming had no intention of sparing him either. After confiscating all items from Yu Xiaoyun's dormitory, he unleashed a fiery explosion to obliterate the place. The immense shockwave from the blast erased everything without a trace, debris scattering in all directions, leaving chaos in its wake. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming departed, determined to find Yu Xiaoyun. As he traversed Yangcheng University, the system scanned the vicinity for potential targets, attempting to pinpoint Yu Xiaoyun's location. After scouring half of Yangcheng University, he still could not find her. Standing alone atop a teaching building, he beheld the panoramic view of the campus. "You truly can hide. If I find you, I shall make you regret it," Jiang Yiming declared as he stepped forward, plummeting from the high building in free fall. In midair, he felt the wind howling past his ears, his garments billowing, producing a crisp rustling sound. When he was merely 25 meters from the ground, Jiang Yiming activated spatial teleportation, his form shimmering in the air before he landed smoothly on the ground. Wait a moment, could she have taken refuge in the boys' dormitory? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Yiming's mind. Realizing this, he hurried towards the male dormitory. Upon arriving at a certain building, the system promptly pinpointed Yu Xiaoyun's precise location. Indeed, she was here, Jiang Yiming remarked as he bit down hard on the candy in his mouth, the crisp sound echoing within. He instantly teleported to the designated dormitory, where the room appeared exceedingly dim. The entrance was obstructed by various items, seemingly intended to thwart any external intrusion, while the balcony was shrouded in thick coverings, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Yu Xiaoyun was curled up on the bed, enveloped in a heavy blanket, her form resembling a perfect sphere. Name: Yu Xiaoyun. Age: 20. Height: 149 centimeters. Weight: 43 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 94. Affinity: 0. Information: student at Yangcheng University. Traits: foodie. Thunder-up powers: none. 100. Yu Xiaoyun's features were gracefully defined, her elongated eyebrows slightly arched, adding a playful charm to her appearance. At that moment, she wore a white short-sleeved shirt, which contrasted delightfully with her fair skin. Due to her hasty escape, her hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet this disarray could not overshadow her lustrous black locks. Petite and exquisite, standing at merely 149 centimeters, her stature was just right. Jiang Yiming approached the bedside, extending his hands as if to lift the kitten, gently extracting Yu Xiaoyun from her cocoon of blankets. She donned a pair of lightweight summer trousers, her pockets bulging with an assortment of snacks. As Jiang Yiming escorted her, a few treats tumbled from her pockets, landing on the ground with a soft crunch. It was evident that she was a true foodie. Yu Xiaoyun's little feet swung restlessly, her body twisting as she endeavored to escape Jiang Yiming's grip. Her expression was rife with defiance and dissatisfaction as she glared at him, declaring, "Let me go. I refuse to be that guy Du Tiangan's woman. Do you believe I would rather end my life to prove it?" However, to Jiang Yiming, she resembled a furious little cat, hostile yet utterly lacking in intimidation, evoking an overwhelming desire to pet her. "Rest assured, I have not come to deliver you to Du Tiangan," Jiang Yiming clarified as he held her. Upon hearing his words, Yu Xiaoyun ceased her struggles instantly, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. She looked at Jiang Yiming and softly inquired, "Really?" He nodded affirmatively, yet just as she began to relax, he unexpectedly added, "However, my intentions are somewhat akin to his. I intend to take you back to become my woman. Is there any difference?" Yu Xiaoyun immediately resumed her resistance. "Certainly there is. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to abandon you, leaving you vulnerable to capture. The consequences, as you can imagine, would be dire. Conversely, if you consent, your safety and sustenance will be assured henceforth." As Jiang Yiming spoke, several skewers of grilled delicacies suddenly materialized in his left hand, emanating a gentle steam and exuding an enticing aroma that compelled Yu Xiaoyun to cease her struggles involuntarily. Her eyes sparkled with the allure of the skewers, and unshed tears streamed down her cheeks, betraying her resolve. "Yu Xiaoyun, you surely do not wish to be captured and transformed into a mere puff pastry." Unable to savor such delights, Jiang Yiming remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Naturally, if she declined, the first part of his statement would hold truth, while the latter would be false. He would take her back for thorough instruction, and if that proved ineffective, he would acquiesce to her wish for self-destruction. Conversely, Should she agree, he would ensure her treatment was far from inadequate. I shall consent, but you must tell me your name and allow me to see your face. We are strangers after all. Familiarity is essential, she replied. Yu Shaoan swallowed softly and looked at Jiang Yiming once more. He gently set her down and slowly removed his mask. Jiang Yiming, he revealed. In the dim sunlight, his features appeared refined and handsome, with a hint of mischief in his gaze. Upon witnessing his true visage, Yu Shaoan was momentarily taken aback. Her initial aversion significantly softened. Then, Jiang, may I have a taste of those skewers? Her voice conveyed a sense of anticipation and desire, as if she had forgotten her earlier discontent and resistance. Of course, Jiang Yiming replied, extending the skewers toward her. Yu Shaoan accepted them, taking a bite, and the exquisite flavor instantly enveloped her palate. She closed her eyes, savoring the happiness and satisfaction brought by the exquisite flavors, a radiant smile gracing her face. After finishing a skewer of grilled delicacies, Yu Shaoan paid no heed to the grease on her lips and began to relish another skewer's delight. Meanwhile, her affection for Jiang Yiming grew steadily, at a pace even swifter than when she first beheld his true visage. Observing Yu Shaoan relishing her meal, Jiang Yiming couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed as though a mere 50-cent packet of spicy snacks could easily win this girl over. How had she managed to maintain her innocence so perfectly? Chapter 35, Wang Hao's plan. After finishing her skewers, Yu Shaoan became aware of the grease adorning her lips and glanced around, seemingly in search of a napkin to wipe her mouth. Jiang Yiming, noticing her predicament, promptly tossed her a packet of tissues. Yu Shaoan accepted the tissues, gently wiping the grease from the corners of her mouth, her face illuminated by a grateful smile. And your phone. You flee without even taking your phone. Too engrossed in your food, I see, Jiang Yiming remarked, tossing her phone toward her. Phone? Did you go to my dormitory? Yu Shaoan inquired, a glimmer of surprise dancing in her eyes. Of course, if I hadn't visited your dorm, how would I know you had run off? Jiang Yiming retorted, then unceremoniously gave her a playful but forceful tap on the head. The suddenness and intensity of the strike caught Yu Shaoan off guard, sending a jolt of pain through her, prompting a soft whimper of discomfort to escape her lips. Ouch! Her hand instinctively reached for the spot that had been struck, her slightly furrowed brow revealing her sense of grievance. After rubbing her little head, Yu Shaoan turned to him once more with a question. Where shall we go next? May I return to fetch my belongings? No need to retrieve them. I have already taken care of your luggage. We must now seek out Du Tiangon. Why are we going to find Du Tiangon? Yu Shaoan inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. To remove his head, Jiang Yiming replied as he transported Yu Shaoan away in an instant. Useless. A group of you cannot even capture a single girl, and one of you has died. What purpose do you serve? Du Tiangon's voice reverberated through the room like thunder, sending chills down spines. He slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into countless pieces. The group of boys knelt, facing Du Tiangon's wrath, their hearts brimming with anger and helplessness, yet none dared to utter a word. The boy who had previously been grasped by Jiang Yiming's hand around his throat spoke up. It's not that we failed to capture her. We encountered an exceptionally powerful psychic who seized control over us entirely. Wang Xing was killed by him. A psychic? What kind of abilities does he possess? Why did he kill Wang Xing but spare you? Du Tiangon's brows knitted together, clearly dissatisfied with the explanation. It was a plant-based ability. He wore a mask and a hat, so we do not recognize him. He released us with the intention of delivering a message. What message? He said you would be wise to choose to end your own lives. When he comes for you, it will not be so simple. The boy spoke without a hint of concealment. You are courting death. Upon hearing these words, Du Tiangon was enraged to the point where it seemed his eyes might burst from their sockets. He abruptly rose from his seat, resembling an infuriated lion poised to pounce. I have conveyed nothing but his own words, devoid of any embellishment. The young man reiterated, his voice unwavering. Du Lauda, do not let your temper flare. These individuals may yet serve a purpose. There is no need for their demise. Wang Hao, seated beside Du Tiangon, endeavored to quell his fury. The previously mentioned ability user was merely a transient jester, and if he dared to approach, he should not expect to depart easily. Yet one must not underestimate his potential reluctance to come at all. Wang Hao continued, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Hearing this, Du Tiangon felt a modicum of calm wash over him. He recognized Wang Hao's characteristic steadiness and strategic insight. You speak wisely, Du Tiangon mused, pondering briefly before finally nodding in agreement. You may leave, without my command. Entry is forbidden. With a wave of his hand, several young men promptly exited the room. What is your plan? Du Tiangon inquired, drawing the nearby female, Li Sha, Yuxian's close friend, into his embrace. Gather all the ability users, should that mysterious one arrive. We shall ensnare him like a turtle in a pot, Wang Hao declared, his hand slicing through the air as if slaying a lamb destined for the slaughter. At this, Du Tiangong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding, seemingly in agreement with the scheme. Very well, let us proceed. On the other side, Jiang Yiming navigated through the architectural marvels of Yangcheng University, accompanied by Yu Shaoan, as they made their way to the faculty dormitory where Du Tiangong resided. Upon entering the dormitory, Jiang Yiming focused his mind, employing an omniscient perspective to swiftly pinpoint the location of Du Tiangong and his cohort. 8 extraordinary individuals congregated in a room, their demeanor relaxed yet tinged with a hint of vigilance, as if anticipating the arrival of someone. Name: Du Tiangong. Age: 22, loyalty: -66, ability: S-class strength amplification. Name: Wang Hao. Age: 21, loyalty: -44, ability: A-class telepathic insight detection range. 24 meters. Name: Ping Quan. Age: 20, loyalty: -20, ability: A-class water manipulation. Among them were 1 S-class, 3 A-class, 3 B-class, and 1 C-class, totaling 8 extraordinary beings. With them gathered in one place, it spared him the effort of searching individually. Ignoring my counsel, they were making it far too easy for themselves to meet their demise. As his words echoed, he and Yu Shaoan shimmered like phantoms, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear within that very room. Wang Hao, ever vigilant with his telepathic insight, was the first to detect Jiang Yiming's sudden presence. Despite Jiang being positioned precisely 25 meters away, beyond the range of his perception, the sudden turn of events enveloped him in an indescribable pressure. For he understood that Jiang Yiming's strength was not to be underestimated. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. In the room, the other ability users turned their heads, their gazes infused with wariness and caution. Upon seeing Jiang Yiming and Yu Shaoan appear, Du Tiangong's eyes sharpened instantly as he shouted, "Attack!" However, before Du Tiangong's command could reach everyone's ears, Jiang Yiming had already unleashed his wood-based abilities, reinforced by vines. Countless tendrils surged into the room from outside. Writhing like living entities, twisting and powerful, they swiftly ensnared every corner of the space, binding Du Tiangong and the other ability users tightly. In mere moments, the room transformed into a chaotic sea of vines, trapping all within. Unlike previous vines, each one was adorned with sharp, venomous thorns that glimmered ominously, carrying a paralyzing effect. The jagged tips pierced through their clothing and skin, inflicting excruciating pain and paralysis, rendering them nearly immobile. Chapter 36. Total execution. Du Tiangong felt as if his body were ensnared by invisible shackles, tightly binding him. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to channel his powers, desperately striving to break free from this confinement. Yet, no matter how hard he endeavored, the vines seemed to tighten their grip, akin to an unyielding iron chain, firmly anchoring him in place. Simultaneously, the other members attempted to utilize their abilities to shatter the restraints of the vines, but their efforts proved utterly futile. The paralyzing effect of the venomous thorns gradually robbed them of their freedom, leaving them ensnared by the vines, utterly helpless. I once granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As his words fell, the vines began to pierce their bodies, one by one. Although the venom merely incapacitated their movements, it did not dull their pain receptors. Excruciating agony surged through them in an instant. The shrieks that erupted were piercing and mournful, reverberating throughout the room. Each sound was a harrowing cry, conveying boundless suffering and despair. A pungent smell of blood filled the air, mingling with their groans, sending a chill down the spine. Yu Shaoan had been contentedly enjoying the snacks that Jiang Yiming had offered her from behind. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense nausea and discomfort, causing her to expel the food from her mouth. She had never anticipated that the gentle Jiang Yiming, who had previously treated her kindly, would now reveal a merciless and resolute side. A chilling thought struck her. Had she refused him earlier? A cold dread cascaded down her spine, leaving her trembling. Jiang Yiming paid no heed to Yu Shaoan behind him. Instead, he strode directly towards Li Sha, who was merely bound with simplicity. Without a hint of compassion, he seized her hair and yanked her up, then flung her down before Yu Shaoan. Her body collided forcefully with the ground, producing a muffled thud. You should be aware of the betrayal this woman has committed against you. How to deal with her is entirely your decision. Jiang Yiming, having spoken, cast a dagger beside Yu Shaoyun's right hand. The moment the blade touched the ground, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Yu Shaoyun gazed at the dagger, a complex glimmer flickering in her eyes. Turning her attention back to Jiang Yiming, she found him regarding her with an indifferent expression, seemingly awaiting her decision. Had it been before, she might have refrained from picking up the dagger. Yet under Jiang Yiming's penetrating gaze, she felt compelled to grasp the weapon in her hand. Li Sha, witnessing Yu Xiaoyan's action, was instantly engulfed in panic. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. I never intended to betray you. I was coerced. Please believe me. Do not take my life. Her voice quivered with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yu Xiaoyan stood resolutely, inhaling deeply in an effort to compose herself. Her expression transformed into one of icy determination, her tone imbued with finality. Coerced? With your flamboyant appearance. How could anyone perceive you as a victim? Though Yu Xiaoyan had a penchant for indulgence, she was not foolhardy. Some truths were evident at a mere glance. I confided in you about that matter with the hope of finding refuge together, yet you chose to betray me. Thus, farewell. Her voice, though calm, resonated with disappointment and detachment. Closing her eyes, the dagger in her right hand sliced through the air, aimed directly at Li Sha's beating heart. As Li Sha beheld this, fear and despair ignited in her eyes. Her pleas for mercy grew increasingly frantic, reverberating through the air like the final cries of a desperate soul. The dagger pierced the skin, and Lisa's voice abruptly ceased, leaving only the lingering echoes in the air. Upon hearing the silence, Yu Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes. Realizing that not a single drop of blood had splattered upon her, only a trickle of blood occasionally surged from Lisa's heart, vanishing instantaneously as it approached her. Yu Xiaoyan gazed at her dear friend, whom she had taken the life of, her complexion pale. She gradually rose to her feet, no longer casting her gaze upon the lifeless Lisa. Jiang Yiming stood quietly, while the ability users behind him, having lost considerable blood, gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Their screams finally ceasing. Their bodies swayed precariously. Some had completely fainted, their strength depleted, and had it not been for the support of the vines, they would have already collapsed to the ground. Sensing that the 8 ability users had been sufficiently tormented, Jiang Yiming approached Yu Xiaoyan, gently placing a white cap upon her head, softly uttering, "All right, let us depart." Yu Xiaoyan nodded in silence, stepping beside Jiang Yiming. As he transported them away, all the vines withdrew from the room. In that instant of their departure, Jiang Yiming's fire abilities engulfed the entire chamber. Everything within was consumed by flames, including the bodies of the unconscious ability users, their existence swiftly vanishing into ashes amidst the inferno. After their departure, Yu Xiaoyan's mood appeared heavy. The vivacity of her former self seemed drowned by the brutality of this moment, replaced by a profound silence and sorrow. Haunted by the act of taking a life, she found it challenging to come to terms with her actions and required time to confront and accept the reality. However, there were ways to expedite this process, one of which was through food. Jiang Yiming retrieved a steaming, freshly made hamburger and a refreshing bottle of soda from his storage space, presenting them to Yu Xiaoyan. Upon seeing the offerings, the sorrow etched on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of joy. She eagerly accepted the food, hastily unwrapping it and devouring it without a care. Jiang Yiming chuckled softly, choosing not to further engage with Yu Xiaoyan, as he steered the vehicle towards the heart of Dawa Island. The density of zombies in the university town at Dawa Island greatly surpassed that of Yangcheng University, rendering it a more perilous environment. Shortly after departing from Yangcheng University, Jiang Yiming was taken aback by the sight of a shop. A sword and blade store? He pondered. And in an instant, he and Yu Xiaoyan teleported to the entrance of the establishment. The moment Jiang Yiming materialized, his rock-based powers erupted, clearing the surrounding zombies in mere moments. Following this, a 4-meter-high wall rose around the shop's entrance, serving as a robust barrier to deter any approaching undead. The shop's door was tightly secured, and as Jiang Yiming employed his omniscient perspective to survey the interior, he quickly discerned the presence of survivors. They were not hiding within the storefront, but rather in the deeper recesses of the shop's resting area. Chapter 37. The transaction at the sword and blade shop. Jiang Yiming led Yu Xiaoyan directly into the sword and blade shop. In the dim light, the sword shop was adorned with an array of blades, each meticulously crafted and displayed upon the shelves, though their edges remained unsharpened. The blades were embellished with exquisite engravings and patterns, artfully showcasing the skill and ingenuity of the artisans. The diverse hues of the swords captivated the onlooker's attention irresistibly. Jiang Yiming rapped lightly on the counter, the crisp sound echoing through the shadowy shop, instantly drawing the attention of those resting within. Aware of their presence, he called out, "I know someone is inside, come forth." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, the occupants ceased their concealment, and the door to the resting area creaked open, revealing 3 individuals, an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and a young woman, presumably related by blood. As they stepped out, Their gazes met Jiang Yiming and Yu Xiaoyan with a mix of wariness and a flicker of anticipation and hope. "What brings you here, young fellow?" inquired the silver-haired elder, his voice low and gentle. "I require weapons suitable for combat. Do you possess any sharpened blades? Or can you sharpen them?" Jiang Yiming replied, his eyes sweeping over the trio. "We currently have only 3 sharpened blades, and they were honed not long ago. If you need more, we can craft additional ones." "How many would you require?" The elder responded, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Yiming's. "I shall take as many as you are able to produce," Jiang Yiming added. Then continued, "You appear to be in need of supplies. I can offer provisions in exchange." At his words, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the eyes of the 3. In this post-apocalyptic world, the scarcity of resources imposes immense pressure and anxiety upon every survivor. The ability to procure necessary supplies through trade is undoubtedly a boon. "Certainly. It will just require some time. Each blade necessitates at least an hour to be fully sharpened," spoke the middle-aged man, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation, clearly eager to lend assistance. The stock of the weapon shop was inherently limited. For their survival, they had specifically honed a few blades for self-defense. Regrettably, the overwhelming presence of zombies in the vicinity rendered it perilous for them to venture out in search of supplies. "Please, provide me with 1 sharpened blade. I shall return for the others later," requested the young woman. Upon hearing this, she promptly entered the workshop and retrieved a longsword, presenting it to Jiang Yiming. Jiang Yiming accepted the longsword, gripping the scabbard in one hand while drawing the blade with the other. The sword gleamed with an immaculate white sheen, glistening with silver under the dim light, and the hilt was adorned with exquisite engravings, affirming its quality as a formidable weapon. "May our collaboration be fruitful," Jiang Yiming declared, taking the sword and departing with Yu Xiaoyan. The trio then immediately entered the workshop to commence the sharpening of the remaining blades. Until now, Jiang Yiming had been without a reliable weapon. Discovering a sword shop was fortuitous in resolving this dilemma, while many challenges could be addressed through supernatural means. Wielding a sword not only elevated his stature but also served as a deterrent. After leaving the sword shop, Jiang Yiming made his way to a hotel. Following the elimination of the zombies within, he and Yu Xiaoyan retreated to a clean private room. The environment within the private room was pristine and invigorating, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. The moment Jiang Yiming entered, he deployed a protective barrier, enveloping the entire room in a cloak of black steel. Upon catching sight of the grand bed, Yu Xiaoyan immediately leapt onto it. She stretched her body, lying on the soft mattress, relishing the rare comfort and relaxation. Jiang Yiming smiled faintly, stowing his knife away in a storage space. He then gently approached the bedside, slowly reclining and closing his eyes. Embarking on the restoration of his mental energy, he inhaled deeply, sensing the weariness dissipating, replaced by a refreshing vitality. Noticing the movement, Yu Xiaoyan softly opened her eyes, her gaze drifting to Jiang Yiming beside the bed. He lay there quietly, resembling a sleeping statue, his expression tranquil and serene. Yu Xiaoyan felt a flutter in her heart, her eyes lingering on Jiang Yiming's face, momentarily entranced. Once Jiang Yiming sensed his recovery nearing completion, he gradually sat up before standing. Yu Xiaoyan instantly noticed his actions and quickly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Jiang Yiming stretched languidly and addressed Yu Xiaoyan on the bed, saying, "I need to step out for a bit. You stay here quietly." Where are you going?" Yu Xiaoyan exclaimed, springing up from the bed to inquire of Jiang Yiming. "I'm going to find someone at Yangcheng Music University. Don't tell me you're going to seek out another campus beauty. How can you think of other women after spending such a short time with me, you rascal?" Yu Xiaoyan pouted. "I never claimed to be a virtuous individual. I am no different from them, merely stronger," Jiang Yiming remarked with a faint, elusive smile. "Now, be obedient and stay here. This place is fortified, and neither zombies nor humans can easily intrude." After tossing her several packets of snacks, Jiang Yiming departed from the hotel. Yu Xiaoyan picked up a packet of snacks. Her expression somewhat displeased, yet she succumbed to temptation and began to eat. Jiang Yiming retrieved a vehicle from his storage space and drove towards the Yangcheng Music University in the northern part of Dao Island. According to the location provided by Qimeng, Tang Yaxin was currently situated in the eastern cafeteria of Yangcheng Music University, indicating that she was one of the few who had not returned to her residence. As the vehicle traversed the road, numerous zombies rushed past him like a relentless tide. Those that managed to approach the vehicle were immediately dealt with. Upon entering the eastern district of Yangcheng Music University, the number of zombies present was fewer compared to those in the university town, but they were still quite numerous. It seemed that this area had yet to give rise to any exceptionally powerful supernatural beings, or perhaps they simply had not begun to take action. Jiang Yiming pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, breaking through the zombie blockade as it headed towards the cafeteria. The zombies were left behind, their desperate cries echoing as they attempted to pursue. Awaiting them was a fiery explosion. A blaze surged towards them, the intense heat causing the air around to shimmer as if on the verge of boiling. In the chaos of the flames, they were powerless against the force of the explosion, ultimately consumed by the inferno. In the distance, the East District cafeteria came into view, and Jiang Yiming's silhouette appeared at the entrance like a solitary star in the night sky. In an instant, he seemed to vanish alongside the vehicles, only to materialize again, as if caught in an ethereal interplay of reality and illusion. The zombies at the doorway immediately sensed Jiang Yiming's arrival, recklessly lunging toward him. His expression remained composed as he raised his right hand gently, summoning a long sword into his grasp. The blade gleamed like a mirror, reflecting sunlight that danced like delicate streams through the edges of the sword. Within moments, he wielded the sword with grace, severing several zombies with swift precision, blood spraying like a torrential rain. As the final zombie fell, a slender vine suddenly emerged from Jiang Yiming's hand, swiftly coiling around the sword's blade. This vine, resembling a living entity, writhed upon the sword, voraciously consuming every drop of blood before retracting quickly. Once the vine vanished, the sword regained its pristine shine. Jiang Yiming smoothly sheathed the sword back into its scabbard held in his left hand, his movements fluid and natural. Although he was unaware of the reason, it was perplexing to him that he wielded the sword with such finesse despite it being his first experience. Yet, he dismissed the thought, pondering if it might simply be a manifestation of innate talent. Grasping the scabbard, he stepped into the cafeteria. The system had successfully pinpointed Xia Yaxin's exact location, alleviating Jiang Yiming's concerns. Through an omniscient perspective, he swiftly discerned the situation within the cafeteria, observing over 30 survivors gathered on the second floor. On the dining table on the second floor, a myriad of supplies was arranged, seemingly gathered from the cafeteria's store and other shops, including bread, biscuits, and bottled water. Amidst the crowd, a group of over a dozen people encircled a young man, seemingly vying for his favor. On the other side, Jiang Yiming caught sight of Tang Yaxing. Despite lacking any supernatural abilities, she was surrounded by several individuals, suggesting that she garnered a certain degree of attention and protection. However, a hint of helplessness and resignation flickered in Tang Yaxing's gaze, indicating her discontent with the situation. Name, Liming, age, 20, loyalty, 0, ability, A-class metal control. Upon reviewing the information about the encircled young man, Jiang Yiming understood the dynamics at play. Among the crowd, only 3 possessed supernatural abilities. Aside from this A-class ability wielder, there were merely 2 B-class ability users. It was no surprise that the other survivors chose to align themselves with such individuals, for in a post-apocalyptic world, associating with the strong is a natural instinct. Power signifies the potential for survival, and a team with ability wielders boasts greater competitiveness and resilience. Li Ming's gaze towards Tang Yaxing was unmistakably possessive, clearly viewing her as his own. Yet, rather than employing forceful tactics, he opted for a more gradual approach to court her. Nevertheless, judging by Tang Yaxing's expressions and demeanor, she appeared entirely uninterested in Li Ming. High emotional intelligence, a man. Low emotional intelligence, a sycophant. However, this behavior might ultimately preserve his life, contingent upon his compliance. There is an ancient saying in Longhua, those who possess resources are Wei Junjie. Jiang Yiming ascended the staircase to the second floor with measured steps, each one resonating with a profound steadiness. As he approached the entrance on the second floor, 2 men stood guard, weapons firmly in hand, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Jiang Yiming, masked and gripping the hilt of his sword, strode toward the door. Upon noticing the masked figure wielding a sword, the guards exchanged wary glances and inquired with caution. At the sight of this uninvited guest, the 2 sentinels immediately heightened their alertness. "Who goes there?" One of the guards bellowed, his voice imbued with authority and severity as he sought to suppress Jiang Yiming's imposing presence. Without uttering much, Jiang merely cast a fleeting glance their way and slowly articulated a single word, "Leave." This terse yet direct retort sent a shiver down the spines of the guards. They felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Yiming, coupled with his cold, piercing gaze that seemed to threaten their very existence. Ignoring the 2 men, Jiang Yiming proceeded past them, striding directly toward the entrance as if they were mere phantoms. The guards stood frozen, watching Jiang Yiming walk by. Yet none dared to make a move. Similarly, Li Ming and his companions were drawn to the sudden intrusion of Jiang Yiming. They halted their activities, turning in unison toward the door, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, vigilance, and bewilderment. Li Ming, observing Jiang Yiming's silhouette, felt an undeniable intimidation emanating from him. With a solemn countenance, he rose, his steps betraying an underlying wariness. He wished to engage this enigmatic visitor in conversation to discern his intentions. However, Jiang Yiming appeared indifferent to him, his gaze directed instead toward Tang Yaxin in the distance. Tang Yaxin donned a sleek black dress, the fluid lines accentuating her slender figure. Her golden curls cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, soft and silky, shimmering with a subtle luster. Tang Yaxin's visage was captivating. Her eyes, clear and bright, held a hint of perplexity as they gazed at Jiang Yiming. Name, Tang Yaxin, age, 20, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 93, affection level, 0, information, student at Yangcheng Music University. Intermediate in dance and music, traits, slightly superficial, prefers firmness over softness, with a hint of submissiveness, abilities, none, 100 Ah? Is what you mentioned regarding softness and firmness serious? Li Ming observed Jiang Yiming ignoring him, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Yet he managed to force a smile and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, my friend?" His voice was gentle and polite, yet it betrayed a subtle vigilance and impatience. The followers behind him stood silently, their gazes alert and keen. Jiang Yiming suddenly halted, directing his gaze towards Li Ming and the few followers behind him, stating simply, "I am looking for someone. May I inquire who you are seeking?" With the realization that dialogue was possible, Li Ming felt a modicum of his impatience wane as he pressed on. "Tang Yaxin," Jiang Yiming replied, continuing towards her direction. Not far away, upon hearing her name, Tang Yaxin momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion passing through her clear eyes. She slightly raised her eyebrows, somewhat bewildered, and pointed to herself, saying, "Looking for me?" Jiang Yiming's words fell like a thunderclap, instantly draining the color from Li Ming's face and igniting a fire of rage in his eyes. He roared, "Stop! What do you want with Yaxin?" Yet Jiang Yiming appeared unfazed. He turned his head slightly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "I share the same intent as you. What of it? Is it unacceptable? You seek your own demise." Li Ming erupted in fury, his gaze flickering with a perilous glint, reminiscent of a wounded beast poised to strike. Suddenly, his supernatural powers surged forth, and the metallic apparatus surrounding him came under his command, levitating in midair. Rust and light intertwined, emanating a chilling aura of menace directed at Jiang Yiming. Even the sword in Jiang Yiming's hand seemed to exhibit signs of rebellion, as if yearning to break free and launch itself at Li Ming. However, Jiang Yiming's left hand firmly grasped the hilt, and an invisible barrier of his own abilities countered the surge of energy, preventing the sword from slipping from his grasp. Chapter 39. You must be the songstress. Jiang Yiming's gaze swept over the suspended metal devices, showing no trace of emotion. He then bent slightly and, in an astonishing display of speed, dashed towards Li Ming. With both his strength and agility rated at 48, he could reach nearly 20 meters per second without the need for spatial teleportation. As Li Ming sensed Jiang Yiming drawing nearer, an alarm blared within him, compelling him to direct the surrounding metal towards Jiang Yiming. Regrettably, the metals vanished without a trace the moment they approached Jiang Yiming, as though they had never existed at all. Li Ming could not help but widen his eyes, staring incredulously at the scene before him. His thoughts became a tumultuous whirl as he struggled to comprehend Jiang Yiming's sudden surge of speed and power. Jiang Yiming slowly lifted his right foot, resembling an iron wall rising from the ground, aimed squarely at Li Ming's abdomen, producing a low, muffled sound. Li Ming's body was sent hurtling through the air like a fallen autumn leaf, crashing into his companions behind him, akin to a projectile launched from a catapult, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries as they all flew back. With a casual snap of his fingers, the metallic weapons that had previously assailed him surged forth, swiftly and accurately pinning Li Ming and his followers to the ground, mercilessly extinguishing the last flickers of life. This all transpired with such swiftness that the others had yet to react. Li Ming and his companions were utterly vanquished. Tang Yaxin, equally astonished, covered her mouth with her hand, her gaze fixated on Jiang Yiming. As he turned once more to approach her, the atmosphere grew heavy and silent, as if time itself had momentarily halted. His footsteps echoed like the weighty beats of a heart in the still air, each step resonating within the souls of the remaining survivors. As Jiang Yiming neared Tang Yaxin, he grasped the hilt of his sword, gently drawing forth the blade, revealing its glinting, icy edge. "Since you prefer the firm over the soft, let us proceed with the direct approach," Jiang Yiming thought, executing his movements with precision and resolve. As he pointed the tip of his sword at Tang Yaxin, his voice frigid. "You should have comprehended the implications of my earlier words. What are your choices?" In that fleeting moment, Tang Yaqing felt as though an invisible force had stirred her thoughts into a blank void. Upon hearing that Jiang Yiming had come for her, she initially believed he intended to rescue her from this place. To her astonishment, he instead aimed the sword directly at her. As she gazed at the blade approaching her, she could not help but swallow nervously. Looking at Jiang Yiming's masked visage, with its distinct contours and profound gaze, she felt no trace of anger. The commanding presence and authority exuded by Jiang Yiming instilled in her a peculiar allure. Tang Yaqing's favorability. 50. Jiang Yiming, observing the increase in Tang Yaqing's favorability, could not help but make a sardonic remark. After a brief silence, Tang Yaqing revealed a faint smile and responded, "Very well, I am willing to accompany you." Without further ado, Jiang Yiming slowly sheathed his sword and gestured for Tang Yaqing to follow him. She silently nodded and obediently trailed his steps. As the two advanced a few paces, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the surrounding silence. "Wait, I too wish to be your woman. Please be certain to take me with you." Jiang Yiming halted momentarily, then slowly turned around to direct his gaze towards the girl behind him. Her beauty is indeed striking. The cosmetics on her face accentuate her enchanting contours, rendering her somewhat alluring. Rather than simply describing her as attractive, it is more fitting to characterize her as captivating. Name, Lu Jiayuan, age, 20, height, 160 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 88, affection level, 20, information, a student at Yangcheng Music University. Specializing in intermediate dance and basic music, powers, none, 84. Observing her innocence, Jiang Yiming decided against engaging her in further conversation. Noticing Jiang Yiming's silence, she promptly promoted herself, saying, "Tang Yaqing and I share the same major. I possess the same skill she does, and I am even more experienced." Jiang Yiming, upon hearing her words, twitched his lips, recognizing her considerable experience. He pondered for a moment before responding, "Oh, are you implying that you are the songstress?" Lu Jiayuan, oblivious to the underlying implication in Jiang Yiming's words, replied eagerly, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Tang Yaqing immediately grasped the subtext and could not suppress her laughter. Her giggle like a clear spring, accompanied by a hint of playfulness that caused her body to quiver gently. Upon hearing Tang Yaqing's laughter, Lu Jiayuan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon her, and she quickly realized the situation. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by an unmistakable glow. Jiang Yiming chose to disregard Lu Jiayuan further and walked directly to Tang Yaqing, unhesitatingly tapping her forehead with a firm gesture. "Let's go." Tang Yaqing winced in pain, abruptly ceasing her laughter, her eyes reddening as she pressed her forehead, hurrying to catch up with Jiang Yiming's stride. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Yiming detected the absence of surveillance and, together with Tang Yaqing, executed a spatial teleportation, departing from the East District cafeteria. The surviving students dared not pursue them. Some approached the nearby windows, eager to glimpse the destination of the two, yet they were met with an eerie absence, as if the pair had vanished into thin air. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Shaoan sprang from the bed with alacrity, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon noticing Tang Yaqing following Jiang Yiming, she gasped in astonishment, "Yaqing?" Tang Yaqing recognized her as well, a flicker of surprise and joy crossing her features. "Shaoan, I never anticipated you would be here." Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaqing had fortuitously encountered each other at the center of the university town, their studies and lives intertwining. Gradually, they became acquainted and eventually forged a friendship. Although they were not the closest of confidants, they often exchanged amusing anecdotes from their daily lives. Yu Shaoan leaped gracefully from the bed and swiftly approached Tang Yaqing, embracing her without hesitation. "I can't believe you've also caught the attention of that creep. We are truly bound by fate." Jiang Yiming, overhearing her words, twitched the corner of his mouth. This mischievous girl certainly needed a lesson. She would have a rough night ahead. Given her grievances, he thought it best for her to skip dinner tonight. Otherwise, her words would be in vain. No. I was just joking. Following Xin, it is indeed a tremendous fortune." Yu Shaoyan's countenance shifted in an instant, as she spared no effort in extolling the virtues of Jiang Yiming, as if she were determined to employ all her knowledge, fearing that Jiang Yiming might withhold her dinner. Chapter 40. The gluttonous Yu Shaoyan's sudden transformation left Tang Yaqing somewhat astonished. Observing Yu Shaoyan's fervent praise for Jiang Yiming, she couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yiming, witnessing Yu Shaoyan's enthusiastic display, felt a smile tug at his lips. His gaze drifted to the several packets of snacks on the table, which had been reduced to mere empty wrappers by Yu Shaoyan's voracious appetite. Coupled with the skewers, a hamburger, and a cup of cola consumed earlier, she now sought to reclaim her dinner. How could such a petite frame accommodate so much food? Very well. I shall not deprive you of your dinner today. The hot water in the bathroom is ready. You should both take a shower. After speaking, Jiang Yiming retrieved clothing for both women from his storage space and tossed them onto the bed. Before escorting Tang Yaxin back to the hotel, he accompanied her to her dormitory to collect her belongings. During this time, Jiang Yiming naturally introduced himself and allowed her to behold his visage, which significantly enhanced her fondness for him. Can we take a shower now? Isn't the water contaminated? Tang Yaxin and Yu Shaoan were taken aback by this revelation. For days, they had been unable to enjoy a proper bath, resorting only to superficial cleaning, which had left them feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, it is rather fortunate that despite the current summer season, the temperature across the globe has significantly diminished following the arrival of the blood rain. I have prepared warm water and filled the bathtub. You may indulge in a bath, Jiang Yiming explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin instantly became thrilled, gathering their clothes and hurrying towards the bathroom. As Tang Yaxin passed by Jiang Yiming, she could not resist pausing to bestow a light peck on his cheek, expressing her gratitude and joy. Thank you, Ningo, she exclaimed before swiftly darting into the bathroom. Yu Shaoan, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Tang Yaxin's departing figure, then turned her attention to Jiang Yiming, her expression one of astonishment. A blush crept onto Yu Shaoyan's cheeks as she bashfully turned and fled into the bathroom. Jiang Yiming chuckled and shook his head, teasingly remarking, after all, she is just an innocent young girl. A girl's bath cannot be resolved in mere minutes. Thus, Jiang Yiming reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. However, to ensure the absence of any lurking danger, he reluctantly activated his omniscient perspective to survey the surroundings, vigilant against any approaching zombies. The bathroom's lighting was soft and warm, casting a gentle glow upon the pristine white walls. Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin delicately removed their garments, revealing their fair skin. They stepped into the bathtub together, the warm water tenderly enveloping their bodies, bestowing a sense of comfort and serenity. The skin of the two women glistened in the water, exuding a translucent sheen reminiscent of jade, smooth and supple as if caressed by a gentle touch. Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin tenderly wiped each other's skin, meticulously erasing the grime and fatigue that clung to them. They began to share the myriad experiences they had encountered in the apocalyptic world, and as their conversation deepened, it transcended mere recollections, delving into more profound and intimate subjects. In a moment of playful spontaneity, the two women unexpectedly began to frolic with one another. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming, resting on the bed, suddenly sensed a warm liquid trickling from his nose. He instinctively lifted his hand to gently wipe it away. Upon feeling the dampness on the back of his hand, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. A surge of disbelief crossed his mind. Why was he experiencing a nosebleed? It was clearly the result of indulging in something too spicy. He realized he must exercise restraint. Jiang Yiming lightly shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Sensing that the two women had finished their bath and were preparing to dress, he quietly approached a nearby table and retrieved the meal he had prepared from his storage space. When Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin emerged from their bath, they donned loose, comfortable sleepwear, their hair still slightly damp, exuding a subtle, refreshing fragrance. Each woman held a dry towel, gently drying her hair with soft, practiced motions, before picking up a hairdryer to style their tresses. Dinner is ready. Please come and eat, Jiang Yiming called out to them. Upon drying her hair, Yu Shaoan dashed to the dining table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the delectable feast that awaited her. She gazed at the array of mouth-watering dishes laid out before her, her mouth already watering in eager anticipation. However, just as she reached out to grasp a piece of meat to savor, Jiang Yiming suddenly intervened, lifting her up with surprising urgency. Why the haste? Let us wait for Yaxin to join us, he remarked. Yu Shaoan turned her gaze towards Jiang Yiming, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes glimmering with a pleading expression. Just one piece, merely one. Noticing that Jiang Yiming was unresponsive to her, she slumped her limbs, resembling a forlorn little kitten. Nevertheless, as soon as Yu Shaoyan observed Tang Yaxin finishing her preparations and approaching the dining table, she revived her spirits, mustering her strength to free herself from Jiang Yiming's grasp. She promptly returned to her seat at the table, indulging in the delectable feast before her. Her eyes sparkled with joy and contentment, as if the earlier despondency had vanished entirely. Jiang Yiming and Tang Yaxin exchanged a glance and shared a subtle smile before commencing their meal. After dining, Yu Shaoyan wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, her face radiating satisfaction and happiness. After a brief respite, Jiang Yiming approached Yu Shaoyan, effortlessly lifting her as one would a kitten. With a hint of confusion on her face, she inquired, What's the matter? Chapter 41. The Eye of Fear and Deterrence. The Chosen One? I must step out for a moment. This place is quite secure, as long as you remain here. Danger is unlikely to find you. Observing Tang Yaxin nodding in agreement, Jiang Yiming vanished from the hotel in an instant. Host status has been restored. Rewards received. All attributes 10. Omniscient Perspective Level 1. Spatial Teleportation Level 1. Rock Elemental Ability Level 1. Level 3 Omniscient Perspective, 25 meters 45 meters. Level 3 Spatial Teleportation, 25 meters to 45 meters. Number of participants, 5 to 10. Upon achieving 5 instances of reward acquisition, an additional reward is granted, the Eye of Fear and Dread, a binding chain that restricts the consciousness of targeted individuals. The Eye of Fear and Dread. When the host locks eyes with an adversary, the latter is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear and oppression, adversely affecting their psyche and mental state. The host can conjure an aura of terror in the surrounding vicinity, compelling all beings within this domain to experience dread and constraint. The efficacy and range of the Eye of Fear and Dread are contingent upon the host's mental strength. For instance, if the host's mental strength is currently 58, then the area of effect will manifest as a spherical zone with a radius of 58 meters centered on the host. The binding chain restricts the consciousness of all system-locked targets, rendering them incapable of divulging information the host wishes to keep concealed. Is it the Eye of Fear and Dread? Jiang Yiming murmured, his brow twitching slightly as he activated the skill. Suddenly, beneath the tranquil night sky, a pair of ethereal and colossal eyes materialized above. These eyes emanated a chilling and enigmatic glow, as though they could pierce into the very souls of all living beings. In this peculiar spectacle, the air within a 100-meter radius seemed to solidify, enveloping all creatures in an instantaneous wave of invisible pressure and terror. The atmosphere around quivered under the gaze of this mysterious ocular presence, as every being felt an unsettling dread emanating from the abyss. The zombies sensed the intangible force of oppression, as if confronted by the gaze of death itself, and scattered in panic, only ceasing their flight once they had distanced themselves from the menacing Eye of Fear. Jiang Yiming observed the retreat of the zombies, compelled by the influence of the eye, and nodded in approval. This ability to drive away the undead proved to be an effective method, though it was regrettable that it did not induce them to take their own lives in terror. He swiftly made his way back to the sword and knife shop. With the enhancements of spatial teleportation and omniscient perspective, his speed had increased considerably. As he moved, the influence of the Eye of Fear shifted with him, enveloping each step he took. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shop, he deactivated the eye. The ethereal gaze above promptly closed, vanishing like a profound black hole in the sky, leaving behind a profound silence. The towering wall that Jiang Yiming had previously erected still stood at the shop's entrance. As he pushed open the door, the sounds of cutting and sanding from the workshop filled the air. He entered slowly and beheld 3 individual sharpening blades. Upon noticing Jiang Yiming's arrival, they immediately greeted him with warm smiles. "Young brother, you have arrived. 7 blades have been sharpened, and these last 2 will be ready shortly." "Indeed," Jiang Yiming replied with a slight nod, watching as they completed the sharpening of the final 2 blades. They then gathered the 9 blades into a cloth bag, revealing their handles. With a gentle lift, Jiang Yiming found the bag to be astonishingly weightless, effortlessly hoisting it up. He entered the shop bearing an array of weapons and declared, "I have placed the supplies at the entrance. You may move them inside at your convenience." After speaking, Jiang Yiming took a few aesthetically pleasing blunt knives and departed. Once he had completely left, the trio approached the entrance to inspect the provisions he had provided. They discovered 3 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, a bag of compressed biscuits, and several vitamin supplements, essentials for survival. While Jiang Yiming had ample storage space, these items were non-essential to him. His storage was filled with an abundance of meats, fruits, and vegetables, ensuring a well-balanced diet. For him, instant noodles were merely a tantalizing novelty, incapable of serving as a staple. However, for the other survivors, these provisions could extend their survival, embodying a beacon of hope. Thus, they were ideal for trade. The trio, upon seeing these supplies, were overjoyed, their faces lighting up with smiles as they cautiously carried the items into the resting area. After leaving, Jiang Yiming placed the weapons into his storage. Yet, while hurrying back to the hotel, he suddenly sensed a strong surge of psychic energy, compelling him to halt. Through his omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming swiftly pinpointed the source of the disturbance. Name, Yi Fantian, age, 21, loyalty, 0, ability, S-class lightning manipulation, awakening, in a dimly lit room. A young man sits cross-legged upon an antiquated bed, his body trembling slightly as if subjected to an immense force. Arcane bolts of electricity occasionally dance around Yangcheng, accompanied by faint rumbles of thunder. Beads of sweat adorn his brow, veins pronounced as he strives to harness the surging power within him. He feels as though he is merged with the very essence of the lightning that courses through the heavens, an exhilarating sensation that stirs his soul. At last, when he opens his eyes, a brilliant arc of electricity flashes before him, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. He lowers his gaze to his palm, where his fingers curl gently, and instantly, the brilliance of lightning springs to life, resembling a throng of vibrant electric serpents writhing at his fingertips. Haha, an S-class lightning ability. Truly, I am the chosen one. His laughter resonates with wild exuberance and unrestrained valor. Without hesitation, he strides forth, bursting out of the room and onto the street. Outside, the streets are littered with zombies, their decayed forms meandering in search of their next victim. Upon spotting Yangcheng, they emit a low, guttural howl and lunge toward him. A horde of inferior zombies dares to threaten the protagonist. Perish, he exclaims, and with those words, the lightning surrounding him surges and intertwines, ensnaring the approaching zombies within its grasp. The air crackles with electric energy, producing a resonant hum of arcs as chaos ensues. Some zombies were struck by lightning and instantly reduced to ashes, while others were directly electrocuted in the brain, their gray matter transformed into a charred, gooey mass. Collapsing to the ground. Amidst the electric flashes, his figure appeared even more towering and majestic, resembling a war deity descending to the mortal realm. I am the King of Thunder. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness. Chapter 42. The Hunter. The radiant light emitted by Yangcheng's lightning abilities immediately attracted the attention of the distant zombies. Under the illumination of the electric light, they resembled moths drawn to a flame, rushing towards him with hissing roars. Yangcheng, however, remained unfazed, his smile growing ever more fervent as he shouted, "Not enough. Not enough. You are too weak. I am the chosen one. I shall establish my harem. I shall become the ruler of this world." Yet, the lightning surrounding him suddenly diminished significantly, clearly a result of overexerting his abilities without proper recovery. Beads of sweat formed on Yangcheng's forehead. He struggled to maintain his composure, but the fatigue of his body was undeniable. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him, darting towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Yangcheng instinctively attempted to evade, but the assault was too rapid, leaving him no time to react. A sharp claw pierced through his chest, trailing a line of blood. Agonizing pain coursed through his body as Yangcheng let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if desperately striving to escape the grip of his assailant. However, the undead creature offered him no respite. It mercilessly sank its teeth into Yangcheng's neck, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain, soaking his garments. Yangcheng felt his life ebbing away, the vitality in his eyes gradually fading, his pupils dilating until they vanished into the encroaching darkness. The surrounding thunder and lightning diminished in tandem, as if the energy and life within Yangcheng were dissipating entirely, ultimately disappearing without a trace. What? Is this a joke? He thought, with such an aim. I truly expected a protagonist destined for greatness. Yet, devoid of common sense, he recklessly ventured onto the streets, disregarding his own mental exhaustion while indiscriminately wielding his powers. I am utterly astonished. High above, Jiang Yiming, who had been observing the entire sequence of events, felt a vein throb on his forehead, threatening to form a long fringe. After a few sarcastic remarks, he shifted his gaze to the zombie that had unexpectedly dispatched Yangcheng. At that moment, the creature was voraciously devouring Yangcheng's lifeless body, seemingly relishing its spoils. Zombie name, Hunter. Some zombies, upon reaching the third tier, begin to differentiate, resulting in various types of zombies based on environmental conditions. Tier 3 Enhanced Information possesses remarkable speed and agility, with sharp claws of considerable hardness capable of effortlessly piercing numerous obstacles and defenses. Equipped with a keen sense of smell, it can swiftly detect the scent of blood, enabling it to track and capture its prey. Upon reaching Tier 3, a semblance of intelligence is restored, allowing it to refrain from reckless charges like lesser zombies, instead waiting for the energy of its target to deplete before launching a stealthy ambush for the final strike. So that is how it is. Listening to the system's responses and explanations, Jiang Yiming nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. However, having never encountered a zombie crystal core before, he felt unreserved in his actions now that the third-tier zombies had emerged. After speaking, Jiang Yiming's fear-dread eye swiftly locked onto the hunter that was devouring the remains. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the hunter, rendering it motionless, as if frozen in place. At that moment, Jiang Yiming teleported from above to the side of the hunter. Subsequently, with remarkable speed, he drew a long knife from his storage space. Its blade slicing through the night sky, and simultaneously, the hunter's head was ruthlessly severed. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, the vivid crimson liquid shimmering with an eerie glow under the moonlight. The hunter's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Jiang Yiming unleashed his various abilities upon the surrounding horde of zombies, mercilessly toppling them to the ground. Gripping the long knife, he lifted the hunter's head, successfully locating a red-black crystal within its brain. He retrieved a glove from his storage space, donned it, and crouched down to pick up the third-tier crystal core. Then cleaned it with his water-based ability. This crystal core was slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball, adorned in red and black hues, exuding an enigmatic glow. Its surface was uneven, with intricate patterns, and grasping it allowed him to feel the energy fluctuations emanating from it. After toying with it for a moment, he placed the crystal core into his storage space. Upon removing the glove and discarding it carelessly, he once again teleported away from the scene. Upon returning to the hotel room, Tang Yaxin, who had been lying on the bed while keeping an eye on Yu Shaoan and idly scrolling through her phone, immediately rose to stand before Jiang Yiming. "Brother Ming, you're back." Jiang Yiming replied with a slight nod, then sat down at the edge of the bed. Just as he was about to remove his shoes, Tang Yaxin gracefully crouched in front of him. With delicate fingers, she gently untied his shoelaces, and with a gentle flick, the laces loosened. She then slowly slipped the shoes off Jiang Yiming's feet, her movements tender and practiced. Next, she gently removed his socks, the soft touch bringing a sense of comfort to him. Although somewhat surprised, Jiang Yiming accepted her kindness. After donning slippers, he entered the bathroom to take a shower, while Tang Yaxin meticulously placed his shoes and socks aside, then walked over to the sink to wash her hands before returning to sit by the bed. When Jiang Yiming emerged from the bathroom clad only in shorts, his upper body bare, the defined contours of his muscles were evident, causing Tang Yaxin to gaze in awe. Though slightly bashful, she could not tear her eyes away from him. Jiang Yiming gently dried his upper body, and after putting on a simple short-sleeved shirt, she finally diverted her gaze. Once ready, he approached the bed and unhesitatingly lay down in the center. Yu Shaoan lay quietly on his right, while Tang Yaxin nimbly climbed onto his left. After glancing at the time and exchanging a few words with several women from the villa area, Jiang Yiming turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Chapter 43. Finding Su Yutong. Host status has been restored. Rewards obtained. For attributes 10, A-level lightning ability. Level 2 lightning burst. Storage level 1. Lightning ability. The capacity to control and manipulate the flow and form of lightning, encompassing its generation, guidance, and release. Lightning burst. The ability to harness the energy of lightning to accelerate one's own movement speed, achieving remarkable velocity in an instant. Level 2 lightning burst. 20 meters second, combinable with other speeds. Level 4 storage. 45 meters 80 meters. Jiang Yiming inhaled deeply, feeling the surging power of the lightning ability within him. A flicker of exhilaration and excitement crossed his face. In this apocalyptic world, the potency of the lightning ability should not be underestimated. In addition to its devastating and destructive power, it also possesses remarkable crowd control capabilities. However, its effectiveness ultimately depends on the wielder. Recklessly attracting zombies in the open would likely lead to imminent peril. Jiang Yiming slowly lifted his gaze, resting it upon Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin. "I have prepared breakfast and warm water. Once you both have rested, please refresh yourselves and enjoy a meal. I must attend to some matters outside." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's voice, the two women nodded slightly, softly responding with a gentle before continuing to lie down. Jiang Yiming smiled, gently extricating himself from their grasp, donned his clothing, and departed the room, once again retrieving a vehicle from his storage space. Jiang Yiming drove towards Shuangdiao Mountain University. In contrast to traversing with supernatural abilities, driving a vehicle significantly reduces the depletion of mental energy, while also maintaining a commendable speed. The automobile traveled along the highway, passing by the Zhonghu Park on Dawa Island. As Jiang Yiming gazed out of the window, he beheld the lake shores enveloped by lush trees, their reflections vividly mirrored on the surface of the water. Yet, despite the serene appearance, the degree of peril lurking within the lake remained uncertain. In this apocalyptic era, the waters had been tainted by blood rain, and it was highly probable that the aquatic life had also succumbed to contamination, transforming into feral creatures. As Jiang Yiming navigated the vehicle along the lakeside road, he extended his right hand towards the water's surface, prompting an eruption of dazzling flames. The incendiary blast resembled a fiery orb, radiating intense light as it burst forth upon the lake, instantly drawing the surrounding water into its fiery embrace. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, countless droplets of water, along with the organisms within, were violently propelled into the air. The residual warmth of the flames lingered in the atmosphere, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface. In that fleeting moment, as the creatures were obliterated and scattered, Jiang Yiming swiftly gathered them into his storage space. While maneuvering the vehicle, he scrutinized the information concerning the deceased fish within his storage. Zombie name, zombie fish, rank, first tier initial second tier mutant, information, equipped with teeth, capable of swift movement in water. They collectively launch attacks on any organism that falls into the water. Their bite strength is formidable, capable of tearing through the skin and tissues of their prey. Jiang Yiming observed that all the lifeless creatures in his storage were zombie fish, predominantly of the first tier, with only a small fraction classified as second tier. After satisfying his curiosity, Jiang Yiming found no further need to retain the zombie fish, promptly discarding them from his storage space. With his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, he accelerated once more, the vehicle whizzing past the central sports arena, racing towards the northern expanse. Upon entering Shuangya Mountain University, Jiang Yiming made his way directly to the dormitory building where Su Yutong resided. The location indicated that she was indeed within her dormitory. Surely there would be no further complications this time. As he gazed at the positioning information displayed on his phone, he retracted the vehicle as it approached the dorm building, utilizing spatial teleportation to appear 40 meters inside. The moment he arrived, the system's location lock was triggered. Jiang Yiming observed the marked position on the system, and with his full-time perspective, he spotted Su Yutong seated at her desk. Name, Su Yutong, age, 22, height, 160 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 94, favorability, 0, information, student at Shuangya Mountain University. Advanced culinary skills, traits, serene and tranquil. Like a clear spring, with a peaceful heart, special ability, none, 100. Confirming the precise location, Jiang Yiming employed his spatial teleportation skill once again, instantly appearing within Su Yutong's dormitory. At that moment, she sat quietly, engrossed in the book in her hands, her gaze reflecting a profound focus and serenity. The atmosphere within the dormitory was calm and peaceful, as if the harshness of the apocalypse had not encroached upon this small sanctuary. Even when Jiang Yiming appeared behind her, she remained oblivious to his presence. It was only when he cleared his throat that Su Yutong trembled slightly, as if jolted by an electric shock. She swiftly turned her head, her gaze landing on Jiang Yiming. Although she recognized that someone was behind her, she maintained a calm demeanor, tilting her head slightly with a hint of curiosity as she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Jiang Yiming, the one who will save you," he replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Su Yutong furrowed her brow slightly. Rather than responding immediately, she silently scrutinized the stranger, attempting to glean insights from his expressions and demeanor. "However, I am not in danger at the moment, nor am I in need of supplies," Su Yutong stated, her eyes as tranquil as a still lake. "Supplies will eventually be depleted, and danger can arise at any moment. I can offer you safety and ensure your absolute supply needs," Jiang Yiming asserted, demonstrating his spatial storage capabilities right before her. Su Yutong's gaze fell upon this display of his abilities, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Yet, she still refrained from an immediate response, pausing in silence before softly replying, "Very well, I will accompany you." Upon hearing Su Yutong's answer, Jiang Yiming smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. "Is there anything you need me to do?" After Su Yutong acquiesced, she slowly closed the book in her hands, rose from the chair, and gazed at Jiang Yiming. "You may keep your personal belongings. I shall take care of the rest. Once we return to the sanctuary, you may organize them at your leisure," Jiang Yiming replied in a calm tone. "All right," Su Yutong acknowledged with a slight nod, clutching the book and her phone. She then took a gentle step back, once more looking at Jiang Yiming, awaiting his next directive. Observing her readiness, Jiang Yiming utilized his spatial storage ability to instantaneously collect all items within the dormitory. Su Yutong gazed at the now empty room, a wave of inexplicable emotion and novelty surging within her. "Let us depart," Jiang Yiming said, and after tidying up, he looked at Su Yutong and employed spatial teleportation to leave the dormitory together. As he drove, Jiang Yiming found himself lost in thought. His reflection shifted towards the forthcoming journey, having successfully retrieved the university spell. However, just as he was about to leave Shuangya Mountain University, an unusual commotion caught his attention. A cacophony of sounds echoed from a distance, accompanied by intense fluctuations of supernatural energy. Through his omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming discerned a group of survivors engaged in a fierce battle against zombies. adhering to the principle of respecting others' destinies and relinquishing the urge to assist. He initially intended to pass by. Yet, suddenly, a voice from the system resonated in his mind, detected a target meeting the criteria. Would you like to query information and lock on? Another potential target has emerged. Could it possibly be one of those survivors? Jiang Yiming received a notification from the system. Gently pressed the brake and executed a drift to hasten the car's stop. The wheels traced a delicate arc upon the ground, guiding the vehicle onto a side road. Jiang Yiming's gaze once again turned towards the distant survivor team engaged in battle with the zombies, and indeed, the system's markers emerged within the crowd. Name, Lin Xinyao, age, 25, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 58 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 95, favorability, 0, information, graduate of Shuangya Mountain University, traits. Strong sense of responsibility, ability, SS-level hurricane control, 100 SS-level hurricane control? This was the first time he had encountered an SS-level ability. Jiang Yiming stared at the panel provided by the system. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he quietly observed the distant conflict from the driver's seat. Beside him, Su Yutong cast a curious glance at Jiang Yiming, then followed his gaze towards the scene of battle. From their vantage point in the car, although the distant image was somewhat blurred, Su Yutong could still discern the general situation of the survivor team, which appeared to be retreating. Earlier, while they were in the car, she had noticed the survivor team in the distance, but as Jiang Yiming seemed disinclined to assist them, she refrained from speaking. However, the sudden halt to gaze into the distance left Su Yutong feeling a twinge of confusion. In Jiang Yiming's line of sight, the graceful figure of Lin Xinyao stood in the distance, skillfully wielding the power of the hurricane to shield her armed comrades while transforming the tempest into razor-sharp blades that swiftly sliced through the advancing zombies. The whirling winds howled fiercely, shattering the formidable onslaught of the undead into disarray. Each swing of her wind blade was accompanied by a piercing shriek, cutting through the decaying flesh of the zombies. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the undead, their relentless advance resembled a surging tide, their roars echoing like the fury of a tempest, deafening in their intensity. Even in the face of Lin Xinyao ferocious assault empowered by the hurricane, they appeared undeterred, ceaselessly pressing towards the survivors. Among these individuals, only 4 possessed abilities aside from Lin Xinyao. The sheer number of survivors made it impossible for one to manage them all simultaneously, while also controlling their powers to avoid harming their companions. Moreover, their abilities had only recently awakened, and their proficiency was still lacking. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Jiang Yiming shook his head in resignation. He could only be grateful that they had not encountered third-tier enhanced zombies, for the casualties would have been catastrophic. The ordinary survivors could remain within the confines of the building. Their presence would only complicate matters rather than assist. Their sole contribution would be to clean the battlefield and transport supplies. Frankly speaking, if Lin Xinyao were to tackle the zombies alone, she would manage with ease, but regrettably, she was obliged to consider those around her. Noticing the beads of sweat beginning to form on Lin Xinyao forehead, Jiang Yiming decided against remaining a mere spectator. He gradually descended from the driver's seat, his step steady as he stepped onto the ground outside the vehicle. Jiang Yiming gazed at the long blade in his hand, and with the newly acquired lightning speed from the morning, a certain anime from his past flickered across his mind. He first utilized spatial teleportation to approach the battlefield, then gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling his electric abilities. Taking a deep breath, he mentally intoned, breath of thunder, first form, flash of lightning. Very impressive. Indeed, as his thoughts resonated, the air around him seemed to convulse with the fury of his powers, electric arcs coalescing around him, as if a bolt of lightning were poised to erupt. With a single step, the speed granted by the lightning surged within him, propelling him through the horde of zombies like a streak of lightning. The blade in his hand shimmered with a keen brilliance, layered with crackling electricity. Each swing echoed with the roar of thunder, slicing through the ranks, severing the heads of the undead. One by one, the zombies collapsed, their decapitated heads tracing arcs through the air, blood gushing forth like a torrent, staining the surroundings crimson. Jiang Yiming reached the heart of the zombie throng. His right hand gripped the long sword firmly, the blade resting beside his right foot, his stance as steady as a mountain. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him became tumultuous, the lightning swirling more violently around him. A tempest unleashed like a ferocious beast awakened, relentlessly battering the encircling zombies. Flashes of electricity illuminated the chaos, the thunder booming, enveloping the battlefield in an aura of dread. The surrounding survivors witnessed Jiang Yiming's lightning-like emergence, their expressions a tapestry of confusion and astonishment. Yet, The prowess he exhibited swiftly filled their hearts with admiration and gratitude. As the most formidable warrior among them, Lin Xinyao cast a grateful glance towards Jiang Yiming. Initially, she had anticipated heavy casualties, yet unexpectedly, a powerful ally had emerged to help them turn the tide. However, while the survivors rejoiced at Jiang Yiming's arrival, they were unaware that the lightning surging around him was mercilessly affecting them as well. Chapter 45, Purification of Abilities. Jiang Yiming's invitation in an instant. Panicked cries echoed across the battlefield as people scattered in an attempt to evade the sudden tempest. Yet, some unfortunate survivors were unable to escape in time. Struck by the bolts of lightning, their heart-wrenching screams piercing the air. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xinyao furrowed her brow slightly. But she did not attribute the blame to Jiang Yiming, believing it merely to be an unintended consequence of his actions. Her assumption was not misguided. Indeed, Jiang Yiming was oblivious to their plight, considering their misfortune merely a stroke of bad luck. At that moment, Jiang Yiming stood at the center of the battlefield, resembling an unyielding war deity. His gaze was profound and resolute, devoid of any signs of controlling the tempest's intensity. His primary thought was that rather than expending additional energy to manage the lightning for the sake of these survivors, it would be far more prudent to conclude the battle swiftly, conserving both time and effort. Under the intimidating gaze of fear, the zombies in the distance refrained from encroaching upon the battlefield, while those within it fell one after another under the onslaught of lightning-based abilities. Their roars became insignificant amidst the thunderous crashes, and as the battle progressed, the number of zombies gradually diminished until none remained. Observing the remnants of the zombies strewn across every corner of the battlefield, Jiang Yiming's expression remained utterly unperturbed. As the last of the zombies were eradicated, Lin Xinyao approached Jiang Yiming alongside another female ability user, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Name Tian Yinshan, age 22, height 168 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, overall attractiveness 82, affection level 30, information, student of Shuangyashan University, ability. Grade A purification ability? How could they bring her out without ensuring her safety? Did they believe it was safer to keep her close? After glancing at Tian Lianshan's information, Jiang Yiming turned his gaze back to Lin Xinyao. Dressed in form-fitting shorts that accentuated her perfect curves, Lin Xinyao resembled a sculpted masterpiece. The black short-sleeved shirt clung to her slender form, the fabric soft yet resilient, showcasing her graceful silhouette to perfection. Her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, akin to a solitary lotus blooming amidst the ruins. Greetings. Thank you for assisting us in overcoming this crisis. I am Lin Xinyao, she stated, extending her delicate, porcelain-like right hand. Jiang Yiming. Naturally, Jiang Yiming did not shy away. After sheathing his knife, he reached out to shake Lin Xinyao hand. Her touch was soft and refined, accompanied by a hint of coolness, allowing Jiang Yiming to savor the moment a little longer. Once their hands parted, Lin Xinyao inquired once more. Are you a student at Shuangyashan University, Jiang? I am not a student here. I am merely here to pick someone up. As Jiang Yiming spoke, his gaze shifted towards a vehicle not far away. Several individuals followed his line of sight and beheld Su Yutong, who was seated in the passenger seat. During the previous crisis, they had been retreating, fleeing from peril. This very vehicle was precisely in the direction they had been heading, and Jiang Yiming's appearance provided them with a moment to breathe, bringing them closer to it. Su Yutong seemed to sense their attention. She waved briefly in greeting before retracting her hand. The fighting prowess Jiang Yiming had just demonstrated had taken Su Yutong by surprise, elevating her regard for him. A keen-eyed boy trailing behind quickly recognized the occupant of the car. Isn't that Su Yutong, the campus belle? I can't believe she's still alive. Su Yutong rarely participated in the school's large events, so few had encountered her, yet many knew her name, and some had seen her photographs. His exclamation naturally drew the attention of other boys. Some paused their tasks and turned to gaze in Su Yutong's direction, their eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. However, others remained oblivious to the scene, remaining focused on assisting the injured and managing the chaos of the battlefield. Is she your girlfriend? Lin Xinyao inquired with a hint of curiosity. Sort of, Jiang Yiming replied, nodding gently. His response was succinct yet carried an implicit assertion of claim. Sort of? Lin Xinyao furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of doubt surging within her, yet she swiftly composed herself, for she had more pressing ambitions. What are your plans moving forward? With your formidable strength, have you considered collaborating with us to establish a faction to combat the apocalypse? Lin Xinyao candidly articulated her intentions. Jiang Yiming's prowess undoubtedly compelled her to seek his alliance, as in the era of desolation, the presence of a powerful ally equated to enhanced security. Upon hearing Ningxiao's proposition, Jiang Yiming was not taken aback. He shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I have no inclination to form a faction. I do not wish to squander my energy on those who offer me no tangible benefit. His words, though blunt and harsh, were undeniably pragmatic. In this brutal world, collaboration with others necessitated a consideration of one's own interest in survival. If an individual could not provide real advantages, it was wiser to conserve time and resources for one's genuine needs. Ningxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a forthright rejection from Jiang Yiming. Silent and contemplative, she comprehended his decision, yet her heart bore a twinge of disappointment and helplessness. In truth, you are quite strong as well. It is merely unfortunate that you have too many concerns, which is why our recent battle proved so arduous, Jiang Yiming remarked again, shifting his gaze towards the ordinary survivors. Judging by the weapons in their hands and their attire, it appeared they were not newly rescued survivors, but rather members of the group that had accompanied Ningxiao to eradicate the zombies. Regrettably, they lack self-awareness, and their intentions are far from innocent. The glances they cast towards Lang Ningxiao reveal that many men are driven by desire. Yet, it is understandable. A stunning beauty with an impressive score of 95 in looks, coupled with her formidable abilities, inevitably captivates most men. Although Jiang Yiming's words were soft, they resonated clearly in their ears. The survivors were struck by his remarks, lowering their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. As she listened to Jiang Yiming, Lang Ningxiao was plunged into profound contemplation. She was acutely aware of the situation, had it not been for her consideration of them. Dealing with these zombies would not have been so arduous. Why not join me? In this apocalyptic world, your existence would be much freer and easier. Before Lang Ningxiao could respond, Jiang Yiming's voice echoed again, laced with a hint of temptation and liberation. Chapter 46, Return to the Villa District. I apologize, but our philosophies differ. I do not intend to abandon them, Lang Ningxiao replied, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Jiang Yiming was not surprised by her answer. In this dystopian reality, such individuals were not uncommon. Moreover, with the information provided by the system, he had anticipated Lang Ningxiao would make this choice. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he slowly articulated, in this world, embodying a saintly persona is not a prudent choice. I am no saint. Those detrimental to the team will be dealt with accordingly. I am merely pursuing what I wish to do and what I ought to do. Cold condensation Autumn retorted, her voice clear, as if addressing Jiang Yiming, yet simultaneously cautioning the other survivors. In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. Here is my contact information. Should you change your mind, do reach out. Farewell. As Jiang Yiming spoke, he tossed a metal piece from his pocket, inscribed with a series of numbers, his contact information, written with his lightning-based abilities. Cold condensation Autumn accepted the metal piece, feeling its residual warmth, and finally revealed a hint of a smile. Thank you once again. Jiang Yiming nodded and turned to stride toward his vehicle. Had he given up? Unthinkable. Since Jiang Yiming had already intervened, there was no way it would yield no results. He treated different individuals in distinct manners. Cold condensation Autumn was no weakling, thus Jiang Yiming's straightforward approach to fulfill his system task was not simple. Yet it did not imply he would refrain from employing alternative methods. Halt. You think you can just walk away after injuring someone without so much as an apology? At that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind Jiang Yiming. His steps faltered slightly, brow furrowing as he turned to face a serious-looking young man, his gaze piercing. I saved you all, and yet not a single word of gratitude is uttered. Why should I owe you an apology? My sole responsibility is to handle danger. If you are injured, it only reflects your weakness and lack of strength, yet you still insist on causing further trouble. Jiang Yiming regarded the young man before him, his eyes betraying a trace of indifference and disdain. The young man's fury appeared to ignite further, his glare sharpening, and his voice erupted once more in wrath. Who do you think you are? We implore your assistance. Jiang Yiming's patience is reserved solely for those who benefit him. He possesses no tolerance for the brainless. Before the other could finish speaking, two bolts of lightning surged forth, piercing through the boy's thigh and arm, accompanied by the horrifying sound of flesh being torn asunder. In the fleeting moment of illumination, a pungent odor of charred flesh permeated the air, as blood mingled with lingering arcs of electricity, staining the surrounding atmosphere a deep crimson. The boy collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his face contorted in an expression of unbearable pain. His thigh and arm bore gaping wounds, exposing bone, from which blood poured forth, saturating his clothing and pooling beneath him. The onlooking survivors, including Lang Ningxiao, were taken aback by Jiang Yiming's sudden assault, their faces etched with shock. I lack the patience for trivial disputes. I possess the power to save you, as well as the capacity to condemn you all to death here. Jiang Yiming's icy voice resonated, each word crashing down upon the onlookers like a hammer, instilling an inescapable sense of dread. He would not tolerate a mere clown prancing about before him, regardless of Lin Xinyao feelings. I do not oppose your ideology. Some may remain, while others must not. You must discern for yourself. Farewell. After offering his final counsel to Lin Xinyao, Jiang Yiming returned to his vehicle, taking Su Yutong with him as they departed from Shuangya Mountain University. Lin Xinyao gazed after the retreating vehicle, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within her. Meanwhile, several survivors hastened to assess the condition of the young man. But alas, his injuries were too severe, and he soon succumbed to his wounds. Cold sister, gravely injured, had already passed away. Tian Lianshan approached Lin Xinyao slowly, her tone laden with sorrow. Lin Xinyao merely nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand. Have them organize themselves. We are preparing to return." She clutched the business card tightly in her hand, her fingertips gently tracing the numbers inscribed upon it, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. A gentle breeze lifted her hair, as if bestowing upon her a whisper of strength and courage. After departing from Shuangya Mountain University, Jiang Yiming drove south, towards the heart of Dao Island. Navigating through clusters of zombies, he dealt only with those that lunged at his vehicle, opting not to eliminate them all. When he felt he had traveled a sufficient distance, Jiang Yiming activated the Eye of Fear and Dread. This time, he chose not to unleash its full range, but rather directed it towards the rear, back to Shuangya Mountain University. The power released from the eye swiftly spread, causing the surrounding zombies to flee towards the northern part of Dao Island. Jiang Yiming continued to drive towards the hotel where Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin were located. He intended to ensure the safety of the three women first. After parking the vehicle at the hotel entrance and clearing away the lingering zombies in the vicinity, Jiang Yiming instantly transported himself into the room. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yiming beheld Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin, adorned in floral pleated skirts, reclining on the bed while gently swaying their delicate feet, engrossed in animated conversations on their mobile phones. As he prepared to depart, he addressed the two young women, startling them with his unexpected voice, causing their bodies to involuntarily shudder. However, upon recognizing Jiang Yiming, their tension dissipated in an instant. Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin greeted him warmly before rising gracefully, perching themselves at the edge of the bed. They extended their lovely feet, smoothly pulling their white and black knee-high stockings up to just below their knees, before donning their shoes. The socks clung to their elongated legs, accentuating their alluring curves, tempting one to caress them. Jiang Yiming, however, refrained from lingering on the sight and proceeded to stow away all other items in the room into his storage space. Once they had donned their shoes, the two young women stood, a gentle smile gracing their lips as they turned their gazes toward Jiang Yiming. He nodded in acknowledgement and, with a mere thought, gathered the remaining belongings before teleporting to the side of the vehicle with Yu Shaoan and Tang Yaxin in tow. Observing Jiang Yiming taking the driver's seat, they noticed Su Yutong already seated quietly in the passenger side, casting a glance at the two girls. After exchanging a brief look with Su Yutong, they cautiously opened the rear doors on either side and settled into their seats. As Jiang Yiming started the vehicle, sensing Su Yutong's disinterest in speaking, Tang Yaxin took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, I am Tang Yaxin, a student at the Yangcheng Music University." Chapter 47. The enthusiastic women Yu Shaoan observed Tang Yaxin as she greeted the other person effortlessly and introduced herself as well. "Hello, my name is Yu Shaoan, a student at Yangcheng University." Su Yutong, hearing the greetings directed at her, responded politely and succinctly. "Hello, I am Su Yutong from Shuangya Mountain University." Su Yutong's demeanor leaned towards being reserved and introverted. She was not particularly loquacious. In response to the greetings from Yu Shaoyan and Tang Yaxin, she endeavored to offer the appropriate replies. Furthermore, her infrequent excursions outside the confines of her school meant that Yu Shaoyan and Tang Yaxin were not well acquainted with her. Although they hailed from different institutions, they had come together in this apocalyptic world alongside Jiang Yiming. After the three young women completed their introductions, they engaged in a brief exchange within the confines of the vehicle, gradually deepening their understanding of one another. However, as the conversation dwindled, the atmosphere within the vehicle returned to silence, save for the sound of the vehicle gliding along the road. The three women shifted their gazes to the window, watching as the seemingly familiar yet dilapidated scenery swiftly receded from view. A sense of heaviness washed over them. These desolate sights served as a poignant reminder of the cataclysmic changes that had befallen their world. After a while, The vehicle gently entered the expressway that spanned across the tributary of the Yu River, with Jiang Yiming skillfully navigating the car towards the direction of the villa district. Upon entering the villa area, Jiang Yiming and the three women beheld the formidable rock wall at the center of the district, adorned with menacing thorny vines. The protective wall stood like a barrier, isolating the central villa from the outside world. Its formidable rocks and entwined vines resembled a guardian spirit, vigilantly overseeing this realm. As vehicles approached the fortification, the rocks and vines below seemed to respond to Jiang Yiming's call, promptly creating an opening for passage. The crevices between the stones gradually widened, while the vines twisted like living entities, clearing a path for the vehicle. The three ladies gazed in awe at the magnificent spectacle before them, their understanding of Jiang Yiming deepening once more. Jiang Yiming drove slowly through the opening, arriving outside the villa where they had long awaited his arrival, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Prior to returning to the villa, Jiang Yiming informed them of his plans, mentioning that he would be back in the villa area by noon and providing a rough estimate of his arrival time. The six women calculated the time, prepared lunch in advance, and gathered at the entrance to await Jiang Yiming's return. Dressed in an array of colorful attire, they stood at the door, forming a picturesque scene. Upon seeing Jiang Yiming's vehicle approach, their faces instantly lit up with joy. As the vehicle came to a gentle halt, Jiang Yiming and the three ladies alighted, and the six women immediately surrounded him, warmly welcoming his return. Lin Xinyao, Qimeng, and An Shiqing swiftly made their way to Jiang Yiming, embracing him with enthusiasm, one clasping his left arm, another encircling his waist, and the last wrapping her arms around his right arm. The tender warmth enveloped him, and with a smile on his face, Jiang Yiming reveled in the affection. Zhao Jingru, Dong Zilu, and Ji Zhuyu, noticing the absence of their designated seats, approached Yu Shaoan, Tang Yaxing, and Su Yutong, whom Jiang Yiming had brought along, and greeted them with warmth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group entered the villa to partake in the sumptuous lunch that had been prepared. Seated together, the atmosphere was harmonious. Lin Xinyao, Qimeng, and An Shiqing, who had previously been engrossed in their affection for Jiang Yiming and had not yet greeted the three newcomers, now displayed great enthusiasm. "Oh dear, this is too much. It's about to overflow," Yu Shaoan exclaimed, gazing at the towering delicacies piled high in her bowl, promptly taking a bite to prevent them from toppling over. Her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness, yet a blissful smile adorned her lips. Observing Yu Shaoyan's petite and charming demeanor, everyone took extra care to serve her. "Shaoan, you are too slender. You must eat more meat to nourish yourself. Shaoan, you should also consume more vegetables to maintain nutritional balance." Meanwhile, Su Yutong remained true to her usual quiet disposition, speaking little, yet her bowl was frequently filled with dishes offered by others. Each time someone placed food in her bowl, she would gently nod in acknowledgement, express her gratitude, and continue to savor the culinary delights. Tang Yaxing, much like Yu Shaoan, responded enthusiastically to those around her. After lunch, Yu Shaoyan contentedly rubbed her rounded belly, her face illuminated by a satisfied smile. Her eyes sparkled as if reminiscing about the delicious feast she had just enjoyed. "Sister Yao, Sister Zilu, your culinary skills are extraordinary. Thank you for allowing me to indulge in such delectable dishes." Lin Xinyao and Dong Zilu exchanged joyful smiles upon hearing the news, their hearts brimming with delight at the recognition of their culinary skills. Zhao Jingru and Tang Yaxing tidied the used dishes, preparing to take them into the kitchen for washing. "Allow me to prepare dinner today," a gentle voice interjected, drawing the attention of the others. Although Su Yutong's tone was soft, it resonated with determination and sincerity. In this villa, everyone wished to contribute, and naturally, Su Yutong did not desire to be idle. "Yutong, do you cook as well?" Dong Zilu inquired with surprise, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed, I enjoy reading and often peruse cookbooks. I have experimented quite a bit, though I wouldn't call myself an expert. So I have some knowledge," Su Yutong explained with a gentle smile, tinged with humility. "Then it will be a pleasure to have you take charge tonight." "Yao, and I will assist you," Dong Zilu offered, her gaze shifting to Lin Xinyao, who nodded in agreement. "Thank you." Su Yutong expressed her gratitude once more. "Oh, is dinner being prepared by Yutong? That is certainly something to look forward to," Jiang Yiming remarked as he returned from outside, having overheard their conversation. Earlier, while constructing the protective wall, he had deliberately set the range to encompass multiple villas. Thus, he had just been to the other side to place the villa brought from Yangcheng, reinforcing the foundation and the villa structure with the shelter construction. Though the villa's rooms were ample, Jiang Yiming decided to secure another villa first, so they would not have to worry about such matters in the future. "Xiaoyu, the electrical issues in the adjacent villa are your responsibility. The generator is already in place. However, take your time to resolve it, Jiang Yiming instructed Jizhui. He then turned to the newly arrived trio of women. Shaoan, Yaxin, and Yutong, please choose a room for yourselves. I will bring your luggage to your chosen room shortly. Of course, should you prefer, you may opt for a room in the neighboring villa, but that will have to wait until Xiao Yu has addressed the electrical situation. Chapter 48. Forming a group upon receiving Jiang Yiming's directives. Jizhui nodded in acknowledgement of her task and departed the living room to tackle the electrical issues in the other villa. Although Jiang Yiming had assured her that there was no rush, she was eager to complete the assignment promptly to leave a favorable impression. An Shiqing and Dong Zilla followed Jizhui to the adjacent villa to offer assistance if needed. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoan, Tang Yaxin, and Su Yutong, guided by Lin Xinyao, ascended the stairs after hearing Jiang Yiming's instructions. Lin Xinyao, familiar with the villa's layout, skillfully led them through the corridors to several vacant rooms. Ming, go to your room. I need to attend to some matters, Jiang Yiming said, observing that only Xia Qimeng remained in the living room. He then approached her and, with a swift motion, transported her to her room. Once inside Xia Qimeng's chamber, Jiang Yiming guided her to her computer desk. Dream. Please create 2 groups and add all the individuals I previously provided to these groups. All right. Xia Qimeng accepted Jiang Yiming's directive and began to operate skillfully on her computer. Her fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard, producing a melodious symphony of crisp keystrokes, as if she were playing a harmonious tune. The screen flickered with various codes and personnel lists, and with her exceptional skills, Xia Qimeng forcibly added over 100 individuals to a group chat. Husband. What shall we name the group chat? Xia Qimeng turned to Jiang Yiming, who was behind her, inquiring. Anything you like, Dream. You can choose, Jiang Yiming replied, his voice imbued with trust, indicating that the name was of little importance. Upon hearing his words, a spark of inspiration flickered in Xia Qimeng's eyes. She gently typed on the keyboard, naming one group Dawn 0 and the other Dawn 1. In an instant, as the groups were established, messages began to surge forth like mushrooms after rain, filling the screen. What is this group? Why have I suddenly joined it? Does anyone know what is happening? Who added me? The majority of the messages were laden with confusion and curiosity, questioning the nature of the group and the reason for their sudden inclusion. Since all targeted individuals had been subtly implanted with the notion of conserving resources by Jiang Yiming, many opted to remain offline to save energy and reduce phone usage. However, under Jiang Yiming's subconscious suggestion once more, they all opened their phones, discovering the existence of the group. Some individuals in the group refrained from speaking immediately, opting instead to quietly observe the various messages shared by others. As the incessant notifications flickered across the chat, Jiang Yiming placed his hands upon the keyboard and commenced editing an announcement. Greetings to all. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to each of you for joining this group chat. You may find yourselves filled with curiosity and bewilderment, unsure of why you have been invited to this unique gathering. In essence, we represent a sanctuary in the post-apocalyptic world, yet we also function as a distinctive organization. To illustrate, the majority of individuals in this group had procured substantial supplies on the eve of the apocalypse and experienced a compelling urge to skip classes on that fateful day. These actions are attributed to us, and you will find mutual verification among yourselves to confirm this. Your selection is due to your exceptional nature. However, due to the widespread dispersion of your locations, our rescue operations lack a definitive timeline. Thus, your cooperation is essential. To facilitate better collaboration, I kindly request that each of you complete the following tasks. 1. Modify your nickname to the format, institution name 2. Report your current situation along with your supply status 3. Promptly report any new developments as they arise. Group 1 is designated for your communication, while Group 0 is intended for the collection of your information. Having succinctly edited the announcement, Jiang Yiming reviewed it thoroughly, deemed it satisfactory, and subsequently published the notice. The choice of the terms "we" and "organization" was primarily to enhance the aura of mystery, coupled with the subconscious suggestion of assistance, aimed at fostering a greater willingness to collaborate among the participants. It is hardly conceivable to establish a group and commence with the proclamation that over 100 individuals are to become subservient to one's whims, imploring them to comply without dissent. Such an approach would likely compel many to seek allegiance elsewhere, thereby complicating matters further. By employing a formidable and enigmatic organization as bait, and subtly implanting the notion that this entity is worthy of trust through subconscious suggestion, one can more effectively gain the confidence of others, encouraging their cooperation with the group's endeavors. This strategy also facilitates the monitoring of their movements, thereby mitigating the risk of unforeseen complications. As for the ulterior motives, they would naturally unfold once the individuals are securely within the sanctuary. Upon the announcement's release, the first group became notably more vibrant and engaged. Their inquiries fell like gentle spring rain within the chat, instilling a sense of both bewilderment and curiosity. Each participant was engulfed in a cloud of uncertainty, striving to uncover answers, yet unsure of how to proceed. Some individuals revised their notes and subsequently began reporting their resource inventories and personal circumstances in the Zero group. Observing their cooperation, Jiang Yiming nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "This should suffice. Later, Dream, please assist in gathering their information. And you may enlist Yao Yao and Xiao's help as well." After departing from Qimeng's chamber, Jiang Yiming traversed the corridor and arrived at the quarters chosen by Yu Xiaoyan, Tang Yaxin, and Su Yutong. Entering their respective rooms, he unpacked their luggage and presented them with several sets of suitable new attire. The three women expressed their gratitude upon seeing their belongings alongside the new garments provided by Jiang Yiming, before commencing the organization of their living spaces. Upon returning to the living room, Jiang Yiming reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit, descending into the ocean of consciousness. He gazed at the two newly added black panels, letting out a soft sigh. These two were situated at a considerable distance from him, beyond his current reach. One of Jiang Yiming's motivations for creating the group chat stemmed from his desire to furnish them with valuable information, such as details about the various tiers of zombies and diverse survival techniques. After all, the information provided directly by the system was far more comprehensive than that offered by other survivors based on their experiences. He pondered whether the rewards for completing tasks might include flight or teleportation skills, which would undoubtedly facilitate future journeys. Chapter 49. New Skill. Hypnosis. Jiang Yiming had not rested long before An Shiqing and Shiqing and Dongzilla returned, pushing open the door. Since they resided within the same villa complex, although the layouts differed slightly, the overall structure remained similar, and the electrical designs were not significantly disparate. With experience on her side, Zilu handled the situation with remarkable ease and speed. Upon entering the villa's living room, An Shiqing immediately spotted Jiang Yiming sprawled upon the sofa. She stepped forward with graceful strides, unhesitatingly nestling into Jiang Yiming's embrace. As he sensed her movement, a gentle smile graced his lips as he enveloped her in his arms, then turned to Zilu and expressed his gratitude, saying, "You've worked hard." "It's nothing, Brother Jiang. This is what I ought to do," Zilu replied with a smile, her gaze lingering on the embraced An Shiqing, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Yet, she harbored no extravagant desires. The mere fact that she could attain such a beautiful existence amidst the apocalypse was more than enough to satisfy her. Certainly, if Jiang Yiming desires her, she would naturally not decline. With this thought, Zilu couldn't help but blush and then hurriedly departed. "By the way, Shiqing, you must have studied swordsmanship in the past, right?" While gently caressing An Shiqing's hair, Jiang Yiming inquired pensively. "Yes, I used to learn at a sword dojo, and I still possess some skills," An Shiqing softly replied, her eyes shimmering with memories and nostalgia. She indeed held a fondness for the art of the sword. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, she no longer harbored any extravagant desires, merely wishing to occasionally feel the warmth of a fine blade. "That is splendid. Then this sword shall be your gift." As Jiang Yiming spoke, he withdrew a long sword from his storage space. The hilt was pure white, resembling jade, as if coated with a layer of glistening frost. The pristine scabbard harmonized beautifully with the hilt, radiating brilliance under the sun's embrace. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, a spark ignited in An Shiqing's eyes. She immediately rose, her gaze fixed like a beacon upon the long sword in Jiang Yiming's hand. She extended her hand to receive the sword, grasping the hilt with one hand and caressing the scabbard with the other. As her fingertips brushed against the icy hilt, a faint current surged through her, enveloping her in sheer delight. "This sword is sharpened, so do exercise caution," Jiang Yiming cautioned, observing her eager demeanor. An Shiqing nodded in acknowledgement, then rose to her feet, drawing the long sword and gracefully wielding it a few times. The blade shimmered in the sunlight, her movements fluid and elegant, as if she were infusing her inner passion into the dance of the sword. This sword, the lightest among the array of sharpened blades, was perfectly suited for An Shiqing, prompting Jiang Yiming to gift it to her. After all, with her intermediate swordsmanship, An Shiqing lacked a weapon, which could lead to her talents being overlooked. Upon experiencing the strength that the longsword bestowed upon her, she gently sheathed it before leaping forward to Jiang Yiming. "Thank you, my dear." An Shiqing's smile radiated like brilliant starlight, overflowing with joy and surprise. Jiang Yiming, gently patting her back, replied, "It's nothing." However, having taken my sword, you must contribute to the safety of our home. Rest assured, leave it to me. An Shiqing exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into gleeful slits as she gazed at Jiang Yiming. Detected that An Shiqing's affinity has reached 100, eternal devotion. Reward acquired. Level 2 hypnosis. Hypnosis, within the host's field of vision, the ability to influence others' consciousness, manipulate their thoughts, and control their actions or memories is granted. Hypnosis is categorized into mild and deep hypnosis. Under mild hypnosis, the subject retains a degree of self-awareness and control but becomes more sensitive and susceptible to the hypnotist's commands and suggestions, often remaining undetected. In deep hypnosis, the subject enters a state of heightened manipulability and unconsciousness, allowing the hypnotist to precisely control their thoughts and actions, even to the extent of altering memories and behaviors. Mild hypnosis inflicts no harm on the subject, while deep hypnosis may result in various degrees of damage. Level 2 hypnosis, capable of hypnotizing S-grade and below superhumans, with the ability to simultaneously hypnotize up to 5 individuals. Jiang Yiming was not surprised by the maximum affection level towards An Shiqing. Administering the right remedy will always yield remarkable results. However, the revelation of a hypnosis skill was unexpected. With this, as long as he identifies his target and applies a mild form of hypnosis, he could effortlessly accomplish the system's tasks. In the event of encountering adversaries, there would be no need for further dialogue. A direct application of deep hypnosis would compel them to divulge the information he sought, thus simplifying matters significantly. Jiang Yiming began to wonder if he had misinterpreted the randomness of the rewards. Most of the skills granted to him recently were precisely what he needed. He thought to himself that perhaps the system should consider providing teleportation skills as well, which would alleviate numerous complications. When he inquired, however, he was met with an all-encompassing silence. Without a response from the system, Jiang Yiming chose not to dwell on it further. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on An Shiqing's forehead, saying, I have a few unsharpened swords here. If you fancy any, feel free to take them as artistic pieces for your collection. As he spoke, he retrieved several unsharpened sword artifacts from his storage space and arranged them neatly on the sofa. An Shiqing, displaying no greed, meticulously examined each sword. After selecting a long sword that piqued her interest, she withdrew her gaze. She drew the sword and demonstrated it briefly, a radiant and charming smile blossoming once more on her lips. Sister Shiqing, it turns out you can wield a sword as well? A familiar voice echoed from the staircase. It was Yu Xiaoyan. After the 3 young women finished tidying their room, they descended the stairs, preparing to return to the living room, where they chanced upon An Shiqing skillfully wielding a long sword. An Shiqing turned to Yu Xiaoyan, her face beaming with pride. Indeed, I have studied the art of swordsmanship before, and now I can protect you all. May I touch it? Yu Xiaoyan dashed to the sofa, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity as she gazed at the swords displayed there. Of course, you may, but be cautious. Although these swords are not sharpened, they require care. Tang Yaxin and Su Yutong followed slowly, arriving at the sofa beside her. Jiang Yiming observed the women in the living room and activated his omniscient perspective to check on the others. Zhao Jingru and Lin Xinyao were in Xia Qimeng's room, assisting her in organizing data, while the rest busied themselves with their own tasks in their respective rooms. As Jiang Yiming had errands to attend to later that evening, the women decided to have dinner earlier than usual. Su Yutong, with her hair styled in a high ponytail, stood in the center of the kitchen, assuming the role of head chef as she prepared the evening meal. She worked with focus and finesse, as if the kitchen were her stage for performance. Lin Xinyao, Dong Zilu, and Ji Jiyu assisted her, sharing the workload. Chapter 50. The call from Lang Ningqiu. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, enveloping the air in an alluring essence, like an invisible net. Yu Xiaoyan sat in the living room, unable to suppress her salivation, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable desire. The other girls were seated in the living room, their eyes fixated on the bustling scene of the 4 in the kitchen, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Despite the variety and abundance of ingredients provided by Jiang Yiming, the 4 displayed remarkable restraint, carefully preparing just the right amount of each dish to avoid waste. As each dish was plated, the girls in the living room remained active, approaching the kitchen to collect the dishes and deliver them to the dining table. Once all the culinary creations were arranged on the table, the girls gathered around, their gazes directed at Jiang Yiming, awaiting his cue. With a warm smile, he gently uttered the words, "Let us eat," prompting the girls to eagerly grasp their chopsticks and begin savoring the delectable feast. Among them, Yu Xiaoyan was particularly enthusiastic. Her movements with the chopstick swift and precise, as if any delay would be a disservice to the food. The others followed suit, lifting their chopsticks to sample the dishes. Their expressions varied yet unified in delight and satisfaction. "This is absolutely delicious. Yutong, your culinary skills far exceed mine," remarked Dong Zilu after a thoughtful taste. "Indeed. It seems I must seek your guidance in cooking from now on," Lin Xinyao concurred. "Thank you," Su Yutong responded, her face lighting up with gratitude at the praise from her friends. Having seldom had the opportunity for others to taste her cooking, today marked her first chance to showcase her skills to such a gathering, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged within her. After dinner, the girls remained immersed in the delightful aftertaste of the meal, while Jiang Yiming quietly departed from the villa area. The number of zombies near Shuangyao Mountain University must have increased significantly by now, likely drawing the attention of Lin Xinyao shortly. Certainly, even if it is not substantial, Jiang Yiming possesses methods to augment it. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must employ strategies, and Jiang Yiming does not wish to squander excessive time on her. Swift resolution is the optimal approach. Upon teleporting to the coastline of Great Encirclement Island, Jiang Yiming steered his vehicle towards Shuangyao Mountain University. During his journey, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Halting the vehicle, he answered the call and, with a leisurely tone, inquired, "Hello, who is this?" A familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Jiang classmate. This is Lin Xinyao." Upon hearing Lin Xinyao voice, Jiang Yiming slightly curled his lips, maintaining a calm demeanor as he queried, "It is Miss Lang. Have you suddenly changed your mind and wish to accompany me?" As his words settled, silence enveloped the line. After a prolonged pause, a voice finally emerged. "I apologize, Jiang classmate. I did not contact you to change my mind, but rather to seek your assistance." Her tone bore a hint of hesitation, yet it was tinged with urgency. "Assistance? What does Miss Long require of me?" Jiang Yiming inquired. A significant number of zombies have suddenly amassed at Shuangyao Mountain University, among them a peculiar zombie capable of attracting others, as well as one that can devour my abilities. We are powerless to confront them, hence we seek your help. Lin Xinyao voice carried an undertone of anxiety and helplessness. The prospect of a zombie that attracts others and one that consumes abilities piqued Jiang Yiming's interest, though he remained cognizant of his true intentions. A large number of zombies? At this juncture, Miss Ling's call seemed to imply she desired my assistance in traversing a considerable distance to address a zombie predicament. That is not my intention. We shall offer you a sufficient reward, Lin Xinyao elucidated. A reward? Pray tell, what recompense might you provide? I must clarify that I lack for resources. All that you can offer, I already possess. Jiang Yiming's tone was laced with a hint of mockery and detachment. His words plunged the other party into silence once more, prompting him to speak again. "However, there is one thing you could provide." "What is it?" Lin Xinyao response came swiftly, tinged with a hint of eagerness. "You. If I were to say that I desire you, would you acquiesce?" Jiang Yiming proposed his ulterior motive with a smile, subsequently adding, "Of course, you need not accompany me, but I require your first time." At Jiang Yiming's words, a flash of indignation crossed Lin Xinyao face, her ample bosom rising and falling with suppressed fury, revealing her inner dissatisfaction. She had not anticipated such a request, and her regard for him plummeted to its nadir. Jiang Yiming remained unfazed by her shifting sentiments and continued. "Time is of the essence, Miss Long. It would be prudent for you to respond promptly. Let me remind you that this is a singular opportunity. Should you terminate this call, there will be no subsequent chance to reach me. And by the way, I have encountered both types of zombies, and I possess methods to handle them. Have you truly seen them? Certainly not, but upon witnessing them with my own eyes, the system will furnish the necessary information, thus revealing a solution. Claiming to have witnessed something certainly serves to bolster one's own leverage." As these words lingered in the air, silence enveloped both parties, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Minutes later, a voice devoid of emotion resonated from cold condensation autumn. "Very well, I shall comply with your request. All right, may our collaboration be fruitful. I will arrive promptly." With that, Jiang Yiming concluded the call, a smile gracing his face as he steered his vehicle towards Shuangyao Mountain University. At Shuangyao Mountain University, cold condensation autumn stared at the phone screen. Now dark from the ended call, her expression clouded with discontent. Her brow furrowed deeply. Although the conversation had long since ceased, dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment for such contemplations, as the chilling screams of the zombies outside served as a constant, icy reminder of impending danger. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner turmoil, stowed her phone, and exited the room. "Cold sister, how are things? Did he agree?" Tian Lushan inquired with anxious steps as she approached Cold Condensation Autumn. Yes, he has agreed to assist us, Cold Condensation Autumn affirmed with a nod. That is wonderful. We must ensure to repay his kindness later, Tian Lushan exclaimed, her face lighting up with a glimmer of hope. Cold Condensation Autumn chose not to divulge the particulars of her arrangement with Jiang Yiming and instead shifted the conversation. What is the situation outside? It seems that the screaming zombie has detected the survivors in our building. We are surrounded. It feels as though those zombies will breach our defenses imminently. Tian Lianshan's expression grew serious, her voice tinged with unease. Long Ningxiu sighed softly and instructed them to be prepared, ensuring that defenses were in place should the zombies make any movements. Chapter 51. The Screamer and the Devourer. Before long, Jiang Yiming arrived near Shuangya Mountain University. He retracted his vehicle and effortlessly traversed the obstacles through spatial teleportation, entering the university grounds with ease, utilizing an omniscient perspective to survey the surroundings. Jiang Yiming swiftly located Lang Ningxiu's position. He ascended to a tall building, gazing down at the dormitory engulfed by numerous zombies not far away, his expression unruffled. In that dusky ambience, the zombies staggered, emitting low, guttural roars, reminiscent of a pack of ravenous beasts on the hunt. However, one particular zombie stood out remarkably. It perched atop a tall tree, its posture erect, its mouth agape as it unleashed a piercing scream. This scream, akin to a demon's call, instantly captured the attention of all nearby zombies, which surged toward the dormitory like a relentless tide. Zombie name, Screamer, rank, Tier 3 enhanced, information, slim in build. Capable of emitting a sharp cry with a high and piercing frequency, possessing the ability for long-range propagation and attracting surrounding zombies. Exhibiting a degree of agility and heightened sensory perception. Jiang Yiming gazed at the information regarding the Screamer and the horde rushing into the dormitory, refraining from immediate action. Conversely, his gaze shifted toward a particularly prominent zombie amidst the horde. This creature towered above the others, its tattered garments revealing a grotesque display of decaying flesh, while its waxen skin clung to its bones like withered parchment. Zombie name, Devourer, rank, Tier 3 enhanced, information, massive in stature, gluttonous, endowed with formidable consumption abilities. It relentlessly seeks out and devours living beings, organic matter, and sources of energy, and possesses the capability to consume supernatural powers. However, should it exceed the limits of its physical endurance, it will ultimately meet a catastrophic demise. Observing the emergence of these two new varieties of zombies, Jiang Yiming remained unfazed. The Screamer, merely a creature capable of summoning nearby zombies, posed a significant threat to other survivors, yet for Jiang Yiming it was easily approachable. Its individual capabilities vastly inferior to that of the hunter. Furthermore, the Devourer, with Jiang Yiming's elevated spiritual prowess, would be incapable of withstanding his assault. Still, he refrained from taking action, quietly observing as the zombies breached the dormitory levels, keenly assessing the evolving situation. The more dire the circumstances grew, the greater his value would be once he intervened to alleviate the crisis. The survivors of the Cold Condensation Autumn faction were now congregated on the highest floor, awaiting the impending onslaught of the undead, the echoes of their roars reverberating through the desolate corridors, each sound akin to a sharp blade piercing the souls of those present. Positioned on the second floor, she unleashed a relentless barrage of hurricanes and wind blades, slaying and obstructing the zombies from penetrating deeper into the building. Her understanding of supernatural abilities has deepened. She can now utilize a whirlwind to suspend herself in the air for a few fleeting seconds. Though brief, this interval is sufficient for her to traverse 2 floors, allowing for a nimble relocation of the battlefield. Suddenly, a menacing claw lunges towards Lang Ningxiu, instantly heightening her alertness. Swiftly, she employs the whirlwind as a barrier, then raises her gaze to behold a zombie with razor-sharp claws fixated upon her. This creature possesses a lithe and agile form, its claws glinting ominously, as if poised to unleash a lethal onslaught at any moment. Its eyes radiate a wild and savage hunger, seemingly filled with a murderous intent directed towards Lang Ningxiu. The whirlwind howls past, stirring up dust from the ground and creating an atmosphere of chaos. This hunter had been lurking among the horde of zombies, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Upon failing its ambush, the hunter opted not to engage further with Lang Ningxiu but chose to conceal itself once more. However, the presence of this hunter incited the zombie horde into a frenzied state. They no longer heeded Lang Ningxiu's interference, charging towards the upper levels like wild stallions freed from their reins. Lang Ningxiu's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. A powerful tempest surged through the entire corridor, obliterating the advancing zombies one by one. Alas, the sheer number of the undead proved overwhelming. and compounded by the Devourer's obstruction, her supernatural abilities were swiftly consumed, failing to generate further tumult. Realizing her powers were ineffectual, Lin Xinyao retreated to the highest floor. By this time, the zombies had already infiltrated the area, and within the tumultuous wave of the undead, the corridor was suffused with a palpable aura of death. A handful of psychics and robust survivors valiantly resisted the onslaught of the undead. As the chill of autumn descended, Lin Xinyao continued to wield her extraordinary abilities, conjuring a formidable storm of energy that sliced through the encroaching zombies like an invisible blade, toppling them one by one. At that moment, a mutation occurred anew. The hunter reemerged, striking like a bolt of dark lightning, instantly piercing the body of a survivor. A chilling scream echoed as blood erupted forth, and the unfortunate soul collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the hunter utilized him as a springboard, redirecting its malevolent focus towards Tian Lianshan. Xiaolian. Lin Xinyao voice reverberated throughout the corridor, her eyes ablaze with boundless fury and anguish. Channeling her powers, she launched an assault against the hunter. Its cruel claws nearly impaled Tian Lianshan's chest, yet under the force of Lin Xinyao attack, they only etched 3 deep gashes into her left breast and arm. Blood blossomed like vivid crimson flowers against the darkness, marking the fierce struggle between life and death. The hunter's assault shifted the tide of battle. The horde of zombies breached the defenses, forcing the survivors and psychics to retreat while launching counterattacks. Lin Xinyao dashed towards Tian Lianshan, but the hunter seemed intent on denying her any opportunity, launching another attack despite its own injuries. With eyes wide in despair, Lin Xinyao cried out, "No!" In that critical moment, a blinding light suddenly burst forth in the corridor, followed by a thunderous bolt crashing through the window, illuminating the entire passageway in an instant. As the radiance faded, Jiang Yiming materialized before Tian Lianshan, his imposing figure evoking a sense of reverence. In his right hand, he firmly grasped a knife, crimson droplets of blood cascading from its blade. Beside him, the head of the hunter had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a body that teetered precariously before ultimately collapsing to the ground, saturating the earth in a pool of blood. He raised his left hand high, unleashing a formidable surge of lightning that swept across the horde of zombies, engulfing them in its wrath. While harnessing the power of lightning, he subtly summoned his water manipulation abilities, drenching the surrounding undead. The presence of water accelerated the conduction of electricity, amplifying the potency of his lightning abilities, rendering the strikes more ferocious and devastating. Chapter 52. Healing Tian Lianshan and completing the transaction as arcs of electricity ravaged their forms. The zombies atop the highest building fell one by one. Their bodies disintegrated under the relentless current, leaving the ground stained with their gore. Below, the advancing zombies were hindered by the multitude of fallen corpses and the residual force of the thunder, preventing them from advancing further. A faint, pale smile struggled to form at the corner of Tian Lianshan's lips as she managed to utter a heartfelt thank you, her gaze brimming with gratitude towards Jiang Yiming. Xiaolian, cold condensation Xiao, approached Tian Lianshan, tightly grasping her hand. Observing the continuous flow of blood from her wounds, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Sister Ling, I'm sorry, I might." Stop. Instead of lamenting, why don't you let me assess your injuries?" Jiang Yiming interjected, cutting her off before she could continue. Jiang Yiming approached Tian Lianshan, gently lifting her injured arm and tearing away the tattered remnants of fabric clinging to the wound. As the fragments were delicately removed, several deep lacerations were revealed, with blood swirling like crimson ripples across her skin. He placed his hand directly over the injury, causing Tian Lianshan to involuntarily shudder, a faint groan escaping her lips, a clear testament to her agony. Noticing that Lin Xinyao seemed poised to speak, Jiang Yiming cast her a glance, prompting her to swallow her words. Once more, he focused on the wound, activating his skill, water healing. A glistening membrane of water gradually enveloped her injury. Beneath this aqueous cocoon, the surface of the wound began to shimmer with a faint luminescence. The deep fissures slowly fading away, concealed beneath a layer of newly regenerated skin. As her wounds healed, the surrounding pain also began to dissipate. Lin Xinyao and Tian Lianshan gazed at this miraculous scene, their faces reflecting astonishment. In less than a minute, all of Tian Lianshan's injuries had mended, the blood and suffering vanishing simultaneously. Tian Lianshan rose slowly, experiencing a newfound lightness within her body, and once again expressed her gratitude to Jiang Yiming. Lin Xinyao face too was alight with appreciation as she regarded him. There was no need for further thanks. Simply bury what you have witnessed in your hearts. Jiang Yiming stood up, turning his gaze towards the corridor where more zombies were beginning to surge in, and reiterated, "I will deal with the remaining zombies." Do not forget our agreement. After casting a glance at Lin Xinyao, he departed. In that moment, any prior disdain she harbored had faded, replaced by a subtle blush upon her cheeks. Tian Lianshan gazed curiously at Lin Xinyao and inquired, Sister Lung, what kind of transaction is it? Lin Xinyao lightly cleared her throat, shot her a glance, and replied, Children should not ask so many questions. With that, she followed Jiang Yiming to deal with the remaining zombies. Tian Lianshan pouted, glanced down at her own chest, and muttered, I am not a child anymore. As a horde of zombies surged into the corridor, Jiang Yiming stood unflinching, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Lightning, rock spikes, and vines wreaked havoc throughout the hallway, sweeping through like a tempest. Even the Devourer could not withstand Jiang Yiming's formidable strength. It continuously consumed the supernatural energies he released in an attempt to gain greater power. Yet the overwhelming influx proved too burdensome for its body to endure. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of supernatural forces, the Devourer emitted a piercing roar before its form disintegrated, scattering into a myriad of fragments. Amidst a mist of blood, it collapsed into nothingness. The zombies within the dormitory building were swiftly eliminated, and Jiang Yiming stood there, his expression unperturbed, showing no signs of fatigue. Lin Xinyao had originally intended to lend a hand, but soon realized that Jiang Yiming's prowess far exceeded her expectations. He was more than capable of dispatching all the zombies alone. Her heart swelled with astonishment as she observed Jiang Yiming, whose presence resembled that of a divine being, stirring an unexpected flutter within her. The screamer outside had long since been dealt with by Jiang Yiming, devoid of its shriek and perception. It was no different from an ordinary zombie. Picking up a Devourer's crystal core, Jiang Yiming now held 4 third-tier zombie cores in his hand. Feeling the penetrating gaze of Lin Xinyao upon her, Jiang Yiming instantaneously materialized beside her and spoke, I have completed my tasks. You may now arrange your affairs, and then we can fulfill our agreement. The abrupt appearance of Jiang Yiming caused her to tremble slightly, nearly causing her legs to buckle. Yet she swiftly regained her composure and responded, All right. Lin Xinyao departed first, making her way to the highest floor to begin tallying the number of survivors. 2 of the survivors had perished, while another 2 had succumbed to infection. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xinyao dispatched the infected individuals on their final journey. After assembling dozens of survivors, she instructed them to relocate their stronghold with the supplies, delegating authority to several empowered individuals before taking her leave. These empowered individuals held a debt of gratitude towards Lin Xinyao, and their respect and appreciation for her were evident. They willingly assisted her in organizing the survivors' departure from the dormitory building. Upon returning to the room where Jiang Yiming awaited, she found him gazing into the distance and announced, It has been resolved. Jiang Yiming turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Good, he replied, and then led Lin Xinyao out of the dormitory building and into a single-occupancy room. Jiang Yiming surveyed the surroundings and swiftly stowed the room's contents into his storage space. Subsequently, he retrieved a large bed from a mysterious storage realm, which instantly claimed the center of the room, drawing attention. I've prepared the water. You should wash up and change into some fresh attire, Jiang Yiming said, tossing a professional outfit to Lin Xinyao. As the autumn chill enveloped her, Lin Xinyao took hold of the form-fitting dress and black stockings, a blush instantly gracing her cheeks. She entered the bathroom, where the warm streams of water caressed her skin, washing away the weariness and unease of the day. With her eyes closed, she savored this fleeting moment of tranquility and comfort. After her bath, she emerged from the bathroom clad in the attire gifted by Jiang Yiming. The dress was expertly tailored, accentuating her elongated legs with graceful curves, exuding a feminine softness and allure. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a gentle waterfall, framing her delicate features as she moved closer to Jiang Yiming. Barefoot, she tread softly on the floor, droplets of water from her exquisite feet glimmering like lustrous pearls under the light. After drying her feet with a cloth, she climbed onto the bed and adorned herself with the alluring black stockings. Chapter 53. The call from Huaqing, host status has been restored. Reward obtained. B-grade gold elemental ability, level 2 weapon tempering. Gold elemental ability, the power to control and manipulate surrounding metallic substances, including moving, reshaping, or solidifying metal. Weapon tempering, the ability to forge metallic weapons and infuse them with additional elemental powers, enhancing their offensive capabilities. Detected that the host has gathered the 5 elemental energies. Congratulations on achieving S-grade 5 elements power. 5 elements power, the host can command the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. All 5 elemental skill levels increased by 1. Level 3 Fire Blast, Level 4 wood vine enhancement. Level 3 water healing. Level 3 weapon refinement. Listening to a series of reward notifications from the system within his consciousness. Jiang Yiming was momentarily taken aback while lying in bed. It seemed that each task reward typically consisted of 4 items, with a fixed attribute increase of 10, however. This time there were only 2 rewards. It appeared that the other 2 were allocated to the fusion of elemental abilities and skill enhancement. The S-grade elemental power indicated that all elemental abilities had been elevated to S-grade, suggesting that this enhancement would yield more than just 4 items. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Jiang Yiming's lips as he glanced at the softly breathing Lin Xinyao, cradled in his arms. She lay with her eyes closed, her lashes fluttering gently, as if savoring the tranquility of the moment. I shall be departing from Yang City tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Jiang Yiming's gentle voice lingered softly in Lin Xinyao ear. Upon hearing his words, her entire being trembled slightly, a surge of complex emotion swelling within her. She slowly lifted her head, locking eyes with Jiang Yiming. Within her clear, bright gaze flickered in endless contemplation and hesitation. It must be said that after their deeper exchange, Lin Xinyao felt a stirring in her heart at Jiang Yiming's renewed proposal. After much contemplation, she still refrained from providing a response, observing the hesitation in her eyes. Jiang Yiming understood her thoughts and softly remarked, "Very well, I shall not impose upon you. If you cannot bear to leave them, then stay." "I am sorry." As the autumn chill descended, it bowed its head like a remorseful child, sincerely offering an apology. "It's all right," I replied. "We hold different philosophies, and naturally, there will be distinctions." Jiang Yiming spoke as he retrieved the long sword from the storage space. With his intent, the blade began to emit a faint golden light, the metallic elements within it stirring to life under his command. The surface of the sword gradually revealed intricate metallic patterns, and the sharp edge gleamed with heightened brilliance. After refining and enhancing the weapon, Jiang Yiming presented the sword to Cold Condensation Autumn. "I have fortified this blade. It can integrate with your wind-based abilities, assisting you in battle more effectively." The sword's edge glimmered under the moonlight, casting a radiant glow upon Cold Condensation Autumn's visage, illuminating her beauty with a soft sheen. Her eyes sparkled with newfound light as she accepted the sword, her fingertips gently caressing its surface as one would a treasured artifact. "Well, I must take my leave," Jiang Yiming announced, rising to offer her a set of neatly folded garments. Cold Condensation Autumn received the clothing, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yiming's retreating figure. A wave of indescribable longing swelling within her. She opened her mouth to speak but faltered, ultimately uttering a simple yet heartfelt, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. If you insist, then conquer Yang City for me. When I next visit, I would appreciate a warm welcome," Jiang Yiming jested, turning his head before vanishing in a flash. Cold Condensation Autumn stood in the empty room, a profound sense of nostalgia and solitude washing over her. Her gaze fell upon the table nearby, where 2/3-tier zombie crystal cores shimmered faintly under the moonlight. A sudden determination ignited in Lin Xinyao eyes as she donned her attire and rose to her feet, tightly gripping the longsword in her hand, resolute in her decision. "I will." After leaving Shuangyao Mountain University, Jiang Yiming stood atop a high building, once again surveying the entire landscape of Daweidao. His final words had been delivered with a blend of jest and the intention of setting a goal for the other party. Lin Xinyao possessed boundless potential as a supernatural being. Although her abilities were still somewhat unrefined at present, he had faith that, on her journey of growth, she too could emerge as a pillar of strength for a formidable faction. Among Jiang Yiming's several companions, none had yet manifested supernatural abilities, rendering the zombie crystal cores of little practical use to him. He decided to gift the refined longsword and the 2 zombie crystal cores to Lin Xinyao as an investment, believing that should she flourish, it would yield significant benefits for himself. Of course, investments carry risks. Should she falter, it would simply mean that their connection ended there. At that moment, Jiang Yiming's phone rang once more. Upon seeing the caller ID, he noted the name, Xiao Xue. Hua Qingxue, briefly taken aback by the name. He took a moment to review Hua Qingxue's profile information. Name, Hua Qingxue, age, 20 height, 170 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 97, affection level, 90 information, student at Zhejiang University, characteristics, quick-witted, decisive, possessing inner stability and resilience, ability. SS-level extreme ice power. SS-level extreme ice power? When did this ability awaken? Jiang Yiming's heart trembled slightly as he inquired of the system. Just over an hour ago, while the host was engaged in academic discussions. "Ah, that explains it." I was indeed on the highway at the time and had no means to check the information. It is well known that one must not use a phone while driving. Jiang Yiming nodded and then connected the call. As the call connected, the other party did not speak immediately. Jiang Yiming sensed a faint tremor in their voice, as if conveying an ineffable emotion. Hello? Xiaoxue? Noticing that Hua Qingxue remained silent, Jiang Yiming took the initiative to greet her. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice tinged with tears reached him. Brother Yiming. The utterance of Brother Yiming sent a gentle shiver through Jiang Yiming's heart, as if time had reversed, allowing him to envision the little girl who used to trail behind him, timidly clutching the hem of his garment. A tender smile unconsciously graced Jiang Yiming's lips, and his voice became soft and affectionate. Yes, it's me. Chapter 54, Confession to Hua Qingxue. Brother Yiming, how are you doing? Do you have enough supplies? Are you in any danger? Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's response, Hua Qingxue spoke fervently, leaving no room for him to reply, as if she wished to express all the thoughts and questions that had accumulated over the past few days. Little Snow, now a formidable ability wielder, assured him. I can protect you, Brother Yiming. I will gather people and head to Nanyue to fetch you. Wait a moment, Little Snow. Allow me to explain my own situation first, Jiang Yiming replied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone. He could sense Hua Qingxue's boundless concern for him, yet found her demeanor endearingly naive when it came to their circumstances. Little Snow, are there others around you? No, I am alone in my room. And there are no surveillance devices, Hua Qingxue replied obediently. Good. You should be aware of the Dawn organization, correct? Of course, I am currently in the group. Brother Yiming, are you aware of its existence? Yet, I do not see you in the group, she said, opening 2 chat rooms of the Dawn organization. When she discovered these chat rooms and their announcements today, she was slightly taken aback but chose not to report her own situation, instead maintaining a cautious stance. Not only Hua Qingxue, but others also held a similar attitude towards this organization, as they did not lack for resources or protection and felt no immediate need for assistance. Nonetheless, these developments were within Jiang Yiming's expectations, as his primary objective remained those systems that posed uncertain dangers. The others were merely to make them aware of his existence. I am, of course, aware of this, for I am its founder. Jiang Yiming's declaration struck like a powerful bomb, sending ripples of silence through Hua Qingxue, who found herself momentarily stunned, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. In the quiet atmosphere, Jiang Yiming refrained from further speech, granting her time for contemplation. As he seated himself at the edge of the skyscraper, his feet suspended in the air, gazing into the distance. After a brief interlude, Jiang Yiming resumed speaking. However, Dawn cannot be classified as an organization, for in reality, I am the sole operative. In truth, I have returned from the apocalypse. Jiang Yiming once again employed the rhetoric he had previously used with Lin Xinyao to articulate his capabilities, detailing his collection of standard target information from various academies in Longhua and his current overall strength. Listening to Jiang Yiming recount his story, Hua Qingxue fell into a deeper contemplation. Her former brother, now her beloved, suddenly surrounded by numerous women, and with intentions to acquire even more, stirred within her a tumult of complex emotions. Yet, she also understood that in the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme, to safeguard all that one holds dear. The only viable choice is to continually grow stronger. After a brief silence, Hua Qingxue resolutely inquired, Is there anything you require of me, Brother Yiming? Huajia has firmly established its presence in Hangzhou, and I can bring all the targets in this vicinity to Huajia, providing them with protection. Upon hearing Hua Qingxue's response, Jiang Yiming couldn't help but exhale in relief, smiling as he said, Thank you, Xiaoxue. However, if it's convenient for you, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter, that there is no need to feel obligated. In a few days, I will be leaving Nanyue for Bamon, and then I will head to Zhejiang to find you. The entire duration should not exceed 10 days. Please take care of yourself. And do inform me if anything unusual arises. Well, will I be able to contact you often, brother? Hua Qingxue asked again, her tone laced with a hint of humility, as if fearing that her request might inconvenience him. Perhaps the previous attitude of her original self instilled a certain apprehension in her interactions with Jiang Yiming. Of course, we should have added each other as friends. Feel free to message me anytime. I will certainly reply when I am free, Jiang Yiming replied, letting out a soft sigh as he chastised the original self inwardly. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's response, Hua Qingxue's face broke into a slight smile, her voice clearly infused with joy. All right then, Yiming Gij, goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Yiming perused Hua Qingxue's chat history, noticing that their last conversation had occurred 3 months ago. He contemplated for a moment, pinned Hua Qingshue's chat to the top, and then, retrieving his phone, he leaped directly off the edge of the tall building. The air whistled past his ears, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of freedom and release. As though his soul were entwined with the cosmos, clarity of thought blossoming within him. Jiang Yiming turned slightly, causing the space around him to momentarily warp. Before his figure vanished into the ether, in mere moments, he traversed various locales, departing from this land. In the picturesque city of Hangzhou, at the Huajia Villa, Hua Qingshuo sat upon her bed, her gaze fixated on the screen of her phone until it gradually dimmed. A smile, brimming with unrestrained joy, graced her features as she rolled about on the bed like a capricious child, liberating her innermost feelings. In this moment, Hua Qingshuo transformed from the regal, aloof heiress of the Hua family into an ordinary girl, reveling in her own happiness and excitement. Her hair lay in disarray, and the sheets bore the creases of her playful turmoil, as if they had weathered a fierce battle. Just then, a nervous voice from outside the door broke the tranquility. It was the family maid. "Miss, that gentleman from the Wu family has arrived again, the head of the household, and he are waiting for you in the hall." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingshuo's previously radiant smile was swiftly replaced by a chill. "Wu Yuanhao? What does that fellow want at this hour?" Her tone was tinged with discontent and disdain as she replied, "I understand. I shall come at once." After the maid departed, Hua Qingshuo approached the vanity, meticulously arranging her disheveled hair and smoothing the creases of her attire with her fingers. Once she had finished her preparations, she exited the chamber and made her way towards the hall. Her gaze was cold and distant, resembling a fathomless, frigid pool that deterred any who dared approach. Upon entering the hall, she spotted Wu Yuanhao engaged in conversation with several members of the Hua family. A few guards from the Wu family stood at the entrance, evidently stationed there to ensure Wu Yuanhao's protection. At the head of the hall, Hua Hongxin sat in an opulent chair, silently absorbing the discussions around him. Though he remained silent, his presence was undeniably commanding throughout the hall. The moment Hua Qingshuo stepped into the room, all eyes were drawn to her. Among the most animated was Wu Yuanhao, whose eyes sparkled with fervor, and a smile graced his lips upon her arrival. He strode toward Hua Qingshuo, his voice gentle yet resolute, imbued with a profound longing. "Qingshuo, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." Yet, Hua Qingshuo's expression revealed no warmth. Instead, it bore hints of disdain and rejection. She took several steps back, maintaining a distance from Wu Yuanhao. "Wu Yuanhao, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. There is no possibility for us. Please do not seek me out in the future, and refrain from calling me Qingshuo." Wu Yuanhao's smile momentarily faltered, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his features, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to regain control of the situation. "Qingshuo, please do not be so aloof. In this apocalyptic era, our Wu family and the Hua family have established a foothold in Hang City, and we ought to collaborate for mutual prosperity." As soon as Wu Yuanhao finished speaking, several members of the Hua family echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Qingshuo. Young Master Wu is not only the legitimate heir of the Wu family, but also an S-class fire ability user. It is essential to foster a good relationship with him. Yes, in these trying times, unity among families is paramount. Qingshuo, you should consider the interests of the entire clan. Partnering with young Master Wu is our optimal choice. These affirmations seemingly bolstered Wu Yuanhao's confidence, as a smile returned to his face, reflecting satisfaction with the unfolding situation. However, Hua Qingshuo's expression remained as frosty as ever, and she coldly retorted, "I do not oppose the collaboration between the Wu family and the Hua family. That is your affair. However, if you seek to secure a marriage alliance with me to facilitate this cooperation, I advise you to abandon such futile dreams." Her voice was resolute and devoid of any room for compromise. She had no desire to entangle her future with someone like Wu Yuanhao. Hua Qingshuo harbored not a shred of affection for him. In her eyes, Wu Yuanhao was worth less than a single strand of Jiang Yiming's fur. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze in an instant, a stifling tension enveloping everyone present. Hua Qingshuo's unwavering declaration pierced through Wu Yuanhao's fantasies like a sharp sword, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of defeat that resonated deep within his heart. Wu Yuanhao's expression momentarily stiffened as he retreated to his seat, the confident smile that once graced his face gradually fading away. Hua Hongxin, seated at the head of the table, observed the unfolding events in silence. As the patriarch of the Hua family, he bore significant responsibilities. However, as a father, He held deep respect for his daughter's autonomy in making choices and decisions. Yet, Hua Qinxue had yet to awaken her supernatural abilities, prompting other family members to seek an alliance with the Wu family to enhance their chances of survival amid the apocalypse. The Wu family proposed a marriage between Wu Yuanhao and Hua Qinxue to facilitate this collaboration. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Wu Yuanhao had persistently pursued Hua Qinxue. And even now, his aspirations remained firmly affixed to her. Hua Hongxin had attained the status of an S-rank supernatural being, possessing the unique ability of energy accumulation strike, which transcended ordinary enhancements of strength. This ability allowed him to unleash his power to its utmost potential in a brief span. Its destructive capacity far surpassing that of typical strength augmentations and capable of countering and dismantling other supernatural abilities. Within the Hua family, beyond Hua Hongxin, there were several other supernatural beings, including both S-rank and A-rank individuals. Nevertheless, as an ordinary person devoid of awakened powers, Hua Qinxue's influence within the family was considerably diminished. Had it not been for Hua Hongxin's presence, she might have been coerced into an unwanted marriage long ago. However, during this period, Hua Hongxin had frequently encountered complaints and suggestions from other family members, which began to sow the seeds of doubt within him. Tragically, Hua Hongxin's eldest son had perished in an unforeseen car accident, and the beloved wife he cherished had also passed away less than 2 years after reuniting with Hua Qinxue. He holds a deep affection for Hua Qinxue, and in this apocalyptic world, he desires to provide her with a secure environment in which to thrive. Perhaps allowing Hua Qinxue to accompany Wu Yuanhao is indeed a viable option? This thought crossed Hua Hongxin's mind, yet upon recalling his daughter's unmistakable aversion, he shook his head in dismay. Amidst the heavy atmosphere in the hall, an elderly man, having entered his 70s, tapped his cane lightly, capturing the attention of all present. He emanated an air of solemnity, with deep wrinkles etched into his face, reflecting a profound steadiness. He is Hua Qinxue's uncle, Hua Wenrui. Qinxue, you are no longer a child. As the daughter of Hongxin and the heiress of the Hua family, you must embrace your familial responsibilities and foster collaboration between our families to ensure the Hua family's continued prosperity. If your mother were to witness your disregard for the family's safety in favor of your individuality, it would surely grieve her spirit. What a cunning old man. Adept at moral coercion, even invoking Hua Qinxue's mother. A cold smile flickered within her heart, though her expression remained composed. Uncle, had my mother still been among the living, she would undoubtedly respect my choices. As for the collaboration with the Wu family, even without a marriage alliance, it does not signify that we cannot work together. It is their unyielding proposal that obstructs our cooperation. Why must the burden be placed upon me? Hua Qinxue's retort caused Hua Wenrui's countenance to darken, prompting several family members to voice their opinions once more. A marriage alliance would indeed strengthen the ties between our families. Qinxue, given your current circumstances, what can you contribute to the Hua family? This is the only path through which you can repay the Hua family. Hua Qinxue, do not forget where you once lived. The privileged life you now enjoy is bestowed upon you by the Hua family. Their words brim with skepticism and veiled threats, as if they are coercing Hua Qinxue into acquiescing to the proposal of a marriage alliance for their own gain. Some individuals no longer conceal their true sentiments, openly voicing their dissatisfaction and exerting pressure upon Hua Qinxue. Their demeanor has grown significantly more assertive, as if they intend to finalize today's matters to achieve their desired outcome. Wu Yuanhao listened as some members of the Hua family spoke on his behalf, gracefully lifting a teacup from the coffee table and taking a gentle sip. His composure exuded an air of tranquility, as if he retained complete control over the unfolding situation. Hua Hongxin furrowed his brow, his expression dark and brooding like a stormy cloud. As he listened to the audacious remarks of the Hua family members, a flicker of anger ignited within him. My daughter, even if she were an ordinary person, is not a subject for your arbitrary criticism. Do you regard me, the head of this family, with such disdain? Suddenly, he lightly stomped his right foot, and an overwhelming sense of authority permeated the entire hall. Those still speaking among the Hua family members immediately fell silent, their lips sealed as if bound by an invisible force, too intimidated to utter another word. Chapter 56, Manifestation of Extreme Ice Power. All eyes converged upon Hua Hongxin, who regarded the assembly with an icy detachment, his countenance radiating an unmistakable air of inviolability. Although there was little change on Wu Yuanhao's face, his heart was filled with an intense loathing for Hua Hongxin's actions. His eyes concealed a glimmer of resentment, and he clenched his teeth in silence. Hua Qingsno glanced at her father in the main seat, her gaze revealing a trace of gratitude. Yet, She understood that in the current situation, if she chose to conceal her recently awakened abilities, it would inevitably burden her father and could potentially incite discord within the family. Weighing her options, Hua Qisno felt a surge of determination, activating her ice power. A flicker of light flashed in her gently closed eyes, and her aura underwent an instantaneous transformation. The air around her seemed to solidify, the temperature plummeting sharply, sending a bone-chilling coldness throughout the room. Under Hua Qisno's control, the surrounding air began to coalesce into countless crystalline ice shards, resembling flowers blooming in the winter night. They sparkled with a ghostly blue glow under the light, exuding a frigid aura. These ice shards were extraordinarily sharp, each one infused with the power of extreme cold, emanating an unsettling chill. Hua Qisno stood tall, her gaze resolute and composed. Dressed in a pale blue gown, the hem swayed gently, as if she were the embodiment of the Ice Queen, both imposing and dignified. This sudden transformation struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone present in a state of stunned disbelief, particularly those from the Hua family who had previously criticized Hua Qisno, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Alongside their shock, a sense of regret surfaced within them. Their prior disdain and mockery felt like a dagger piercing their hearts, leaving them steeped in shame. The power displayed by Hua Qisno is sufficient to leave anyone in awe, at least demonstrating S-level strength. At this moment, Wu Yuanhao has finally lost the calm demeanor he initially possessed, his expression dark as a pot's bottom. He had believed that one of the foremost conditions for overcoming Hua Qisno was her status as an ordinary person. However, given the current circumstances, he has lost that confidence. Just moments ago, he even resorted to secretly using his extraordinary abilities to confront her, yet his powers were as insignificant as a spark, extinguished in an instant under Hua Qisno's frigid aura, leaving no room for resistance. In that moment, his arrogance and hubris seemed to shatter, his fists clenched tighter, eyes glinting with a fierce determination. The most exhilarated and reassured among them was naturally Hua Hongxing. Even though he had thwarted the actions of these individuals today, similar incidents would inevitably occur in the future. If Hua Qisno did not possess the capability to command their respect, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Now that his daughter has successfully awakened her extraordinary abilities, potentially surpassing his own, he feels an unprecedented sense of relief and reassurance. So now, does anyone have anything further to say? Hua Qisno's calm voice resonated once more, yet with an even greater air of authority, rendering those present speechless. Her gaze swept across each individual's face. Her eyes, clear and transparent, seemed to penetrate the very hearts of those before her, instilling a sense of unease. As the crowd fell into silence, Hua Qisno's gaze settled on Wu Yuanhao, whose countenance was as grim as someone who had just swallowed refuse. Wu Yuanhao, she stated, the affairs of the Hua family will now be addressed. The door is over there. No need for further ceremony. Currently, the Wu and Hua families possess comparable strength, rendering them unable to openly confront one another. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanhao's expression darkened further. Lacking any intention to linger, he rose abruptly, huffing disdainfully, and departed without hesitation. The Wu family guards stationed at the entrance, observing the scene, followed suit, their eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Hua Qingyu paid no heed to the gradually retreating Wu Yuanhao. With a delicate hand, as exquisite as jade and as smooth as cream, she elegantly waved, causing the surrounding ice crystals to dissipate instantaneously, while the temperature began to warm gradually. Nonetheless, her aura remained undiminished. Now, the matters at hand belonged solely to the Hua family. Previously, Hua Qisno had lacked any supernatural abilities, which had instilled in her a reluctance to dial Jiang Yiming's number. She was apprehensive about potential mishaps, and, even if she were to get through, her prior incapacity to travel to Nanyue for assistance was a formidable barrier, one that the Hua family would not permit. Now that she had manifested her powers, Hua Qisno resolved to reclaim that which rightfully belonged to her. In Nanyue, Yangcheng, Jiang Yiming returned to the villa district as the night deepened. The moonlight gently cascaded upon the earth, enveloping the entire area in a serene silver glow. Entering the living room, Jiang Yiming beheld the women gathered on the sofas, each engaged in their own pursuits or leisurely entertainment. Some were engrossed in their mobile devices, their fingers deftly gliding across the screens, while others conversed softly nearby, their faces alight with smiles. Upon Jiang Yiming's unexpected arrival, they all lifted their heads, their gazes converging upon him, revealing a glimmer of joy in their eyes. Jiang Yiming exchanged glances with the ladies, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Tomorrow, we shall embark towards Tua City. During this time, you may arrange your schedules as you see fit. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's plans, the ladies nodded in unison, expressing their willingness to comply. If there are no pressing matters, you may return to your rooms, though you are welcome to linger in the living room a while longer. After conveying his message, Jiang Yiming departed the living room, ascending to his bedroom on the second floor. Qimeng and Lin Xinyao followed him up the staircase, seemingly intent on discussing a matter of importance. Upon reaching the second floor, Qimeng and Lin Xinyao positioned themselves on either side of Jiang Yiming, drawing close. Darling, the tasks you assigned have been nearly completed by me, Yao Yao, and Xiaoro. However, there are still some targets that have yet to respond. Should we engage them in private conversation? Qimeng inquired. A brief investigation will suffice. We need not concern ourselves with those who lack neither resources nor protection for the time being. Our primary focus should be on the students who are currently unable to fend for themselves. Jiang Yiming pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. Chapter 57. Acquiring ice powers. As the morning sun streamed through the window, casting a golden aura over the villa. It seemed to envelop the entire room in a warm glow. However, it is well known that the light gracing one's face early in the morning is not always merely sunlight. Jiang Yiming gradually opened his eyes, emerging from the realm of slumber. Utilizing his omniscient perspective, he surveyed the villa and soon spotted Dong Zilu, who had also just awakened from her dreams. Her eyes were slightly squinted, as if still adjusting to the brightness of the day. Dong Zilu donned a delicate camisole nightgown, the gossamer fabric gracefully enveloping her slender form, accentuating her mature and alluring silhouette. As she languidly stretched, the strap on her right shoulder inadvertently slipped down, revealing her fair skin and exuding an irresistible charm. Her elongated eyelashes fluttered softly, suggesting that her slumber had not yet been entirely dispelled. She reclined gently, seemingly desiring to linger and repose a while longer. Host status has been restored. Rewards acquired. All attributes 10. Level of mobile shelter construction in apocalyptic settings 1. Class A ice and snow ability. Level 2 freezing explosion. Level 3 mobile shelter construction. Number of constructs is 3. Shelter reinforcement radius 30-30-30. Ice and snow ability. The power to control and manipulate ice and snow, create frigid environments, execute attacks, and control the battlefield. Frost explosion. The capacity to condense ice and snow energy to trigger an explosion, inflicting substantial area effect freezing damage. Since acquiring his water-based abilities, Jiang Yiming found personal hygiene remarkably convenient. Within his room, he gently waved his arm, and a stream of crystal-clear water materialized, coursing over his body and cleansing impurities. The water flowed languidly around him, instantly imparting a refreshing sensation. However, Jiang Yiming did not always opt for this method. At times, a shower or a bath provided greater relaxation. Jiang Yiming unlocked his phone, and the first message on the chat interface was from Hua Qingxue. Good morning, Brother Yiming. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Yiming's delayed response that she later sent another playful expression. Jiang Yiming offered a faint smile and replied with a cheerful good morning, Xiaoxue, before leaving the room. Upon entering the living room, he found that, aside from Dong Zilu, the other ladies had already gathered there, as Jiang Yiming had previously instructed. If he had matters to attend to, they need not wait for him for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They could begin at their leisure. Thus, the dining table was adorned with only a few sandwiches and 2 bottles of milk, remnants of their earlier breakfast. Jiang Yiming picked up a sandwich, took a gentle bite, and then turned his gaze towards the ladies seated on the sofa. Su Yutong was still engrossed in a book. Her eyes briefly met Jiang Yiming's before she quickly averted her gaze, returning to her reading. Although she appeared calm, a faint flush crept onto her cheeks, subtle, yet discernible to Jiang Yiming. Despite her composed demeanor, he could perceive the delicate change in her rosy complexion, an understated hint revealing the fluctuations of her inner emotions. The newly constructed shelter not only reinforced the entire villa but also fortified each room individually, while the flowing steel provided sound insulation. Therefore, the previous night's activities had not disturbed the others. However, this morning was different. Jiang Yiming had not implemented soundproofing, allowing the commotion within the room to be audible outside. This led to Su Yutong hearing sounds from within the room as she passed by this morning. Although her expression remained unchanged, she quickened her pace to leave. Reflecting on the gentle and amiable older sister she had spent time with yesterday, She felt a ripple of emotion at the shameful titles and sounds now emanating from her. It seemed that Su Yutong's heart was not entirely calm. A single drop of liquid could stir the tranquil waters within her. Chapter 58. Journey to Tua City. Jiang Yiming's gaze lingered on Su Yutong, lost in thought. Su Yutong noticed his attention and occasionally stole glances at him from the corners of her eyes. Sensing the pressure of Jiang Yiming's gaze, a flicker of tension arose within her, prompting her to cautiously adjust her posture and expression in an attempt to present her most natural self. Observing her movements, Jiang Yiming chuckled softly and averted his gaze. Dong Zilu felt a wave of joy as she gracefully descended the staircase, her steps infused with excitement. However, at that very moment, she sensed several piercing gazes locking onto her, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. When she looked up, she found several girls watching her with beaming smiles, though their expressions held an intriguing undertone. Particularly, Lin Xinyao smile, reminiscent of an ant's warmth, sent shivers down Dong Zilu's spine. Unable to help herself, Dong Zilu slowed her pace, forcing a smile as she greeted them. "Good morning, everyone." As she reached the living room, the weight of their stares enveloped her, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. Truly, it is no surprise that a flower, long neglected and never watered, possesses such formidable vitality. Its voice resonates with power as well. Would you not agree, Teacher Dong? Ah. But let us proceed chronologically. Might we not refer to her as sister? Lin Xinyao was the first to speak, directly hitting the sore spot. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she approached Dong Zilu's side, embracing her arm and proclaiming, "Ah?" In an instant, Dong Zilu's mouth fell agape as she pondered Lin Xinyao's words. However, in a fleeting moment, she grasped the implications behind them, and a wave of crimson surged across her face. Could it be that they had all overheard the events of the morning? That would be utterly mortifying. At the time, she had shown no regard for her volume, and now, in retrospect, all she wished for was a place to hide. Observing Dong Zilu's expression, the others could not stifle their laughter. "It's all right, Sister Lu. After all, we shall be comrades henceforth. Discovering one's combat prowess is nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, Sister Zilu, from now on, it will be up to you to endure the brunt of our battles." Listening to the chorus of voices, Dong Zilu merely lowered her head in shyness, feeling too embarrassed to respond. At that moment, her delicate toes seemed to be digging into the ground as if trying to escape a 3-bedroom apartment. "Help! Who will come to rescue me? I feel I might perish from embarrassment," she silently implored, yearning for salvation from her predicament, as she felt herself on the verge of being overwhelmed by shyness. However, 2 individuals remained aloof, one being Su Yutong, who, upon hearing the women's fervent banter, had completely abandoned her reading, laying down her book and opting for a state of resignation. Another was Zilu, who had initially pursued Jiang Yiming of her own accord and had entered the sanctuary earlier than several others. However, she had never managed to capture Jiang Yiming's attention. Consequently, she lacked experience in such matters and found it difficult to interject. At that moment, she quietly observed the beauty of the other women, feeling a pang of inferiority within her heart. In comparison to them, she felt decidedly lacking. Zilu couldn't help but lower her head, her heart feeling somewhat hollow, akin to a leaf forgotten in a corner, unable to attract anyone's gaze. Enough with the bullying of Zilu. If this continues, she will lose the courage to face others. Jiang Yiming timely intervened, stepping forward to address the group of women. As he passed by Zilu, he extended his hand to gently stroke the top of her head. This brief contact sent a warm surge through Zilu's heart, as if her inner light had been reignited, gradually filling the emptiness within her. As noon approached, the lunch preparations were complete. Following Su Yutong's impressive display the previous day, she remained the head chef today, with Lin Xinyao and Dong Zilu assisting her while seizing the opportunity to learn. In what seemed to be an effort to expedite their departure, lunch was notably simpler, and the group did not linger over their meal as they had the night before. After lunch, the women quickly tidied up the dishes and gathered outside the villa, awaiting their next endeavor. As Jiang Yiming stepped out of the house, the moment his foot touched the courtyard, the surrounding rocky walls and the vines entwined upon them received his command and retreated entirely, unveiling the full visage of the 2 villas, now bereft of their protective barriers. With a gentle wave towards the villas, they vanished from sight, one being absorbed into his storage space. The other sanctuary, a constructed entity, hovered in mid-air, gradually soaring towards the 2 vehicles he had summoned from his storage. Upon contact with the vehicles, it fortified them, while extending flowing steel appendages that, like tendrils, began to reinforce the second vehicle. In less than a minute, both vehicles were enhanced, their safety levels elevated to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, two iron chains emerged, interlinking the vehicles, seemingly binding them together with unwavering firmness. Once this was accomplished, Jiang Yiming entrusted the driving of the two vehicles to Dong Zilu and Su Yutong, while the others took their respective seats. The engines roared to life, with Dong Zilu at the helm of the vehicle in front, Jiang Yiming seated in the passenger seat, and Su Yutong trailing closely behind. The iron chains adjusted their length as the vehicles moved apart or drew nearer, maintaining a constant tension and connection, as if imbued with a life of their own. In contrast to the conventional phone calls, the walkie-talkies proved to be far more practical and convenient during their drive, allowing for seamless communication at any moment. Thus, prior to embarking, Jiang Yiming had provided two walkie-talkies to Su Yutong, ensuring they could remain in constant contact throughout their journey. After departing from the Jia Villa area, the two vehicles traversed along the tributary of the Yuejiang River. Yu Shaoyan and Tang Yaxin gazed out of the window. Captivated by the scenery, through the glass, they admired the gently flowing river and the distant silhouette of Dao Island, which stirred a sense of reflection within them. Su Yutong, while driving, slightly tilted her head to steal a glance at the passing landscape, before refocusing her attention on the road ahead, diligently steering the vehicle. The two cars sped away like arrows released from a bow, with Su Yutong navigating her vehicle with the poise of a seasoned hunter, maintaining a steady distance of approximately 50 meters from the car in front. As time elapsed, the vehicles resembled two shooting stars racing through the narrow passage, soon entering the vast expanse of the highway. The scenery along the roadside rushed by, as if time itself were accelerating. Nevertheless, Su Yutong's gaze remained resolute and unwavering, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, wholly concentrated on the leading vehicle. The journey from Yangcheng to Tawacheng was expected to take around 2.5 hours. Initially, the occupants of the car engaged in simple conversations about their surroundings. However, as time wore on and boredom began to set in, the women started to chat casually over the intercom. Tang Yaxin, with her musical background, possessed a certain talent for singing. Thus, she began to serenade through the intercom, infusing joy and amusement into the lengthy journey. Chapter 59, Encounter with the Official Troops. As she parted her lips, her melody flowed like a gentle spring, soft and melodious. She requires no stage, no spotlight. All she needs is a heart that reverberates with the passion for music, capable of igniting an atmosphere within this moving carriage. Though we find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world with but a handful of listeners, the few souls aboard attentively absorb her melodies. With Tang Yaxin leading the way, the ambience in the carriage gradually transforms into one of vivacity. Several women begin to showcase their vocal talents, either in harmonious chorus or taking turns to sing solo, weaving together the lengthy and monotonous journey with a vibrant spirit. On the highway, a few scattered zombies, drawn to the two moving vehicles, lurch forward with gaping maws. Whether captivated by the enchanting voices or lured by the sound remains uncertain. Yet, before they can approach, a barrage of stones, like bullets, pierces their skulls, and splashes of crimson bloom in the air, seemingly adding a splash of color to this modest concert. "Darling, would you care to sing a song?" Suddenly, Qimeng in the back seat extends the intercom towards him. Jiang Yiming, initially absorbed in the spectacle, blinks in surprise at the intercom before him. "What? Am I to sing? Is this for real?" In his previous life, Jiang Yiming was woefully inept at singing, and upon traversing into this realm, he discovered that the original soul possessed no greater talent. While others might sing for a fee, his attempts would surely be a dire affair. If he were to become a zombie and rise in power, he could potentially evolve into a fifth-tier lordly screamer, commanding the attention of nearby zombies and unleashing formidable sonic waves capable of effortlessly annihilating all life within a 100-meter radius. As Jiang Yiming pondered this, a soft chuckle escaped his lips, and he replied nonchalantly, "No, you may continue." With that, he closed his eyes once more. In response to Jiang Yiming's dismissal, Qimeng and the others refrained from further comments, eagerly resuming their performance. Half an hour later, the vehicle re-entered a high-speed overpass in East City. The surroundings were densely populated with urban edifices, towering structures resembling the tombs of giants, silently narrating tales of past splendor and grandeur. Gazing through the window, One could observe groups of zombies wandering amidst the wreckage of vehicles and abandoned buildings. Survivors could even be seen navigating through the desolate structures, laboriously scavenging for nearby resources to sustain their existence. However, a sudden noise from an individual drew the immediate attention of the surrounding zombies, as if a switch had been flipped, causing them to turn towards the source of the sound. Amidst the chaos, some survivors managed to evade the relentless pursuit of the zombies, while others met a grim fate, encircled by the undead, their cries echoing through the streets, only to be swiftly drowned out by the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart. This scene had become a commonplace occurrence in the current apocalypse. Survival necessitated venturing out to gather supplies, all the while facing imminent peril. Jiang Yiming regarded these events merely as minor interludes along the journey, giving them little thought. As the vehicle traveled along the overpass for a quarter of an hour, he began to faintly discern some distant commotion. Was that gunfire? The enhancement of his mental acuity not only influenced the frequency and extent of his abilities but also heightened his perceptual faculties, including his auditory sense. Although not a one-to-one enhancement, it was sufficient to significantly elevate his perceptual abilities. The gunfire did not resonate singularly. Rather, it erupted in a continuous barrage, accompanied by the thunderous sound of explosions, which piqued Jiang Yiming's vigilance. Could there be an army present? Nearly a week had elapsed since the apocalypse. Yet, Jiang Yiming had yet to encounter any official military presence. He resolved to investigate further, to ascertain the strength of the adversary. For only through such knowledge could he make more informed decisions. Knowing oneself and the enemy would lead to unassailable victories. Zilu, Yutong, halt the vehicles, Jiang Yiming commanded, grasping the idled walkie-talkie. His voice was deep and resonant, causing the voices of the women within the two vehicles to cease immediately. Dong Zilu and Su Yutong swiftly complied, gradually engaging the brakes, their speed diminishing. The construction entities within the vehicles also received the command, hastening to bring the vehicles to a complete stop. As the two vehicles came to a halt, Jiang Yiming decisively flung open the door and leapt forth, agile as an arrow released from its bow, landing directly atop the bridge railing. I shall inspect the situation ahead. Remain inside the vehicle, he instructed. Upon finishing his directive, the reinforced steel of the vehicles, under his command, enveloped the two cars, swiftly erecting a sturdy, small-scale cubic shelter around them, leaving only a few narrow windows for observation. Simultaneously, Jiang Yiming extended his right hand, gently brushing across his visage, as a silvery metallic mask materialized from the ether, gradually enveloping his face. The edges of the mask were intricately etched with crimson stripes, and in the lower left corner, a fiery pattern was emblazoned, as if yearning to transcend the confines of the mask and unleash a fierce intimidation. In contrast to the act of wearing a mask, Jiang Yiming believed that a mask could enhance the aura of mystery while proving to be more convenient. Therefore, he directly crafted this mask using his gold elemental powers, etching intricate stripes with the fire element. Furthermore, Jiang Yiming fashioned masks adorned with various patterns corresponding to different elemental abilities, such as blue for water, brown for earth, and purple for lightning. After ensuring their safety, he stepped forward and instantly teleported from the location, heading straight towards the source of the gunfire. After several teleportations, Jiang Yiming arrived atop a towering building, surveying the scene below. On a broad road, several hefty armored vehicles moved slowly, their bodies reflecting the waning light of the setting sun, shimmering with a pallid glow. In the center of the road, a group of soldiers clad in robust combat gear tightly gripped an array of firearms. Their gazes were resolute as they faced the advancing horde of zombies, fearlessly unleashing a torrent of gunfire. The sound of gunfire echoed like thunder, the spent shells bouncing off the ground and shattering the tranquility of the area. On some armored vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns, soldiers unleashed a barrage upon the surrounding zombies. The muzzles of the machine guns belched forth searing flames, bullets raining down like an angry tempest in all directions. Among them, a soldier clutched the weighty machine gun, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied fire, exuding madness and resolve. He laughed maniacally, his contorted visage illuminated by the flickering flames. Name Xia Jufeng, age 28, loyalty 0, ability A-class visual amplification. Moreover, dozens of ability users wielding their unique powers struck down the zombies, transforming them into mere heaps of mangled flesh. With S-class metal manipulation, S-class speed enhancement, A-class healing, A-class strength augmentation, and A-class rock spikes. Chapter 60. Xia Junfeng, although there were no SS or SSS-level ability users present. The team's seamless cooperation and heavy firepower allowed them to navigate the perilous battle against the horde of zombies with remarkable ease. Jiang Yiming, donning a mask, stood atop a height, surveying the unfolding scenes below, his thoughts whirling. The combat capabilities of this unit were undeniably formidable. Yet without the presence of SS or SSS-level abilities, they posed no substantial threat to Jiang Yiming. Unlike the Devourer, which must endure the extreme physical strains to absorb abilities, Jiang Yiming's storage space could effortlessly absorb all attacks from S-class and below-ranged abilities without limitation. Furthermore, his storage space could assimilate any object that approached him, including bullets and shells, converting them into his own means of offense. While the Devourer could consume abilities of various levels, the disparity lay in the extent of absorption. This could be rectified by enhancing the tolerance level of Jiang Yiming's storage capacity. As Jiang Yiming pondered, the official forces, having cleared the surrounding zombies, swiftly shifted their focus to the rescue of survivors. The fully armed soldiers charged into the various buildings without hesitation, meticulously searching every nook and cranny in hopes of uncovering more survivors. Fortuitously, some survivors, having noticed the arrival of the official forces, emerged from the edifices after the clearing of the zombies, rushing towards their rescuers. Meanwhile, several soldiers and gifted individuals maintained a perimeter to deter any encroaching zombies, including Xia Junfeng, who operated a heavy machine gun. As others engaged in the rescue of survivors and defense, Xia Junfeng suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Instinctively, he lifted his head, attempting to locate the source of the stare, yet he was met only with an expanse of empty sky. "Fengzi, what are you looking at? Did you discover something?" A soldier abruptly inquired, breaking his contemplation. Xia Junfeng furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. "Did any of you feel that something seemed to be watching us?" The soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. They were all elite individuals, rigorously trained, although mere mortals. Their awareness of the surrounding environment was remarkably keen. Xia Junfeng's words, bolstered by his A-level visual enhancement ability, instilled a sense of vigilance among them. The soldiers swiftly tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes sharpening as they scanned the vicinity for any potential threats. Only after confirming that no danger lurked did they collectively exhale, relaxing their grips, though the wariness in their eyes persisted. Seeing no resolution, Xia Junfeng expressed his apologies. "Apologies, my friends. Perhaps I have been overly suspicious." At this moment, he does not exhibit the frenzied demeanor characteristic of confronting the undead, but rather displays a harmonious interaction with his comrades. "It is perfectly fine, Fengzi. You are an A-level visual enhancer, and it is entirely natural for you to possess heightened awareness of your surroundings. It is better to eliminate all potential threats than to overlook a single danger." A soldier offered words of comfort, devoid of any hint of reproach. Frankly speaking, Xia Junfeng's plight has evoked sympathy in many. On the day the apocalypse descended, he was engaged in a phone conversation with his girlfriend of 8 years when he witnessed the onset of doom. At that moment, the harrowing screams from the other end of the line echoed in his ears. He cried out in anguish, desperately seeking answers, yet received no reply. On the other end, his girlfriend was unable to escape the clutches of the zombies, her screams piercing his heart, each cry a torment to his nerves. In a state of profound despair, he called out her name, imploring her to respond, but silence prevailed. In her final moments, the only words he heard from her were to survive, her sole plea to him, the one he cherished deeply. Upon realizing the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Xia Junfeng succumbed to a semblance of madness, especially when confronting the undead. His gaze was filled with fury and hatred, as if he yearned to consume all the zombies with his sheer force. Within this battalion, many soldiers have lost their beloved kin to the apocalypse, but Xia Junfeng has personally endured the anguish of losing the one he adored. Xia Junfeng grasped the pocket watch attached to the necklace around his neck, his fingertips gently caressing its surface as if he could sense the warmth of bygone days. Upon opening the back of the watch, he revealed a photograph of himself and his girlfriend, both radiating joy in their smiles. In that moment, the happiness they once shared felt profoundly precious. Xia Junfeng lowered his head to plant a tender kiss on the photograph before slowly raising his gaze. His eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I will survive." Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of Xia Junfeng, and he had already sensed the latter's awareness. Thus, When Xia Junfeng vaguely registered his gaze, Jiang Yiming had already utilized spatial displacement to vacate his previous position, using various walls as platforms. He effortlessly traversed the spaces between buildings with remarkable agility, his movements akin to a fleeting shadow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Throughout his journey, Jiang Yiming activated his omniscient perspective, surveying the surroundings. Although he encountered numerous survivors, they fell short of the system's criteria, while a handful possessed physical beauty exceeding 90. Their purity failed to reach 100. Before long, Jiang Yiming found himself back on the overpass where the vehicles had previously halted. However, he did not pause. Instead, he leaped over the cars, pressing onward to the other side of the overpass. For reasons unknown, an unconscious impulse urged him to delve further, prompting him to act in accordance with his inner instincts. At present, Jiang Yiming can traverse 1,000 meters in less than a minute, and a brief exploration forward does not consume much time. After a short while, standing atop a towering building and gazing into the distance, he felt a twinge of helplessness arise within him, seemingly indicative of his lack of agility. Without hesitation, Jiang Yiming plummeted directly from the skyscraper, intent on returning to the overpass and rejoining the group of women. The wind howled past his ears as he relished the sensation of freedom and the pull of gravity. The fleeting emotion he had just experienced dissipated in an instant. The mask on his face clung tightly, unwavering, as if it were an extension of his very being. As he descended rapidly, his gaze happened upon a window, where he unexpectedly locked eyes with a girl who had coincidentally turned to look out. Detected a target that meets the criteria. Would you like to query information and lock on? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, time appeared to stand still. The girl's astonished expression was filled with confusion and curiosity, profoundly impacted by Jiang Yiming's sudden appearance. Her eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment, as if pondering from where he had come and to where he was headed. As Jiang Yiming continued his descent, moving beyond the girl's line of sight, she eagerly craned her neck, striving to ascertain the fate of this enigmatic figure, yet he had already vanished from view. Songwei, have you discovered something? The nearby survivor observed Qian Songwei suddenly lean out to gaze out the window, prompting a curious inquiry. No, nothing, Qian Songwei replied instinctively, concealing what she had just witnessed. Upon hearing her denial, the survivor thought little of it and turned back, resuming focus on their own concerns. In this perilous and uncertain world, the majority prioritize their own survival, often relegating the thoughts and feelings of others to a secondary consideration. At the moment the system triggered a notification, Jiang Yiming promptly affirmed with a yes. He swiftly turned around and utilized spatial teleportation to arrive at the building. Upon looking up, the target's information vividly materialized before Jiang Yiming's eyes. Name, Qian Songwei, age, 18, height, 158 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 92, favorability, 30, ability, SS-level electromagnetic manipulation, 100. SS-level electromagnetic manipulation. This was indeed a remarkable find. Jiang Yiming felt an exhilarating surge of joy upon seeing Qian Songyue's SS-level ability. Through an omniscient perspective, he quickly grasped the situation on this floor. Approximately 30 survivors had gathered, a mix of genders and ages, likely the collective remnants of the entire building. Among this group, there were indeed individuals with abilities. However, apart from Qian Songyue, the highest tier was merely B-level. Moreover, observing Qian Songyue's demeanor, it seems she remains oblivious to her awakened abilities. Could she possibly be rather simple-minded? One of the rooms was overflowing with food and supplies, clearly gathered by survivors who had scavenged the entire floor. These provisions should sustain them for a considerable duration. It must be noted that the atmosphere within this group appeared quite harmonious, devoid of any power struggles. Unlike the various factions of survivors that Jiang Yiming had encountered along his journey, where some resorted to force and intimidation to impose their will upon others, thereby satisfying their various desires, including the more primal ones. Jiang Yiming slowly approached the floor where Qian Songyue resided, gripping the sheath of his longsword. His silhouette exuded an air of striking stature and enigma. The survivors on this floor, upon the sudden appearance of Jiang Yiming, who was donned with a mask, displayed expressions of confusion and astonishment. Yet, under the oppressive gaze of his intimidating presence, none dared to draw nearer. When their eyes met Jiang Yiming's, an invisible pressure enveloped them, making them feel as though they were ensnared in an Arctic realm, their breaths seemingly suspended. As Jiang Yiming advanced, he soon arrived at Qian Songwei, who was huddled against the wall, resembling a small creature. She wore a blue short-sleeved shirt and light, gray slim-fit trousers that clung to her legs, her short hair disheveled and cascading over her shoulders, no longer flowing as it once had. Sensing someone's approach, Qian Songyue gradually lifted her head, her gaze meeting that of the newcomer, her body trembling slightly. She had initially believed that their fleeting gaze at each other was merely a serendipitous twist of fate, one that would not lead to any further encounters. However, to her astonishment, he approached her directly. As she saw him standing before her, Qian Songyue's inner speculation was validated, and she slowly spoke. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are looking for something?" Her voice carried a hint of nervousness, soft yet subdued, as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil. Her gaze flitted across him, seeking some semblance of a clue to his true intentions, but she found it elusive. Jiang Yiming gradually lowered himself to her level. Meeting her eyes, her bangs nearly obscured her gaze, and her face bore traces of fine dust, rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled. Moreover, she had faint spots resembling freckles, the origin of which could be attributed either to the harshness of their world or to her own actions. Were it not for the system's commendable score of 92 for her beauty, she might be considered merely an ordinary, even inconspicuous girl based solely on her looks. Yet these imperfections served to cloak her true beauty, providing her with a form of camouflage. "Come with me. I can offer you the life you desire." He extended his right hand toward her, as if illuminating a path of hope leading to a brighter future. Jiang Yiming's words flowed into Qian Songyue's heart like a warm current, quickening her pulse and igniting a spark of excitement in her eyes. Without a trace of hesitation, she nodded gently in response. "I am willing." Her answer was simple yet resolute, as she reached out her hand to clasp Jiang Yiming's. Feeling in that moment as though she had finally discovered her true sanctuary, her gaze pierced through the strands of her bangs, locking eyes with Jiang Yiming, those eyes shimmering with a steadfast and crystalline brilliance. Jiang Yiming exerted a gentle pull, lifting Qian Songyue to her feet, and after releasing her, he proceeded ahead, gesturing for her to follow. With her head bowed, Qian Songyue trailed Jiang Yiming's steps, a faint smile gracing her lips. The surrounding survivors beheld this scene, their hearts swelling with envy and jealousy. The enigmatic figure before them exuded an undeniable prowess, and the protection he offered made them willing to comply with his every whim. Yet, Jiang Yiming paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, directly escorting Qian Songyue to the staircase. As the pair prepared to depart, some survivors stirred, seemingly eager to initiate conversation. Jiang Yiming gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing the blade forth, his body slightly angled as he swept it behind Qian Songyue. In an instant, a searing wall of fire materialized, standing as a barrier between the survivors and Jiang Yiming and Qian Songyue. The flames danced atop the blade, and under their flickering illumination, the fiery insignia on Jiang Yiming's mask appeared to quiver. Confronted by this wall of fire, the survivors were engulfed in terror, hesitant to advance another step. Without lingering, Jiang Yiming deftly waved his sword, extinguishing the flames with a fluid motion before sheathing it. Qian Songyue, taken aback by the sudden spectacle, quickly noticed Jiang Yiming resuming his stride forward and promptly followed suit, jogging in his wake. Chapter 62. Arrival at Tuo City. Sensing they had left the crowd's gaze behind, Jiang Yiming came to a halt. Qian Songyue continued to lower her head, trailing behind, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yiming had already come to a halt, resulting in her inadvertently colliding with him. She staggered back a few steps, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Yiming's, her face awash with apologies. Approaching her, Jiang Yiming swept her into his arms with a princess carry. Qian Songyue was evidently taken aback by his sudden gesture, her hands awkwardly hovering, unsure of where to rest. "Hold on tight, we're about to accelerate," he instructed. At the sound of Jiang Yiming's command, she instinctively clutched his neck, seeking stability. Her body nestled against his chest. Enveloped by his solid warmth and a profound sense of security, a blush crept across her cheeks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming, cradling Qian Songyue, employed spatial teleportation to exit the building. Not far from their departure, a brilliant flash of fire erupted along a nearby road adjacent to the structure. A host of zombies meandered along that path, their forms appearing even more grotesque and terrifying in the fiery glow. Suddenly, a fireball detonated in the middle of the road, scorching flames instantly engulfing the surroundings. The zombies were consumed by the inferno, their bodies reduced to ashes, vanishing into the blaze. Jiang Yiming spared no further glance at his handiwork, swiftly carrying Qian Songyue away. In his embrace, she remained transfixed, her eyes reflecting the soaring flames, her heart a tumult of astonishment and boundless admiration. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yiming returned to the area behind the overpass, gently setting her down. As his footsteps fell, the small cubic shelter gradually retracted, revealing 2 vehicles within. Su Yutong's car still had an available seat, so Jiang Yiming signaled Qian Songwei to board Su Yutong's vehicle, then removed his mask and returned to the passenger seat. Drive. Jiang Yiming's voice resonated, succinct and resolute. Dong Zilu and Su Yutong did not hesitate. They promptly ignited their vehicle and continued onward. As the engine roared to life, Jiang Yiming's gaze shifted back toward the direction of the troops, where gunfire was now considerably clearer, indicating their advance in this direction. Thus, he had effectively seized an opportunity from them, though perhaps it was more aptly termed first come, first served. A slight smirk played at the corners of Jiang Yiming's mouth as he redirected his attention forward and closed his eyes. On the other end of the intercom, the voices of several women in the vehicle greeted Qian Songwei. In the car driven by Dong Zilu, several girls were also communicating with Qian Songwei through another intercom. Both vehicles were laden with ample supplies, including items such as wet wipes. Consequently, the intercom crackled with the sounds of the women assisting Qian Songwei in tidying her disguise. Xiaoya, hold still. Let me help you remove the dust from your face. Your hair is a bit disheveled. Allow me to fix it. Every time Jiang Yiming returned with companions, their appearances were invariably striking. Hence, when the women first laid eyes on Qian Songwei, they were momentarily taken aback, for she seemed rather unremarkable at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that Qian Songwei simply had not attended to her appearance and demeanor. Thus, they began to meticulously organize for her, as comrades who would live together in the future naturally ought to care for one another. Qian Songwei, obedient and demure, closed her eyes and sat still, not daring to make a sound. The vehicle continued to race forward, leaving the elevated highway and merging onto the expressway, eventually departing from East City and entering Yangcheng. During this journey, no other incidents occurred. The vehicle progressed smoothly along the road. And under the attentive care of her older companions, Qian Songwei gradually acclimated to the team. Several hours later, as the vehicle successfully entered the region of Yangcheng, Dong Zilu and Su Yutong maintained their focus on driving towards Yangcheng University. They arrived at an open area 3 kilometers from the university, where the 2 cars came to a gentle halt. Jiang Yiming swiftly vacated the passenger seat. The power of the 5 elements swirled around him like a tempest, clearing away the surrounding zombies one by one. Once assured that there were no zombies or potential threats in the vicinity, Jiang Yiming released 2 villas from his storage space, allowing them to stand proudly in the clearing. Meanwhile, the construction entity responsible for fortifying the vehicle detached itself and returned to Jiang Yiming's hands. Now, the range within which the shelter construction entity could reinforce had expanded to a volume of 30-30-30, making it feasible to strengthen both villas simultaneously. As the women exited the vehicles, a formidable stone barrier rose from the ground, securely enclosing the 2 villas and the vehicles within its protective embrace. The other women were well aware of Jiang Yiming's prowess, thus their expressions remained composed and unfazed. Only Qian Songwei widened her eyes, staring fixedly at the towering rock wall, her expression frozen in bewilderment. She had previously believed that Jiang Yiming was a fire-type ability user, but after he exhibited the power of spatial teleportation, her confusion deepened. The recent series of events had utterly shattered her understanding. Through the internet, she was naturally aware of the existence of ability users. Yet the information online suggested that they typically possessed only a single power. However, Jiang Yiming had demonstrated capabilities exceeding 5 distinct abilities, each seemingly executed with remarkable finesse and prowess. Come on, let's go inside, Jiang Yiming said, turning to enter the living room through the villa's door, followed closely by the women. Come on, Xiaoya. Zhao Jingru approached Qian Songwei and gently took her hand. Yes. Qian Songwei, still dazed by the astonishing display of power, was roused by Zhao Jingru's touch. She hurriedly nodded, allowing Zhao Jingru to guide her into the villa. Outside, the sun was gradually setting, casting a warm and gentle glow through the living room windows, creating an inviting atmosphere. The moment Qian Songwei stepped into the living room, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and relaxation emanating from the cozy ambience. Jiang Yiming approached the chandelier switch and pressed it, causing the chandelier to illuminate slowly, brightening the entire space. After confirming that the generator was functioning as usual, he turned to the women behind him and said, "It's getting late. Please prepare dinner. I will go to Tuo City University to pick someone up." If I am not back for a while, you need not wait for me." With that, he vanished from the spot, leaving the women in the living room. Regarding Jiang Yiming's action plan, they had a general understanding when the Dawn organization was established. However, they did not inquire further about the reasons, simply continuing to fulfill their respective duties. Chapter 63. Sun Shinan's Request. The following is an illustration of Sun Shinan. Click the segment to view comments. Tuo City University is not far from the refuge, thus Jiang Yiming opted not to drive. He utilized the rooftops of buildings as his stepping stones, each stride light and swift, akin to a nimble leopard traversing the desolate cityscape. Occasionally, he would employ his spatial teleportation ability, instantly transporting himself to the summit of another edifice, thereby hastening his movement. At this moment, Jiang Yiming donned a silver mask once more. However, unlike the previous one adorned with crimson stripes, this mask bore a distinctive yellow stripe. To the right side of the mask, there was a pattern of a sword and a dagger intercrossed in yellow. His eyes, peering through the mask's slits, gazed ahead as if capable of penetrating the darkness and discerning all. Within mere minutes, Jiang Yiming traversed various structures, leaped over walls, and entered the campus of Tuo City University. The target this time was Sun Shinan, who had awakened her extraordinary ability, a B-class fireball. She had reported her situation within the Dawn group and was currently still residing in her dormitory, not having ventured outside. Although Sun Shinan had learned from the forum that other extraordinary beings had emerged within the school, she had refrained from joining other factions, influenced by Jiang Yiming's subconscious suggestions and the presence of the organization. As long as one refrains from disclosing their whereabouts, and other survivors do not conduct extensive searches of various dormitories, they generally remain unscathed. Navigating through the academic buildings, Jiang Yiming swiftly arrived at the designated location, with the system promptly pinpointing Sun Shinan's position. Name: Sun Shinan, age 20, height 163 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, overall attractiveness 93, affinity 0, ability B-level fireball 100 in her dormitory. Sun Shinan sat at her desk, intently gazing at her phone screen, a piece of bread clasped in her hand, each bite taken with a hint of urgency. Her expression was focused and earnest, as though she were contemplating the information displayed before her. The content was a photograph of a mask adorned with a yellow pattern design, sent by the administrator of the Dawn group. This image, of course, had been transmitted to her by Jiang Yiming. While Qimeng established 2 group chats, she also added several newly created accounts as administrators, one of which was in Jiang Yiming's possession. Upon perceiving Sun Shinan through an omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming utilized spatial teleportation to enter her dormitory. Sun Shinan remained oblivious to Jiang Yiming's presence, her attention fixated on the phone screen as her fingers danced across the keyboard, her expression oscillating between concern and uncertainty. A piece of bread was clamped between her teeth, as if she had hastily seized the opportunity to eat. However, Jiang Yiming caught a glimpse of the content in the chat window, revealing Sun Shinan's intention to inquire about the meaning of the mask and whether salvation would soon arrive for her. She contemplated asking the other party for assistance in rescuing her cousin, yet seemed to hesitate for some inexplicable reason. "Speak plainly," came the voice of Jiang Yiming, startling Sun Shinan so much that she leapt from her seat, causing her phone and the bread in her mouth to tumble to the ground. Quickly regaining her composure, she hurriedly reached out to catch the bread, but her phone nearly hit the floor. Fortunately, Jiang Yiming, utilizing his spatial storage ability, swiftly retrieved the phone, which then reappeared in his hand. "Why such a reaction? Do I appear to be a man-eater?" Jiang Yiming remarked lightly as he handed the phone back to Sun Shinan. "Is it a matter of whether you eat people or not? Your sudden appearance without a sound is quite terrifying," Sun Shinan retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. As she accepted the phone, her hair stood on end, resembling an irate cat. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Yiming and the silver mask adorning his face, her furrowed expression immediately softened. You are a member of the Dawn organization?" she inquired, her voice weakening, tinged with caution. "What? Do I not fit the mold? Would you like to compare closely?" Jiang Yiming said, removing his mask and presenting it before Sun Shinan. Encountering his enigmatic gaze, which seemed to dance between amusement and intrigue, she felt her heart race, still unsettled from the earlier shock. Her previous reaction was merely a reflex. The sudden fright had sent her heart racing, and she simply sought to release her pent-up tension. However, upon catching sight of the mask, she instantly lost the courage to continue her rebuttal, and the once defiant kitten now appeared exceedingly docile. Considering the influence the Dawn organization had on the subconscious of so many prior to the apocalypse, it had undoubtedly become a formidable presence. The individual before her, capable of silently maneuvering through the barriers that separated the door from the balcony and entering the room, was surely not an ordinary person. And Sun Shinan dared not provoke them. No, that's not what I meant, Sun Shinan said, gesturing in an attempt to clarify that she had not intended to offend. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yiming gently squeezed the mask in his hand. It suddenly shattered into a cascade of particles, which then reformed to obscure Jiang Yiming's features once more. Then come with me. All right, let me just pack my things. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, Sun Shinan turned to busily gather her belongings. No need to pack. Just bring your phone. Complying with his instruction, Sun Shinan obediently halted her actions, taking a few steps back to grasp her phone. With a gentle wave of his left hand, Jiang Yiming summoned all the items in the dormitory into a storage space. Let us go. He approached Sun Shinan once more, directly escorting her away from the empty dormitory. Sun Shinan was swiftly led away from Tawaching University, the scenery around her blurring as it receded at an alarming pace. Her lips moved as if contemplating words to express, but ultimately, she closed her eyes and spoke. Could you please help me rescue my cousin? As her words echoed in the air, Jiang Yiming halted in his tracks, turning to regard Sun Shinan. At this moment, two individuals stood upon a rooftop, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, casting an atmosphere that was both tranquil and solemn. As Sun Shinan met Jiang Yiming's gaze, the courage that had recently surged within her dissipated in an instant, prompting her to lower her head, instinctively seeking to evade his scrutiny. Our sanctuary does not admit the ineffectual. If you wish for me to rescue her, you must articulate the value she can present. Jiang Yiming's voice shattered the silence, imbued with an air of indifference and ruthlessness. Well, she is a high school student, exceptionally intelligent, consistently ranking among the top 5 in her exams, and possesses remarkable learning abilities. Sun Shinan recounted every positive trait she could muster about her cousin from her recollections. However, upon observing Jiang Yiming's impassive demeanor, she began to feel a sense of urgency, relentlessly searching for aspects that might pique his interest. Suddenly, a thought struck Sun Shinan. Many of her abilities paled in comparison to her cousin's, prompting her to ponder why she had been chosen. With a moment of clarity, she remarked, she bears a resemblance to me. She is also the belle of her high school, and like me, has never engaged in a romantic relationship with a boy. At this revelation, Jiang Yiming appeared to finally express interest, igniting a flicker of joy within Sun Shinan. Are you certain? He inquired, directing his gaze at her. Absolutely. I share a close bond with my cousin. She listens to me attentively, and I maintain a strict oversight in such matters. Thus I am certain, Sun Shinan asserted, her voice now imbued with a newfound sense of conviction and confidence. Observing Sun Shinyan's slight sense of pride at having uncovered a clue, Jiang Yiming felt a smile tugging at his lips, though his expression remained composed. Very well. I shall escort you back to the shelter, and afterward, I will visit your cousin's high school to find her, he stated, leading Sun Shinyan away from the rooftop towards the villa. In the villa's spacious living room, a sumptuous dinner was meticulously arranged on the table, while the lady sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yiming's return. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Yu Shaonan discreetly stretched out her small hand from beneath the dining table, attempting to stealthily snatch a chicken leg for herself. However, her scheme was thwarted when Dong Zilla swiftly intercepted her hand. As Jiang Yiming and Sun Shinyan unexpectedly entered the villa's living room, the women promptly rose to greet them. I must step out again. I entrust her to you, Jiang Yiming remarked, barely waiting for their responses before departing once more. During their journey back to the villa shelter, he conveyed the essential information. Sun Shinyan's cousin, Sun Yuyan, was 17 years old and studied at Tawaching High School, mere weeks shy of her coming of age. The two had shared a close bond since childhood. After the onset of the apocalypse, Sun Shinyan could only connect with Sun Yuyan, learning that she and several survivors had established the school's experimental building as their stronghold. From Sun Yuyan, it was revealed that among the survivors, there were individuals with extraordinary abilities who had gathered sufficient food and water, alleviating their immediate need for supplies. However, other factions of survivors within the school posed a challenge, as their abilities far surpassed those of Sun Yuyan's group. Although Tawaching High School was not far from the villa, it was not exactly adjacent either. Considering the potential for conflict, Jiang Yiming decided to conserve his mental energy and opted to drive to Tuwa City High School. As he navigated through the desolate streets, He paid no heed to the zombies drawn by the vehicles. Their presence had become a mere norm in this apocalyptic world. The vehicle sped down the road, the sound of tires racing and the howling wind resonating in his ears. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the silence of the streets as the car barreled through the gates of Tuo City High School, surging into the campus. Thanks to the enhancements provided by the construction body, this impact posed little threat to the vehicle. Upon arriving near the teaching building, Jiang Yiming retracted the vehicle and instantaneously transported himself into the building. Through an omniscient perspective, he surveyed the situation and discovered that the classrooms and hallways of this building were littered with the corpses of zombies. With only a few survivors inspecting the conditions of the floors, it appeared that no further threats remained. A final check would suffice before returning. Agreed, let's head back early. I still wish to vent a little, one of the survivors remarked. Haha, too bad those people are mostly leftovers from the boss's play. We can only feast on the scraps. Jiang Yiming was not far from them, allowing him to overhear their conversation with clarity. At that moment, a shadow flickered across his face, his expression darkening with an inexplicable surge of anger. He gestured forcefully towards the survivors, and the air thickened, coalescing into dozens of shimmering flying daggers that swiftly and mercilessly shot towards the survivors. The flying knife pierced through the air, accurately pinning them against the wall and the ground. Their conversations abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of anguished screams. Jiang Yiming emerged from the shadows, slowly advancing towards one of the survivors, silently invoking a deep state of hypnosis. The survivor's screams were suddenly silenced, the terror and pain in his eyes gradually dissipating, giving way to a sense of confusion and submission. His mind appeared to be under the control of an invisible force, his movements becoming mechanical as he awaited Jiang Yiming's command. Reveal the specifics of your faction and its abilities, Jiang Yiming commanded. The hypnotized survivor began to recount all he knew. We have a total of 7 ability users in our faction. The leader, Lin Xinyao, has the power to annihilate anything he touches, including other abilities. I am not fully aware of the other 6, but I do know that one can unleash flames from his palm, and another possesses the ability to turn his arms to iron. Our stronghold is located in Building 2, where we have centralized the supplies from several nearby shops. Do you know the whereabouts of Sun Yuyan? Jiang Yiming inquired once more. We do not know either. Li Tianzhu has instructed his subordinates to search for her during this time, but they have found no trace of her in either the teaching building or the dormitory. Thus, they believe she has turned into a zombie. The entranced survivor responded, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and helplessness. One last question. Where are Building 2 and the laboratory located? Building 2 is the adjacent structure, while the laboratory is situated near the center of the school. The survivor's face was coated with dust and the sweat of terror, trembling as he pointed towards a nearby building in the direction of the campus center. Very well. You may die now. As the words left his lips, the survivor seemingly received an invisible command. His left hand trembled as it rose to grasp the blade deeply embedded in his flesh. Without hesitation, he withdrew the knife, its silver metal reflecting a blinding glimmer in the dim light. The blade pierced his neck, blood gushing forth to stain his tattered collar, and his body gradually collapsed, the light in his eyes extinguishing. Simultaneously, the blades within the other survivors began to move, extinguishing the lives of the remaining few. After collecting all the blades into his storage space, Jiang Yiming departed the teaching building, hastening towards the experimental building. His pace quickened, his figure weaving through the night. Footsteps light, yet powerful. Upon seeing the 3 large characters spelling out experimental building, Jiang Yiming's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered. The instant he stepped into the corridor of one of the floors, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detection of cultivable target object. Would you like to query information and lock it? A slight smile crept across Jiang Yiming's lips as he promptly responded to the system. Yes. Chapter 65. Finding Sun Yuyan. The interior of the experimental building appeared somewhat dim, with only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the windows to cast mottled shadows upon the floor. Jiang Yiming's feet met the cold tiles, producing a faint echo that resonated in the empty corridor, its clarity striking. Name, Sun Yuyan, age, 17, height, 162 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 93, affinity, 0, information, cousin of Sun Shinan. Possesses intermediate culinary skills, ability. None as the system pinpointed Sun Yuyan's location. Jiang Yiming's omniscient perspective simultaneously detected her presence. Over 20 survivors occupied a spacious laboratory, where long tables originally intended for experiments were now laden with various resources, ranging from food and water to medicine and weapons. each item radiating a sense of invaluable rarity. Among these survivors were both students and teachers, their faces etched with exhaustion. Included among them were also ability users, yet the most formidable among them barely reached grade A. Jiang Yiming stood by the window on the upper floor, the night breeze caressing his face with a refreshing chill. With a mere thought, his metal-based ability quietly activated, allowing him to silently open the iron frame of the window. Upon the window's opening, Jiang Yiming gracefully leaped down, effortlessly entering the classroom. His sudden appearance instilled immediate alertness among the survivors, their expressions transforming into surprise and wariness. The survivors swiftly grasped their weapons, bracing themselves to confront the potential threat before them. Positioned at the window ledge, Jiang Yiming surveyed each individual in the room, his voice resonating throughout the classroom. "I am here to fetch someone, Sun Yutong. I have accepted your cousin's request to come and take you away," he declared, directing his gaze towards Sun Yutong, who likewise held a weapon aimed at him. Upon hearing his words, Sun Yutong was taken aback, hesitantly inquiring, "Are you the big brother my cousin mentioned? Who has come to rescue me?" After Jiang Yiming departed from the villa, Sun Sinan had informed Sun Yutong that someone would come to save her. She had specifically stated that only Sun Yutong would be taken away, without any attempt to rescue the other survivors, hence instructing her to keep this information to herself. Although Sun Yutong felt a tinge of doubt in her heart, she chose to trust her cousin's words and patiently awaited the arrival of this big brother. "It is I." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's affirmation, a glimmer of relief flickered in Sun Yutong's eyes. She slowly lowered the weapon she held and approached Jiang Yiming. The survivors exchanged glances, some displaying surprise while others exhibited envy. Big brother, is it possible for you to take the others with us?" Sun Yutong, now standing beside Jiang Yiming, timidly asked. Although Sun Sinan had mentioned that he would only take her away, Sun Yutong felt immense gratitude towards the survivors who had supported each other during these harrowing days. She wished to advocate for their chance at survival, however slim that hope might be. Jiang Yiming's gaze swept across each face within the classroom. He perceived their yearning and, upon hearing Sun Yutong's question, witnessed the rekindling of hope in their eyes. However, his response was resolute and unforgiving. "No." Those two words struck like a hammer, shattering the newly ignited hope. The expressions of the survivors dimmed once more, their faces clouded with disappointment. A hint of despondency crossed Sun Yutong's countenance. She bit her lip, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "However, I have cleared out the majority of the zombies in this vicinity and your range of movement." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful surge of psychic energy emanating from the doorway caught his attention. His response was instinctive and swift. "Is someone there?" As his words fell away, the surrounding metallic materials seemed to be summoned, rapidly converging under his psychic control to form a formidable metallic barrier. Just as the wall of metal took shape, a column of fire erupted from the entrance, surging into the laboratory with searing heat and destructive force. A dull thud reverberated against the metallic barrier, sparks flying as waves of heat rushed forward. Yet, the survivors remained unscathed, thanks to Jiang Yiming's timely intervention. Their eyes reflected shock and admiration, tinged with a hint of relief. The afterglow of the fiery column gradually faded on the metallic shield, and at the entrance, three psychics strode in with an almost arrogant demeanor. Jiang Yiming's expression hardened. Surprisingly, his omniscient perspective had failed to detect their presence. Name: Wang Gaoda. Age: 2 loyalty, -20 ability. A-class mental shock. Name: Li Xinyao. Age: 21 loyalty, -30 ability. A-class flame jet. Name: Lu Rinjia. Age: 20 loyalty, -25 ability. SS-class group stealth. Note: the omniscient perspective must reach level 4 to ignore stealth abilities. Although Jiang Yiming was inclined to question the system for its lack of early annotations, this was not the moment for such musings. Upon seeing Jiang Yiming, adorned with a silver-white mask, Wang Gaoda immediately unleashed his mental shock. While the A-class mental shock did not inflict substantial harm upon Jiang Yiming, it nonetheless provoked a sharp pang in his head. This ignited a surge of fury within Jiang Yiming. Since the onset of this apocalyptic era, no one had succeeded in causing him pain aside from the battles on his bed. This was a first. Beneath his mask, flames of rage ignited in Jiang Yiming's eyes. Harnessing pure numerical strength, he accelerated and appeared before Wang Gaoda in an instant. With a swift and forceful kick, he sent Wang Gaoda flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, dozens of flying daggers sliced through the air, delivering a chilling gleam as they precisely severed the meridians in the hands and feet of Li Xinyao and Lu Rinjia. The two had no time to react before collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Jiang Yiming did not pause. He strode towards the flung body of Wang Gaoda, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Fear and disbelief clouded Wang Gaoda's eyes, as he could not fathom that his A-level psychic assault had no effect on the figure adorned with a silver mask. You are the first ability user in this apocalyptic world to inflict pain upon me. I reward you with a memorable experience. Jiang Yiming's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, blades began to swirl around him, gradually tearing into Wang Gaoda under his command. The echoes of Wang Gaoda's anguished cries reverberated through the classroom, yet he could not escape Jiang Yiming's grip. Li Qingshuang and Lu Rinjia sprawled on the ground, along with the other survivors in the experimental classroom, were struck with a chilling dread as they listened to his screams. Chapter 66. The Hand of Destruction. As Wang Gaoda's cries diminished, ultimately fading into silence, the classroom was enveloped in a profound stillness, his life extinguished mercilessly. Jiang Yiming's gaze, sharp as a sword, shifted from Wang Gaoda's lifeless form to the prostrate figures of Li Qingshuang and Lu Rinjia. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented terror, Lu Rinjia's voice trembled. Yet he strove to maintain a facade of defiance. Do not approach us. Our leader wields the ability of the Hand of Destruction. If you kill me, he will surely avenge my death. However, Jiang Yiming merely chuckled coldly, his laughter laced with disdain and mockery. There is no need for him to seek me out. I shall go find him myself. With a powerful wave of his right hand, Jiang Yiming sent the flying knives, which had been suspended in the air, plummeting down, transforming Li Qingshuang into a gruesome, bloody porcupine. He then took Sun Yuyan with him, maneuvering the metallic framework that supported Lu Rinjia as they made their way towards the second teaching building. Since you have such unwavering confidence in your leader, I shall shatter that confidence, plunging you into utter despair. Meanwhile, the survivors in the experimental classroom, witnessing the chaos within, began to transport supplies and relocate their stronghold. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yiming arrived at the second teaching building with the two companions in tow. During their journey, once out of sight from others, Jiang Yiming utilized his ability of spatial teleportation, leaving Lu Rinjia in a state of profound astonishment. Isn't his superpower metal manipulation? How can he teleport? However, at that moment, Lu Rinjia's mouth was obstructed, rendering him unable to speak. Upon entering the second teaching building and locating Li Tianzhu and the others through an omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming boldly led his companions into their stronghold. This stronghold, comprised of several classrooms, housed over 40 individuals, forming a small faction within this apocalyptic world. Nearly 20 of them were women, most clad in tattered garments, huddled together in a single classroom, using mere scraps of fabric to cover their bodies. Some among them had lost the glimmer in their eyes, staring vacantly at the ground, as if even the spark of hope had been extinguished by the harshness of reality. As Sun Yuyan passed by that classroom, her eyes widened in shock, her face betraying an overwhelming sense of sympathy and disbelief. Observing this scene, Jiang Yiming could only shake his head in silent resignation. Such tragedies were bound to unfold across the globe. The emergence of Jiang Yiming undoubtedly stirred a tempest within the stronghold of Li Tianzhu. The other survivors, though gripped by trepidation, still grasped their weapons, attempting to impede Jiang Yiming's advance. Simultaneously, some hastily departed to relay the news to their leader, Li Tianzhu. As Jiang Yiming beheld the armed figures aimed at him, he merely raised his right hand gently, causing the metallic objects around him to levitate under his supernatural control, including the weapons held by the survivors. Meanwhile, the metallic substance flowed and transformed in the air, ultimately coalescing into sharp longswords, poised menacingly at the survivors obstructing his path. Just as Li Tianzhu and several other ability users arrived, countless longswords hung suspended in the air, while Lu Rinjia lay ruthlessly cast aside on the ground, rendered immobile. Name: Li Tianzhu. Age: 21. Loyalty: -40. Ability: S-Class Hand of Destruction. Anything touched by his hands will be obliterated by the force of destruction. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our base? Li Tianzhu spoke, his tone laced with caution. Recognizing the formidable power exhibited by Jiang Yiming, he understood that the adversary was not one to be trifled with and thus sought to resolve the matter through negotiation. What is the purpose? It is, of course, to end your life. Jiang Yiming's voice resonated coldly as the surrounding long swords surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Li Tianzhu and the other survivors. Each sword that fell carried with it an icy breath of death, the jarring clang of metal meeting metal intermingling with anguished cries. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding air of vivid crimson. Li Tianzhu immediately invoked his ability, the Hand of Destruction, as he touched each sword, one after another, disintegrating them into fine ash. Yet, How could he possibly withstand such a multitude of blades with merely his hands? Before long, several swords pierced through his feet simultaneously, forcing him to kneel involuntarily upon the ground. A look of pain and resentment spread across his face as he cried out, "I, Li Tianju, have never wronged you, brother. Why must you do this?" With a cold laugh, Jiang Yiming retorted, "Do I need a reason to kill you?" He quickened his assault, the swords etching lethal arcs in the air as they mercilessly pierced Li Tianju's body. Overwhelmed, his form was riddled with blades, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Breathless and defeated, succumbing to his injuries, the other ability users met a similar fate, all slain by the swords, leaving only the ordinary survivors to wail in despair. Jiang Yiming stood upon Lin Xinyao, whose eyes were now filled with despair, before delivering a fatal blow to his throat. Having concluded all matters, Jiang Yiming retracted all the swords, leaving behind a dozen short daggers embedded in the ground. He then escorted Sun Yuyin to the previous classroom and addressed the girls inside. "I have rendered them all incapacitated. There are 10 daggers outside. You may handle the situation as you see fit." With that, Jiang Yiming departed the classroom with Sun Yuyin. Upon hearing his voice, many of the girls immediately sprang to their feet and fled the classroom. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground, some individuals immediately seized the daggers lying about, seeking vengeance against the surviving souls still wailing in agony. Their actions were imbued with rage and hatred, as if they sought to purge all their suffering and humiliation. Others, however, grasped the weapons and aimed them at their own throats, plunging the blades down with their last ounce of strength, thus bringing an end to their inner torment. Although Jiang Yiming turned his back on these harrowing scenes, his omniscient perspective granted him a comprehensive understanding of all that transpired. Sun Yuyin, following in his footsteps, could not help but glance back at the actions of those young women, before hastening her pace to catch up with Jiang Yiming. "Brother Jiang, thank you for saving them." Sun Yuyin expressed her gratitude as she approached him. "I am here to address potential threats. Their rescue was merely incidental, and I did not save them." Jiang Yiming replied in a tone that remained unperturbed. He was not entirely devoid of emotion, possessing his own sentiments and beliefs. "Consider it a small act of kindness, and perhaps it will enhance Sun Yuyin's affection for me," Jiang Yiming mused silently. His unintentional actions merely afforded them a new opportunity. Whether they would survive beyond this moment, and what their futures held was of no concern to Jiang Yiming. Chapter 67. Qian Songyue's abilities. Over an hour had elapsed since Jiang Yiming picked up Sun Yuyin from Tucheng High School and brought her back to the villa. Upon returning to the living room, he found that the women had already finished their dinner, and the dining table was adorned with several dishes still emanating a hint of warmth. Upon seeing Jiang Yiming return with Sun Xinyang's cousin, Lin Xinyao and Dong Zilu immediately rose to their feet, grasping the dish trays as they prepared to reheat the food in the kitchen. "Xiaoyan, I am so relieved to see you safe," Sun Xinyang exclaimed, her emotions overflowing as she spotted her cousin Sun Yuyin's safe return. She hurried forward and embraced Sun Yuyin tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, revealing her deep-seated worry and the overwhelming relief she felt in that moment. Sun Yuyin reciprocated the embrace, gently patting Sun Xinyang's back with one hand, offering solace through that simple gesture. Had one not known their relationship, onlookers might have easily mistaken Sun Yuyin for the elder sister rather than Sun Xinyang. "My dear, it seems we may be short on rooms in this villa," Qimeng remarked softly as she approached Jiang Yiming. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yiming surveyed the villa with an omniscient perspective and confirmed that the number of bedrooms was indeed insufficient. The villa had a mere 11 rooms. He then strolled over to a wall in the living room, placing his hand gently upon it. As his earth elemental abilities activated, the wall began to gradually reshape, ultimately forming a rectangular doorway over 2 meters in height. Through this newly formed entrance, one could glimpse another villa situated nearly 4 meters away, which Jiang Yiming had similarly opened with an identical aperture. Subsequently, the surrounding rocks began to converge under his command, linking the 2 doorways and creating a brief tunnel that connected both sides. At last, Jiang Yiming once again employed his golden elemental ability, coating the newly opened doorway and the entire corridor's inner walls with a layer of pitch-black metal. Now, there will be no need to traverse through the main entrance to access the other villa. One can directly move between them from the living room, Jiang Yiming remarked while symbolically brushing the dust from his hands. After comforting Sun Xinyang, Sun Yuyin joined Jiang Yiming at the dining table to indulge in dinner. During this period, she had often relied on mere bread and biscuits to stave off hunger, so the opportunity to savor a delectable hot meal deeply touched her heart. Sun Xinyang, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, enthusiastically recommending each dish on the table to Sun Yuyin and serving her food while chattering incessantly. However, upon receiving a sharp glare from Jiang Yiming, she promptly silenced herself, yet her actions did not cease. She continued to serve dishes to Sun Yuyin, fervently nodding her head to express a strong endorsement for certain delicacies through her gestures. This series of antics from Sun Xinan evoked laughter from Sun Yuyin and the other women present. Following dinner, Sun Xinan and Sun Yuyin, accompanied by Ji Zhuyu and Tang Yaxin, proceeded to the adjacent villa to select suitable rooms. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming, seated on the sofa, turned his gaze toward Qian Songwei and inquired, "Xiaoye, are you aware of your awakened abilities?" Initially, Qian Songwei had been leisurely perched on the sofa, her delicate feet gently swaying while her attention was captured by the television. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, she appeared somewhat bewildered and immediately turned to face him, exclaiming, "Huh?" The other women seated on the sofa were also drawn to Jiang Yiming's words, their gazes shifting towards Qian Songwei. In the villa, aside from Jiang Yiming, no one else had previously awakened their abilities. The newly arrived Sun Xinan, known to be a B-class ability user, piqued their interest in the fact that Qian Songwei was also an ability user. "I can perceive the subtle flow of your abilities surrounding you. Are you not aware of it?" Jiang Yiming inquired once more. I am uncertain," Qian Songwei replied, appearing increasingly bewildered and unsure. Jiang Yiming could not help but consult the system within his consciousness. System, what sensations do ordinary individuals experience upon awakening their abilities? Ordinary individuals awakening their abilities experience fluctuations of their own powers, and their bodies undergo a certain transformation. Upon awakening, they can realize the abilities they possess in their respective levels, but the specific application of these abilities requires personal exploration and practice. What, then, is her situation? Not perceiving the awakening of abilities may be due to being in a deep sleep or in a comatose state, and thus not feeling anything. I see. Jiang Yiming nodded silently and continued, "Have you ever experienced a state of unconsciousness?" Unconsciousness? Upon hearing this question, Qian Songwei began to reflect seriously, and soon she recalled. On the second night of the apocalypse, I wanted to venture out to gather supplies. I was discovered by a zombie and fled, but during my escape, I ran into a room and, unaware of what I had collided with, lost consciousness. Upon awakening the following day, I found myself surrounded by lifeless bodies, with metallic objects protruding from every direction. Initially, I presumed that someone had come to my rescue, but upon reflection, I wondered if I had awakened some latent abilities at that moment. Did you not sense anything unusual upon your awakening? Jiang Yiming inquired, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, I did experience something, but I attributed it to prolonged hunger, which led to peculiar sensations in my body. Qian Songwei replied, scratching her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, as if her mind were stirring to life. Jiang Yiming's lips twitched slightly as he patiently advised, "Utilize your innate abilities and discern their nature." "Oh, of course." Qian Songwei immediately straightened herself, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate, seeking to sense and harness the powers within her. Her expression gradually shifted to one of intense focus, and the air around her seemed to ripple in tandem with her inner transformations. Tiny sparks of electricity danced around her, and a faint electromagnetic field began to coalesce, steadily intensifying. The electronic devices in the room began to react, flickering intermittently from bright to dim, while several metallic objects trembled slightly, emitting a crisp, buzzing sound. Soon, those metallic items began to levitate, revolving gently around her. Is this my power? It appears to be electromagnetic manipulation and of SS rank. Qian Songyue's voice quivered with both trepidation and exhilaration as she candidly revealed her abilities. The onlooking women were momentarily taken aback by Qian Songyue's declaration. An SS-ranked ability? That must be extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Yiming exhibited little change in expression, for he had long been aware of the situation. With a slight lift of his left hand, a metal plate materialized, hovering just above it. You attempted to command one of the objects to strike the metal plate. Qian Songwei immediately responded, her eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. She focused her mind, employing electromagnetic force to select a metal object, gathering energy to launch it at astonishing speed towards the metal plate. The object traced a brilliant arc through the air, propelled by Qian Songyue's electromagnetic mastery. Not only was its velocity remarkable, but it also coursed with electric current as it flew. Detection of a multidimensional attack has occurred. The reward issuance time will be limited. Upon reaching 10 rewards, the cooldown period will change to 24 hours. Audit Lord, I vow to reform and turn over a new leaf. I beseech you to show mercy. Chapter 68. 9 Spirits. The collision between the metal object and the plate produced a deafening roar, penetrating the upper right corner of the plate before crashing with incredible speed into the wall, fortified with a special alloy by the construct. However, the metal object did not breach the wall. Instead, it became lodged within it, creating a small aperture. The surface of the metal object remained entwined with lingering arcs of electricity, resembling slender serpents, glistening with luminescence. The force of the strike left the women present gasping in astonishment. Their gazes shifted towards Qian Wei, as their surprise transformed into admiration. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I miscalculated the direction and strength." Qian Wei apologized upon noticing the damage her powers had inflicted upon the villa's wall. Her voice was laced with remorse, and her gaze fell slightly, revealing a hint of guilt. Jiang Yiming waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her with a calm tone, "It's all right. You have just begun to harness your electromagnetic abilities, so it is perfectly normal to be inexperienced." He then snapped his fingers, prompting the flowing steel within the villa to automatically mend the small hole caused by the metallic object. As the hole repaired itself, the object fell from the wall to the ground with a soft thud. "Just practice more. You can try propelling small objects, like coins, from your fingertips using electromagnetic force. The specifics, however, will require your own exploration," Jiang Yiming advised as he retrieved the iron plate and reshaped it into a coin, handing it to Qian Wei. Subsequently, he produced several books on physics and electromagnetism from his storage space and presented them to her. "If you find it perplexing, perhaps you can glean some inspiration from these texts. I am not particularly skilled in this area myself." "Well then, I'll return to my room now. You can allocate the remaining time as you see fit." With that, Jiang Yiming vanished from sight and returned to his room. Sitting on his bed, he opened his phone to check the messages he had received. At the forefront remains the news from Hua Qingxue, who recounted her experiences during her time at the Hua family and the subsequent shifts in attitudes upon realizing her awakened abilities. Jiang Yiming, equally engaged, conversed with her leisurely, sharing snippets of daily life. The other individual was Lin Xinyao, who, after parting ways with Jiang Yiming, added him as a friend and occasionally sent him messages. For instance, she informed him that she had discovered other survivors at Shuangya Mountain University, among them some with extraordinary powers, as well as her efforts in eradicating the zombies from the entire campus. She also mentioned that she had established contact with survivors from several other colleges. Learning of a mysterious figure who had slain some of the ability wielders at Yangcheng University and Yangcheng Conservatory of Music, Jiang Yiming smiled at this revelation, replied briefly, and then closed his phone. He gradually reclined, taking a deep breath and allowing himself to relax. He lay on the bed for about half an hour until a gentle knock at the door shattered the tranquility. Jiang Yiming looked up and discerned that the person knocking was Su Yutong. Host status has been restored. Reward obtained for attributes 10, Omniscient Perspective Level 1. Lightning Ability Level 1, Fully Intelligent Entity. Level 4 Omniscient Perspective, 45 meters 80 meters, capable of disregarding all shielding and concealing abilities. Fully Intelligent Entity, Level 1 Power Control, able to operate various vehicles simultaneously, including cars, helicopters, airplanes, etc. The control range of the intelligent entity is in a 1:1 ratio with the host's mental strength. The intelligent entity has successfully connected with the host, who need only issue commands within their mind to receive a response. An all-encompassing autonomous driving intelligence? Wait, a helicopter? Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Its speed surpasses that of a car significantly and is not hindered by terrain, even if one lacks the ability to pilot a helicopter. Numerous means exist to locate a qualified pilot. As for airplanes, while they are swifter, they come with their own constraints. Their large size necessitates the search for a suitable landing spot. At present, Jiang Yiming lacks the confidence to ensure its safety during flight. The intelligent entity has been activated and has successfully bound itself to the host. Please provide a name. As Jiang Yiming pondered, a gentle yet clear feminine mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. Before his eyes, a cube materialized seemingly from thin air, as if torn from the void, rotating slowly with a subtle rhythm, awaiting his command. This cube was unlike any he had encountered before. It comprised 27 smaller cubes, emitting a faint glow. This luminescence was not static, but rather in a state of constant flux, with 9 colors appearing and flickering randomly. The cube hovered above his right hand, with just the right distance between the components, preventing collision while avoiding excessive dispersion. Jiang Yiming gazed at this intelligent entity, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth and familiarity swell within him. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced his lips as he responded in his mind, 9 spirits. As his words fell, the 27 small squares on the cube began to shimmer with a lively glow, rotating in a newfound rhythm, seemingly expressing their joy and acknowledgement of the name. 9 spirits, ready to serve their master. Chapter 69. The helicopter base at Tuo City sensing the joy of 9 spirits. Jiang Yiming could not resist reaching out to touch the intelligent cube. 9 spirits appeared to understand his intent, making no attempt to evade. Instead, it gently approached the palm of Jiang Yiming's hand, delicately resting there, akin to a pet that trusts its owner, patiently awaiting his caress. The moment Jiang Yiming made contact, he felt a slight chill and a gentle vibration in his palm, reminiscent of a tiny heart beating. Surely, you cannot always hover by my side. Where do you usually reside? Jiang Yiming inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. 9 spirits offered no verbal reply, but responded through action. It slowly glided toward Jiang Yiming and seamlessly merged with his body. The process was exceptionally tender, causing no discomfort. Jiang Yiming only felt a warmth radiating from the point of contact, quickly enveloping his entire being. Ah, I see, Jiang Yiming nodded, a hint of understanding in his voice. Since there's nothing pressing tonight, you may remain here for now. He then turned his gaze to Su Yutong, who was fast asleep, a faint smile gracing her face. Jiang Yiming gently reclined, cradling her in his arms, whispering a soft goodnight in his mind before they both drifted into slumber. The following morning, he escorted Su Yutong back to her room. Upon awakening in the early light, a wave of pain coursed through her thighs. A stark reminder of the extraordinary battle they had faced the night before. Opting to rest a little longer, she entrusted the preparation of breakfast to Sun Yuyan and Dong Zilu. As Su Yutong descended the stairs, her steps appeared somewhat limping, naturally drawing the attention of the other women. Yet, faced with their gazes, she merely smiled gently, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, almost imperceptible. Her expression remained tranquil, akin to a still pond, unruffled by excessive emotion. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Yiming approached and lifted her, settling her comfortably in his embrace. Su Yutong offered no resistance. Nestling against him, her previously furrowed brow now relaxing considerably. Jiang Yiming extended his right hand, placing it upon her abdomen. A warm current emanated from his palm, gradually permeating Su Yutong's body, flowing like a gentle spring from above, seeping into every cell. She closed her eyes, basking in the warmth circulating within her. As the original pain was steadily alleviated, replaced by a soothing tingle and warmth. Sensing her injuries healing, Jiang Yiming lifted her once more, placing her upon the sofa, and said, "In the future, there's no need to endure such things. Just come to me." With that, he lightly patted her head. Su Yutong merely nodded slightly and softly uttered an affirmative sound. After breakfast, Jiang Yiming departed from the villa, making his way to the helicopter base in Tuo City. He retrieved an off-road vehicle, and upon receiving Jiang Yiming's instructions, Jiuling seamlessly extracted one of its components from the overall structure, as if it were a flickering shadow, perfectly merging with the off-road vehicle. Jiang Yiming occupied the driver's seat, yet without his intervention, the vehicle autonomously ignited and commenced its smooth journey. Furthermore, navigation was unnecessary. Jiuling was capable of autonomously locking onto the destination and skillfully maneuvering the vehicle along the route leading to the helicopter base. Under Jiuling's precise control, the off-road vehicle ultimately arrived at its destination, the Tuo City helicopter base. This facility, situated on the outskirts of the city, was enveloped by a vast expanse of open land and surrounded by towering walls, ensuring its security. Upon entering the base, the expansive helipad immediately captured one's gaze. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire scene with a radiant glow. A number of civil helicopters were meticulously lined up on the helipad, resembling slumbering giants, quiet yet imposing. Their massive forms basking in the golden morning light, rendering them particularly striking. Behind the helipad stood a grand and magnificent large warehouse, its spacious interior capable of accommodating multiple helicopters simultaneously. These helicopters stood silently like vigilant soldiers, seemingly poised for immediate ascent at the sound of a command, ready to soar into the skies. Originally, this helicopter base was not a bustling hub. The flow of people was relatively sparse. As the apocalypse descended and the virus ravaged the land, no survivors lingered in this desolate place. A mere handful of zombies, no more than 10 in total, roamed aimlessly within the confines of the base. The base housed 12 helicopters, 5 of which were light models equipped solely with a pilot and co-pilot seat. The remaining 7 were more spacious, featuring 2 pilot seats in the front and 6 additional passenger seats in the rear. Standing at the center of the helicopter base, Jiang Yiming issued a command to Jiuling. "Jiuling, assess whether these helicopters are operational." Understood, Master. Upon receiving the order, 12 blocks seamlessly integrated with the various helicopters, commencing a thorough examination of their conditions. Before long, Jiang Yiming heard Jiuling's voice echoing in his mind, delivering the results of the inspection. Master, a total of 8 helicopters are functional. However, 2 have hardware malfunctions, and another 2 lack energy. Jiuling then marked the precise locations of the 4 inoperative helicopters. Energy? I presume helicopters cannot run on gasoline? Indeed, Master. Helicopters require aviation kerosene to operate, Jiuling replied. Very well, let me take a look. Jiang Yiming began to inspect the resources in his storage space. During his earlier collection of energy supplies, he had taken everything he could, confident that his infinite storage would contain the necessary aviation kerosene. Through a comparison with some aviation kerosene, Jiang Yiming swiftly located the aviation fuel within the storage space. The reserves of aviation kerosene were quite substantial, amounting to at least several tons. He adeptly utilized the spatial storage capability to precisely inject the fuel into the fuel tanks of the 2 helicopters that were rendered inoperable due to insufficient energy. Subsequently, Jiuling retracted all the branch blocks, leaving only a lightweight helicopter. All other helicopters, including the 2 with hardware malfunctions, were secured into the storage space. The fact that they were defective did not diminish their worth. After all, they could be entrusted to professional repair personnel for restoration, or perhaps to Jizuyu, who might not necessarily have the skills but would undoubtedly endeavor to learn. The storage space also contained numerous books on mechanical repair and helicopter maintenance. Once the helicopters were safely stored, Jiang Yiming's gaze shifted to the nearby fuel truck. With approximately 1/3 of the aviation kerosene still used in the tank, he naturally seized the opportunity to take the entire fuel truck as well. Who would ever complain about having an abundance of supplies? Chapter 70. The Zoo after the apocalypse. After conducting a final survey of the base to ensure no valuable items were overlooked, Jiang Yiming instantaneously transported himself to the cockpit of the lightweight helicopter. Sitting in the pilot's seat, his curious gaze wandered among the helicopter's instrument panel and various controls. As it was his inaugural experience aboard a helicopter, a sense of curiosity was only natural. However, as Jiang Yiming gradually acquainted himself with the fundamental layout and functions of the equipment, his inquisitiveness was sated, and his interest began to wane. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his posture, he declared, Jiuling, initiate the helicopter. We shall prepare to return home. Understood, Master, Jiuling promptly replied, its cubic core illuminating as it synchronized with the helicopter's control system. With Jiuling's deft maneuvers, the helicopter's engine roared to life, and the rotors began to spin faster, causing the entire fuselage to vibrate gently. Soon, under Jiuling's command, the lightweight helicopter ascended slowly, departing from the base's helipad and soaring towards the villa. During their journey, the helicopter passed over a zoo. From the lofty vantage point, Jiang Yiming beheld the animal enclosures and structures below, yet they appeared eerily silent, devoid of the usual clamor and vitality. A flicker of interest sparked within him at the sight of the zombified creatures, prompting him to open the helicopter's door. A gust of frigid air rushed into the cabin as he stood at the threshold, unhesitatingly leaping into the abyss, simultaneously retracting the helicopter into his storage space. The space around him warped, and in an instant, Jiang Yiming found himself firmly planted on the ground of the zoo. His feet touched down with nary a sound, akin to a leaf gently settling upon the earth. Despite the silence, his sudden appearance immediately captured the attention of the zombified animals within the zoo, whose perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary zombies. As Jiang Yiming's figure firmly established itself upon the ground of the zoo, an almost palpable tension began to pervade the surrounding air. The dilapidated fences and crumbling structures exuded an air of desolation, while the empty enclosures were overrun with creeping vegetation. With Jiang Yiming's arrival, the hidden, zombified creatures of the animal kingdom began to emerge from their lairs, their movements languid yet imbued with a palpable hostility, as if poised to unleash an attack at any moment. Within the confines of the zoo, these undead beings seemed to have forged a fragile equilibrium, each occupying its own territory while maintaining an odd semblance of coexistence. A cold-eyed zombie tiger stepped forth from the thick underbrush, its form larger than that of an ordinary tiger, with sinewy muscles barely concealed beneath decaying skin, and its formidable teeth gleaming ominously. Shortly thereafter, a massive zombie bear lumbered out from a darkened crevice, its broad paws seemingly capable of effortlessly rending anything apart. The most peculiar of all were the 5 zombie monkeys, their elongated claws sharp as daggers, darting between branches while emitting piercing, discordant shrieks. Scattered throughout the territory of these zombified creatures were numerous corpses of ordinary zombies and animals, already in a state of decay, serving as a gruesome reserve of sustenance for these undead beings. Zombie name, Zombie Tiger, rank, second stage mutation information, possesses enormous and sharp teeth capable of effortlessly tearing apart the flesh of its prey, with keen eyesight and swift movements. Zombie name, Zombie Bear, rank, second stage mutation information, exhibits astonishing strength, capable of shattering bones with a single blow. Its skin is exceptionally tough, and its behavior is wildly aggressive. Zombie name, Zombie Monkey, rank, second stage mutation information, boasts sharp claws that can easily breach an enemy's defenses, emitting a piercing call to communicate within a group. Though these undead creatures are classified merely as second stage, their appearance and the information provided by the system convey an undeniable sense of power that far exceeds that of ordinary second-stage zombies. Jiang Yiming could not help but ponder the terrifying level of strength these beings would attain should they continue to evolve to the third stage. As he gazed at the zombie animals, which were poised to strike at any moment, Jiang Yiming hesitated not for an instant. He closed his eyes, extended his right hand, and a long blade crackling with lightning materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered with surges of electrical energy, forming arcs of lightning that danced along the edge like serpents. Simultaneously, the air around him began to grow unstable, as potent electrical energy coalesced within it. Sensing the sudden eruption of energy emanating from Jiang Yiming, the zombie creatures instinctively recoiled a few steps. At that moment, Jiang Yiming abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a profound and piercing light, akin to the gaze of the abyss. Under the influence of this formidable aura, the undead creatures appeared to be nailed to the ground, immobilized. He then stepped forward, unleashing a surge of lightning, enveloping his form in a crackling electric force as he charged at the zombie tiger with astonishing speed. His blade pierced through the decayed flesh, severing bones, and in an instant, he decapitated the beast. Just as Jiang Yiming shifted his attention towards the zombie monkeys and the zombie bear, a sudden, powerful wave of supernatural energy surged from a distance. This wave carried a chilling intensity, causing the temperature to plummet sharply as moisture in the air rapidly crystallized into delicate snowflakes that gracefully descended. Following this, numerous ice blades, whistling through the air, hurtled toward him, their sharpness akin to razors, moving with astonishing velocity. The barrage of ice blades pierced through the bodies of several zombie monkeys, which had no time to emit a cry before being encased in ice, transforming them into frozen sculptures upon the trees. Subsequently, these icy forms tumbled to the ground, shattering into a myriad of frozen shards. When the ice blades struck the zombie bear, they initially failed to penetrate its tough hide. However, they turned the surrounding ground into a frozen wasteland, ensnaring its limbs in ice, rendering it unable to escape. A multitude of ice blades also hurtled towards Jiang Yiming. Yet as they approached, a wall of lightning materialized before him, flickering with electric brilliance, shattering all incoming ice blades into countless glimmering crystals that scattered through the air. From a perspective of omniscience, Jiang Yiming observed several penguins gliding across the frost-covered ground. As they approached within his line of sight, these penguins leapt towards a zombie bear. Their previously smooth flippers, once used for swimming, now appeared remarkably sharp. The leading zombie penguin slowly rose and gazed at Jiang Yiming, its eyes glimmering with an unusual intelligence. After a moment of intense scrutiny, it astonishingly opened its mouth and uttered human words. "Do you recharge QB?" Chapter 71. The awakening of the ice elemental zombie penguin. Jiang Yiming stood there, utterly bewildered, his forehead seemingly overwhelmed with question marks. Noticing his silence, the zombie penguin persistently repeated, "Do you recharge QB?" with an increasing urgency in its tone, as if desperately seeking an answer. Meanwhile, the other zombie penguins had concluded their assault on the zombie bear. They used their sharp flippers to tear the ensnared creature into fragments, subsequently retrieving the spoils in a peculiar manner to celebrate their victory. Jiang Yiming redirected his gaze to the penguins before him, and the system's information materialized. Zombie name, Zombie Penguin, rank, Tier 3 enhanced information, awakened S-Class Ice Elemental ability, with sharp and resilient flippers, high combat prowess, and a degree of intelligence, capable of mimicking and repeating human language it has previously heard. The other penguins were of Tier 2 mutation rank, clearly subservient to this more formidable Tier 3 zombie penguin leader. After dispatching the zombified bear, the second-tier zombie penguins waddled awkwardly behind their leader, their beady eyes rotating with a curious intensity, fixated on Jiang Yiming, seemingly anticipating the next command or signal. Had they retained the peculiar memory of mimicking human language, perhaps influenced by the incessant shouts of zoo visitors asking, "Are you charging QB?" before their transformation in this apocalyptic world? Reflecting on this, Jiang Yiming responded directly when the third-tier zombie penguin inquired again, saying simply, "No charge." Upon hearing this, the penguin abruptly ceased its questioning, entering a state of rage. The temperature around them plummeted at a visibly alarming rate, as moisture in the air swiftly crystallized into countless sharp icicles, suspended ominously, poised to strike at any moment. The furious roar of the zombie penguins reverberated through the frigid air. "Nanai, why won't you charge?" Though still articulated in human language. The words had morphed into a distorted and muddled expression of anger and discontent, spurred by the leader's fury. The jagged icicles hurtled towards Jiang Yiming with such velocity that they seemed to slice through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Following closely, the second-tier zombie penguins emitted shrill cries, brandishing their razor-sharp flippers as they charged at him. Yet, in the face of this dual assault, Jiang Yiming remained composed and unruffled. He let out a cold grunt, and the long blade in his hand, which had merely flickered with lightning, was suddenly engulfed in flames. With a forward sweep, the fiery sword traced a graceful arc through the air, resembling a dragon of fire sweeping across the sky. As the icy needles made contact with the flames, they began to melt, transforming into wisps of white steam that dissipated into the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Jiang Yiming's figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, almost instantaneously positioning himself near the group of zombie penguins. His astonishing speed rendered the zombie penguins incapable of tracking his movements. They could only sense the encroaching waves of heat and flashes of electricity. The thunderfire blade in his hand danced with ferocity, each swing imbued with the force of a tempest. Lightning and flames intertwined, coalescing into a scorching and destructive radiance that annihilated all the zombie penguins attempting to approach. After dispatching the second-tier zombie penguins, Jiang Yiming swiftly shifted his attention to the third-tier enhanced zombie penguin leader. The leader's pupils glimmered with a chilling light as it opened its frost-covered beak and emitted a sharp, piercing cry. The sound sliced through the air like a blade, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet in an instant. Ice energy surged forth from its body, crystallizing in the air and rapidly enveloping it in layers of glistening ice, forming a translucent armor that reflected a frigid light. Remarkably, Jiang Yiming's blade failed to breach its defenses upon first contact. Nevertheless, the flames and lightning upon the blade did not falter, fervently eroding the icy armor from the moment of impact. The power of lightning danced across the surface of the ice armor, seeking out weaknesses, while flames flickered and crackled upon it, emitting a hissing sound as they melted. The zombie penguin leader launched yet another counterattack, summoning an array of sharp ice spikes from both the ground and the air, assailing Jiang Yiming from all directions. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Jiang Yiming remained remarkably composed. With a mere thought, he absorbed all the ice spikes into his storage space, sustaining not a scratch. The blade sliced cleanly through the penguin's defenses, striking at its flesh. The penguin leader sensed an unprecedented danger, a flicker of terror flashing in its sharp ice-blue eyes. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the penguin leader forcefully stomped its feet on the smooth, mirror-like ice surface, utilizing the momentum of the collision to slide backward in an attempt to evade this lethal blow. However, even with such agile maneuvering, the blade still carved a deep wound across its chest. Blood surged from the gaping wound, but before it could drip, it was swiftly frozen by the surrounding frost, forming slender crimson icicles that hung from the edges of its injury. Although the penguin leader's wound was temporarily sealed by the frost, the chilling cold could not mask the pain within, eliciting a low, guttural roar. Jiang Yiming had no intention of granting his foe a moment's respite. He stepped forward once more, charging towards the penguin leader, only to witness an astonishing turn of events. The once ferocious penguin leader suddenly lost its balance, its body lurching forward before crashing heavily onto the ice, sliding directly in front of Jiang Yiming, leaving him momentarily astonished. If one were to insist on a description, its posture resembled that of a kneeling figure, its entire body swaying up and down as though engaged in some form of ritualistic supplication, or perhaps seeking mercy. Jiang Yiming halted in his tracks, his gaze firmly fixed upon the penguin before him. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a heightened sense of vigilance. He soon realized that this penguin was indeed pleading for mercy, devoid of any intent to launch a surprise attack, prompting a twitch at the corner of Jiang Yiming's mouth. "What of your dignity as a zombie?" Nevertheless, Jiang Yiming had no intention of sparing it. Without imposing absolute constraints on its capabilities, it posed a significant threat. He raised the long blade in his hand, preparing to deliver a final strike upon the penguin leader. The penguin seemed to sense Jiang Yiming's murderous intent, yet it persisted in its submissive display, accelerating the rhythm of its swaying, as if engaged in one last plea for mercy. Detected a potential creature for subjugation. Mission initiated. Mission details: subdue the Tier 3 enhanced penguin. Reward: Level 2 soul chain. Chapter 72. Cupid. The voice of the system echoed within the sea of consciousness, causing Jiang Yiming to pause momentarily in his actions. Was the system suggesting that he should take this creature under his command? Contemplating the task presented by the system, along with its accompanying rewards, Jiang Yiming gradually lowered the long blade, the flames and lightning upon its edge still dancing vibrantly. Soul chain. The user establishes a unique connection with the soul of the target creature through mental force. Once the connection is established, the user can compel the target to obey commands at any moment and from any place, as well as inflict lethal damage with but a simple thought. The second-tier soul chain possesses the capability to connect with up to 5 living beings. It must be noted that the ability of the soul chain bears a striking resemblance to hypnosis. The primary distinction lies in the fact that deep hypnosis can render the subject devoid of autonomous consciousness, whereas the soul chain preserves the subject's self-awareness. Furthermore, the soul chain operates as a one-time consumption skill, in contrast to the continuous consumption required by deep hypnosis. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the penguin leader before him, who was still bowing and pleading for mercy, with a calm yet resolute tone. Are you willing to submit to me? The third-tier penguin leader evidently did not fully comprehend Jiang Yiming's words, but upon noticing the opponent had relinquished the knife, it quickly realized it may have narrowly escaped calamity. The penguin leader emitted a brief response, CHCH. Well, it seemed this penguin was only capable of a few phrases. But this could certainly be interpreted as an act of submission. Jiang Yiming couldn't help but express his bemusement. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The reward has been issued. The moment Jiang Yiming acquired the skill, he employed the soul chain to establish a connection with the penguin before him. In the initial phase of the connection, the penguin leader's typically ice-blue eyes, which shone with brilliance, suddenly appeared somewhat bewildered, as if it had lost its way. However, as the bond of the soul chain gradually solidified, its eyes regained their luster and vivacity. It frolicked around Jiang Yiming, its small feet pattering against the icy surface, while its flippers flailed joyfully in a display of exuberance. Jiang Yiming tapped its head lightly and declared, "From now on, you shall be called Cupid." Upon hearing this, Cupid raised its 2 fins, mimicking Jiang Yiming's tone, and emitted a sound, Cupid, Cupid, with a gentle wave of his right hand. Jiang Yiming stored the fresh corpses of the zombie animals into his storage space. Simultaneously, he retrieved the helicopter from the storage and, via spatial teleportation, transported himself and Cupid onto the helicopter before commanding Zilu to continue onward. Seated in the pilot's seat, Jiang Yiming glanced over at Cupid, who was sitting obediently in the co-pilot's seat, and felt a twinge of curiosity. One might wonder, is it male or female? Pondering this, he utilized his omniscient perspective to investigate, arriving at the conclusion, female. As Jilu skillfully maneuvered the helicopter, it ascended above the villa and then descended gradually, ultimately landing smoothly on the open space outside the villa. The roar of the rotor blades gradually diminished until it fell silent. Upon hearing the helicopter, the women gathered in the living room rushed outside, their gazes shifting from the helicopter to Jiang Yiming as he disembarked, accompanied by the peculiar penguin. The initial curiosity and fascination with the helicopter swiftly transitioned to the unexpected appearance of the penguin. "My dear, is that a penguin?" An Shiqing inquired, clutching the sword Jiang Yiming had gifted her earlier. As she hurried to his side, her curiosity piqued. The other women also cast inquisitive glances, evidently astonished by the sudden appearance of the penguin. With a slight smile, Jiang Yiming explained, "I happened upon it while passing the zoo, where I sought to learn about the capabilities of zombie animals, and encountered this unexpected surprise. Do not be deceived by its seemingly innocuous appearance. It is, in fact, a third-tier enhanced zombie creature that has awakened an S-class ice-based ability. Nonetheless, I have tamed it and named it Cupid. It is now incapable of resisting my will and will not pose any harm to you." Upon hearing this, the women displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet upon learning that it had been subdued, they felt no trace of fear. Some even approached Cupid, gently poking its head and curiously inquiring, "Is your name Cupid?" Cupid offered no resistance, raising its 2 fin-like appendages to mimic human speech, producing sounds of Cupid. Cupid. The women were amused by Cupid's response, gathering around it to engage with this new addition to their group. Although they were filled with curiosity about Cupid, the companions did not forget their pressing matter, lunch. After a brief interaction, they stood up, intending to join Jiang Yiming for a meal indoors. Jiang Yiming turned and retrieved a deceased zombie penguin from his storage space, tossing it before Cupid. This penguin had once been a subordinate of Cupid and now served as its meal. "From now on, you shall reside outside. Construct your own shelter using your abilities, and once your food is consumed, Remember to clean up after yourself. After finishing those corpses, you will need to venture out and hunt for your sustenance. You are now a mature penguin. You must learn to manage your own affairs. Do you understand? Lin Xinyao, Yu Shaoan, Su Yutong. Jiang Yiming paid no heed to the gazes of the women, striding toward the villa while gesturing for them to follow. Let us dine. Behind him, he approached the rocky perimeter of the villa, where the moisture in the air began to coalesce, triggering his ice-based abilities. Amidst a flurry of cold winds and swirling ice crystals, a small yet sturdy ice house gradually took shape, its surface smooth as a mirror, shimmering with a chilling radiance. Subsequently, QB retrieved the corpse of the zombie penguin and returned to the ice house he had just conjured. In the shadow of the ice house, he commenced his feast. Unlike the abilities of other supernatural beings, the evolution of zombies necessitates tangible flesh and blood. By consuming the flesh and blood of formidable creatures, zombies can absorb their powers, thereby augmenting their own strength and aiding their recovery. Upon returning to the living room with the women, Jiang Yiming approached the dining table. Based on the approximate return time he provided, they had adeptly prepared the meal in advance, each dish emanating a steamy warmth. Dinner is served, Jiang Yiming announced succinctly, prompting the women to respond eagerly as they grasped their chopsticks to indulge in the long-anticipated feast. It must be noted that, as time progressed, the number of inhabitants in the sanctuary grew, and the once spacious dining table began to feel somewhat cramped. It seemed that in the future, separate tables would be necessary, however. Several women were now honing their culinary skills, and with the increase in the sanctuary's population, their contributions would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure in the kitchen. The neighboring villa is also equipped with a kitchen, which houses a substantial amount of culinary supplies. In the future, as the shelter expands further, the construction of a larger kitchen will become necessary. Chapter 73, Bloodstained Cherry. After lunch, Jiang Yiming bid farewell to the lively dining table and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he set his sights on his next target, Sun Shinan. Jiang Yiming first employed an omniscient perspective to survey the situation of the women in the living room, and then utilized light hypnosis to influence Sun Shinan. This form of hypnosis differs from the fleeting days experienced during deep hypnosis. It is far more subtle and does not evoke any suspicion from the subject or those around her. Moreover, the psychological suggestions from light hypnosis tend to yield results that are significantly more potent than those derived from subconscious cues. Sun Shinan's gaze remained clear, and her movements and speech retained their natural flow, yet Jiang Yiming's directives had been quietly implanted in her mind. Suddenly, Sun Shinan, who had been conversing with Sun Yuyan and several other women, stood up. Older sister, what's wrong? Sun Yuyan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. It's nothing. I just remembered something important. I need to find Brother Yiming. Sun Shinan spoke nonchalantly, her face adorned with an awkward smile. She gracefully ascended the staircase, eventually arriving at the door of Jiang Yiming's room. With a gentle knock, she was soon met with a response from within. Upon receiving permission, Sun Shinan pushed the door open and entered the room. Xinyan, is there something on your mind? Jiang Yiming, sitting up from his bed, regarded Sun Shinan with a feigned expression of surprise. Standing at the threshold, their gazes locked, Sun Shinan felt her heart inexplicably quicken, an indescribable sensation spreading within her chest. Host status has been restored. Rewards obtained. For attributes 10, level 2 with spirit regeneration, ice system ability level 1, hypnosis skill level 1. With spirit regeneration, accelerates the healing of wounds and injuries, repairs damaged tissues and organs, and allows for the regeneration of severed limbs. Level 3 hypnosis, capable of simultaneously hypnotizing up to 10 individuals. The voice of the system reverberated within Jiang Yiming's mind, a warm energy coursing through his body, enhancing his physical attributes. With spirit regeneration, yet another healing skill. It can repair organs and tissues. Wait, can it also restore that? A sudden thought crossed Jiang Yiming's mind as he stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating his eyes. Not possible. But at that moment, the system's voice extinguished his hopes like a bucket of cold water. TCH, if it can't be done, then so be it. With a casual tone, Jiang Yiming slowly extended his hand, gently brushing against Sun Shinyan's soft skin, invoking the powers of wood spirit regeneration and water healing. A warm energy flowed from his fingertips, permeating her body. The furrow in Sun Shinyan's brow, once etched by pain, gradually relaxed as she felt a miraculous force surging within her. Before long, the agony that plagued her dissipated, restoring her to her previous vibrant self. Yet, she remained nestled beneath the covers, resembling a timid quail, although her injuries had healed. A blush adorned her cheeks like a gentle evening glow that had yet to fade completely. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. She had never anticipated that within just 2 days of knowing Jiang Yiming, she would entrust him with a part of herself that she had cherished for over 20 years. Observing Sun Xinyan curled up in the blankets, a flicker of amusement danced in Jiang Yiming's eyes as he softly remarked, "If you don't get up soon, Yuyan will discover you here, and that would be even more embarrassing." Startled by his words, Sun Xinyan's heart raced as the reality of the situation dawned on her. She realized that her absence had stretched too long, and lingering any further would surely raise suspicions. Swiftly, she emerged from her cocoon, deftly arranging her attire. Once presentable, Sun Xinyan tiptoed cautiously to the door of the room. With utmost care, she opened the door and peered outside, much like a vigilant little cat, surveying the surroundings for any signs of life. After confirming that the corridor was devoid of any presence, Sun Xinran let out a faint sigh of relief, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She tiptoed out of the room, striving to attract no attention, and swiftly departed in silence. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Yuyan had already sought her out earlier. After fruitlessly searching the second floor, Sun Yuyan was engulfed in confusion. Arriving at the threshold of Jiang Yiming's room, her curiosity compelled her to press her ear against the door, eager to catch any sounds from within. However, she immediately flushed with embarrassment and, feeling awkward, hastily retreated. Jiang Yiming watched as Sun Xinran stealthily slipped away, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The moment Sun Xinran left, the system's voice echoed once more, "Congratulations, host. You have achieved 10 rewards, receiving an additional reward. Weapon, bloodstained cherry." A weapon bestowed by the system. Jiang Yiming's heart stirred. He knew it must be extraordinary. As his thoughts began to unfold, a long blade appeared before him, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space with a discordant elegance. Its design was captivating, featuring a slender body that radiated a profound shade of pink. The scabbard and handle were entwined with intricate white and red lines, arranged in a manner that seemed haphazard, yet was remarkably ingenious, akin to cherry blossoms unfurling in the spring breeze, or blood droplets splattering upon the snow. Were it not for the system's attribution, Jiang Yiming's first impression would have been that it resembled a mere toy. However, at the moment his fingers truly brushed against the hilt of the blade, a peculiar sensation surged within him. The hilt felt remarkably comfortable, as if it had been custom crafted for the contours of his hand. "System, what is remarkable about this sword?" he inquired. The host may place a drop of blood upon the blade to perceive its transformation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yiming unhesitatingly extended his right index finger, cautiously approaching the sharp edge. As his fingertip made contact with the icy blade, a chill enveloped him, yet he did not flinch. The edge was extraordinarily sharp, akin to a gossamer ice shard, yet utterly indestructible. A mere touch elicited almost no pain, but in that instant, a minute fissure quietly manifested at the tip of his finger. Subsequently, a crystalline droplet of vivid crimson blood slowly seeped from the wound, resembling a brilliant ruby as it gracefully descended onto the blood-stained blade. Jiang Yiming swiftly withdrew his finger, only to witness the minuscule wound rapidly closing at a visible pace, returning to its pristine state in the blink of an eye, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, as that droplet of blood made contact with the blade, the previously delicate pink hue of the weapon appeared to be suddenly imbued with life, emanating a mysterious and profound crimson glow. A chilling aura of lethal intent surged from the edge, as though it intended to rend the very air around it apart. Chapter 74. Journey to Egret Island. The malevolent energy pulsating from the blade intensified, spreading like tangible ripples in every direction, causing the temperature of the entire space to plummet several degrees. A sudden chill and an oppressive aura enveloped the living room, prompting the women present to instinctively raise their gazes, their eyes converging towards the direction of Jiang Yiming's room. In his icy sanctuary, Qi sensed this formidable presence, causing every hair on its body to stand on end. It gradually bowed its head toward the aura, its form bending involuntarily, as if submitting to this overwhelming force. Jiang Yiming stood at the center of his chamber, his omniscient perspective allowing him to witness the unfolding scene in its entirety. He then spoke words of comfort to both the gathered women and Qi. The surface of his blade seemed to shimmer with a faint crimson pattern, reminiscent of cherry blossoms blooming amidst a pool of blood. Gripping the bloodstained sakura tightly, he felt the chilling sensation emanating from the hilt, while the murderous intent coursing through the blade surged like a living entity, transmitting shivers through every cell in his body, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. "What an overwhelming aura of death," Jiang Yiming murmured, his voice quivering slightly, yet imbued with an indescribable thrill. He understood that this weapon was no ordinary one. its power far exceeding his imagination. After taking a deep breath, he inquired once more of the system. System, what are the characteristics and methods of using this blade? Bloodstained Sakura draws power from blood. The more blood it absorbs, the greater its exhibited strength. As for the method of use, the host will intuitively comprehend it upon wielding. Ah, a riddle, indeed, he mused, contemplating the system's response. Jiang Yiming had grown accustomed to the fact that most extraordinary abilities and skills required personal exploration, and thus chose not to elaborate further. As time progressed, the murderous intent emanating from the blood-stained cherry blossoms gradually faded, and the blade's hue transitioned from a haunting crimson to its original cherry blossom pink, akin to the calm that follows a tempestuous storm. Jiang Yiming sheathed the sword and subsequently placed it into his storage space. Rising to his feet, he employed spatial teleportation to silently depart the room. The moment Sun Sinan returned to the living room, Jiang Yiming instantaneously appeared therein. Sun Yuyan noticed Sun Sinan descending the stairs, their gazes intertwined in the air. Yet Sun Yuyan exhibited no unusual expression. However, when her eyes shifted towards Jiang Yiming, and she glimpsed the enigmatic half-smile on his face, a sense of unease gripped her heart. She promptly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang Yiming merely cast a casual glance at Sun Yuyan, dismissing her presence. This was not the time for confrontation, and he feared the loss of his book. Observing the time, he realized it was still early. And with no pressing matters to attend to in Tua City, Jiang Yiming had already formulated his next plan. He intended to continue northward towards Bamen Ludao. After a brief respite, he prepared to depart for Bamen Ludao, this time by helicopter. His voice resonated in the living room, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The women, upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, displayed a hint of excitement. After all, this would be their inaugural helicopter ride, and the novelty of the experience filled them with both anxiety and anticipation. They began to whisper amongst themselves, excitedly discussing the impending journey. And the atmosphere in the living room instantly became lively. Jiang Yiming observed their animated expressions and smiled, then leisurely stepped out of the living room and approached the small ice hut built by QB. Sensing Jiang Yiming's proximity, QB promptly halted its activities, scampering out of the ice hut with its tiny feet, and stood before Jiang Yiming. Upon receiving Jiang Yiming's command, there was no resistance from QB. Yet its blue eyes betrayed a hint of unmasked grievance, as if silently protesting. "My dear, I have just constructed this small ice hut." QB stood before its meticulously crafted dwelling, gently patting the outer wall with its flippered limbs, an action that conveyed a sense of reluctance. Jiang Yiming took note of QB's behavior, and upon witnessing its silent protest, could not help but chuckle softly. "I never said I would dismantle your little ice hut. I can simply store it away when we leave." With the connection fostered by the soul chain, communication between him and QB became remarkably seamless. QB immediately grasped Jiang Yiming's intent, its flippers once more lifting in a manner reminiscent of human cheer, exuding a sense of joy. Before long, the women descended from the villa at Jiang Yiming's behest. With a light snap of his fingers, 3 helicopters materialized in the open space outside the villa. Simultaneously, 3 small cubes, under Zhu Ling's control, adeptly maneuvered into each aircraft, taking command of the flight systems. Guided by Jiang Yiming, the women eagerly boarded the helicopters. They were captivated by the helicopter's interior, exploring every nook and cranny with a sense of wonder. Once Jiang Yiming ensured that all preparations were complete, he turned towards the shelter. With a gentle wave of his hand, he retracted the entire shelter, along with QB's small ice house, into storage. He surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that everything was in order and nothing was amiss. Subsequently, Jiang Yiming issued the command for takeoff to Zioling. As he boarded, the helicopter's door slowly closed, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. The engine roared to life, and the blades began to spin with increasing speed, generating a powerful gust that swept away the surrounding dust and debris. With the thunderous sound of the rotor blades, 3 helicopters ascended gracefully into the air, leaving the ground to soar towards their northern destination, Bamen Lai Island. The helicopters maintained a tight formation, akin to a flock of metallic giants traversing a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Slicing through the tranquility of the sky, they flew amongst the clouds, occasionally illuminated by the bright sunlight, only to be shrouded in soft shadows moments later. Inside the cabin, several girls were mesmerized by the ever-changing scenery outside the window, their excitement palpable. They alternated between laughter and whispered conversations, sharing their innermost feelings. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, ushering in the night. The resplendent afterglow painted the heavens in shades of crimson, illuminating the distant mountains and sea, resembling a magnificent oil painting. The clouds above were tinged with shades of deep purple from the setting sun, and the girls gazed at the unfolding scenes, their expressions reflecting a sense of awe. It was a breathtaking beauty that captivated them, making them forget they were still amidst the desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. Once they came to their senses, they hastily retrieved their phones to capture the moment, preserving the splendor as a vibrant memory. As night deepened, the sky gradually darkened, the last rays of the setting sun fading into the horizon, surrendering the world to the impending darkness. Despite the absence of external light, Jiuling deftly piloted the 3 helicopters along their pre-designated route, gliding through the night like phantoms. However, the helicopters were equipped with their own lighting systems, once illuminated. The interiors were enveloped in a warm, gentle glow. Within the cabin, the women indulged in the snacks that Jiang Yiming had previously distributed. Enjoying their treats while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful, except for An Shiqing. Ever since she boarded the aircraft, her gaze had been fixed on the outside, transitioning from the sunlit brilliance to the soft hues of twilight, and now to the twinkling stars in the night sky. She remained transfixed, her eyes rarely straying. Leaning gently against the window, her fingertips unconsciously traced the glass, as if yearning to touch those distant lights. Her heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a complex tapestry of feelings intertwining, as though she found herself in a realm both familiar and alien. An Shiqing's heartbeat quickened, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid. At that moment, An Shiqing suddenly sensed an unusual sensation coursing through her body, a peculiar feeling that surged from within, as if something was awakening inside her, yearning to break free from its cocoon. Confounded, An Shiqing slightly furrowed her brow, repositioned herself, and began to attune her mind to this burgeoning power within her. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, endeavoring to comprehend and harness this sudden influx of energy. As her concentration deepened, the world around her seemed to dissolve into a slow-motion state, everything becoming languid. An Shiqing felt as though she was enveloped in a realm of stillness, where time appeared to halt, leaving her solitary existence as the sole focus. In this near stasis, she became acutely aware of the energy flowing within her, synchronizing with her heartbeat and breath. Her extraordinary condition soon captured the attention of the other women on the helicopter. Their gazes fixed upon her as they observed her closed eyelids, her expression oscillating between tranquility and tension, clearly undergoing some transformation. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Yiming on another helicopter perceived this unusual surge of energy. Before the women could report An Shiqing's condition, he vanished from his seat, utilizing his spatial teleportation ability to instantaneously appear within the helicopter housing An Shiqing. Observing her with eyes closed, fully absorbed in the experience of her metamorphosis, Jiang Yiming swiftly deduced through the system's information that An Shiqing was awakening her extraordinary abilities. Name: An Shiqing. Age: 20. Height: 163 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Original weight: 51 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 94. Likability: 100. Information: sophomore at Pengcheng University. Possesses intermediate kendo skills, traits: intelligent and composed, adept at observation and analysis. Possesses a clear understanding of matters, ability, S-class bullet time, awakening in progress, 99 without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Yiming commanded Jiuling to take control of the helicopter and locate a safe landing spot. At that moment, 3 helicopters were merely a city's distance from their destination, Ludo Island. However, with the unforeseen circumstances that had arisen, Jiang Yiming resolved to wait for An Shiqing to fully awaken her abilities before proceeding. Jiuling promptly complied with Jiang Yiming's directive, adjusting the helicopter's course in search of a suitable landing area. Soon, she identified a relatively flat terrain and prepared to descend the helicopter. As the helicopter approached within 50 meters, Jiang Yiming leaped from it, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow in midair before he reached the designated landing site ahead of time. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned the entire villa shelter from his storage space, which stood firmly upon the level ground. The helicopter gracefully landed on the adjacent vacant lot, its descent perfectly timed alongside the villa. As the helicopter's rotor blades gradually ceased their whirring, the cacophony diminished, ultimately blending into the surrounding tranquility. Jiang Yiming approached the helicopter and, utilizing spatial teleportation, transferred An Shiqing from her seat within the aircraft to the sofa in the villa's living room. An Shiqing remained in a tranquil slumber, her breathing steady, seemingly unaffected by the abrupt shift. Subsequently, Jiang Yiming, accompanied by several women, entered the villa's living area, encircling An Shiqing as they awaited the culmination of her extraordinary awakening. The initial plan was to indulge in a late-night feast upon their arrival at Luda Island. thereby remedying the missed dinner. However, due to An Shiqing's awakening of her powers, adjustments to the plan became imperative. Thus, the women proceeded to the kitchen. Their movements deft and methodical, soon engrossed in culinary tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming's gaze remained fixed on An Shiqing, observing the information bestowed by the system regarding bullet time. Bullet time, a phenomenon that allows the user to significantly decelerate their perception of time for a brief duration, while the user perceives a slower passage of time. The actual flow of time remains unchanged. In a state of bullet time, the user can react swiftly and execute intricate maneuvers, while their actions appear to transpire in an instant to the outside observer. Even amidst rapid motion, the user can perceive their surroundings and objects with clarity. Time is revered, space is sovereign. Although bullet time represents merely a minor branch of temporal abilities, its latent combat potential and survival capacity are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, An Shiqing's proficiency in swordsmanship enhances her adeptness when employing the bullet time ability. With the assistance of bullet time, An Shiqing's swordsmanship was no longer constrained by the reflexes of an ordinary person. In the fleeting moment of an enemy's blink, she could unleash a flurry of strikes, decisively determining the outcome of battle before her opponent even registered the threat. Although their sanctuary was currently shielded under Jiang Yiming's protection, the world of the apocalypse was rife with uncertainty, and unknown dangers could emerge at any moment. The stronger they became, the better equipped they were to confront these unforeseen perils, thus alleviating Jiang Yiming from the burden of constant vigilance over their safety. Jiang Yiming's thoughts were interrupted by a soft hum from An Shiqing. It was a sound imbued with a hint of allure, seemingly containing an ineffable sense of relief and release. Instantly, Jiang Yiming's gaze shifted to An Shiqing, observing her eyelashes fluttering delicately like the wings of a butterfly. As the fluctuations of her supernatural abilities began to stabilize, as the waves of energy calmed, An Shiqing's eyes gradually opened, her gaze meeting Jiang Yiming's, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 76. The explosion in the city center within An Shiqing's pupils lay a newfound power, deeper and more radiant than before. When her gaze fell upon Jiang Yiming and the other women who had steadfastly remained by her side, a warm sensation surged within her heart. A smile blossomed on Jiang Yiming's face as she softly inquired, "How do you feel?" An Shiqing, with a glint of mischief and playfulness in her eyes, did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly rose, employing bullet time to draw closer to Jiang Yiming. Jiang Yiming sensed the fluctuation of An Shiqing's extraordinary abilities. Rather than employing other powers for defense, he activated his omniscient perspective, attempting to capture An Shiqing's movements through his own perception. He sought to test whether he could suppress An Shiqing's abilities solely through his physical prowess. However, Jiang Yiming somewhat underestimated the potency of bullet time. Although An Shiqing's actions appeared significantly slower under his omniscient view, her figure still left behind a blurred afterimage, making it challenging to seize her movements. Relying on his reflexes, Jiang Yiming reached out in an effort to halt An Shiqing's advance. Yet, she was swifter, nimbly evading his attempt and positioning herself behind him. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, An Shiqing gracefully leaped onto Jiang Yiming, her movements agile and sudden, akin to a playful kitten. After playfully nibbling his shoulder, she left behind 2 rows of delicate bite marks, glistening with a hint of saliva. Hee, this time I have triumphed. An Shiqing cleverly entwined her legs around Jiang Yiming's waist, her arms encircling his neck, her face adorned with the smile of a victor. Jiang Yiming momentarily froze, then chuckled and shook his head. He reached out, securely grasping An Shiqing through the hem of her skirt to ensure she wouldn't accidentally slip off. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "What's this? Have you been enjoying life too much lately and wish to experience hardship?" She tucked her chin in, her earlier pride replaced by a touch of embarrassment. She dismounted from Jiang Yiming, straightened her posture, yet the gleam of mirth in her eyes remained undiminished. "I merely wish to test my own extraordinary abilities," An Shiqing mumbled, attempting to justify her actions, though her tone still bore a hint of defiance. Jiang Yiming observed An Shiqing's demeanor, a flicker of amusement crossing his gaze. After gently tapping her on the head, he beckoned everyone to the dining table. "All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Since your powers have fully awakened, let us dine first and discuss at the table." An Shiqing appeared quite exhilarated. As she partook of her meal, she began to elucidate her extraordinary ability, bullet time. The other women were captivated by her narrative, eagerly listening with high spirits. They occasionally posed questions or shared their thoughts, fostering a lively atmosphere at the table. Each person rejoiced in An Shiqing's awakening, simultaneously brimming with curiosity about the potential of bullet time. Jiang Yiming occupied the main seat at the dining table. He refrained from interjecting, simply listening attentively to An Shiqing's account, nodding occasionally in acknowledgement. His gaze swept across each individual, a subtle smile gracing his face. After dinner, as night deepened, Jiang Yiming resolved not to continue their journey to Lai Island. The shelter was currently situated in the western part of a city east of Lai Island, leaving a considerable distance to their destination. After engaging in light conversation with the women, who were resting on the sofa to digest their meal, and confirming that they were all settled, he rose to prepare for departure. One evening, with nothing to occupy his time, Jiang Yiming sought to observe the aftermath of the zombie apocalypse in various locales. Additionally, he was eager to personally test the might of his newly acquired weapon, Bloodstained Sakura. This formidable armament, bestowed upon him by the system, emitted a terrifying aura with merely a drop of his own blood. Jiang Yiming was filled with curiosity regarding the weapon's combat capabilities. He yearned to comprehend its performance in actual combat and to validate the system's assertion that it would autonomously grasp its true meaning. As dusk fell, a cool breeze wafted through the air, and the night sky twinkled with countless stars, resembling tears from the cosmos cascading onto the earth. In this tranquil night, the shelter stood out in serene isolation, akin to an island encircled by an ocean of darkness. With a single step, Jiang Yiming vanished into the shadows, his figure distorting within the fabric of space. Once more, his visage was concealed by a mask, adorned with intertwining crimson and cherry blossom hues. The Sakura emblem, partially visible on the mask's lower right, was a blend of pink and blood-red blossoms, vivid and enigmatic. His form swiftly dissolved into the night, soundless as a specter, gliding through desolate streets and crumbling edifices, leaving only fleeting remnants quivering in the air. Jiang Yiming's senses heightened under the cloak of night. He could hear the distant growls of zombies and felt the lurking dangers surrounding him with acute clarity. Before long, he had traversed several kilometers from the shelter, arriving in an area dominated by towering skyscrapers. Once a bustling urban center, this place has now succumbed to the dominion of the undead, with the air thickened by the stench of blood and death weaving between towering edifices. As Jiang Yiming arrived at this district of skyscrapers, a sudden deafening explosion shattered the night's tranquility from 100 meters away. The sound reverberated through the desolate streets, drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies, who began to converge upon the source of the noise. Standing atop a high-rise, Jiang Yiming gazed into the distance, piercing through the shroud of night, and beheld a nearby building engulfed in fierce flames. The fire soared skyward, its tongues of flame licking out from shattered windows, dispersing the surrounding darkness. The flames danced against the night sky, painting the horizon in hues of crimson and emitting a series of growls, while smoke billowed forth. Jiang Yiming remained still, a flicker of intrigue lighting his eyes. He recognized that this was no ordinary conflagration. Given the current timeline of the apocalypse, it was highly likely to be man-made. He pondered whether there were SS or SSS-level supernatural beings lurking behind this chaos. His figure wavered in the shadows, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the rooftop, reappearing in the direction of the burning building. As he approached the scene of the fire, the flames became increasingly vivid, and he could acutely sense the temperature rising around him. The blaze raged ferociously, waves of heat assaulting him, making the very air tremble. Countless zombies, lured by the light and sound, surged toward the inferno, their movements frenzied and chaotic. Utilizing his omniscient perspective, he surveyed the surroundings with clarity, noting a cluster of survivors merely dozens of meters away from the burning structure. Among these individuals, some brandished binoculars, intently scrutinizing the condition of the towering edifice. Chapter 77. The survivors who discovered the zombie crystal core. According to the system's assessment, the most formidable among them were merely of S rank, far from sufficient to solely incite such a vast inferno through their supernatural abilities. It appeared they had employed alternative methods to ignite the entire building in a bid to exterminate the horde of zombies. Flames ravaged the night sky, their glow illuminating Jiang Yiming's mask, casting the blood-red and cherry-pink stripes into stark relief. His gaze pierced through the waves of heat and smoke, relentlessly observing those individuals. Name: An Shiqing, age 39, loyalty 0, superpower S-rank eagle-eye tracking, capable of locking onto a target with eagle-like precision and enchanting objects to grant them the ability to track the designated target. An Shiqing donned a slightly worn police uniform, a testament to his former vocation. His visage was resolute, and his eyes emanated a keen, eagle-like sharpness, as if he could unveil every hidden secret. Surrounding An Shiqing were several supernatural beings, dispersed yet united in their reverence and reliance upon him, perhaps due to his prowess, or perhaps because of his past identity. A few survivors clad in identical police uniforms stood alongside them, gazing into the distance at the state of the building. An Yangcheng, binoculars in hand, possessed a gaze as sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the darkness of the night, meticulously locking on to every detail illuminated by the flames. His S-rank eagle-eye tracking ability not only enhanced his combat prowess, but also fortified his mental acuity, allowing him to gain the upper hand in such chaotic surroundings. Captain, all the zombies around have been lured away, and that particularly loud one has been successfully dispatched by you. A young member in police uniform, appearing somewhat exhilarated, pushed open the door and rushed into the room, addressing An Yangcheng. In his hand, he held a red-black crystal, presenting it to the gathered individuals, particularly to An Yangcheng. The crystal emitted a faint glow, unmistakably a third-tier screamer zombie core. What is this? Yangcheng, how did you come upon it? An Yangcheng inquired, his expression remaining serious. I found it on the head of that zombie, Yangcheng explained. If it weren't for that zombie, there wouldn't have been so many surrounding us. I was infuriated. So I kicked its head a few times, and then I spotted this crystal. Out of curiosity, I simply dug it out. As Yangcheng spoke, he inadvertently scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed yet tinged with a hint of pride. His impulsive actions, albeit reckless, unexpectedly yielded a new discovery for the team. A zombie core. This must be the very zombie core often mentioned in novels. At that moment, another ability user exclaimed with excitement, his tone laced with disbelief and enthusiasm. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses and had a somewhat diminutive stature. Wang Yiza, do you know what this is? Upon hearing Wang Yiza's words, An Yangcheng shifted his gaze towards the young man who spoke, a flicker of inquiry evident in his eyes. Indeed, this must be the zombie crystal nucleus. If I am not mistaken, it is intended to enhance the intensity of supernatural abilities. Currently, the network signal remains intact, and I have perused a post online that featured a photograph of a crystal nucleus resembling this one. However, according to their account, the zombie they vanquished was remarkably swift and possessed sharp claws, resulting in substantial losses before they ultimately eradicated it. As Wang Yiza spoke, he retrieved his mobile phone, opened the previously bookmarked post, and passed it around for everyone to examine. He continued to elaborate on his hypothesis. I previously examined the brains of these zombies and found no trace of a crystal nucleus. However, it appears that a zombie must evolve to a certain stage for such a nucleus to form, akin to the shrieking zombie capable of summoning its kin, and the clawed zombie described in the post. Listening to Wang Yiza, many nodded in agreement. An Yangcheng took the crystal nucleus, scrutinizing it closely, and a glimmer of astonishment crossed his features. While Yangcheng, who had yet to awaken his powers, might not perceive it, the ability user An Yangcheng could. He distinctly felt a sensation coursing from the zombie crystal nucleus through his fingers and into his entire being. Though not overwhelmingly intense, it sparked an involuntary urge within him to consume it. Nevertheless, as the team leader, An Yangcheng possessed the self-control to resist such impulses. He swiftly calmed the tumult within and returned the zombie crystal nucleus to Wang Yiza. Yiza, your extraordinary ability lies in mental detection, and at present, it is imperative that you enhance this skill. The intensity of the zombies does not yet require our immediate attention. Rather, your detection capabilities will assist us in eliminating the dangers that lurk around us. Thus, I entrust you with this first zombie crystal core. An Yangcheng's analytical logic is clear, and his words reflect a deep consideration for the interests of the team. The surrounding members nodded in agreement after hearing his explanation, understanding that in this apocalyptic world, only through unity and the maximization of resources and benefits can the survival chances of the entire team be elevated. Wang Yiza accepted the crystal core, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He grasped the core tightly, inhaled deeply, and then slowly nodded. Captain, I will make good use of this crystal core and will not disappoint everyone's expectations. Very well, once we have nearly eradicated the zombies in this area, we shall return to the base. An Yangcheng nodded with satisfaction, then issued the final directive. Understood. The group responded immediately, their voices resolute and powerful, signifying their obedience to the captain's orders and their readiness for the team's actions. Captain, look quickly, it seems there is a person outside that building. At that moment, a member who happened to glance out the window suddenly exclaimed. Everyone immediately turned their gaze outdoors, witnessing many zombies, which had been surging towards the building, change direction and begin to gather towards a certain spot outside, forming a roiling tide of corpses. Several individuals swiftly grabbed binoculars, their expressions a mix of vigilance and curiosity. Through the lenses, they beheld a man clad in black, leisurely walking along the debris-strewn street. His steps were steady and unhurried, undisturbed by the countless zombies surging around him like a relentless tide. In his right hand, he wielded a long, blood-red blade that seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, emanating a chilling luminescence in the night. A mask adorned his face, bearing a cherry blossom insignia that, though somewhat indistinct from a distance, appeared as if it were dripping blood under the shroud of darkness, standing out conspicuously against the surrounding gloom. With a graceful flick of his wrist, a stream of crimson light erupted from the blade, effortlessly tearing through the horde of zombies that lined the road. Where the bloodlight passed, the undead fell like harvested stalks of grain, none remaining intact. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 78. Bloodstained Jiang Yiming. Clutching the bloodstained cherry blossom, surveyed the distant survivors from an omniscient perspective. His gaze was calm and focused, akin to a leopard in the night, keenly observing everything around him. However, with the explosion of a burning building, the outer zombies were caught in the blast, limbs and flesh scattering in a gruesome spectacle. The overwhelming scent of blood resonated with the bloodstained cherry blossom in his hand, causing it to quiver slightly, as if conveying a yearning, a thirst for blood. Without hesitation, Jiang Yiming leaped from the heights of the building, and within moments, he found himself amidst the throng of zombies. His arrival immediately drew their attention. But before they could react, Jiang Yiming was already in motion. In the fleeting moment when both feet touched the ground, the surrounding blood seemed to respond to a hidden summons. It no longer flowed chaotically, but surged towards the blood-stained Sakura as if animated by some primal force. The long blade emitted a faint crimson glow, causing the air around it to warp and twist, forming a miniature vortex that devoured the blood in its vicinity. As the life essence was absorbed by the blood-stained Sakura, the blade's luminescence intensified, the sanguine radiance appearing to circulate through the blade as though it were genuine blood coursing within. A dense aura of blood permeated the air surrounding the blade, causing the very space around Jiang Yiming to tremble slightly, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. As copious amounts of blood were consumed, the burgeoning power began to exert a tangible influence of bloodlust and malevolence upon Jiang Yiming. At that moment, a wicked smile graced his face, his eyes igniting with a flicker of madness, seemingly resonating with the violent energy within the bloodstained Sakura. The zombies, originally charging towards the burning building, appeared drawn to the transformation emanating from Jiang Yiming, redirecting their focus towards him as they surged forward. Like beasts lured by the scent of fresh blood, they bared their grotesque visages and extended their decaying claws, hungering for new flesh. Jiang Yiming cast a disdainful glance their way, his demeanor betraying a hint of contempt. With a subtle flick of his right hand, the blood-stained Sakura traced an arc through the air. The sanguine blade light, materialized from the coagulated blood, swept towards the horde of zombies like tangible waves, and wherever the blade's light reached, the zombies fell like harvested wheat, none able to withstand this formidable force. Wherever the blood flowed, the zombies were eradicated, leaving behind a long, crimson path. The splattered blood floated in the air, illuminated by the flames under the night sky, resembling droplets of blood that appeared as exquisite red gemstones, both eerie and beautiful. Beneath these drops lay an endless array of zombie corpses and remnants. Jiang Yiming stood at the beginning of the bloodstained path, his silhouette appearing particularly formidable in the glow of fire and blood. The blood-drenched blade in his hand trembled slightly, as if yearning for more combat. Although the zombies along this path had been entirely vanquished, it did not deter the surrounding horde from surging towards Jiang Yiming. They seemed inexhaustible, a relentless tide crashing towards this intruding human. Simultaneously, two hunters stealthily emerged from the throng of zombies, their movements swift and covert. As they approached Jiang Yiming, they suddenly unleashed their sharp claws, targeting his vital points. Jiang Yiming took a deep breath, a single droplet of blood slowly falling from the tip of his blade, landing on the crimson-stained ground with a faint yet distinct sound of dripping blood. The sound was so subtle that it was entirely drowned out by the surrounding flames and the roars of zombies, yet it seemed monumental enough to penetrate all, resonating deep within the souls of every living creature, rendering the world seemingly frozen in that moment. Jiang Yiming's lips parted gently, and a succinct yet powerful word escaped his mouth. The instant his voice fell, it was as if all the blood around him responded to some mysterious force, beginning to transform. They no longer flowed chaotically. Instead, they ascended gracefully, transforming into blossoms of crimson cherry blossoms that twirled softly in the air, akin to a scarlet tempest unfurling. A cluster of these blood-hued blossoms encircled Jiang Yiming, forming a series of sanguine barriers that isolated him from the horde of zombies. The hunter's claws struck against these cherry blossom shields, only to be entirely thwarted, unable to advance any further. Jiang Yiming exhaled once more, his lips parting and closing rhythmically as he uttered a single word: disperse. This word fell like a stone into a blood-red lake, sending ripples of crimson through the air. With Jiang Yiming's command, the petals of the cherry blossoms ceased their rotation and instantaneously transformed into countless blood-red needles, which whistled sharply as they shot forth. These sanguine needles, as extensions of Jiang Yiming's will, pierced through the bodies of both zombies and hunters with astonishing speed, toppling them one by one. After penetrating the corpses, the needles did not halt but continued their flight, striking distant buildings or the ground, producing a relentless sound of penetration. Throughout the street, the blood-red needles fell like a torrential crimson rain, blanketing every corner. In that moment, the zombies and hunters surrounding Jiang Yiming were utterly vanquished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. The petals of the blood-red cherry blossoms had vanished, yet the devastation they wrought was unmistakable. Around Jiang Yiming, thousands of zombies lay defeated, their bodies marked by the remnants of the sanguine blossoms. Blood oozed slowly from the pinpricks on the zombies' bodies, staining the ground anew into a lake of crimson. As the blood approached Jiang Yiming's feet, it seemed to be repelled by some mysterious force, veering away from his presence before continuing to spread outward, merging with other pools of crimson. Nearby, a building continued to blaze, flames soaring skyward, waves of heat radiating forth. The fire illuminated Jiang Yiming's mask, accentuating the striking interplay of blood-red and cherry blossom pink stripes, creating a stark contrast against the surrounding sanguine lake and the countless corpses of the undead. Jiang Yiming raised his right hand, gazing at the blood-stained cherry blossom blade, as if locking eyes with a long-lost friend. A faint smile graced his lips, hinting at satisfaction. He gently stomped his right foot on the ground, and though the motion was light, it sent ripples cascading through the bloodied lake. The surrounding blood appeared to be summoned, no longer flowing in tranquility, but converging once more towards the blood-stained blade in Jiang Yiming's grasp. As the blood continuously gathered and was absorbed, the blade of the blood-stained cherry blossom began to emanate a formidable aura, which formed blood-red halos encircling his form. During this process of absorption, Jiang Yiming diverted his gaze, locking eyes with the survivors in the distance who had been watching intently. Chapter 79. The status of official forces in the 8 Men. In Jiang Yiming's pupils flickered a chilling blood-red light. The blade of the blood-stained cherry blossom, having regained its composure after the earlier battle, still radiated a rich and heavy crimson glow, reminiscent of a profound satisfaction steeped in the allure of blood. Jiang Yiming aimed the blood-stained tip of his blade at a distant edifice, the blade quivering slightly. In an instant, a thick crimson energy line surged forth from the tip like a dragon emerging from the sea, slicing through the air with a mournful whisper, piercing the structure, while the other end was firmly embedded in the interwoven ground, resembling an unbreakable chain. The other end of this sanguine line was deeply entrenched in the earth, akin to a link binding two extremes. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yiming flickered and seemed to merge with the night, reappearing atop the blood chain. His body propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow, moving at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The blood chain quivered beneath his feet, emitting a low, resonant hum, as if heralding his arrival. Jiang Yiming's speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the survivors, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake upon the blood chain. This was utterly absurd. Was this truly a human? In an instant, he had eradicated hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. Was this something an ordinary ability user could achieve? The surrounding survivors whispered amongst themselves, their voices laced with awe for Jiang Yiming and trepidation at the spectacle before them. They bore witness to a one-sided massacre, and Jiang Yiming's prowess had transcended their understanding of ability users. Even the seasoned Ni Yangzhou bore a grave expression upon his face, his brow furrowed, and a complex light flickered in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the implications. The power of this enigmatic figure was undeniably formidable. "Captain, he seems to have spotted us," a team member suddenly exclaimed, interrupting the group's discussion. At the sound, everyone turned their gaze, only to find Jiang Yiming had already shifted his attention towards them. Although the distance was not insignificant, The piercing gaze of his blood-red eyes cast a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. Before long, like a streak of crimson lightning, it pierced through the darkness of the night, infiltrating the room where the survivors were gathered. The speed of this sanguine thread was astonishing, before they even registered its presence. It had formed a chain of crimson within the confines of the room. Instantly, the group became acutely alert, as if facing a formidable foe. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance. Their bodies tensed, bracing for the imminent threat. Run! An Yangzhou reacted swiftly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He shouted commands, his voice echoing in the room, striving to galvanize the others into action. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than, with a few slight tremors of the blood chain, a shadow materialized within the room. Jiang Yiming's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of the survivors before they could even comprehend what had transpired. His presence instilled a profound sense of oppression, a tyrannical force emanating from within him like a tempest, suffocating all present, rendering them incapable of movement. Jiang Yiming's gaze was devoid of warmth, his mask appearing enigmatic under the illumination. The blood-stained cherry blossom in his hand quivered slightly, seemingly yearning for fresh blood. Cold sweat beaded on Ni Yangzhou's forehead. His heart brimmed with tension and unease, yet he compelled himself to maintain composure. Your Excellency, we harbor no intention of offense. Our continued observation is solely due to your overwhelming power, which naturally evokes curiosity in these apocalyptic times. Ni Yangzhou's voice endeavored to remain steady, a hint of sincerity flickering in his eyes as he sought to establish a non-hostile rapport with Jiang Yiming. He continued, should you feel affronted, we are willing to offer resources as compensation, hoping you might spare them. In a frenzy of thought, Ni Yangzhou proposed his suggestion. He understood that in this desolate era, resources were the currency of survival, and he aspired to quell the other's ire through this means. Above all, he hoped the individual before him was a negotiable and rational being. Jiang Yiming's gaze scrutinized Ni Yangzhou, noting the unwavering loyalty that had not diminished to naught, which slightly altered his perception of the captain. With a gentle lift of his left hand, which gripped the sword sheath, the recently unleashed oppressive force dissipated instantaneously. The survivors present felt an overwhelming sense of relief, granting them the opportunity to relax and breathe deeply. Resources are unnecessary. What I seek is information. If you have been in contact with the authorities, divulge to me what intelligence you possess regarding them. Do not entertain any notions of deceit, Jiang Yiming asserted, subtly initiating a state of mild hypnosis. Ni Yangzhou cast a glance at the weapon in Jiang Yiming's hand, which glimmered ominously with a sanguine hue. After a brief silence, he revealed all that he knew. His voice resonated with clarity and conviction, devoid of any hesitation, due to the nature of my profession. Not long after the apocalypse commenced, we successfully established communication with the military of Bammen. As it stands, the official forces of Bammen have yet to be fully consolidated, with their influence in Rongqing extending approximately to the scale of a half-county. He continued, while eradicating the expanding hordes of zombies. Bammen's military is also preparing to deploy various teams to rescue survivors from different academies. As Ni Yangzhou's words echoed, Jiang Yiming nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension. Jiang Yiming's gaze returned to Ni Yangzhou, his voice tinged with curiosity. Do you have any inkling as to when they might commence their rescue operations at the various academies? Ni Yangzhou furrowed his brow and replied, I am uncertain of that as well, for the prevalence of zombies in educational institutions is notably high. The authorities will only permit action once they are assured that the dispatch teams are sufficiently formidable. Currently, the survivors encountered are those who have established their own factions, and it will take several days to organize a dedicated force to head to the academies. Well, consider this intelligence as my reward for clearing out the zombies. Jiang Yiming's voice bore a hint of satisfaction. If you can re-establish contact with the authorities, please inform them of our existence and convey that we shall meet soon. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Yiming swiftly approached the window, his movements graceful and assured. He leaned slightly backward, and in an instant, he vanished into the night. When Ni Yangzhou and the other survivors arrived at the window to check on Jiang Yiming, he had already landed safely. His figure appeared remarkably solitary, yet formidable in the darkness. And then, like a specter, he departed, disappearing from view with a few agile leaps. Chapter 80. A journey back to Lai Island. The primary purpose of Jiang Yiming's conversation with Ni Yangzhou was to make his presence known, or rather, to signify the existence of his organization. Whether it was the fire that had emerged among the survivors in Egret City or the cherry blossoms he now presented before Yangzhou and his companions, Jiang Yiming was intentionally crafting an image of a powerful and enigmatic organization. Maintaining an aura of mystery would enable him to occupy a more advantageous position among various factions. Jiang Yiming's strategy was to leverage this enigma, prompting the authorities and other survivors to speculate about the organization he represented, thereby amplifying his influence. As it stands, the official forces are dispersed throughout Longhua, making it more expedient for him to approach his designated targets and collaborate with the authorities to provide shelter for those targets, thus alleviating numerous complications. In the depths of the night, Jiang Yiming traversed the shadows, his figure gliding like a specter amidst the buildings. With each movement, the blood-stained cherry blossom sword gradually faded from its crimson hue, returning to its original luster. He deftly swung the long blade, slicing through the air with a crisp sound. Soon after, he sheathed the blood-stained cherry blossom with practiced ease. Before long, Jiang Yiming found himself back in the living room of the villa sanctuary. Within, more than half of the occupants had retreated to their chambers, yet Qimeng, Zilu, Lin Xinyao, and Zhao Jingru remained, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere in the living room instantly became lively. Qimeng was the first to notice him. She promptly set aside her tasks and rose to greet him. The other three women followed suit, approaching him with expressions of concern and delight. Jiang Yiming raised his left hand slightly, returning the blood-stained cherry blossom to its storage space with a natural grace. He then lifted his right hand to remove the Sakura mask from his face, revealing his handsome visage. "Darling, you're back," exclaimed Qimeng, her voice laced with a playful charm as she hurried to his side, scrutinizing him closely to ensure he bore no injuries. Jiang Yiming nodded, his tone calm and deep. His gaze swept gently across the faces of the four women, and after tenderly ruffling their hair, he stretched out on the sofa, relishing the moment of respite. Observing this, Zhao Jingru and Lin Xinyao instinctively positioned themselves behind him. Zhao Jingru gently placed her hands upon his head, soothingly aiding him in unwinding, while Lin Xinyao delicately kneaded his shoulders. Their movements were tender and meticulous, striving to alleviate the tension and fatigue that had accumulated throughout Jiang Yiming's day. Taking a deep breath, he felt the muscles in his body gradually relax, then turned to Qimeng and spoke. "Xiaoming, please reach out to those targets in Rongqing and ensure they provide timely reports. It won't be long before troops head to the academy for the rescue. We must either complete the rescue ahead of them or synchronize our efforts and collaborate. During this time, I would appreciate your diligent gathering of relevant information." "Understood," Qimeng replied obediently upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words. "We shall continue our journey to Ludao after breakfast tomorrow. Do remember to notify everyone. If there is nothing pressing, you may return first." Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, Qimeng smiled gently, gracefully approaching him to plant a soft kiss upon his lips as a farewell. Then she turned and departed from the living room, her steps light and airy. Zhao Jingru and Lin Xinyao, however, chose to remain by Jiang Yiming's side, continuing to assist him in his relaxation. Noticing that Zilu also intended to leave, Jiang Yiming called out, "Xiaoyu, please stay for a moment. I need to discuss something with you this evening." He then closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift away, immersing himself in the tranquil moment. Jiang Yiming's breathing gradually steadied, a hint of relaxation gracing his features. Zilu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words, but soon she stood beside the three with a spark of excitement, her joy evident on her face. Her eyes shimmered with a glimmer of anticipation, betraying a mix of nerves and exhilaration regarding the impending events. Zhao Jingru and Lin Xinyao exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of understanding and blessing. They were aware of Jiang Yiming's intentions and cast congratulatory looks towards Zilu. Sensing their gazes, Zilu appeared somewhat bashful, a flush of crimson blooming on her cheeks, yet the determination in her eyes remained unwavering. The atmosphere in the living room transformed into one of warmth and harmony, the silhouettes of the four figures stretching long under the soft glow of the lights. After a while, Jiang Yiming opened his eyes, sending Zhao Jingru and Lin Xinyao back to their own rooms before leading Zilu to his quarters. Jiang Yiming maintained stringent criteria for selecting team members. Although Zilu excelled in certain aspects, her overall capabilities had yet to meet the system's assessments. Hence, Jiang Yiming resolved to personally interview her to ascertain her suitability as a formal member of the team. The interview would consist of both oral and written components. The oral examination required promptness, with answers delivered succinctly and articulately, while the written portion demanded rigor and logical coherence to be persuasive enough to pass. As dawn's first light seeped through the curtains, gently illuminating the room and casting a warm glow on Jiang Yiming's face, he awoke from a deep slumber. Savoring the sun's embrace as he gradually opened his eyes, Jiang Yiming sat up, surveying the somewhat disheveled bed linens around him, and could not help but smile wryly. He was aware that his slumber had been anything but tranquil the previous night, as the myriad battles and escapes within his dreams had caused him to toss and turn unconsciously, resulting in the current state of disarray. Rubbing his brow in an effort to dispel the weariness of his dreams, he stretched languidly, unfurling his body. Rising to his feet, Jiang Yiming snapped his fingers with his right hand, and with a subtle ripple in the air, the chaotic sheets and blankets were drawn into his storage space. Following this, a gentle wave of his hand summoned a fresh set of bedding onto the bed. After arranging his attire and ensuring everything was in order, he departed the room and entered the living area. In the living room, sunlight poured through the expansive windows, casting a warm glow upon the polished floor and infusing the morning with vitality. All the women except Jiang Yiming were already present, and a portion of breakfast remained on the dining table. He picked up a sandwich, took a bite, and resolved to let Juling pilot the helicopter, allowing him to eat as they traveled. With that, they set out towards Lai Island. Chapter 81. Crossing the sea surface, 3 helicopters gradually revved up on the level ground, their propellers whirring into a crescendo as they ascended into the sky. Under Jiuling's deft control, the formation of helicopters established a close-knit squadron, their objective set for Lai Island. The Haidong district lay across the sea from Lai Island, where the boundless ocean sparkled under the sunlight, and as the helicopters left the roads of Haidong district, they commenced their traverse across the shimmering sea surface. The sunlight glimmers upon the surface of the sea, casting a sparkling sheen, while the shadow of a helicopter swiftly glides over the water, akin to a sharp arrow aimed directly at Egret's Island. Jiang Yiming occupies the co-pilot's seat of one of the helicopters, his gaze penetrating through the windshield, fixated on the azure expanse of the ocean. With an omniscient perspective, he surveys the surroundings, ensuring the safety of the flight. His consciousness resembles an invisible net, enveloping every inch of space around the helicopter, where no anomaly escapes his keen perception. The helicopter hovers low over the water, the roar of its rotor blades intertwining with the rhythmic sound of the waves. Below, the sea churns, fish drawn to the sudden cacophony, pursuing the source of the helicopter's noise. Among these fish, a few zombie fish occasionally leap into the air, their bodies contorted, adorned with sharp teeth, attempting to make contact with the soaring metallic beast. The women are seated in the cabins of 3 helicopters, their faces reflecting varying degrees of tension and exhilaration. They gaze down at the sea, observing the occasionally leaping aquatic creatures, which soar several meters high in an attempt to assault the helicopter, feeling no fear, only a sense of novelty. Sun Shinan presses her right hand against the helicopter's glass, and a fireball materializes outside the cabin, just beyond the helicopter's fuselage. She gently waves her arm downward, and the fireball plunges into the sea, resulting in an explosion. A column of water erupts from the impact, and numerous zombie fish are caught in the sudden onslaught, their bodies torn apart by the force of the blast. Sun Shinan gazed upon her masterpiece, a hint of pride illuminating her face. Jiang Yiming, possessing an omniscient perspective, could clearly discern the situation of the women within the 3 helicopters, fully aware of Sun Shinan's actions. A subtle smirk graced his lips as he snapped his fingers with his right hand, summoning a fireball of colossal proportions, several times larger than the one previously conjured by Sun Shinan, which materialized behind the helicopters. This fireball emanated a higher temperature and possessed a more profound hue, casting an immense shadow upon the ocean's surface. The explosive skill was unleashed instantaneously. The fireball surged across the sky like a meteor, enveloping the entire seascape in a blaze of flames. The heat from the fireball agitated the water's surface, instantly vaporizing a significant amount of moisture, leading to a violent explosion. The shockwave produced by the detonation propelled the surrounding seawater outward, creating towering walls of water. The ocean was heated to a boiling point, swiftly annihilating the zombie fish that inhabited the surface. The explosion orchestrated by Jiang Yiming generated a tremendous energy shockwave, radiating outward from the epicenter, causing even the helicopters, which had retreated nearly 100 meters away, to experience a slight tremor. Through the rear window of the helicopter, Sun Shinan beheld the magnificent spectacle wrought by Jiang Yiming. Feigning displeasure as she pouted, her expression exaggerated to the point of resembling a soy sauce bottle. Beside her, Sun Yuyin and Qian Songyuan noticed the change in Sun Shinan's demeanor, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Sun Yuyin gently patted Sun Shinan's shoulder and teased, "All right, elder sister. You're well aware of Ming Ji's prowess. Competing with him in this regard is futile. You might as well challenge him to a contest of who can eat more. In that aspect, you may stand a chance of winning." As she spoke, Sun Yuyin extended a piece of potato chip towards Sun Shinan. Listening to her sister's playful jibe, Sun Shinan felt a surge of indignation. With tears brimming in her eyes, she bit into the chip, as if she were sinking her teeth into Jiang Yiming himself. As the helicopter soared through the skies, the once distant sea gradually receded, revealing the increasingly distinct outline of Lai Island. The scenery of Lai Island unfolded like a meticulously crafted painting before everyone's eyes. Jiang Yiming's gaze pierced through the helicopter's window, fixating on the distant Lai Island University, where the general silhouette of the architectural ensemble was becoming discernible. He opened his phone, the screen displaying a chat interface with the sisters Byu and Byin. En route across the sea to Lai Island University, he had reached out to them in advance, informing them that a rescue team was on its way, and requested them to update him on their current situation. On the day the apocalypse erupted, Byu and Byin fortuitously had their elective classes scheduled for early morning and later in the afternoon. Fortunately, they carried umbrellas with them, allowing them and their two roommates to evade the morning's torrential rain and the subsequent zombie outbreak in the afternoon. As only Byu and Byin received Jiang Yiming's subconscious hint, they had preemptively stockpiled essential supplies, while the other two roommates had not. As fellow roommates, Byu and Byin chose to share their provisions with their companions, hoping to navigate the arduous ordeal together. Although they had previously cautioned their roommate not to divulge the status of their supplies to the outside world, the two roommates nonetheless revealed this information to other students. This indiscretion resulted in the hard-earned provisions they had accumulated being seized by other survivors, leaving them with scarce resources. Jiang Yiming observed their report with a resigned shake of his head, hoping that this incident would serve as a lesson for them, preventing future lapses that could jeopardize their survival. Upon successfully landing on Luda Island, Jilin expertly maneuvered 3 helicopters, parking them in a clearing not far from Luda University. The surrounding area was relatively devoid of zombies. With a subtle wave of his hand, Jiang Yiming unleashed silent powers that felled a significant number of the undead. While a few were dispatched by An Shiqing using her bullet time technique, the sword in An Shiqing's hand, enhanced by Jiang Yiming's skill, surpassed the sharpness of ordinary blades, effortlessly slicing through the zombies with each strike. Once the helicopters had touched down, Jiang Yiming retrieved the shelter from his storage space and placed it in the open area. He did not intend to linger on Luda Island for long. His plan was to depart immediately for the next destination, Liqing. After retrieving the sisters Byu and Byin. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Yiming had anticipated. The noise generated by the 3 helicopters quickly attracted the attention of other survivors. In the apocalyptic world, the sound of helicopters signifies the possibility of salvation and hope. Consequently, many survivors mistakenly believe that an official rescue team has arrived, and with hearts full of excitement and anticipation, they gravitate towards the direction where the helicopter has landed. Jiang Yiming, with a flicker of thought, conjures a silver-white mask that materializes upon his face. He then slowly opens his mouth, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of the distant survivors. Apologies, this path is impassable. Chapter 82. Byu and Byin. Illustrations of Byin and Byu can be viewed by clicking on the segment review. The survivors halted in their tracks, exchanging uncertain glances filled with trepidation. Jiang Yiming's voice reverberated within their minds, a calm, yet potent tone that instilled an unprecedented sense of awe. As they hesitated, contemplating whether to advance further, an unforeseen event transpired. A colossal vine erupted from the ground with astonishing speed, penetrating the hard earth as it surged upward. This vine, robust and powerful, was enveloped in a coarse texture and dense green foliage. Upon reaching a certain height, the vine extended straight upwards before unfurling like a massive bouquet, forming a broad platform. On this platform, the silhouette of a man gradually became visible to the onlookers. He was tall, exuding an extraordinary presence that emanated a formidable aura. Adorning his face was an exquisite mask, embellished with delicate light green botanical patterns at the lower left corner, which shimmered with a mysterious luminescence under the sun's rays, capturing the attention of all. As Jiang Yiming raised his right hand, the ground around him erupted with numerous vines that swiftly intertwined, standing erect in his vicinity. Their tips sharp as spears, directed menacingly at the survivors, as if primed for an assault. The survivors, perceiving the stance of the man before them, realized that he was not an adversary to be trifled with, and they halted, acutely aware that they may have crossed paths with someone formidable. Their eyes betrayed a mixture of vigilance and unease, prompting them to seek a peaceful resolution. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, stepped forward cautiously, striving to appear amicable. He raised both hands in an effort to convey his lack of hostility. His voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue and anxiety. "Brother, we saw a helicopter land and assumed it was official forces come to rescue us. We harbor no ill intentions." Jiang Yiming's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixed upon the man, his tone frigid. "We are not official forces. Depart from this place within 10 breaths, or you shall find mercy denied." At these words, the survivors felt a tightening in their chests. A palpable hesitance spread among them. Some displayed signs of struggle and reluctance, yet a greater number soon began to move, hastily retreating into the distance. Those who remained hesitant, witnessing their companions flee, dared not linger any longer and promptly turned to follow suit. Jiang Yiming watched them vanish into the distance, his expression unwavering, as if this were merely a facet of his routine. Subsequently, he leaped down from the vines, and in the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished, leaving behind but a faint ripple in the air. "I went to Ludao University to pick someone up. If any unusual circumstances arise, do remember to contact me." After giving a few instructions upon returning to the villa's living room, Jiang Yiming departed once more. Currently, there are 3 supernatural beings residing in the sanctuary, in addition to a Cupid who has awakened an S-class ice ability. This particular power allows it to conjure swift and sharp ice needles for offensive maneuvers, while also erecting an indestructible ice wall for defense, providing an extra layer of security for the sanctuary. Coupled with the protective presence of the sanctuary's construction entity, Jiang Yiming possesses ample confidence in their safety. Upon entering Ludao University, a cluster of buildings came into view. Jiang Yiming's gaze swept across the university's iconic architecture, with the main building towering into the clouds. Characterized by its distinctive square tower structure and topped with a layer of dignified red tiles, the elegantly curved eaves exhibit a classic charm, while the suspended railings appear to defy the constraints of gravity, with the soaring ridge pointing toward the heavens. The buildings resonate in style with the main structure, and the red-tiled sloped roofs connect seamlessly through corridors, forming a unified and harmonious whole. Should the survivors at Ludao University establish a power, this cluster of buildings undoubtedly serves as an ideal stronghold. It is not only easily defensible but also offers excellent visibility, making it suitable as a command center. However, Jiang Yiming had no time to linger. He merely cast a brief glance before continuing his journey to the dormitory where Byu and Byin resided. After locating their dormitory through the system, their information was successfully locked. Name: Byu, age 22, height 166 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness 94, affinity 0, information: senior student at Ludao University, sister of Byin. Intermediate culinary skills, special ability, none, 100, name: Byin, age 22, height 165 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, overall attractiveness 94, affinity 0. Information: senior student at Ludao University, sister of Byu. Intermediate culinary skills, special ability, none, 100. Jiang Yiming extended his perception through an omniscient lens. His mind resembled an invisible net, enveloping the entire dormitory building, capturing every subtle movement within its confines. He successfully glimpsed the 2 sisters, Byu and Byin, who were residing in their dormitory. Their room was situated in a corner on the 3rd floor, with the balcony and door cluttered with various items, forming a makeshift barrier. Inside the dormitory, only Byu and Byin were present. The 2 desks opposite their beds appeared somewhat disordered, and the bedding was in disarray, clearly indicative of a recent quarrel. Despite the chaotic surroundings, both sisters were entirely engrossed in their mobile phones. Their eyes were fixed on the screens, which displayed their communication records with Jiang Yiming, their expressions reflecting a blend of excitement and anticipation. Beside them lay several sticks seemingly intended for self-defense, along with a few broken badminton rackets. Though damaged, the tips of these rackets had been sharpened, clearly making them potential weapons in times of necessity. Observing from an omniscient perspective for a while, Jiang Yiming confirmed the safety of the two sisters. With a slight movement, the surrounding space rippled like the surface of water, and his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear silently within the dormitory of Byu and Byin. The room remained unlit, its balcony obscured by various clutter, allowing only a few beams of light to filter through the gaps, casting a dim glow over the entire space. The sudden emergence of Jiang Yiming cast shadows that quickly captured the attention of the two women. Byu and Byin instinctively became alert, swiftly grasping the weapons at their sides. Recent events had heightened their vigilance, making them wary of unexpected situations. However, as their gazes fell upon the masked visage of their visitor, their wariness gradually subsided. Holding their phones, they compared the mask worn by Jiang Yiming in the photos they had received earlier with that of the figure before them, seeking clues for confirmation. "Are you here to take us away?" Bayui's voice trembled slightly, yet carried an undertone of hope, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yiming, awaiting his response. "It is I." Chapter 83. The schemes of Lu Jia and Zhou Xiaobing. The voice of Jiang Yiming, though remarkably unpretentious, flowed like a warm current, enveloping Byu and Byin in a comforting embrace. They understood that Jiang Yiming's arrival heralded the conclusion of their prolonged anticipation, granting them the opportunity to escape from the treacherous and uncertain milieu that surrounded them. Furthermore, the resources had been indiscriminately seized, leaving them with scant provisions that could scarcely sustain them for an extended duration. During this precarious time, they were compelled to meticulously regulate their food distribution, striving to prolong their existence, each day a careful calculation of survival. Byu and Byin possessed visages akin to exquisitely crafted masterpieces, their astonishing resemblance rendering it challenging to discern their differences at first glance. Their long hair cascaded down their shoulders like waterfalls. Byu adorned the right side of her tresses with a delicate black hairpin, while Byin embellished the left with a pristine white hairpin. These small yet conspicuous adornments serving as subtle identifiers between them. Their eyes sparkled with clarity, Bayui's gaze often imbued with a touch of gentleness and rationality, in contrast to Byusin's, which exuded exuberance and playfulness. Both sisters donned simple short-sleeved tops and shorts, their attire perfectly coordinated, the fitted tops accentuating their slender silhouettes, while the shorts facilitated ease of movement, suitable for the myriad challenges posed by the apocalyptic environment. Despite the dire circumstances, the two maintained a semblance of tidiness and propriety in their appearance, their legs gracefully exposed beneath the shorts. The two women's exhilaration was palpable, but Jiang Yiming immediately discerned two figures emerging from a nearby dormitory. Each clutched a baton, advancing deliberately in the direction of Byu and Byusin's room. Jiang Yiming furrowed his brow as the system displayed their particulars. Name: Lu Jia. Age: 22. Height: 160 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Aesthetic appeal: 80. Affection: 0. Information: Byu and Byusin's roommate. Ability: none. 90. Name: Zhou Xiaobing. Age: 22. Height: 161 centimeters. Weight: 59 kilograms. Aesthetic appeal: 73. Affection: 0. Information: Byu and Byusin's roommate. Ability: none. 89. Lu Jia. Zhou Xiaobing? Jiang Yiming murmured, repeating the names of the two women. Senior, do you know them? They are the roommates we were referring to. Byusin's countenance immediately contorted with indignation upon hearing their names. If it weren't for us, those two would have starved long ago. We generously shared our supplies, only for them to betray us, leading to the confiscation of our provisions by other students. Byusin spoke, her hands on her hips, displaying agitation and discontent. Byu, upon hearing this, sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment and resignation. Well, Xiaoxin, this matter has passed, and we shall take it as a lesson for the future. Her voice was calm, yet it resonated with evident lessons in growth. They have arrived. Jiang Yiming spoke with an unwavering demeanor, his tone devoid of any turbulence, as if the impending meeting were merely a trifling occurrence. Byu and Byusin exchanged glances, their eyes momentarily reflecting puzzlement, clearly bewildered by Jiang Yiming's abrupt remarks. However, their confusion was swiftly interrupted by a knock at the dormitory door. The sisters turned their attention to Jiang Yiming, their expressions revealing a dawning understanding of his words. Jiang Yiming then directed his gaze towards the door, his face expressionless, and softly instructed, "Reply." "Oh, okay," Byusin responded, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, before inquiring at the door, "Who is it?" Yue, Yusin, it's Xiaobing. Both Jia and I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident, so we brought some supplies to make amends. Came the earnest voice of Zhou Xiaobing from the other side of the door, her tone imbued with sincerity, seemingly eager to rectify past wrongs. Yes, Yusin. We acknowledge our mistakes. Please let us in so we can personally apologize. Lu Jiajia's voice followed suit, equally laden with remorse. Bai Yue and Bai Yusin were momentarily taken aback by their words, their expressions revealing a complexity that hinted at their surprise over this unexpected apology. In contrast, Jiang Yiming's face was marked by a subtle sneer, his gaze imbued with a penetrating sharpness that suggested he perceived the underlying truth. With nothing but sticks in their hands and a vigilant watch over their surroundings, how could I possibly believe that you have come here to offer an apology? Yet Jiang Yiming remained silent, even as the sisters turned their attention towards him in search of guidance. His reticence left them with no choice but to rely on their own resolve. Exchanging glances, Bai Yue and Bai Yusin seemed to communicate their innermost thoughts through their eyes. Before Bai Yusin could speak, Bai Yue asserted, "We do not require your apology. Depart from this place. Merely being out of our sight would be the greatest form of reparation." Her voice was resolute and powerful, indicating her unwillingness to entangle themselves further with these two who had betrayed them. "Indeed, leave at once, or I shall ensure you face the consequences," Bai Yusin echoed, her heart steeled by her sister's words. Yusin, I understand your anger, but we are sincere. We implore you to grant us an opportunity," one of them pleaded. "Yes, everyone makes mistakes. After all, we have been roommates for so long, there is no need for such harshness," Zhou Xiaobing added swiftly, their words laced with urgency as they sought to persuade Bai Yue and Bai Yusin. However, instead of offering comfort, their entreaties only fortified the sisters' resolve. The words of refusal escaped their lips once more, their attitudes resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Observing the unwavering determination of Bai Yue and Bai Yusin, an eerie silence enveloped the space outside the door. Yet, Jiang Yiming could distinctly see the two women still positioned beside the entrance, as if plotting something. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yiming's lips. His omniscient perspective allowed him to perceive every nuance of their actions, including the flickers of hesitation and greed in their eyes. "You have qualified." Jiang Yiming's voice reverberated through the air, his gaze shimmering with profound intensity. He slowly raised his right hand towards the dormitory entrance. As he moved, several tendrils sprouted from his arm, gradually extending toward his forearm and palm. The vines danced under his command as if imbued with their own will. With a mere thought, all obstacles blocking the doorway were absorbed into his storage space, and shortly thereafter, the dormitory door silently swung open, the motion fluid and swift. The moment the door creaked ajar, the astonished expressions of Lu Jia and Zhou Xiaobing came into view, clearly unprepared for the sudden revelation. Before the two women could grasp the situation, the tendrils on Jiang Yiming's arm surged forth, striking like claws in a rapid assault. The vines shot out with blinding speed, leaving behind residual shadows in their wake, piercing through the two women at the threshold, their actions so swift and forceful that they had no time to react. Blood cascaded from their bodies, staining the ground crimson. Their eyes widened, filled with disbelief and terror, as if they wished to utter something. Yet all that escaped were feeble groans, before they collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood. Beneath Jiang Yiming's mask, his gaze was as frigid as ice, profound and unwavering. In this apocalyptic world, mercy towards an enemy is but cruelty towards oneself. Bai Yue and Bai Yusin witnessed the entire scene, an overwhelming surge of emotions swirling within them. Particularly for Bai Yusin, the sight of blood seeping from the two women, staining the ground, along with the faint outline of their dismembered organs, struck her with a visceral shock, prompting her to lean against the adjacent bed and retch violently. Bai Yue's complexion also turned somewhat pale. Yet her reaction was more restrained. Though equally shaken, she bravely patted her sister's back, striving to offer comfort and support. Jiang Yiming withdrew his hand, the vines retreating like soldiers who had fulfilled their duty, gradually disengaging from his arm before entwining around the doorway, as if marking territory and warning of impending danger. He retrieved a bottle of clear water from his storage space and extended it towards Bai Yusin. She gazed at the offered water, a flicker of surprise shimmering in her eyes, quickly replaced by gratitude. Nodding in acknowledgement, she accepted the bottle, rinsed her mouth gently, and took a sip to soothe her unsettled stomach and anxious spirit after the bout of vomiting. Bai Yue, once again, directed her attention to the two individuals outside, her gaze meticulously sweeping over them, ultimately resting on the two sticks beside Lu Jia and Zhou Xiaobing. she did not behold the so-called tokens of gratitude they spoke of, which once again stirred a pang of trepidation and disappointment within her heart. It was time to depart. Jiang Yiming timely voiced his suggestion, prompting Bai Yue to immediately redirect her gaze, while Bai Yusen grasped her water bottle firmly in hand. After a period of adjustment, her complexion appeared significantly improved. She looked towards Jiang Yiming, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance upon him. With a flourish of his left hand, all the luggage belonging to Bai Yue and Bai Yusen was seamlessly absorbed into his storage space, a demonstration of his abilities that alleviated their burdens. Subsequently, he stepped forward with his right foot, causing the surrounding space to ripple as if a stone had been cast into water, creating concentric waves. Under Jiang Yiming's guidance, Bai Yue and Bai Yusen followed closely behind, their figures gradually blurring before ultimately dissolving into the ripples. Chapter 85. The Acid Spitter. At the very moment the three departed, the vines that had originally entwined around the entrance, providing protection, seemed to fulfill their purpose, gradually retracting until they vanished completely. Simultaneously, a considerable amount of flammable waste material materialized within the dormitory, silently appearing in various corners, strewn across the floors and beds. Soon after, a blazing inferno ignited out of thin air, consuming all objects in its path. The flames spread rapidly, voraciously devouring everything combustible, transforming the entire dormitory into a sea of fire. The flames soared skyward, waves of heat palpable, while the oxygen within the dormitory was swiftly depleted, everything succumbing to the merciless blaze. Before long, the flames reached the bodies of Lu Jia and Zhou Xiaobing outside. The flames ascended their bodies, mercilessly engulfing them in this cataclysm. Their corpses gradually carbonized in the inferno, ultimately merging with the surrounding ruins. The sudden outbreak of the fire naturally drew the attention of the other survivors in the same dormitory. Some survivors, recognizing the ferocity of the blaze, acted swiftly, attempting to gather uncertain water from the dormitory's source, hoping to quell the spreading flames. Others opted for a more cautious approach, choosing to relocate and seek alternative refuges with their supplies. At this moment, Bai Yue and Bai Yusen had followed Jiang Yiming to the rooftop of an academic building. Under Jiang Yiming's guidance, they found themselves compelled to glance back at the dormitory they once called home. However, as their eyes crossed over their shoulders, they were met with a sea of flames. Thick smoke billowed from the dormitory, and the intensity of the fire threatened to consume everything. Yet, before the two could ponder further, Jiang Yiming led them away from the rooftop, teleporting them to another location. Upon arriving at a laboratory building on Luda Island University, his omniscient perspective detected a peculiar zombie. In his sight, the zombie exhibited a high degree of decay, its skin a sickly shade of yellow, with severe rot present in certain areas of its body. Its mouth had undergone a transformation, resembling a nozzle, from which liquid occasionally dripped upon contact with the ground. The liquid emitted a hissing, corrosive sound, creating pits in the surface below. A new breed of zombie? Jiang Yiming paused, murmuring to himself, his brow furrowed. A flicker of intrigue gleamed in his eyes. After encountering the hunter, the screamer, and the devourer, he had not come across any other types of zombies until today, when he unexpectedly discovered a new one. Zombie name, Acid Spitter, rank, Tier 3 enhancement, information. Possesses the ability to expel a highly corrosive acidic liquid, capable of rapidly eroding any material it contacts. The creature's body is relatively heavy. Although its skin is decayed, it has consequently acquired a remarkable resistance to acidic substances. Jiang Yiming smirked slightly and, accompanied by Bai Yue and Bai Yusen, instantaneously transported to the laboratory where the acid spitter resided. Initially, the sisters were taken aback by Jiang Yiming's brief pause, suspecting something was amiss. However, as he quickly resumed his actions, their concerns dissipated. Nevertheless, when they found themselves in a dimly lit room, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces once more. Yet, upon witnessing the grotesque figure of the nearly decayed zombie, its mouth dripping with acidic liquid, they were immediately overcome by a wave of nausea. The zombie's appearance was repulsive, and the areas where the acid dripped had corroded the floor into pits. Despite this, the sisters felt no fear. It was as if Jiang Yiming's presence bestowed upon them an unwavering sense of security. They harbored complete trust in him, knowing he possessed the capability to shield them from harm. However, instinctively, they still sought refuge behind Jiang Yiming, using his body to shield themselves from the acid spitter's gaze. In the eyes of the two young women, Jiang Yiming's figure appeared exceptionally tall and dependable, akin to an indomitable fortress. The sudden appearance of the trio naturally drew the attention of the acid-spitting creature that roamed the classroom. Under the dim light, the zombie's skin appeared even more ghastly, and its mouth, mutated into a nozzle-like structure, opened wide to expel several jets of highly corrosive liquid directly at Jiang Yiming. The liquid traced a brilliant yellow arc through the air, emanating a pungent odor and a menacing threat of corrosion as it hurtled toward him. In the face of this unexpected assault, Jiang Yiming merely scoffed, extending his right hand and gripping firmly in the direction of the approaching acid. As he did so, the surrounding walls seemed to respond to his call, instantly manifesting a solid protective barrier that intercepted the acid's trajectory. Upon contact with the barrier, the corrosive liquid hissed ominously, beginning to erode the surface and creating numerous pockmarks. Though the acid possessed formidable corrosive properties, the wall Jiang Yiming summoned was sufficiently robust, despite the deepening pits. It remained unbreached. The acid was halted at the moment of contact with the protective barrier, which began to corrode but never yielded to the assault, thus sparing Jiang Yiming from harm. His primary intention was to gauge the potency of the acid spitter's corrosive attack. Rather than relying solely on the simplistic data provided by the system, he preferred to engage directly to truly comprehend his opponent's strength. As for utilizing other abilities while wearing a wooden mask in front of Byu and Byin, he didn't concern himself with it. The different masks symbolized the formidable forces of various organizations, a spectacle crafted for the observant. The moment Byu and Byin were rescued by Jiang Yiming, they found themselves stripped of the power to depart. In time, they would come to learn many truths. The more they knew, the less likely Jiang Yiming would be to release them without hesitation. In a fleeting encounter with the acid spitter, Jiang Yiming gained substantial insight into its nature. Recognizing that the creature posed minimal threat, he resolved not to prolong the confrontation. With a mere thought, numerous sharp spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a battalion of piercing spears, which penetrated the acid spitter's body, delivering a fatal blow. The corrosive fluid within the creature splattered violently, and as it made contact with the spikes, smoke began to rise, accompanied by a piercing hissing sound. At long last, the acid spitter's life force extinguished. Its struggles ceased as its body succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the spikes, collapsing languidly to the ground. Jiang Yiming gently squeezed the creature's head, and a gelatinous zombie crystal nucleus emerged, suspended in his palm. A flame ignited, enveloping the crystal, incinerating the viscous substance until it was cleansed by the searing heat. Once purified, Jiang Yiming stored it within his dimensional space. Chapter 86, Twin Blossoms with a subtle wave of his hand. Jiang Yiming commanded the spikes piercing the acid spitter to retract gradually until they vanished entirely, bereft of their support. The creature's lifeless body plummeted to the ground with a dull thud, reminiscent of a heavy stone crashing upon the earth. Acidic liquid continuously oozed from the corpse of the acid spewer, bubbling and exuding a pungent odor. Without a moment's hesitation, he snapped his fingers, and with that simple gesture, a blazing flame materialized, swiftly enveloping the corpse. The fire raged fiercely, evaporating the acid while simultaneously incinerating the harmful substances on the body. The flickering flames danced in the dimly lit laboratory, infusing the cold, dreary space with a touch of warmth. Once the task was complete, Jiang Yiming showed no sign of hesitation, turning to leave the scene with Byu and Byin. Shortly thereafter, the trio returned to the sanctuary. As noon approached, mindful of the challenging circumstances faced by Byu and Byin, Lin Xinyao, Dong Zilu, and Su Yutong took the initiative to enter the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xiao Xian and Yin led them to the neighboring villa to select a room, while also familiarizing them with the surroundings. Jiang Yiming glanced at Sun Sinan and Sun Yuyan, who were standing nearby. Their rooms were conveniently located next door, allowing the four girls to acclimate. All right, Ningo. We promised to accomplish the task, Sun Yuyan replied, saluting with a playful and spirited gesture. Before taking her cousin Sun Sinan's hand and leading Byu and Byin away from the main villa, they traversed a passageway to the adjacent villa, preparing to arrange accommodations for the newcomers and assist them in quickly integrating into this new family. Jiang Yiming returned to Qimeng's room, where they sat before the computer. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as he began to compile and dispatch information regarding the acid vomiters. The knowledge he possessed about the various types of zombies and their characteristics had only been shared within the Dawn Group and had not been released on public platforms. He bore no obligation to care for other survivors, particularly on public forums where the audience comprised not only those in dire need, but also individuals who, After the collapse of morality and rules in this post-apocalyptic world had become utterly unscrupulous. Should this information fall into the wrong hands, it could potentially exacerbate the chaos of the apocalypse. Jiang Yiming's strategy was to present this information to the official forces upon reaching Rongqing, using it as leverage for cooperation. Currently, he possessed two valuable assets for trade with the officials: detailed information on the various types of zombies granted by the system and enhanced weapons forged from purification. While the former was undeniably precious, sharing it would not directly compromise his strength. Conversely, over-distributing the enhanced weapons could jeopardize his position at the pinnacle. Thus, he would refrain from offering them in excess, ensuring that the counterpart would provide adequate value in return. Qimeng sat quietly beside Jiang Yiming, her gaze gently fixed on him, filled with admiration and dependence. After completing the editing and dispatching of the information, Jiang Yiming turned and embraced Qimeng. Qimeng gently leaned against Jiang Yiming's chest, and the two indulged in each other's company for a while until Jiang Yiming noticed that Byu and Byin had already chosen their room. He tenderly released Qimeng and instantly transported himself beside the four women. The space was ample, with a large bed that could comfortably accommodate the two sisters. With a wave of his hand, their luggage appeared in the room, along with several living essentials that Jiang Yiming had added. Upon seeing this, Byu and Byin began to organize their clothes and belongings, smiles of gratitude illuminating their faces. After offering a few words of assurance, reminding them that they could seek his assistance at any time, he returned to the living room of the main villa. He settled onto the sofa and engaged in casual conversation with the women, relishing the leisurely moments. Before long, lunch was prepared, and the four women from the neighboring villa returned to the living room. The table was adorned with a bountiful array of dishes, exuding delightful aromas. Even the typically gentle Byu could not help but shed tears upon witnessing the steaming feast before her. During this period, their meals had predominantly consisted of simple cold dishes. Thus, the sight of a warm, hearty meal sparked a gleam of joy in both Byu and Byusin's eyes. Their movements became somewhat eager, yet they maintained the necessary decorum. This meal represented not merely the fulfillment of their appetites, but also a long-awaited sense of happiness. After lunch, the two sisters returned to their room once more, intending to tidy up and refresh themselves. Jiang Yiming, too, returned to his own room, but his gaze remained fixed on the neighboring villa. After lunch, Lin Xinyao and An Shiqing, along with a few other women, leisurely exited the villa. They strolled across the open space outside, savoring the relaxed moments that followed their meal while aiding their digestion. Suddenly, Lin Xinyao's gaze was captivated by an unusual flower. The flower possessed a solitary stem at its base, yet as it ascended, it branched into two flower stalks, each crowned with a brilliantly vibrant bloom. This distinctive growth pattern was particularly striking in the desolate environment of the apocalypse. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xinyao could not resist extending her finger to touch the flower, eager to feel its seemingly smooth and soft petals. However, just as her fingertip was about to brush against the bloom, a tiny thorn pierced her skin, creating a minuscule yet painful wound. Blood immediately welled from the injury, trickling down the stem of the flower. Lin Xinyao let out a soft gasp, quickly placing her wounded finger into her mouth, utilizing the natural disinfectant properties of her saliva to cleanse the cut. Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by the sudden sting. An Shiqing and the other women swiftly gathered around her, expressing their concern for her well-being. The twin flowers, now stained with Lin Xinyao's blood, appeared to flourish with newfound vitality, their blossoms becoming even more resplendent. Zilu promptly retrieved a small shovel from a nearby toolbox and gently inserted it into the soil, excavating a circular pit around the flower's roots. With her careful movements, the entire flower, along with its surrounding earth, was unearthed in its entirety. The host's status has been restored. Twin origins. Rewards are calculated collectively. Chapter 87. Spatial abilities. Space Rift. Reward obtained. For attributes 20. S-Class Spatial Ability. Level 3 Space Rift. Space Teleportation. Level 1. Ice and Snow Ability. Level 1. Spatial Ability. Grants the user the capacity to perform various operations within space, including teleportation, spatial distortion, spatial creation, and spatial perception. Space Rift creates fissures or openings within space, capable of inflicting significant damage on targets, effortlessly slicing through materials such as metal, rock, and even other ability constructs. The space surrounding the rift will be affected, causing distortions or fluctuations that disrupt the enemy's perception and actions. Level 4 Space Teleportation, 45 meters 80 meters. Number of people, 10:20. After receiving the new rewards, Jiang Yiming felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through his entire being. He gently stretched his body, with muscles and bones emitting subtle sounds, and then, with a mere thought, he instantaneously returned to his room through his spatial abilities. Spatial abilities? Previously, the system had merely granted him a simple teleportation skill, but this time it endowed him with true powers. It seems the twin rewards have significantly improved. Perhaps it is not mere coincidence. Standing in his room, Jiang Yiming closed his eyes and deeply immersed himself in the newly awakened abilities within him, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. From an omniscient perspective, he observed that several women outside the villa had carefully relocated the twin flowers to the exterior of the residence. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he mused to himself. As long as it is aesthetically pleasing, they seem unconcerned, directly bringing it home. With a sudden spatial shift, Jiang Yiming appeared beside the women, who were slightly bent over, attentively tending to the twin flowers. Upon noticing Jiang Yiming's unexpected arrival, their movements came to an immediate halt, and they parted to reveal the twin flowers they had recently transplanted and meticulously cared for. Jiang Yiming's gaze settled upon the twin flowers in the pot, their vibrant colors starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. The system promptly responded, presenting the flower's information within his line of sight. Name: Twin Flower. Information: a flower that has mutated due to environmental changes after the apocalypse, possessing remarkable vitality and adaptability. The blossoms are vividly colored, adorned with dark thorns that carry traces of the zombie virus. However, they harbor no other toxins. Jiang Yiming scrutinized the information about the twin flowers. Since they posed no significant threat, keeping them seemed harmless. With this thought, he approached Lin Xinyao, gently taking her finger, which had already stopped bleeding but still bore faint traces of injury. Having been injected with the antibody, Lin Xinyao was impervious to the zombie virus. Jiang Yiming delicately lifted her finger, his thumb softly caressing the now-healed wound. With his touch, the marks of the wound began to heal rapidly, the skin becoming smooth as if the injury had never existed. "All right, take the flowers. We are ready to head to Liqing." Jiang Yiming gently tapped Lin Xinyao on the head, and then stepped forward towards the villa's living room. Lin Xinyao raised her hand to inspect her recently injured finger, now completely restored to its original state, a smile gradually blossoming at the corners of her lips. Shortly after Jiang Yiming returned to the living room, Byu and Byin, having just finished their baths and changed into fresh attire, entered the main villa through the internal passage. Byu donned a black dress, the fabric contrasting sharply with her complexion, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her hair, still slightly damp, cascaded naturally over her shoulders, adding an effortless grace. In contrast, Byin wore a white dress, a simple design that exuded vivacity and liveliness, complementing her sister's darker attire. The two sisters stood together, a harmonious blend of gentleness and exuberance that drew the eye. The women in the living room, along with a few who had just entered, marveled at the sight of Byu and Byin in their new garments, their admiration resonating with recognition of the sisters' transformed appearance and an envy of their exquisite beauty. When Byu and Byin caught sight of Jiang Yiming seated in the living room, a blush crept onto their faces in unison. Jiang Yiming noticed the change in their expressions, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He rose to his feet and spoke with a voice that was both resolute and gentle. "The room should be tidied up now. We are preparing to depart for Liqing." With that, he stepped outside the villa. Byu and Byin exchanged glances, a hint of perplexity flickering in their eyes. Yet they said nothing further and quietly followed the other women out of the villa. Upon reaching the exterior, they were met with the sight of 3 helicopters that had suddenly appeared. Byu and Byin looked at each other in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, Qimeng slid out of its icy abode along the frozen path, joining Jiang Yiming. The emergence of this penguin leader once again astounded the two sisters. For when they had first returned to the sanctuary with Jiang Yiming, they had not traversed the exterior but had instead teleported directly to the living room, thus failing to notice Qimeng's presence. Observing the seemingly powerful and spirited penguin amidst the apocalypse, Byu and Byin felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Qimeng. "Step aboard the helicopter, Byin. You may follow Yin and the others." Jiang Yiming's voice interrupted their thoughts. As his words resonated, the sisters, guided by Sun Yuyan and several other women, boarded the helicopter. Their movements bore a trace of trepidation, yet excitement for the impending flight experience also shimmered in their expressions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming turned to face the sanctuary, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the entire refuge, along with the surrounding air, seemed to warp momentarily. Then, This sturdy shelter vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, having been absorbed into Jiang Yiming's storage space. Through spatial teleportation, Jiang Yiming's figure flickered slightly in place before materializing in the pilot's seat of a helicopter. He then mentally issued a command to Jiuling. Jiuling, let us depart. Understood, master. Jiuling responded in Jiang Yiming's mind. Almost simultaneously, the rotors of 3 helicopters began to spin, emitting a thunderous roar, and gradually ascended from the ground. Under Jiuling's precise control, the helicopters steadily accelerated toward their destination in the night sky. The target, Liqing, Longqiao University, Li Welling. Chapter 88. The third-order zombie swordfish sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting a mottled glow upon the earth. The 3 helicopters soared into the air, their rotors churning the atmosphere with a deafening sound as they climbed higher, forming a tight formation. Byu, Byu, and other female members sat in the cabin, their gazes fixed upon the swiftly receding landscape below. The afternoon sun warmed their faces, offering a touch of solace. Despite the daylight, the desolation of the apocalypse was starkly evident. Abandoned buildings and empty streets flashed by in their view. After a few minutes, the women began to engage in conversation through the helicopter's internal communication system to pass the time. Initially, Byu and Byin felt somewhat restrained, but gradually, they became more at ease amidst the enthusiasm of their companions. After departing from Ludao, the helicopter fleet once again flew over the surface of the sea. In contrast to the previous low-altitude flights that attracted vast schools of fish, this time the helicopter ascended to an altitude exceeding 200 meters, resulting in a sparse following of fish and a relatively smooth journey. Jiang Yiming sat within the helicopter, his eyes closed in a meditative state. Although his body relaxed, his mind remained ever vigilant. Suddenly, a dark shadow erupted from the ocean's surface, piercing through the water and soaring into the air. Reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss, it leapt 100 meters with astonishing speed, heading straight for one of the helicopters. Jiang Yiming's reaction was remarkably swift. Almost instantaneously upon the shadow's appearance, his consciousness directed several flying swords from the storage space to launch from the helicopter towards the ominous figure. The swords shot forth like arrows released from a bow, glinting in the sunlight as they accurately intercepted the shadow. As the dark figure was halted by the flying swords, the women were startled by Jiang Yiming's abrupt action and quickly turned their gaze outside, where they beheld a massive swordfish suspended in midair, struck by the blades. This swordfish, nearly 10 meters in length, possessed a long, razor-sharp upper jaw that approached 2 meters. Its body was as dark as ink, and its blood-red eyes exuded a fierce and brutal aura that sent chills down one's spine. The fearsome and menacing exterior unmistakably underscored its authority and dominance as a ruler of the ocean. Zombie name, Zombie Swordfish, rank, Tier 3 enhanced information, exhibiting remarkable speed in the water. Its body has undergone mutations that bestow it with extraordinary leaping abilities. Its elongated and sharp upper jaw can easily pierce or tear apart prey. Its tough skin renders ordinary attacks ineffective against it. Tier 3 enhancement, comparable to Cupid. The zombie creature appeared devoid of any awakened abilities. As the swordfish was struck by Jiang Yiming's flying sword, it seemed destined to plummet from the sky and return to the sea. Yet, Jiang Yiming denied it that opportunity. Several tendrils shot forth from the cockpit, swiftly and accurately ensnaring the swordfish, binding it securely. With the helicopter's momentum, the tendrils lifted the swordfish from its original position, thwarting its escape back to the ocean. Jiang Yiming manipulated the tendrils to pull the fish's lifeless body outside the helicopter. In a swift motion, a sharp dagger sliced through the swordfish's head, creating a cavity in its formidable skull. A deep blue crystal emerged before Jiang Yiming's eyes, emanating a gentle glow. Could this be the third-tier crystal core of the swordfish? He mused, extracting the crystal core through his spatial storage ability, holding it delicately in his hand for closer inspection. This crystal core starkly contrasted with the red-black cores previously excavated from humanoid zombies. Its hue radiated a profound and pristine blue, roughly the size of a human fist. It possessed an irregular shape, yet its surface was smooth, with a deep blue interior that seemed to shimmer, as if encapsulating the ocean's depth and mystery. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Qimeng, along with several women in the rear, could hardly contain their intense curiosity, each eagerly leaning forward to gaze intently at the crystal core. In their eyes, this crystal core was not merely a specimen of crystallinity. Its appearance was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted gem, evoking admiration among them. Jiang Yiming noticed their gaze and, with a gentle smile, thought little of it as he handed the crystal core to them, allowing them to examine it at their leisure. The women eagerly accepted the crystal core, brimming with excitement and curiosity. After expressing their gratitude, they began to engage in animated discussions, sharing their thoughts and feelings regarding the crystal core. System. Can this crystal core be absorbed by an ability user? Jiang Yiming inquired within his mind, seeking to ascertain the core's practicality. Response to host. Yes. The effects of third-tier crystal cores are not significantly different. The system's voice resonated within his consciousness, providing him with an affirmative answer. That is satisfactory. With the system's response, Jiang Yiming shifted his gaze to the exterior of the helicopter, where the lifeless body of a swordfish lay. With a mere thought, he stored the carcass in his inventory, intending to preserve it as a collectible. Before long, the helicopter traversed the surface of the sea and entered the urban area. Occasionally, as it flew through the clouds and came into the view of the survivors below, some would rush to the highest points of buildings or lean out of windows, eagerly waving their arms to signal for help, hoping to catch the attention of those aboard the helicopter. These actions revealed a profound yearning for survival and an anticipation of assistance. However, the three helicopters showed no intention of halting. They maintained their steady course, soaring straight over the heads of the survivors. From the vantage point of the helicopter, the figures of the survivors appeared diminutive, akin to tiny ants in motion. Within less than an hour, 3 helicopters successfully ascended over Liqing. As they traversed the Lijiang River once more, the water sparkled under the golden hues of the setting sun. Under the deft control of Jiuling, the helicopter began its descent, ultimately landing gracefully on a designated patch of land. After clearing the surrounding zombies and establishing a refuge, Jiang Yiming swiftly addressed the preliminary matters within 10 minutes before departing towards Longqiao University, situated 3 kilometers from the shelter. Upon reaching the periphery of Longqiao University, Jiang Yiming parked the car, his form flickering as he silently entered the campus. Once inside, he activated his omniscient perspective, only to be met with unexpected astonishment. Throughout his journey, not a single shadow of a zombie could be detected within his realm of perception. There were no zombies, nor any traces of their remains. Only in various locations around the campus did he find remnants of dried blood upon walls and the ground. Contemplating this anomaly, Jiang Yiming did not halt his advance towards Li Yueling's dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory building where Li Yueling resided, he swiftly made his way into her room. Name, Li Yueling. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 95. Affinity, 0. Information, student at Longqiao University. Specializing in advanced mechanical technology. Ability, none. 100. Chapter 89. Li Yueling. Upon acquiring and scrutinizing Li Yueling's information through the system, Jiang Yiming instantaneously transported himself into her room. The moment he stepped inside, he inadvertently triggered a taut, concealed wire embedded within the floor. This wire evidently served as the activation mechanism for a trap. As it was pressed down, a barely audible chime echoed, followed by a flurry of objects hurtling towards Jiang Yiming from the surrounding air. Upon closer inspection, among these projectiles were not only sharp metallic implements but also enigmatic items glimmering with an eerie light, the purpose of which remained a mystery. They whizzed through the air, weaving a dense and impenetrable net that ensnared Jiang Yiming completely. His footfall upon the mechanism was no mere accident. It was a deliberate act. Possessing an omniscient perspective, not even the tiniest of needles could elude his awareness, let alone the several traps strategically placed within Li Yueling's dormitory. As the metallic projectiles neared him, they seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier, rendered incapable of making contact with him in the slightest. Upon contact with this formidable force, several metallic objects shifted direction, precisely angling themselves to shield against other non-metallic substances, thereby safeguarding him from any harm. A series of crisp collisions echoed as the projectiles aimed at Jiang Yiming were repelled, subsequently landing on the ground with a dull thud. The activation of the traps, though swift and abrupt, unfolded before Jiang Yiming as if in slow motion, effortlessly neutralized by his adeptness. One must concede that the traps were indeed ingeniously designed. Had Jiang Yiming not possessed an omniscient perspective and superior mental acuity, he might have sustained some injury, let alone lower-tier abilities who, if they had charged in recklessly, would undoubtedly have suffered at least a superficial wound. Upon hearing the sound of the trap being triggered, Li Yueling felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Without hesitation, she grasped the weapon at her side, her body tensed, entering a heightened state of alertness. However, What transpired next left her utterly astounded. The enigmatic figure effortlessly dismantled her meticulously laid traps in an instant, exhibiting a speed and skill that defied belief. Li Yueling's eyes widened, a profound sense of astonishment surging within her. This individual's strength was unfathomable, far beyond her reach. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the mask adorning the stranger's face, her vigilance waned significantly. The mask was encircled by dark purple stripes, with a particularly striking dark purple mark resembling a crack situated prominently on the right side of the front. "You are the administrator of Dawn?" "Indeed," Jiang Yiming responded simply, his profound and tranquil gaze fixed intently upon Li Yueling, as if attempting to penetrate her exterior to glimpse the depths of her soul. Feeling the weight of his stare, Li Yueling involuntarily became anxious, adjusting her posture and subconsciously smoothing the tight-fitting athletic attire that accentuated her graceful figure and showcased her healthy complexion. Her long hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands falling delicately beside her cheeks. "Let us depart. I shall take you away," Jiang Yiming declared, placing his right hand against the bedside cabinet, causing the entirety of the dormitory's contents to vanish into his storage space. As Li Yueling gazed upon the suddenly vacant room, a sense of astonishment washed over her, though it paled in comparison to the awe she had felt earlier regarding Jiang Yiming's other abilities. Soon after, Jiang Yiming led Li Yueling out of the dormitory building. Exiting the structure and traversing the western district of the campus, they encountered a desolate landscape devoid of any human presence. Observing the deserted campus streets, Li Yueling could not help but exclaim, "It seems their words hold truth. The zombies in the western district have indeed been eradicated." Upon hearing her remark, Jiang Yiming inquired, "What did you say?" "Oh, I previously saw someone mention that a potent ability had awakened in the western district, but they did not specify what it was, and it was swiftly deleted," Li Yueling explained. Jiang Yiming nodded in acknowledgement, intrigued by the news, albeit only slightly, as he continued to escort Li Yueling away from Longqiao University. Jiaoling maneuvered the vehicle with remarkable speed toward the sanctuary. Inside, Li Yueling turned her head to gaze at the desolate scenery outside, her expression reflecting a sense of gravity. During this period, she had remained sequestered in her dormitory, largely informed about the world beyond through her phone and the internet. Now, witnessing the post-apocalyptic urban landscape firsthand, the stark desolation and destruction struck her with an immediate visual impact, inevitably complicating her emotions. A trace of sorrow flickered in Li Yueling's eyes as she recalled the tranquil life that preceded the apocalypse. Those days felt as if they were just yesterday, yet remained irrevocably distant. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails embedding into her palms. Though she was oblivious to this physical manifestation of her distress, her mind wholly consumed by the sights before her. Jiang Yiming noticed the shift in Li Yueling's demeanor and spoke softly, "Do not worry. Life there will be just like before, perhaps even better." His words conveyed a sense of assurance and commitment, an attempt to alleviate the burden on her heart. Jiang Yiming refrained from detailing the specifics of the sanctuary, believing that some experiences are far more potent than mere descriptions. Before long, the vehicle glided smoothly into the sanctuary. With Jiaoling's adept control, the vines retreated as if animated, and the protective walls ingeniously formed a narrow passage, allowing the car to enter unobstructed. Upon arriving beside the villa, Jiang Yiming utilized spatial teleportation to bring Li Yueling into the villa's living room. The moment the two appeared, the women present immediately rose, extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Li Yueling. Their faces radiated friendly smiles. Some stepped forward to shake her hand, while others simply nodded in greeting. Striving to make the newcomer feel at home, Jiang Yiming, however, made his way directly to the sofa and reclined, his movements natural and relaxed as he observed the lively conversation among the women. As dinner time approached, Byu and Byin also joined the ranks of those preparing the evening meal. During a conversation with Li Yueling, Zilu learned that Li Yueling's major was similar to her own. Both were studying mechanical engineering, which filled her with excitement. The two women found common ground and began discussing their expertise and skills. Upon discovering that Li Yueling possessed significantly more experience in the field of mechanics, Zilu promptly adopted a demeanor of eager inquiry. Dinner unfolded in an atmosphere of warmth and satisfaction. After the meal, everyone gathered on the living room sofa, relishing the leisurely moments that followed, aiding digestion. Jiang Yiming also seated himself on the sofa, his gaze relaxed, yet his inner vigilance remained intact. From an omniscient perspective, He quickly detected an anomaly. He spotted a pitch-black eagle blending into the night, its feathers indistinguishable from the darkness, save for its piercing eyes that glimmered with a chilling light as it circled high above, more than 60 meters away. With a flicker of thought, a flying blade materialized out of thin air, striking the eagle like a bolt of silver lightning. The creature emitted a piercing cry, and upon being pierced by the blade, its form instantly dissipated, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that was carried away by the wind. Chapter 90. Survivors of Longqiao University. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility within a teaching building at Longqiao University, reverberating through the empty corridors. Inside the room, a man clutched his eyes tightly with both hands, his body trembling violently in agony. Blood trickled slowly through his fingers, cascading down his cheek and dripping onto the floor, producing a dull thud. His eyes appeared to have endured some severe injury, the vivid red of the blood starkly contrasting with his pallid complexion. Xinyao, what's wrong? Have you discovered something? Inquired a concerned companion nearby, their voices tinged with anxiety. Other survivors gravitated closer, their faces reflecting worry and curiosity, eager to ascertain Xinyao condition. These survivors bore an unusually ashen hue, as if deprived of sunlight for an extended period. Two sharp fangs protruded from their lips, and their fingernails were as sharp as blades. And no, it's nothing. My hawk has been taken down, Xinyao stuttered. His voice fragmented, yet he endeavored to maintain composure, striving to convey vital information to his comrades, despite the excruciating pain that hindered him. He accepted a towel offered by one of his companions and wiped the blood from his face. As the crimson stains faded, his pallor intensified. After a brief respite, Xinyao, with closed eyes, spoke again, his voice gradually regaining some strength. At that moment, he was no longer as disheveled as before, despite still being in torment. A sinister smile crept across his face. My hawk has been taken down. It will take some time to recover. Through its keen vision, I discerned a sudden shelter approximately 3 kilometers away. The eagle-eyed scout had scarcely entered the refuge before being swiftly eliminated. However, I managed to catch a glimpse of the interior. The smile on his face was more pronounced, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of greed. There were numerous beauties within. Moreover, the very Li Yueling we had been searching for was among them. She must have fled there. Really? Where is the campus beauty, Li? One of my companions inquired excitedly. Absolutely true. I saw at least 10 women, each as stunning as Li Yueling. It seems we have indeed struck gold this time, Xinyao asserted, a hint of pride evident in his tone. With his affirmation, the enthusiasm among the others grew palpable, their eyes glinting with avarice. But if that is the case, there must be formidable superhumans inside. Otherwise, how could your eagle eye have been dispatched so swiftly? Furthermore, the sudden emergence of a shelter seems rather suspicious. What if we cannot contend with them? Another survivor hesitated to voice, his concerns capturing the attention of the group. What are you afraid of? Our leader is an SSS-level superhuman. Besides, with the leader having assimilated so many companions, what have we to fear from a mere shelter? One member scoffed, radiating confidence. His words conveyed profound trust in our leader and self-assurance in our team's strength. Indeed. You should go inform the leader of the situation and see what he has to say. Xinyao sat in a chair and spoke, his voice carrying a hint of command. Very well, I shall attend to it at once. With that, the formidable Fang Kai exited, traversing the dimly lit corridor in search of their leader. Fang Kai entered a room where, in the subdued light, a blond man was seated in a leather chair. His eyes closed. He possessed a robust physique that radiated an undeniable authority, even in repose. The room remained unlit, illuminated only by the scattered remnants of sunset filtering through the window, casting a faint glow in the shadowy space. Upon noticing Fang Kai's entrance, the blond man opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within his pupils. He inquired in fluent dragon language, Fang Kai, what has Xinyao uncovered? Kneeling on one knee, Fang Kai displayed his respect and loyalty to the blond man. He meticulously reported the recent developments, leaving no detail unaddressed. Very well, let Xinyao rest properly. You shall take the others and secure that location. Eliminate all the men and bring back the women, the blond man instructed, exuding an air of languid authority, his voice imbued with an unmistakable command. Boss, will you not accompany us? We are uncertain of their capabilities. It may not be an easy task. Fang Kai hesitated, concern threading through his tone. A flicker of disdain crossed the blond man's gaze as he responded imperiously. If you cannot handle a mere group of women, what use are you to me? If dozens of individuals cannot even seize such a modest refuge, then their existence is rendered unnecessary. A pang of anxiety gripped Fang Kai's heart. He understood that this operation must succeed, for failure was not an option. Understood, boss. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Fang Kai rose, preparing to leave the room to organize the team. At that moment, the blond man also slowly stood from his seat and walked steadily toward the window. He stood there in silence, his gaze piercing through the glass, directed toward the distant campus beyond. As moments drifted by, a remarkable transformation began to occur in the blond man's expression. His once blue eyes gradually became veiled with a crimson hue, while his vertically slit pupils shimmered with a wild, untamed light. In that instant, he seemed to metamorphose into a ferocious beast, surveying his surroundings with a keen, predatory gaze. Outside, the last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a long shadow of the blond man onto the wall of the room. This shadow, shifting with the angle of the sun, twisted and elongated, ultimately resembling a formidable bat. The blond man, however, parted his lips, a subtle smile curling at the corners, as if he were fully aware of the impending events. He then raised his right hand, the slender fingertips lightly grazing the faint beam of sunlight at the windowsill. As night approached, due to instinctive reflex, Jiang Yiming swiftly eliminated the black eagle that sought to surveil the refuge, thus failing to immediately identify its information through the system. Upon inquiring with the system, it was revealed that this majestic eagle is a summoning of an extraordinary being. A sense of vigilance arose within Jiang Yiming's heart. The sudden emergence of such a significant survivor stronghold was bound to attract attention. As long as the other party did not court disaster, he did not intend to pursue the matter further. However, with a potential threat lurking nearby, Jiang Yiming resolved to remain more observant. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, the clouds obscured the starlight, and the environment around the shelter gradually descended into darkness, with only the light from the villa piercing through the windows. As time quietly slipped away, the night deepened, and the clock within the shelter pointed to 8 o'clock. Suddenly, shadows began to approach the shelter from a distance. These silhouettes moved swiftly and discreetly, yet in this darkness, nothing could evade Jiang Yiming's omniscient gaze. The moment they entered his range, he promptly stood up, his body tensed, and his eyes fixed upon the direction of the intruding group. Chapter 91. Winfield Summoning in the realm of Jiang Yiming's sight. Nearly 40 intruders gradually materialized. Their eyes emitted a crimson glow in the night, resembling a pack of stealthy predators silently drawing near the shelter. The women present noticed Jiang Yiming's abrupt movement. They immediately ceased their activities and conversations, turning their concerned gazes towards him. "Darling, is something amiss?" An Shiqing inquired softly. Jiang Yiming did not respond immediately. With a mere thought, the constructs within the villa began to fortify their defenses. The sleek black steel flowed swiftly along the walls, enveloping the entire room, even surrounding the windows with a resilient barrier, adding a formidable line of defense to the sanctuary. "Stay in the living room. Do not venture outside." Shiqing, Xiaoye, Zion. "You three are endowed with extraordinary abilities. I entrust this place to you. Protect yourselves," Jiang Yiming instructed, his figure flickering slightly in place before vanishing from sight. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's words, the women immediately heightened their vigilance. They could surmise that an intruder was approaching, and one of considerable strength. For Jiang Yiming would not have been so cautious otherwise. Following Jiang Yiming's directive, a pair of blue eyes suddenly opened in an ice chamber adjacent to the sanctuary. QB received Jiang Yiming's command and slowly glided out of its icy abode, a chill beginning to gather around its form. Jiang Yiming had teleported atop the protective wall. Donning a mask, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching intruder. Name, Fang Kai. Age, 22. Loyalty, -20. Ability, S-Class Wind Field Summoning, capable of summoning a wind field that affects the surrounding environment and living beings. Information, Vampire Subordinate. Transformed into a similar being by a vampire with extraordinary powers, able to restore vitality through the consumption of blood, possesses remarkable strength, night vision capabilities, and a strong recovery ability. However, he fears sunlight, as prolonged exposure significantly diminishes his power. Jiang Yiming's gaze was like lightning as he scrutinized the information of the leader, then turned his attention to other intruders. He discovered that they were all minions of vampires, among whom were a few individuals with supernatural abilities. Yet their powers were all rated A level or below. There were no signs of anyone possessing vampiric abilities, implying that the leaders of these minions might not have personally arrived or were perhaps lurking in some hidden corner, observing the unfolding battle from afar in some manner. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. He could simply annihilate them all, using hypnosis on the leader to extract information. Jiang Yiming recalled the Black Eagle that had previously attempted to surveil the sanctuary, and he was nearly certain that it was a reconnaissance unit dispatched by this organization. With this realization, he resolved to show no mercy. Jiang Yiming's movements were swift and decisive. With a gentle wave towards the vampire minions, the spatial force imbued on his sword surged forth like a colossal beast awakened, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. In the astonished gazes of the vampire minions, who were momentarily left agape, the fabric of space tore apart without warning, akin to fragile silk, creating an unfathomable rift that resembled a bottomless abyss. This sudden rupture in space immediately incited chaos. The vampire minions, who had previously worn smug smiles, believing they could swiftly seize the sanctuary and claim their prize, now found those expressions frozen in shock, replaced by terrified screams. The rift in space carved through the night sky like a grotesque scar, its bizarre form not only distorting the surrounding light but also rendering the space around it unrecognizable and fragmented. The edges of the fissure were as sharp as a blade, intermittently flickering with a chilling, dim light, as though even light itself could be mercilessly devoured by it. In such a grievous state, the vampiric minions, despite their extraordinary regenerative abilities, were rendered helpless. In an instant, nearly half of the vampiric thralls were gruesomely severed by this terrifying spatial rift. Their bodies cleaved in two with clean, precise cuts. Blood and entrails gushed forth from the ruptured forms, flowing freely like a spring, while the essence of life swiftly dissipated at an alarming rate. Even the vampires could not recover from such critical injuries. Their flames of existence were extinguished in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yiming's blade remained untainted by blood, yet his strike had irrevocably determined the outcome of the battle. The remaining vampiric minions, witnessing the horrific fate of their comrades, were filled with shock. Their initial onslaught crumbled in an instant, replaced by an all-consuming dread. At the moment the spatial rift manifested, Fang Kai sensed the ominous presence of danger. He promptly conjured a small wind vortex around him, the powerful gust propelling him and several nearby teammates swiftly away from the rift's immediate peril. Simultaneously, Fang Kai shouted a warning. "Danger, take cover." His voice echoed through the night sky, striving to alert others to evade this sudden assault. The surviving members reacted swiftly, whether by rolling or leaping. They narrowly escaped the rift's lethal embrace, preserving their lives. Chapter 92. The moment of hunt yet, some unfortunate members succumbed to the chaos, losing a hand or a foot, their anguished cries echoing hauntingly through the night sky. One severed hand or foot was left behind, immediately turning its gaze forward, seeking the source of the assault. There stood a man in black atop the protective wall, his silhouette appearing both solitary and formidable against the backdrop of the night. The blade in Jiang Yiming's right hand glimmered faintly in the moonlight, emanating a chilling radiance that sent shivers down the spine. His eyes were calm and resolute, devoid of hesitation or pity. Fang Kai observed the adversary, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead, his heart racing, yet he compelled himself to remain composed. A vampire minion struck first. With a slight tremor of the ground, tendrils erupted from the earth, resembling serpents, laden with soil and rubble, swiftly lunging towards Jiang Yiming. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Jiang Yiming remained unperturbed, uttering but a single word. As his voice resonated, a searing flame materialized from thin air, igniting the approaching tendrils at an astonishing speed. The fire spread rapidly along the vines, as if infused with life, madly rushing towards the vampire minion. Upon contact, the flames engulfed the vampire, intensifying with ferocity. Seeing this, Fang Kai immediately sought to intervene, attempting to extinguish the flames enveloping the vampire minion with his gust of wind. However, his efforts inadvertently backfired. The wind stoked the flames, causing the fire to rage with increased ferocity, mercilessly consuming all that was combustible. The anguished cries echoed through the night sky as the vampire thrall struggled in the inferno, yet its strength proved insufficient to quell the sudden blaze. Its form gradually withered amidst the flames, ultimately reduced to a mere pile of ash. As the rift in space slowly closed, it resembled a colossal eye, contentedly shutting after confirming the fate of its prey. Jiang Yiming's silhouette cast a long shadow under the moonlight as he leapt from the protective wall, poised for the final hunt. His movements were graceful and swift, akin to a cheetah in the nocturnal darkness, as he lunged toward the remaining vampire thralls. In the instant he descended, the temperature of the air behind him plummeted, and countless ice needles crystallized in the frigid atmosphere, sharp as thorns and glimmering with an icy sheen. These ice needles surged forth like a tempest, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed at the vampire thralls. The ice needles flew with the precision of arrows, piercing the night sky and striking their targets. Several vampire thralls fell under the onslaught of the ice needles. Their bodies penetrated, blood and screams freezing in the bitter chill. Cupid's assault not only wrought physical devastation, but also heralded a cold finality. Feng Kai reacted swiftly, conjuring a vast wind field ahead, seeking to employ this gust to intercept the barrage of ice needles unleashed by Cupid. Under his command, the wind field manifested as a wall of air, swirling currents effectively deflecting the majority of the ice needles, altering their trajectory. However, just as Feng Kai and the other vampire minions believed they were safe, Jiang Yiming had already stepped into the tempest. His stride was resolute, his figure exuding an air of calm amidst the chaos. As he advanced, the entire vortex began to unravel, the very fabric of space contorting and distorting, while the once mighty winds gradually succumbed to Jiang Yiming's spatial abilities. With another step, he found himself amidst the throng of vampire minions. With a swift motion of his right hand wielding a sword imbued with the power of thunder, a serpentine bolt of lightning surged through the crowd of vampires, inflicting devastating injuries. The flicker of electric light and the resounding thunder rendered the assaults of the vampire minions feeble and impotent beneath the edge of Jiang Yiming's electrified blade. Witnessing this, the other vampire minions immediately launched their fists and claws towards Jiang Yiming, attempting to overpower him with their strength and swiftness. Yet, their efforts proved futile. As Jiang Yiming's figure flickered in and out among the vampire throng, he had utilized his teleportation to evade their grasp and positioned himself behind other vampires. The long blade in Jiang Yiming's hand gleamed with a chilling light under the moon's gaze, resembling the scythe of death, each swing striking true at the enemy's vital points. His movements were fluid and lethal, each strike claiming the life of a vampire minion who fell helplessly beneath his sword, unable to withstand such formidable might. Jiang Yiming's power and speed far surpassed the imaginations of the vampire minions, rendering their resistance utterly futile in his presence. One by one, the vampire minions succumbed, their fear and despair ruthlessly crushed beneath Jiang Yiming's calm demeanor and decisive actions. As the battlefield lay desolate, only Feng Kai remained, a weary vampire minion. His eyes brimming with despair, Jiang Yiming granted him no respite, materializing before him with a swiftness that was almost spectral. His right hand, as unyielding as steel, clutched Feng Kai's throat, lifting him off the ground. "I have you now, little mouse," he intoned. Standing resolutely amidst the fallen corpses, the cold moonlight cascaded upon him, rendering his figure akin to a harbinger of death from the abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread. Chapter 93. Warner Clyde. Jiang Yiming's gaze locked onto Feng Kai's, his eyes deep and tranquil, as if capable of penetrating the very essence of the soul. The power of profound hypnosis activated, and Feng Kai's final struggles gradually ceased beneath its weight, his expression turning vacant, devoid of its former brilliance. Sensing the dissolution of Feng Kai's resistance, Jiang Yiming gently lowered him to the ground. Feng Kai collapsed weakly, coughing lightly, an embodiment of fragility. Under Jiang Yiming's hypnosis, Feng Kai's consciousness had entirely surrendered, resting before him like a puppet awaiting commands. "Where is your leader? And what is the entirety of your plan for coming here?" Jiang Yiming's voice was devoid of warmth, poised for Feng Kai's response. Under the influence of the hypnosis, Feng Kai, without a hint of hesitation, began to divulge everything, although his voice was faint. Each syllable resonated clearly in Jiang Yiming's ears. Feng Kai disclosed the location of his leader, the abilities and characteristics he possessed, the precise whereabouts of their refuge, and the strength of their faction, among other critical information. As Feng Kai's voice faded, Jiang Yiming raised his right hand, causing the earth beneath to swiftly coalesce. A sharp spike of soil erupted from the ground, piercing through Feng Kai's body and extinguishing his life. Once all intruders had been dealt with, QB glided slowly to Jiang Yiming's side, its azure eyes shimmering in the twilight, seemingly awaiting the next command from its master. Jiang Yiming regarded it and gestured towards the fallen invaders, speaking, "Shall these corpses serve as sustenance for you?" QB immediately nodded in response, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in its eyes. Jiang Yiming inclined his head slightly in understanding, then snapped his fingers. A barely perceptible ripple of spatial energy surged through the air, reminiscent of ripples on the surface of water, rapidly spreading outward. Most of the intruders' bodies were absorbed into his storage space, leaving a portion for QB's nourishment. QB then approached the remaining corpses and commenced its feeding. A layer of chilling aura gradually enveloped its form, freezing the fallen invaders to a degree, with each bite accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering ice. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiming instantaneously teleported back to the living room. The moment his feet touched the ground, the surrounding walls began to transform. The once pitch-black, flowing steel, designed for defense, gradually receded, restoring the villa's original decor and layout. Upon seeing Jiang Yiming's return, the women immediately turned their gazes toward him, their eyes brimming with concern and anticipation. Eager to inquire about the situation outside, Jiang Yiming had no intention of concealing the matter, and he conveyed the recent news to the women present. Upon learning that the survivors were from Longchao University and that the target was herself, Li Welling felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Yiming smiled reassuringly, telling her it was nothing to worry about, and after giving a few more instructions, he intended to return to Longchao University. Hearing that Jiang Yiming was going back, Li Welling inquired with concern, "Are you really going back?" "Of course," he replied. "They've come looking for me. I must pay them a visit." No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding space began to ripple, and Jiang Yiming's figure vanished from sight. At the moment when Fang Kai's team was annihilated, the golden-haired man seated in his chair sensed the shift, as they were his vassals. The abrupt severance of their connection was palpable. His eyes flew open, the crimson irises igniting with a furious blaze, clearly enraged by the demise of his subordinates. Without the slightest hesitation, the golden-haired man rose and exited the room. His strides were resolute and powerful, echoing through the dimly lit corridor, each step resonating like the toll of a death knell, heralding the impending tempest. Simultaneously, he summoned the remaining vampire vassals through the power of his vampiric lineage. His command spread swiftly like an invisible wave, reaching every corner, compelling all vassals to heed his call. Upon arriving at the assembly point, all the vampire vassals hastily gathered, none daring to show even the slightest delay, including the injured Xinyao. Each of them was acutely aware of the implications that defying the commands of the golden-haired man entailed. The moment he appeared, all the vampire vassals knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in a display of reverence and obedience. Their movements were synchronized, reflecting the irreplaceable status the golden-haired man held in their hearts. Standing before his vassals, he loomed large in the dim light, akin to an insurmountable mountain. His gaze was sharp, sweeping over each subordinate, and within his blood-red eyes flickered an undeniable authority. His voice, deep and powerful, pierced the night sky, resonating in the ears of every vassal. Fang Kai and his companions are dead. This is a provocation against us. Now, we shall make them aware of the cost of inciting our wrath. As his words settled, a subtle stir rippled through the crowd. Many vassals wore expressions of shock, for they understood that the contingent sent forth numbered over 30, led by the formidable Fang Kai. The annihilation of such a force indicated that their adversaries were no ordinary foes. Yet, they dared not voice their concerns, for the golden-haired man before them embodied absolute authority. His commands were not to be challenged. He spoke again, his words succinct and resolute. "All members, prepare for departure." Before his statement could fully resonate, two flames suddenly erupted from the crowd, akin to beasts awakening with wild and perilous energy. The emergence of these flames shattered the tranquility of the night and interrupted the golden-haired man's orders. In an instant, two thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, as two blazing infernos erupted like roaring beasts, unleashing a deafening cacophony. The flames soared toward the heavens, and waves of heat surged forth, cascading like tumultuous tides in all directions. Although the vampire vassals possessed an extraordinary alertness to danger, their reaction to such an unforeseen assault was evidently lacking. In the blink of an eye, half of the vassals present were mercilessly consumed by the ravenous flames. Their bodies writhed in agony amidst the roaring fire, their horrifying screams echoing throughout the chaos. Most of the vassals sustained varying degrees of injury, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Among the infernos, one fire blazed alarmingly close to a golden-haired man, yet his reflexes were far superior to those of his companions. At the very moment the flames erupted violently, he darted away with the swiftness of lightning, a maneuver so swift it was almost inconceivable. Nevertheless, his body was not spared from harm. However, the golden-haired man possessed an exceptionally powerful self-healing ability, as the wounds upon his form rapidly mended at a visibly remarkable rate. Name: Warner Clyde, age 21, loyalty, -80, ability, SSS-level vampirism, information, vampirism, significantly enhances strength and agility, endowing him with an extraordinary perception capable of detecting subtle changes often imperceptible to ordinary beings, such as heartbeats and breaths. His recovery ability is remarkably potent, allowing him to enhance his strength or restore his condition through the consumption of blood. Minion, capable of subjugating others, transforming them into servants and vampires, endowed with similar abilities, possessing the power to control the life and death of others at will. Chapter 94. General Jiang Yiming offered no respite to Clyde. Suddenly, rock spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the air like deadly swords. Vines slithered forth from the earth, writhing like venomous serpents, and thunder manifested from nowhere, resonating with a deafening roar. Clyde's perception of danger was acutely honed, and in an instant, he sensed the peril. His body instinctively reacted, swiftly evading these unforeseen assaults. With the extraordinary powers acquired through his vampiric transformation, he surpassed the limits of human speed and agility, darting like a wraith between the rock spikes, vines, and lightning. Each narrow escape drew beads of cold sweat from him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Warner Clyde's features. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Jiang Yiming's onslaught, nor the multitude of extraordinary abilities his opponent wielded. The various powers Jiang displayed at that moment indisputably revealed his intent to leave no survivors. Yet, Clyde remained composed. Regaining his focus after a brief moment, a glimmer of fierce determination evident in his gaze, clearly, he was unwilling to concede defeat. As Warner Clyde concentrated on evading Jiang Yiming's rock spikes, vines, and lightning strikes, Jiang's attention shifted to the other surviving vampire minions. With a steely gaze, Jiang swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing the blood-stained cherry blossom blade with fervor. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him. As the sheath was cast aside, a dazzling stream of crimson light surged forth from the blade, akin to a radiant rainbow piercing the sky. This bloodlight was fiercely sharp, seemingly intent on tearing apart the very fabric of reality, its trailing edge subtly emanating ephemeral shadows resembling blood-red cherry blossoms. These phantoms appeared exceptionally enchanting and eerie against the pitch-black night, as if real cherry blossoms danced gracefully in the night breeze, gently cascading to the ground. Yet, behind this captivating spectacle lay an inexhaustible threat of death. At the moment the bloodlight descended, it abruptly transformed into countless razor-sharp blood blades, rushing forth with overwhelming force toward the vampire minions. Each blade harbored the power to annihilate worlds, and wherever they passed, the very space seemed to be cleaved asunder. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, the once numerous vampire minions were rendered utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, most of them were reduced to ashes under the relentless fury of the bloodblades, leaving only a handful of survivors. They gazed at the unfolding scene in abject horror, their faces etched with disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the reality before their eyes. Jiang Yiming's gaze was as cold as ice. He stood upon the battlefield like a judge wielding dominion over life and death. His eyes swept across the chaotic scene, ultimately resting upon Qin Xian. Qin Xian's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut, though sightless in this moment. The tremors of battle and the oppressive atmosphere were enough to instill profound fear within him. His heart raced, breaths quickened, and his body quivered involuntarily. Name: Qin Xian. Age: 21. Loyalty: -50. Ability: S-Class Hawkeye Vision, capable of summoning a majestic eagle as its eyes, with a visual range of 5 kilometers. Currently in a state of recovery, Hawkeye Vision, although it offers an expanded field of view compared to omniscient perception, provides merely a singular perspective and lacks the comprehensive coverage of omniscient sight. Furthermore, omniscient perception possesses an acute awareness of minute details, enabling one to discern intricate elements with clarity. As for the state of recovery, it is likely a consequence of the backlash experienced after disposing of the eagle. Jiang Yiming contemplated silently, extending his right hand towards Qin Xian. In response, 2 slender vines emerged with astonishing speed, piercing directly through Qin Xian's eyes like lightning. In an instant, Qin Xian let out a harrowing scream as his already grievously injured eyeballs were forcibly extracted, blood splattering in all directions. Subsequently, a sharp spike erupted from the ground, its edge exceedingly keen, impaling Qin Xian's body. Yet, it did not immediately claim his life. Instead, it left him gasping for breath in agony, prolonging his suffering. Having completed these actions, Jiang Yiming did not pause. He turned his attention to the remaining vampire minions who were still desperately resisting. His gaze was icy, and his movements were swift and decisive. Before long, These minions also fell into pools of blood. Once all threats had been neutralized, Jiang Yiming's gaze finally rested upon Warner Clyde. His eyes remained a vivid crimson, fixed intently on Jiang Yiming. As he surveyed the scattered subordinates sprawled across the ground, a tempest of rage and resentment swelled within him. The fiery blaze of fury ignited in Warner Clyde's gaze, his teeth grinding audibly, the words forced through clenched jaws. "Utter your name, and I shall ensure your demise is a most agonizing one." In response to Clyde's menacing threat, Jiang Yiming merely scoffed, his voice frigid and laced with disdain. "The deceased are unworthy of knowing my name." With that declaration, Jiang Yiming directed the blood-stained cherry blossom in his hand towards Clyde. A surge of otherworldly energy erupted forth like a torrential storm, cascading towards Clyde with relentless force. Simultaneously, Jiang Yiming moved with lightning speed, wielding his sword in a fierce strike against Clyde. Upon witnessing this, Clyde let out a furious roar, unleashing the latent power within him. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Muscles bulged, bones hardened, and an aura of dense sanguine energy enveloped him, as if an invisible force were surging within. With a powerful stride, the ground fractured beneath his feet, his speed and strength erupting in an instant as he evaded Jiang Yiming's supernatural assault while charging towards him. Jiang Yiming deftly sidestepped Clyde's ferocious onslaught, as if he had foreseen every move of his adversary. Despite Clyde's acute perceptive abilities, which occasionally allowed him to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yiming's form, each of his attacks was deftly parried or evaded with remarkable skill by Jiang Yiming. Throughout their confrontation, Clyde inevitably found himself wounded by Jiang Yiming's sudden and potent strikes. Wounds began to manifest on Clyde's body, yet true to his status as an SSS-class Esper, his self-healing abilities were remarkably potent. The instant he was injured, the wounds commenced a rapid healing process. Blood ceased to flow in an instant, and his muscles and skin rejuvenated at a visibly astonishing pace. However, even a powerhouse like Clyde was not immune to the toll of prolonged combat. His breathing grew increasingly labored. In stark contrast, Jiang Yiming appeared effortlessly composed. His attributes and powers enabled him to maintain an extended state of combat, as if fatigue were a concept foreign to him. After enduring an extraordinarily intense battle, Clyde felt an unprecedented weight of pressure bearing down upon him. His stamina ebbed away like a torrent breaching its dam, while his mental state deteriorated further, leaving him utterly exhausted. Just as he gasped for breath, yearning for a brief respite, a cold, menacing voice laced with intent emerged unexpectedly from behind him. Startled, Clyde instinctively sought to turn and confront the source. But it was already too late. A blood-red blade, akin to a specter in the night, silently pierced through his form. The tip of the sword, stained with crimson, emerged from his chest, bearing an undeniable finality. Clyde's gaze was filled with disbelief as his body began to tremble, strength rapidly draining from within him. It was the end. Chapter 95. Zhou Hongying of Hangzhou University. Clyde's eyes were suffused with reluctance and fury, his life force ignited to its fullest in the face of impending doom. Just as Jiang Yiming prepared to deliver his second strike to conclude the battle, Clyde let out a furious roar, and a surge of ferocious power erupted from within him. This force, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged forth with a destructive aura, creating a shockwave. The moment Jiang Yiming sensed this power, he swiftly utilized his teleportation ability to evade the vicinity of the imminent attack. Standing at a safe distance, he regarded Clyde with a cool gaze, devoid of any hint of panic. At that moment, the wound at Clyde's heart began to visibly heal at an alarming rate, and his visage contorted into a ghastly expression. His form swelled once more, muscles twisted, veins bulging, resembling a beast that had succumbed to madness. Surrounding Clyde was a mist of crimson hue, permeated with a pungent scent of blood, as his eyes glowed red like those of a wild animal charging toward Jiang Yiming. His assaults became increasingly frenzied and chaotic, each swing infused with immense strength and devastating power, yet simultaneously revealing more vulnerabilities. His fist struck the solid wall, creating a deep indentation, while cracks spider-webbed outward from the impact. The moment Clyde's claws slashed forth, they left deep gashes on the wall and surrounding objects, even tearing through metal with a sharp, piercing sound. As Jiang Yiming engaged in this confrontation, his own extraordinary abilities flowed forth continuously, akin to a masterful chess player, with each attack meticulously calculated to perfection. He deftly avoided a direct confrontation with Clyde, continuously applying pressure and denying his opponent any chance to breathe or regroup. His swordsmanship was both precise and lethal, with the blood-stained cherry blossom sword resembling a writhing dragon of crimson, leaving deep trails of blood with each strike. Jiang Yiming's assaults resembled a tempest, unrelenting and overwhelming, rendering Clyde unable to mount an effective defense. Under the relentless barrage, Clyde began to falter. His body was marred with wounds. Despite being an SSS class ability user endowed with formidable self-healing powers, Jiang Yiming's speed of attack far surpassed his recovery rate. Before long, his massive form could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing like a crumbling mountain with a deafening crash. Blood gushed from his wounds, swiftly staining the ground beneath him. As his vitality waned, Clyde's body gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to its original state. Jiang Yiming gazed upon Clyde's lifeless form, raising his right hand to gently touch the tip of his sword against the corpse. At the moment of contact, an invisible force tore through Clyde's body, shattering it into countless fragments, ensuring the impossibility of resurrection. Jiang Yiming surveyed the battlefield once more, the ground littered with corpses testifying to the ferocity of the recent clash. Without a moment's hesitation, he wheeled the bodies into his storage space. A sphere of searing flame gathered in his palm, and with a sweeping motion, the fire shot forth like a meteor streaking through the night sky, descending upon the battlefield. The violent explosion ignited by the flames illuminated the night, its deafening roar reverberating through the air as fire surged skyward, engulfing the entire area. The inferno and heat waves unleashed a tempest of destruction, erasing all traces of battle. Jiang Yiming stood at the edge of the blaze, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary in the glow of the flames. He did not look back, hastily departing from Longxiao University. Upon returning to the Villa's living room, Jiang Yiming reclined on the sofa, relaxing as if all his strength had been expended in the recent skirmish. However, this series of confrontations had left him acutely aware of a long-forgotten physical fatigue. Observing Jiang Yiming's weary demeanor, the women felt a twinge of concern. Zhao Jingru and Lin Xinyao approached him, their hands gently pressing on his shoulders and legs, aiding in his relaxation and alleviating the exhaustion wrought by battle. Qimeng watched Jiang Yiming quietly, her lips parting as if she wished to speak, yet she ultimately remained silent. Her gaze was filled with care, and she resolved to wait until Jiang Yiming had fully rested before voicing her thoughts, not wishing to rush. Jiang Yiming lay quietly on the sofa for approximately 15 minutes. During this brief respite, his breathing gradually steadied and deepened, the sensation of fatigue slowly dissipating. The women sat quietly around him, their expressions gentle, occasionally glancing at Jiang Yiming with concern. Time slipped away in serene silence, and after a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yiming slowly opened his eyes. The sparkle had returned to his gaze, and he stretched his body, the slight cracking of his joints seeming to herald the resurgence of vitality within him. Jiang Yiming turned his head, revealing a warm smile to the women around him. His voice carried a note of ease and reassurance. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. A short rest will suffice." Upon seeing Jiang Yiming's smile, the women responded with smiles of their own, their expressions reflecting relief and joy, clearly elated by his recovery. Jiang Yiming engaged in conversation with them, which continued until after 9 o'clock. As he rose to ascend the stairs for a rest, Qimeng seized the opportunity to approach him. Her demeanor bore a hint of seriousness as she lowered her voice to inform Jiang Yiming of the events that transpired after his departure that evening. "Darling, after you left, someone attempted to breach my computer. Their skills were quite impressive, yet they fell slightly short of my own. I successfully thwarted the attack and traced the source of their information. It leads to a target within our Dawn group, Zhou Hongying from Hangzhou University." Jiang Yiming nodded in response, his confidence in Qimeng's abilities unwavering. "Thank you for your efforts. I will handle this matter. You should return to rest now, as we have a journey to Rongqing tomorrow." "Good night, darling," Qimeng gently replied, placing a soft kiss on Jiang Yiming's cheek before returning to her room. Jiang Yiming too made his way back to his own quarters, retrieving his phone and skillfully locating Hua Qingshue's contact information before dialing. After several rings, the call was answered promptly. Hua Qingshue's melodious voice came through the phone, imbued with warmth and ease. "Good evening, Yiming-go." "Good evening, Xiaoxue," Jiang Yiming replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His tone was gentle and calm as he acknowledged Hua Qingshue's greeting. He chose not to delve into pressing matters immediately, instead opting for a leisurely conversation. Jiang Yiming first listened intently as Hua Qingshuo recounted her recent mundane experiences before sharing his own itinerary, which included a trip to Rongqing the following day. He mentioned that once his business there concluded, he would depart from Bamiyan and journey to Zhejiang to meet her. Their dialogue was imbued with an intimate atmosphere, until Jiang Yiming sensed the opportune moment to gradually steer the conversation towards more serious matters. By the way, Xiaoxue, if it is convenient for you, I would like your assistance with a particular issue. His tone remained calm, yet a hint of seriousness emerged. What is it? Please help me locate Zhou Hongying from Yangcheng University. She should be in proximity to you. Bring her to your side. Zhou Hongying from Yangcheng University? I believe I have heard that name before. Is she one of your targets? Hua Qingsnow inquired, her expression revealing curiosity rather than displeasure. Jiang Yiming's voice was steady and clear as he elaborated. Yes. She is also a hacker who attempted to infiltrate our system last night. But we thwarted her efforts in time. I need you to find her and keep a close watch on her. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingsnow chuckled lightly, her voice exuding confidence and ease. Very well, I will take a few people with me to Yangcheng University tomorrow. With my current capabilities, this poses no challenge. Therefore, Brother Yiming, you need not feel troubled. Thank you, Xiaoxue. A hint of gratitude resonated in Jiang Yiming's voice. After discussing the essential matters, Jiang Yiming reclined on his bed, continuing his conversation with Hua Qingsnow. It was only in the deep of night that they concluded their discourse. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a golden hue upon Jiang Yiming's room, awakening him from his slumber. After freshening up and having breakfast, he stepped outside the villa, where 3 helicopters were neatly arranged on the lawn, their rotors gently spinning in the breeze, indicating that everything was ready. Once aboard the helicopter, Jiang Yiming gathered the entire shelter and commanded Zioling to initiate the flight toward Yangcheng. The helicopter's speed far surpassed that of an automobile, allowing it to bypass ground obstacles and fly directly to its destination, Yangcheng University. Most of the targets in the 8-Min region were concentrated in Yangcheng, including Zhou Bingyang from Yangcheng University, Wang Anqi from Yangcheng University of Technology, Feng Xie from Yangcheng Medical University, and Qin Bingyan from Yangcheng Police Academy. Unlike Yangcheng, where universities are clustered on Great Circle Island, the first stop for the helicopter was Yangcheng University, which was in close proximity to Yangcheng University of Technology. While the Yangcheng Police Academy required a northerly flight for a distance, and Yangcheng Medical University was even more remote. Among them, Feng Xie from Yangcheng Medical University awakened an S-rank ability in plant manipulation. In contrast, Qin Bingyan's power appeared somewhat inferior. Her A-rank ice mist ability neutralized the cooling properties of ice abilities and the visual interference of mist abilities, yet it lacked the offensive capability of ice-based powers, rendering her ability somewhat superfluous. Jiang Yiming leaned back in the driver's seat, contemplating the plans for Yangcheng, while the women continued to pass the time in the cabin. Li Yueling, as a newly inducted member, was still unfamiliar with the daily routines of the sanctuary. She harbored questions about the journey from Liqing to Yangcheng. However, observing the other female members who seemed accustomed to it, she resolved to gradually integrate into this collective and become familiar with the life of this enigmatic organization. Each helicopter journey inevitably attracted various mutated flying creatures from the post-apocalyptic world. These beings were drawn to the noise and motion of the helicopter. Yet, Jiang Yiming consistently managed to swiftly neutralize these threats. So far, they had not encountered any third-tier enhanced flying creatures. Although penguins are classified as birds, they are flightless and thus do not count. During this particular trip, several grotesque, foul-smelling zombie birds appeared around the helicopter, circling as if waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. Among them, a mutated eagle stood out, despite being only a second-tier mutation. It was significantly larger than a normal eagle, with claws that had become exceedingly sharp. As Jiang Yiming prepared to eliminate the unwelcome guests, a coin erupted from another helicopter, hurtling through the air like a bolt of lightning. It emitted a sharp, piercing whistle, as if the very atmosphere were being forcefully torn apart. Its astonishing velocity left onlookers astounded, as the surrounding air churned violently, creating ripples of distortion. With a swift whoosh, a brilliant and blinding light sliced through the sky. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yiming realized that it was a coin racing towards him at an incredible speed. The coin was enveloped in a dazzling display of intense electrical currents, resembling a blazing meteor, exuding an overwhelming force as it charged directly towards the grotesque, swarming zombie birds. It struck precisely at the heart of the avian horde. In its wake, it unleashed a searing wave of high temperature and a powerful electromagnetic shockwave. In an instant, half of the zombie birds were obliterated mid-air, reduced to ashes with not a trace remaining. The fortunate few that survived were violently tossed about, as if struck by an invisible giant force, plummeting to the ground, their feathers trailing wisps of black smoke. At the moment the coin collided with the flock, it astonishingly altered its trajectory mid-flight, as though an unseen hand guided its path, transforming what could have been a missed strike into a flawless execution, eradicating the remaining zombie birds completely. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Lin Xinyao. Throughout this period, she had been diligently researching and honing her extraordinary abilities, which had granted her numerous insights and a profound understanding of her powers. Furthermore, after Sun Xinan showcased her own abilities aboard the helicopter, Lin Xinyao was eager to demonstrate her achievements before the crowd, leading to the recent display. Jiang Yiming, having witnessed the entire scene, nodded approvingly and communicated through the communication system. "Well done, Xiaoya." His words of praise, though succinct, resonated with strength and reached Lin Xinyuo's ears. Upon hearing Jiang Yiming's commendation, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Xinyuo's face. The other women began to chime in with enthusiastic compliments regarding Lin Xinyuo's powers, transforming the atmosphere into one of lively warmth. After nearly an hour of flight, the helicopter fleet finally entered the vicinity of Yangcheng. As they approached their destination, the three helicopters slightly lowered their altitude, while Juling, in addition to piloting, gathered information about the surrounding environment. Tall buildings gradually came into view, becoming increasingly distinct. In less than 20 minutes, the helicopters arrived near Yangcheng University. Juling swiftly identified a suitable landing spot, a relatively open area devoid of significant obstacles. It began to meticulously control the three helicopters for a smooth descent, executing the maneuver with precision. Before the helicopters touched down, Jiang Yiming had already vacated his aircraft, moving swiftly across the ground like a specter, commencing the clearance of the surrounding zombies. As the helicopters landed, the area was entirely devoid of the undead, and the shelter stood resolutely upon the level terrain. Chapter 97. Finding Zhou Bingtong and Wang Anshi as the group entered the living room. Jiang Yiming's right hand gently caressed his face. With his movements, a silver-white mask gradually materialized before him, settling onto his visage. The mask was adorned with deep purple stripes that extended from its edges to his cheeks, and a lightning emblem was etched into the upper right corner. This time, he assumed the role of an extraordinary being designated by the codename Thunder. After preparing himself, Jiang Yiming turned to the women who were gazing intently at him and spoke. Currently, there are official teams in Yangcheng engaged in rescuing survivors. This shelter may easily attract their attention. He paused briefly before continuing. If you encounter them, remain inside and do not venture out. Leave the rest to QB. Should they not depart, remember to contact me promptly. I will return to handle the situation. Understood, darling. I will await your return, Qimeng replied, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance. The other female members nodded in agreement, signifying their comprehension and commitment to Jiang Yiming's directives. Jiang Yiming acknowledged their responses with a nod and then vanished from the shelter in an instant. Traversing through various buildings, he swiftly arrived at the entrance of Yangcheng University. Once inside the campus, he soon reached Zhou Bingtong's dormitory. In Jiang Yiming's eyes, Zhou Bingtong's information unfolded rapidly. Name, Zhou Bingtong. Age, 20. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 93. Affinity level, 20. Information, student at Yangcheng University. Ability, none. He stepped forward once more, entering Zhou Bingtong's dormitory. The moment he crossed the threshold, his voice resonated in the air, calm yet powerful. It is time to leave. His gaze fell upon Zhou Bingtong, who was seated on the bed, engrossed in the messages on her phone. The room was suffused with a dim light, the glow of the screen illuminating her exquisite features, accentuating her focused expression. Upon noticing Jiang Yiming's sudden appearance, Zhou Bingtong reacted swiftly. She promptly vacated the bed, taking her place as she began to don her shoes. Her movements were fluid and orderly, her delicate feet resembling finely sculpted art, as the white ankle socks slid gently over her slender ankles, each step exuding an air of tranquility. After donning her shoes, she raised her head to smooth her tousled hair, rising with a resolute gaze directed at Jiang Yiming. Awaiting his command, Jiang Yiming nodded slightly, his large hand gesturing as he swiftly stored the entire dormitory within his spatial realm. Subsequently, he led Zhou Bingtong out of the dormitory building. Based on Zhou Bingtong's report, there were no particularly urgent matters at Yangcheng University warranting Jiang Yiming's deeper investigation. Thus, he directly escorted Zhou Bingtong away from the campus, retrieving a vehicle to convey her towards the Southern Yangcheng Polytechnic University. The four objectives of Yangcheng, among them Zhou Bingtong, upon learning that Jiang Yiming was also in Yangcheng, established contact through the Dawn Group, hoping to offer mutual support in the future. However, at present, Aside from Feng Xie, who has awakened her S-class plant manipulation abilities, the other three women face considerable danger when venturing out. Consequently, they have yet to meet in person, maintaining their connection solely through mobile phones. Naturally, Jiang Yiming informed them of the rescue mission via text. And the four women have kept in touch privately, so Zhou Bingong is aware that Jiang Yiming intends to rescue the others as well. Seated in the driver's seat, Jiang Yiming exhibited an unusual demeanor, while Zhou Bingtong occupied the passenger seat. The atmosphere within the vehicle felt peculiar, as a hint of disbelief flickered across Zhou Bingtong's face. Her gaze frequently darted toward Jiang Yiming, who, rather than gripping the steering wheel with both hands, held a long sword in his right hand. Gently caressing its blade with his left, calmly gazing at the reflection of his masked visage cast upon the sword's edge. The car, however, navigated steadily through the desolate wasteland. The steering wheel turning autonomously while the accelerator and gear shift adjusted themselves without human intervention, as though an invisible hand were orchestrating the entire operation. Were it not for the evident desolation of the apocalyptic landscape surrounding them, Zhou Bingong might have thought she had lingered too long in a dream. Transported to some distant future. Through the lens of omniscience, Jiang Yiming observed everything around him, paying close attention to the myriad expressions that flitted across Zhou Bingtong's face. A spark of amusement stirred within him, yet he offered no explanations, maintaining his vigilance against the perils of their surroundings. As the vehicle sped along the desolate streets of a post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Yiming and Zhou Bingtong swiftly arrived at the entrance of Rongqing Institute of Technology. Jiang Yiming retracted the vehicle and, accompanied by Zhou Bingtong, hastily entered the campus, heading directly toward Wang Anqi's dormitory. Through an omniscient perspective, Jiang Yiming could distinctly discern Wang Anqi's condition. She appeared to be well prepared, seated in her place, quietly awaiting their arrival. Name: Wang Anqi. Age: 20. Height: 160 centimeters. Weight: 46 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 91. Affinity level: 30. Information: student at Rongqing Institute of Technology. Ability: none. 100. The moment Jiang Yiming and Zhou Bingtong stepped into Wang Anqi's room, Zhou Bingtong eagerly advanced, her heart brimming with joy as she enveloped Wang Anqi in a tight embrace. Anqi, we finally meet. Although their acquaintance had blossomed through the Dawn Group, the proximity of their schools had deepened their friendship in daily interactions. Wang Anqi initially reciprocated Zhou Bingtong's embrace gently. But soon her gaze shifted, somewhat shyly, towards Jiang Yiming. Zhou Bingtong's sudden action had disheveled Wang Anqi's previously neat hair, with some strands cascading onto her shoulders and others draping over Zhou Bingtong. Jiang Yiming nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Wang Anqi, then began to gather her belongings into the storage space. The two women soon parted ways, just as Jiang Yiming was preparing to take them to two other educational institutions. Suddenly, the notification sound of a message from his phone broke the silence. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Feng Xie, the only one among the four women of Rongqing who rented an apartment off campus. Her situation appeared simpler and more straightforward for a rescue operation. However, as he read her message, a slight frown creased his brow. The chat box revealed that Feng Xie had been rescued by the official forces, due to her awakening of S-class plant manipulation abilities. She had garnered significant attention and was invited to join the team heading to the Rongqing Police Academy to aid the surviving students there. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yiming swiftly made his decision. Let us proceed. I will first escort you back to the shelter. With that, he led Zhou Bingtong and Wang Anqi away from the campus of Rongqing University of Technology. Under the deft control of Jiuling, the vehicle sped along the desolate streets, soon reaching the safety of the shelter. Upon returning to the villa's living room, Jiang Yiming did not linger but promptly placed their luggage in the corridor on the second floor of the adjacent villa. After issuing a few instructions, he departed once more. The other women greeted the newcomers with warm smiles, enthusiastically welcoming Zhou Bingtong and Wang Anqi. Subsequently, they began to assist the two in organizing their room and belongings. Their movements were practiced and methodical, reflecting the camaraderie and efficiency honed through their experiences in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhou Bingtong and Wang Anqi followed the group of women to the adjacent residence, their eyes sweeping over the opulent decor of the sanctuary, eliciting gasps of admiration. This refuge was not only robust and secure, but its lavish interior stood in stark contrast to the desolation of the apocalypse, leaving them astonished. Lin Xinyao and Dong Zila ventured into the kitchen. Though mealtime had yet to arrive, they noted that the newcomers, Zhou Bingtong and Wang Anqi, appeared somewhat emaciated, evidently having economized on food during the apocalyptic period to prolong their survival. Now that they had joined this newfound family, it was essential to offer them a warm meal and a chance to cleanse themselves, facilitating their adaptation to this new life. When Jiang Yiming returned to the sanctuary with the two women, he had already retrieved a helicopter from his storage space. Upon leaving the living room, Jiang Yiming wasted no time. He immediately employed his spatial teleportation ability, his figure flickering before reappearing aboard the helicopter, hovering high above. Under the precise control of Zilu, the helicopter swiftly flew towards the Yangcheng Police Academy. As it soared over the city, the helicopter navigated the rooftops, deftly avoiding the remnants and obstacles left in the wake of the apocalypse. Jiang Yiming's gaze pierced through the window, sharply assessing the situation below. Before long, the helicopter approached the vicinity of the Yangcheng Police Academy. After confirming their location, Jiang Yiming leaped from the helicopter without hesitation. As he departed, he swiftly stored the aircraft back into his storage space, ensuring no trace was left behind. Jiang Yiming plummeted freely from the sky, his body descending rapidly through the air. As he soared approximately 80 meters above the ground, his figure flickered and vanished into thin air, reappearing safely within the campus of Yangcheng Police Academy. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantaneously teleported towards the source of the extraordinary abilities. Jiang Yiming moved swiftly through the campus, akin to a spectral shadow weaving through the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world. Upon reaching the summit of a towering building, he swiftly pinpointed the origin of the anomalous energy fluctuations. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, and soon he discerned the scene below. Outside the dormitory building, a terrifying multitude of zombies pressed together, surging like an unstoppable tide in a ferocious assault against the structure, as if intent on tearing it to shreds. Surrounding the dormitory, a myriad of sinister vines and robust branches invaded the corridors like venomous serpents from every direction. These tenacious plants spread with astonishing rapidity, enveloping the external walls in the blink of an eye, forming an impenetrable green barrier. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from within the dormitory, seemingly without warning, soaring into the air like an enraged fire dragon, sweeping forth with an irresistible force. Under the searing flames, the zombies inside the dormitory were instantly reduced to ashes, yet the fiery column did not cease. It continued its descent, crashing violently into the throng of zombies below. In that moment, flames soared to the heavens, and thick smoke billowed forth. Jiang Yiming scrutinized the location of the dormitory, cross-referencing it with the information on his mobile device, swiftly deducing that this was indeed the dormitory where Chen Bingyan resided. As he drew closer, the system's information rapidly unfolded before his eyes. Name: Feng Xie, age 21, height 167 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness 94, favorability 10, information: student at Yangcheng Medical University. Intermediate medical technology ability, S-class plant manipulation 100, name: Chen Bingyan, age 21, height 170 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms, overall attractiveness 95, favorability 10, information: student at Yangcheng Police Academy. Intermediate combat techniques ability, A-class ice fog 100. As Jiang Yiming was perusing the information of the two young women, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from outside the dormitory building. The shrillness of this cry was exceptionally grating, surpassing even the wails encountered previously at Shuangya Mountain University. Its intensity nearly unbearable. With the scream's emergence, the sound waves acted as an invisible shockwave, reverberating throughout the entire dormitory. The official forces and survivors, who were in the midst of taking precautions, were instantaneously engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain, instinctively clutching their ears in a desperate attempt to shield themselves from the abrupt sonic assault. Those of weaker constitution found it impossible to fully withstand such a barrage, with traces of blood seeping from their ears, a testament to the sound's destructive prowess. Nevertheless, they remained resolute, undeterred by their suffering, as they continued to confront the relentless onslaught of the zombies. The cacophony was deafening, causing numerous windows within the dormitory to shatter under the pressure of the sound waves, sending shards of glass flying in all directions, further exacerbating the chaos and peril of the battle. Meanwhile, the zombies no longer confined themselves to ascending through the passageways. They commenced a more savage strategy around the periphery of the dormitory building. One zombie climbed atop another, utterly indifferent to the fate of its predecessor. Jiang Yiming lifted his gaze and beheld a screamer standing atop a dilapidated vehicle, its head tilted back, mouth agape as it emitted a piercing shriek. The cry of this zombie resonated across the battlefield, causing significant disturbance to all present. Zombie name, Screamer, rank, Tier 3 enhanced, information has awakened sonic attack capabilities. Though still classified as Tier 3 enhanced, there exists a disparity in strength among zombies of the same rank. This particular Screamer had evidently acquired greater enhancements during its evolution, progressing from mere summoning abilities to possessing sonic attack capabilities. However, in Jiang Yiming's eyes, no matter how much this Screamer had evolved, without defensive skills and keen evasion capabilities, its efforts were ultimately in vain. Jiang Yiming observed the Screamer with a calm demeanor, with a gentle flick of his index and middle fingers. A longsword manifested seemingly out of thin air, piercing through the Screamer's throat and abruptly silencing its cries. As the sword ruthlessly penetrated its body, the Screamer's form lurched violently, losing its balance and tumbling from the decrepit vehicle like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground with a heart-stopping, thunderous sound. Just as he successfully dispatched the Tier 3 Screamer, his attention was once again drawn to another uniquely distinct zombie. He swiftly turned his head, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, fixating intently on his target. Not far away, atop a towering building, stood a peculiar zombie. Its body exhibited a relatively low degree of decay, particularly its robust thighs, the muscular contours strikingly apparent, as if brimming with boundless strength. At that moment, this zombie was poised in an eerie stance at the edge of the rooftop, slightly leaning forward, preparing to launch itself. Suddenly, like an arrow released from a bow, it leaped, plunging straight down from the dozens of meters high rooftop, akin to a meteorite descending to Earth, hurtling with astonishing speed into the dormitory building ahead. Which athletic individual had metamorphosed into this undead creature? Chapter 99. The abilities of the official team. Zombie name, Leaper, rank, Tier 3 enhanced, information. The legs have undergone extreme evolution, enabling it to effortlessly leap several times its own length. The power in its legs is immense, generating tremendous impact upon landing, which can also serve as a weapon for attack. Jiang Yiming observed the information on the Leaper and couldn't help but compare it with the Hunter. Although both the Leaper and the Hunter possessed agility, their evolutionary paths diverged significantly. The Hunter excelled in utilizing sharp claws for assault, focusing on the evolution of its forelimbs, resulting in formidable tearing capabilities, whereas the Leaper concentrated its evolution on its hind legs, endowing it with immense destructive power. Jiang Yiming witnessed the Leaper vaulting over 30 meters, directly crashing into the corridor of the dormitory. The moment it landed was accompanied by a muffled thud, as if the very earth quaked in response. The robust legs not only bear its massive form, but, at the moment of contact with the ground, transform sheer power into destruction. The earth fractures beneath its feet, countless fissures spreading like a spider's web. Jiang Yiming did not immediately intervene. Instead, he silently observed the jumper as it leapt inside, charging towards the official forces. The principle remains the same. The more perilous the moment, the deeper their gratitude for salvation. The zombies that surged into the dormitory building had already been secretly obstructed by Jiang Yiming. Judging by the appearance of these ability users, their physical and mental stamina must have been significantly depleted. That singular jumper, along with the remaining zombies, should be sufficient to thrust them into peril. Of course, if that were insufficient, there were still many zombies lurking below. Jiang Yiming retrieved a piece of candy, tossing it gently into his mouth, the sweet flavor blossoming upon his tongue. Perched at the edge of the skyscraper, his feet barely touching the air, he appeared as an observer of this world, yet simultaneously the sovereign of this battle. Name, Tan Hongyi, age, 27, loyalty, 0, ability, S-class flame projection. Name, Mu Wen, age, 27, loyalty, 0, ability, A-class venom projection. Name, Tian Peiyu, age, 26, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 79, affection level, 0, ability, S-class psychic detection sharing, 99. The sudden intrusion of the jumper resembled a meteor plummeting to Earth, capturing the attention of the official members and survivors. They looked up to behold a zombie charging towards them with astonishing speed, its movements remarkably agile, akin to a rampaging bull, unstoppable in its advance. Several ability users reacted instantaneously, with Feng Xie being the first to strike. Her gaze unwavering, she gently raised her finger, directing it towards the jumper. As she gestured, a formidable force surged from within her, causing the plants on the ground to respond to her summons, launching themselves at the jumper. The sharp foliage, as if alive, entwined, sliced, and ensnared, striving to impede the jumper's progress. The jumper's actions were swift and precise, leaping momentarily as though liberated from the confines of gravity. In that instant of ascent, its powerful kick shattered the encroaching vegetation, scattering leaves and branches into the air like a verdant tempest. Moreover, the leaper adeptly utilized fragments of vegetation to alter its position, an unexpected turn of events that ultimately accelerated its speed. Observing this, Muwen and Tanhongi swiftly took action. They had no time to regard the shattered plants and, one after another, unleashed streams of venom and columns of fire. Utilizing the wall for leverage, they kicked against it, sending rocks scattering and producing a jarring sound. The leaper deftly shielded itself with the debris, then evaded the flames with a nimble sidestep before leaping once more, effortlessly surpassing the floor and ascending to a higher level. Above, the leaper approached the survivors, poised to launch a downward invasion, an undeniably lethal strike. This unfolding scene was vividly conveyed through Tian Peiyu's S-rank mental detection, allowing the present psychics to grasp the gravity of the situation. To safeguard the core member, Tian Peiyu, the other survivors acted swiftly, encircling her to form a formidable human wall. Simultaneously, the corpses that originally obstructed the corridor's entrance were ruthlessly cleared away by other zombies. The undead surged once more toward the survivors, creating an unstoppable torrent. Faced with the dual threats of the leaper above and the second-tier zombies, a grave expression settled upon their faces. They recognized that they had underestimated the strength of the zombies within the Yangcheng Police Academy. The emergence of the Screamer and the detection of their movements had drawn the attention of the majority of the undead on campus. Then came a horde of zombies, accompanied by 2 hidden hunters lurking within the throng, and now they faced a more intelligent jumper. Just as the various ability users were engaged in dealing with the second-tier zombies, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from above. The jumper descended with astonishing force, causing the ceiling to shatter instantaneously, with debris and dust cascading down like a waterfall. Feng Xie reacted with remarkable speed the moment the cracks appeared in the ceiling. She unleashed her powers, commanding the plants to grow rapidly in an attempt to stabilize the fractured stones, thereby buying time for the team to focus on the other zombies. However, the destructive capacity of the jumper far exceeded her expectations. Its several devastating stomps upon the upper surface placed unbearable strain on the already fragile structure. With a thunderous crash, the upper surface finally collapsed, sending large slabs of concrete and steel rebar plummeting towards the center of the team below. The survivors looked up to see the jumper's silhouette dimly visible amidst the falling debris and dust. Its formidable form appeared almost divine as it descended, a harbinger of death approaching the heart of the team. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, each heartbeat quickening, the tense atmosphere palpable. Their eyes flickered with fear, yet more prominently shone with a resolute acceptance of their fate. Confronted with the specter of death, they chose to bravely stand and fight. The slaughter began. In that very moment, a voice resonated softly yet resolutely, akin to the chime of morning bells and evening drums, penetrating the chaotic battlefield. Simultaneously, a faint, nearly imperceptible current coursed through the corridor with the swiftness of lightning, resembling a serpent concealed in the shadows, lying in wait for its prey. In an instant, an exquisitely sharp and gleaming longsword manifested abruptly in midair, as if it had torn through the very fabric of reality to emerge from the void, silently racing towards the leaping creature. In the blink of an eye, this enigmatic sword accurately pierced the creature's body, pinning it firmly against the adjacent wall. The jumper had no time to react, helplessly witnessing its sudden impalement by the sword. Once a formidable figure, its robust form now appeared utterly fragile under the sword's eerie grasp, as if a mere touch could shatter it to pieces. Following this, an immensely powerful and violent current erupted from the blade like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through the surroundings with astonishing speed. The dazzling current danced like myriad silver serpents, ensnaring the unfortunate jumper within its grasp. Under the terrifying onslaught of this electrical surge, the creature's massive body began to convulse uncontrollably, its previously thunderous roars gradually overshadowed by the roaring sound produced by the current, growing ever fainter. Accompanying this earth-shattering surge was a cacophony of deafening thunderclaps. The entire corridor seemed to transform into a hellish tableau of thunder and lightning, as countless bolts of electricity rent the sky, illuminating every nook and cranny. The thunder rumbled like the furious roar of aggrieved deities reverberating through the heavens. The intertwining of electricity and thunder orchestrated a magnificent natural spectacle that profoundly stirred the soul of every observer. My apologies for my tardiness. It was intentional.